Chapter 221 The Empress, who sees through everything. After the group came to the depths of the palace, they finally saw some guards. They were not regular soldiers or security guards, but all Dark Crusaders. The aura of these Dark Crusaders was very strong, and they felt like real soldiers. They were very different from the Dark Crusaders outside, and they were very similar to the aura of Lilith, which made Klein couldn't help but take a few more glances. He was about to meet the Empress. According to her status, she was already the #1 person at the peak of power in this world. Even according to the rumored ranking of strength, the Empress was one of the legendary 9 kings, the pinnacle of mankind. This was the first time Klein had the opportunity to see the real top human combat power, and he was still looking forward to such a meeting. After arriving at a relatively ordinary side hall, the person standing at the door made Klein's heart shrink suddenly. It was not for anything else, but because this person had left a deep impression on him at the time. The familiar green hair, black clothes, and the very handsome appearance. Such a person was too eye-catching standing in the crowd, allowing Klein to recognize him at a glance. The leader of the Dark Crusaders, the man who had saved him and Lilith's biological father, the source of the plague Kikisero. In addition to Klein, Lilith was also staring at Kikisero, with a very obvious hostility in her eyes. Klein never asked why Lilith was so hostile to Kikisero. It was not that he didn't want to ask, but he knew that he was not able to solve this question now. Klein was quite surprised. As one of the 3 leaders of the Dark Crusaders, Kikisero was actually a guard here? Oh no. Maybe he is the head of the guard. But the head of the guard is still a guard. As a powerful man, shouldn't he do something more interesting? In Klein's puzzled eyes, Fakis slowly walked in front of Kikisero. Lord Kikisero. Good morning. Miss Fakis. His Majesty is waiting for you inside. Please come this way. After the 2 of them bowed slightly, Fakis led the members of the escort team to the palace. There was almost no decent decoration in the empty hall. The only thing that was still considered a decoration was the red gauze that could be seen everywhere. There was a person lying on the throne in the deepest part of the palace, and there was also a person standing next to the throne. Fakis knelt on one knee in the center of the hall, and as soon as she knelt, everyone else knelt down. In the face of absolute power, no one dared to be stubborn. Klein himself was the first to kneel down. What is the saying that men would rather break than bend? And there is gold under their knees is not meant in such a place. The woman on the throne sat up, yawned, and said lazily, "Ha-ah, it's too early. Everyone get up." Klein stood up and saw the Empress on the throne clearly. Just as people often said, she was barefoot and wearing a red gauze, without any extra decoration. As soon as Klein set his eyes on the Empress, he was slightly stunned. Oriental face, black hair. This look familiar. He had a good memory, and quickly thought of the girl he commented on when he and Eric were eating in the cafeteria. This person is really the Empress. Qianju, when Klein's eyes moved away from the Empress's face and looked at the person next to the throne, he was sure that this person was the one he and Eric met in the cafeteria. At that time, the other party had talked to him about a poem. Judging from her position, she should be the eldest Princess Qianhua, but she looks like a twin sister with the Empress. According to the records in the history books, the Empress should be 49 years old. She used to be a student of the same level as Kikisero and her father Esmond at the Imperial Academy. But the Empress was really too young at this time, standing with the eldest Princess Qianhua beside her. It is almost impossible to tell the difference in age, and no one can imagine that they are mother and daughter. Although it is said that people with strong strength have the effect of maintaining their appearance, this almost anti-aging effect is too outrageous. Compare Kikisero, his father, mother, and then look at the Empress. The gap is really too big. Saying that they are the same age, almost no one believes it. Just when Klein suspected that the Empress's age was fake, Fakis had already spoken. "Your Majesty, everything for the escort team is ready. Please give instructions." The Empress did not answer immediately, but slowly walked down from the throne, walking while looking at the escort team. She was not tall, and her slender arms and legs were not as strong as those of Becky and Lilith. She was even a little thin. Klein couldn't imagine that such a weak-looking woman could not deal with a superclass monster even if she tore apart several generals. When the Empress walked past Klein, his burning magic heart seemed to be guided by some power, and suddenly jumped. All his magic was ready to go, which was almost instinctive. But he could not feel any energy reaction from the Empress Qianju. Klein could only suppress his body's overreaction and calm himself down. Qianju's eyes were on Klein for a moment. Then he looked at the others and spoke. You are all pillars of the Empire. Please be careful when you go to Grandok this time. By the way, bring Flando back to me. Fakis bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. We will definitely bring Lord Flando back safely. The Empress waved her hand. There is nothing else to do. Let's all go. Qianhua. You should also pay attention to safety. Go and come back quickly. I know. Mother. The eldest Princess Qianhua also lowered her head. It can be seen that she is very respectful of the Empress. After catching up with Fakis led everyone away. And Klein followed the team obediently. He did not make any extreme reactions throughout the whole process. Nor did he show any abnormality. But he always felt that the Empress seemed to look at him twice more. But he did not dare to look at the Empress before. And he didn't know if he felt wrong. After Klein and his group left, the Empress still stood in the center of the hall, and did not leave. Kukasero thought the Empress had something to say. So he came to her side. Your Majesty? Qianju pointed to where Klein had just stood. What's the name of the guy standing here just now? Kukasero recalled for a moment, and immediately reported Klein's information. Klein Alex of Jiesha, the third son of Esmond, a very famous ethereal pharmacist, arcane master, necromancer, with good melee skills, and strength between 2 to 3 levels. After hearing Klein's identity, the Empress frowned slightly, as if she was not very satisfied. Is he Klein, the one you saved last year? Yes. He made himself so sloppy on purpose. Which is interesting. Kukasero didn't quite understand what the Empress meant by interesting. So he could only ask. Is there anything wrong with Klein? The Empress suddenly spread her hands and sighed. No questions. Your daughter has good taste. Kukasero was stunned for a moment. What does that mean? Your Majesty, Lilith and him. It seems. Haven't been in contact for a long time. Oh. Do you think I'm wrong? No. Your Majesty will never be wrong. The Empress stretched out a hand. And the dust in the palace suddenly began to gather in her hand. And then compressed into a small ball in the shape of a ring of mist. The Empress held her chin with one hand. And held the small ball in the shape of a ring of mist with the other hand, and said to Kukasero. There is something like this in his brain. Called a demon heart. But I didn't quite see what kind of demon heart it was. It's a good ability. With some potential. It's a pity that he was already taken. And your daughter got there first. Otherwise I could have arranged for Qianhua, Qianxuan, and Qianyu. Demon heart? The heart grows in the brain? Let's not talk about young people dating. It was the first time that Kukasero saw the Empress appreciating other people's abilities. Because usually the Empress's evaluation of others is only 2 words. Garbage. Like the secret fawn of the Imperial General Hermann. Garbage. The lava-fighting spirit of the President of the Brotherhood of Steel. Garbage. Even his own death ripples were not spared. Anyway, these abilities were garbage in the eyes of the Empress. And Klein's demon heart actually received a good evaluation. Which is really rare. The Empress said it well. Kukasero can basically translate it automatically into strong and invincible. Which is correct. Demon heart means core. Not heart. There are several types. Demon gathering heart. Demon burning heart. Demon destroying heart. Probably like this. But I think your daughter is very hostile to you. If this little boyfriend grows up and helps Lilith kill you, I don't think you can stop him. After hearing the Empress's words, Kukasero said calmly, I'm waiting for that day to come. The Empress glanced at Kukasero and seemed a little dissatisfied. But she still changed the topic. Compared to your daughters, who know how to take the initiative to find excellent partners, my daughters only bury their heads in cultivation all day long. Qianhua is 24 years old. I'm really worried about their future. After saying this, Kukasero didn't know how to continue. Your Majesty, are you going to choose partners for the 3 princesses? The Empress pouted. We are all adults. Do we need to be taught how to fall in love? Wouldn't it be a waste of their beautiful faces and figures if they can't even find a good partner? What's the difference between them and trash? I'm too lazy to help them get married. If they can't find one, they can just be single. After saying that, the Empress crushed the sphere in her hand. But this Klein is really good. Do we need to transfer him from Esmond? No. Esmond is very stingy. He can't bear to part with his precious son. Kukasero frowned. He really didn't like Esmond at all. Following Esmond, Klein might be affected and develop in a worse direction. The Empress chuckled. It's bad. So what? For me. Who is bad and who is not? What difference does it make? Chapter 222. This is bread. Not a stick. After saying that, she turned and walked into the palace. It's been a long time since I've been excited. Cucasero. I'm looking forward to these little guys going to Grandok to help me cause some trouble. Even if it's just a performance. Life is really boring. Cucasero watched the Empress leave, feeling a little complicated. For so many years, the Empress hardly cared about the affairs of the country, and most of the affairs were handled by the ministers of the military and the political departments, and those terrorist organizations, cults, etc. Although they have been carrying out terrorist activities and attacks, have never said that they want to overthrow the royal family of Tarila, as if there is an inexplicable tacit understanding. In his impression, Cucasero, the Empress's life is very boring every day. She never practices. She eats and sleeps every day, and occasionally reads some novels and newspapers. As she said herself, she seems to have no interest in everything. The last time the Empress was happy seemed to be when Isi attacked the imperial capital. Looking at the back of the Empress leaving, Cucasero thought to himself, what are you expecting? Klein and his companions followed Fakis and the others out of the palace obediently, and they didn't dare to say a word. After leaving the palace, Klein was relieved. Not only him, but everyone else was relieved. Although the Empress didn't say anything harsh, she always gave people an inexplicable strong pressure. This was not just the momentum of a superior. Although I couldn't feel any energy, she gave people a great sense of oppression when she stood there. That feeling was always lingering. Klein felt that he was lucky to be able to perform half of his ability in front of the Empress. Just as Klein calmed down, Eric stood up. Hey, Klein, do you remember the eldest Princess Qianhua? Klein wanted to ask Eric about this person before, but he didn't have time. He nodded and said, the one we met in the cafeteria. Of course I remember. I said a few poems praising women to evaluate her, and she heard it. Eric nodded immediately and whispered, did we offend her at that time? She is a princess. Will she give us a hard time? Klein raised his eyebrows. Speaking of giving us a hard time, he now holds the power of eating for the entire team. She gave me a hard time, huh? I am the one in charge of food and drink. If she dares to be rude to me, she will have no food today. Eric looked at Klein with some suspicion. You dare not give the princess food? Isn't that too bold? After all, she is the daughter of His Majesty. Just now, I didn't dare to look at her directly next to His Majesty. When she walked past me, my legs went weak. In fact, Klein also had the same situation as Eric said, but his legs were not so weak. Your Majesty is powerful, but the princess is not the Empress. I'm not afraid of her. If I have the guts, she won't eat on the way. Klein didn't continue talking, but handed Eric a stick. Eric asked curiously, why did you give me a stick? Klein pointed at the stick in his hand and said seriously, this is not a stick. This is food, but it's harder. Eric waved the stick in his hand and broke the sapling on the roadside with one stick. He wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh too loudly. Eat this for food? Are you serious? I have to be serious. There are so many people in the team, and I am the only arcane magician. It is normal that the bread I make is not delicious due to some magic fluctuations. In this way, the two of them followed Fakis to the royal prison of Telela and handed over the prisoners escorted on this mission. After the 11 captives were released, one of them, a man with long hair but clean clothes, looked up at the sky and sighed slightly. I haven't seen the sun for 2 years. I can finally go home. I didn't expect that I could be exchanged back. Not only him, but other captives also showed a look of relief. Among these people, all the mages had their magic pools abolished and were handcuffed with magic chains, and the warriors had their hands and feet broken, leaving their hands and feet in a semi-healed state. There was no way to treat the captives well between the two countries, and there was no possibility of peace talks. The hatred accumulated from generation to generation could not be eliminated in a short time. It was impossible for Tarila to release these captives intact and continue to cause harm to Tarila. And the same was true for Grandok. After completing the handover procedures, Fakis led the team and began to escort these captives to the train station. They had to take the train to the East territory first, then directly cross the border and enter Grandok before going to Amadeus. After seeing that everyone was ready, Fakis raised the staff in his hand. Everyone, Let's go! In the afternoon, on the train to the East Territory, Becky was transferred by Qianhua as a female official, and Eric was the accompanying doctor and was relatively idle. Only Klein was alone, rubbing water in the train's freight car. Not long ago, Eric was dragged over by Klein to help him sort out the water he had rubbed out, and chat with him by the way. The two talked a lot of nonsense. And Eric was here, and there were all kinds of dirty jokes. So Klein was also very happy. At this time, Becky came to Klein and said, Miss Focky said that there is still food for the time being, so there is no need to prepare bread for the time being. She just asked you to prepare 70 servings of drinking water for 3 days before the evening, as well as water for her and His Highness to wash and brush their teeth. Klein was so angry that he threw the water cup to the ground, stood up suddenly, and scared Becky, and then picked up a water tank and started to rub water into it. If you want to be angry, you should be angry. Why do you have to smash a cup of water you rubbed yourself? My mentality is broken. Klein felt bitter, but he still asked unconvincedly, don't they have a water mage with them? Why do they want me to rub the bath water? My water is all drinking water quality. It is shameful to waste water resources. Don't they know how to set an example? Miss Focky said that it is precisely because the water made by the water mage is dirty. Even if it is boiled, there will be more impurities. So we have to use the water made by the arcane mage, which is cleaner. Becky looked at Klein and said a little embarrassedly, but she was a paladin. Even if she wanted to help, it seemed that she couldn't help. Klein leaned on the carriage and said helplessly, Focky's. This old woman. She is always busy. Klein, if there is nothing else, I will go back. Her Royal Highness is still waiting for me there. Klein nodded, took out 2 worker bees and a ring from his arms, and handed them to Becky. If the worker bee has a suitable position, put it in the right place. If not, carry it with you. It's up to you to decide. The ring contains some equipment suitable for you, as well as some other supplies. It's better to be prepared when you go abroad. Becky nodded. I understand. After Becky left, Eric stepped forward and closed the door, and asked Klein, taking secret photos? Are you interested in the Princess Qianhua? Not interested. I asked Becky to monitor her just for possible dangers. After all, the princess is such a big target. It's normal for someone to come and assassinate her. Oh, by the way, have you calculated how long it will take us to Amadeus? Eric took out a map and pointed to the imperial capital. From the imperial capital to the East Territory, it is more than 2,700 kilometers. Normally, it takes about 8 days to drive there. However, this is a special car that does not stop. So apart from the necessary parking and maintenance, it should take 5 to 6 days to reach the East Territory. After arriving at the East Territory, we have to cross the border. I am not sure how long it will take. The armies of both sides need to notify each other before they can enter Grandok. The border of Grandok is about 2,500 kilometers away from their capital. This distance may be longer because Grandok does not have a magic-powered train. Their means of transportation are generally horses or camels. Klein sighed. The capitals of the 2 countries are in the center. This distance is indeed very far. I am afraid that I will have to work as a handyman for a long time. Also, who is Flando that your majesty is talking about? Is it important? How was he caught? Flando, honorary professor of the Royal College, an expert in biology and warcraft, has been working for the royal family. I don't know what he has achieved. He was caught in a decapitation operation initiated by Grandok. Because of his capture, it caused a sensation in the imperial capital. Klein nodded. His predecessor had no memory of these things, and should have never paid attention to them. The eldest princess went in person. It seems that this Flando is really important. As soon as Klein finished speaking, Eric rejected him again. Not really. Because every 3 years, a prisoner exchange must send a person with a weak strength but a very important identity to the other country. The last time, it was also the Prince of Grandok who came to our side. This unwritten agreement has lasted for more than 100 years. Well, I have gained a lot of unknown knowledge. Although Eric is a bit unreliable, he is trustworthy in doing things. Klein patted Eric on the shoulder and took out a bucket full of bright red liquid with a strong smell of blood. Eric looked at the bucket and his eyes widened. Dragon blood? High-grade dragon blood. So much? Where did you get it from? Klein raised his eyebrows slightly. Super dragon blood. As for where it was from, don't ask. Eric immediately felt something was wrong. Klein usually wouldn't give him things for free. Give me super dragon blood for no reason. What do you want me to do? I tell you. I don't do bad things. Don't think a bucket of dragon blood can move me. Although he said so, Eric's hand still honestly collected the dragon blood. Klein knew that he could not resist the temptation of dragon blood, and continued, "You have been with me for so long. It's time to pay you some wages." Eric smiled immediately after hearing this. "So it's wages. Then I'm relieved. Thank you, Boss K." After Eric packed the dragon blood with a smile, Klein handed him another ring. "There are 2 more portions of dragon blood and 2 pieces of equipment in it. Find a chance to give them to Lilith. And then let Lilith give one to Joe." "2 more portions? I thought I was the only one who had it. Do you have a lot of dragon blood?" "Not much. Only about 100 barrels. If the ring hadn't been full at the time, he could have stuffed all the dragon corpses in it." Thinking of this, Klein shook his head and said, "Dragon blood is not that easy to get. I got 5 barrels in total. I used 1 barrel for myself. And you each got 1 barrel. I'll keep 1 barrel for backup." Eric looked at him with some suspicion, muttering in his heart, "Only 1 barrel left? Impossible. What a guy like Klein says is absolutely unbelievable. The stock he has in his hands must be at least 5 times. No, 10 times. He should still have 10 barrels. Don't worry. Take it slow. There will be plenty of opportunities to ask him for it slowly in the future." Klein looked at Eric with a smile. He knew that high-end products like dragon blood are very useful for blood magicians. But things like paying salaries naturally have to be done slowly. "The water is almost gone. Let Becky and the others come to get it." Chapter 223. The real purpose is assassination. At night, Klein and Joe sat on the top of the truck and chatted. Although the journey was long, the driving time from the imperial capital to the eastern border was only 6 days. He wanted to get as much useful information as possible in these 6 days. Klein set up a silent barrier and a windproof barrier on the top of the car, and then casually caught a few birds with a skeleton extension, and had a barbecue with Joe. As for why he didn't use a synthesizer, that's because Klein felt that eating barbecue, such a romantic thing, would be soulless if he used a synthesizer. Klein's barbecue skills can only be said to be average. But although he is not good at barbecue, he is definitely a good hand at controlling fire. At least he won't burn things. At this time, he was holding a large roasted quail in his hand. This quail was larger than the turkey in his previous life. It was a low-class monster with plump meat and fragrant aroma. He tore off a quail leg and ate it happily. Joe on the side was eating and drinking like crazy. He was also a crazy cultivator. When he was cultivating, he would basically ask the arcane mage for bread. So, like Klein, he had very little time to enjoy life. "Brother, I have made great progress in shadow extension recently. Anyway, I have nothing to do now. Please tell me the theory of double extension synchronization. I have been eyeing the last move written in your notebook, the King of Decay, for a long time." But Joe paused and continued, "Brother, haven't you heard the saying that those who become kings will not die well?" Klein said disdainfully, "Bullshit. You believe it, and how do you know that I can't become king in the future?" Joe didn't expect Klein to be so straightforward. He could even directly say something like becoming the king. "Okay, let's not talk about becoming the king for now. Can you tell me how to use this move before coming here?" I had already broken through to the 3rd level, which should have reached the minimum standard of cultivation written on your page. 3rd level? Klein raised his eyebrows when he heard what Joe said. Joe's speed of strength improvement was too fast. He improved so fast because he cheated. As both were ancient relics, Joe should have some secrets that he didn't know. But just like he would explain the pyroblast technique in detail to Sean, he had nothing to keep about the Decayed King. Not to mention that he was his younger brother. "Okay, I'll only tell you once. And you remember it well?" Klein began to tell Joe the principle of the skeleton plus shadow double extension synchronization, which is also the basic principle of releasing the double extension move and the double extension combat form. He spoke very quickly. But even if he spoke very quickly, it took him half an hour to finish the whole theory. During the whole process, even if Joe didn't understand something, he didn't interrupt Klein, but chose to take notes. After listening to Klein's theory, Joe pondered for a long time. "Although there are still many things I don't understand, I have already made some progress. Brother, can you let me see the actual effect of this move?" Klein shook his head. "The movement of the corrupted king is too loud. After using it, It will crush this carriage. Besides, I can't expose my strength here. Our mission is to hide, Joe said with some regret. Well, if I had the opportunity to see it with my own eyes, I will know more. Klein nodded. When it comes to the mission, he still has some questions to ask Joe. Do you have any special mission this time? Tell me about it. Joe's face looked a little ugly. This is a confidential mission. You are now a logistics staff. Whether it is according to the rules of GS Society or my father's instructions, I can't tell you. Brother, aren't you making things difficult for me? Klein raised his head slightly and looked at Joe with a smile. You just took so much knowledge from me for nothing. And you turned your face away and didn't recognize me? Are you sure you don't want to tell me? He is not the kind of person who only goes out and never comes in. It's not that I won't tell you. It's that I really can't tell you. Klein nodded. Okay. Return those rare items. The bucket of dragon blood. And the magic notebook with double extension to me. Also, don't eat the barbecue. It's getting late. Go back to sleep. Fuck. Brother. Is it necessary to be so cruel? Although Joe was helpless. He couldn't bear to give up the bucket of dragon blood given by Klein, let alone return the magic notebook. He hasn't learned the corrupt king yet. Okay. Okay. We are brothers. Don't threaten me all the time. Okay. I told you. Then don't tell others. Klein laughed. Of course. I'm very tight-lipped. Joe hesitated for a moment and said, Our mission this time is assassination. Assassination? Who to assassinate? I don't know. Klein glared at him. Are you kidding me? Joe immediately defended himself. I really didn't. It's not that I didn't tell you. And the mission order didn't specify the specific mission objectives. It just told us that after entering Amadeus, we need to stay in a combat state and be ready to carry out the mission at any time. Klein narrowed his eyes, seeing Joe's expression. He should not be lying. If the missions of Lilith team, Alvin team and Gwen are all assassination, then what is the mission of their team? To supplement the combat power of the assassination team, or other direct armed actions? Thinking of this, Klein asked Joe again, Do you know about that Alvin? Joe curled his lips with some disdain, as if he had a very bad impression of Alvin. Alvin is just a weak chicken who eats resources by force. During the entrance examination, I beat him. If it weren't for a few teachers, I would have killed him. Klein curled his lips. Beating weak chickens is beating weak chickens. Beating weak chickens doesn't mean that you are awesome. Is he weak? If he is really weak, why can he become the captain of a team and participate in this mission? Speaking of this, Joe put down the quail in his hand. In their team, there is a man named Quinn, a very powerful warlock. He is an old member of Jiesha. I don't know why he joined Alvin's team and immediately raised the overall combat effectiveness of Alvin's team. Warlock Quinn. Klein nodded. Rare professions such as warlocks, death knights, paladins, and wizards are not uncommon in Jiesha, because Jiesha is originally a gathering place for elites. So it is normal for a high-level warlock to appear. Okay. That's all for today. You go back first. I want to stay alone for a while. Oh, then I'll go first. Joe just took 2 steps and turned back to stare at Klein in a mean way, which made Klein feel creepy. If you have to fart, just fart. Joe pointed to another roasted quail on the fire with some embarrassment. Can I still eat this quail? I don't think it's a big deal. Take it back and eat it. Okay. Although Joe always felt that he was suppressed in front of Klein and was often beaten by Klein, at least Klein never let him suffer any loss, which was the reason why he was always willing to be an honest younger brother. After Joe left, Klein sat alone by the campfire and thought. After arriving in Amadeus, will the mission objectives be announced? Who will announce it? Gwen? Or Alvin's team? Also, who is his father going to assassinate in the enemy country? If he is going to assassinate an important figure in the enemy country, isn't the risk a bit too big? The value of their group is not small. Joe and himself are both in the group, according to the saying that ancient relics are very important. If they are sacrificed like this, then the price is too high. Think from another angle. What if they are not going to kill people from Grandok, but people from their Tarila, Flando to be rescued, or the eldest princess Qianhua? Klein thought about it this way, and felt more and more possible. But one was the person the Empress specifically asked for, and the other was the Empress's daughter. If he really wanted to assassinate them, Esmond was playing too big. Klein shook his head. There was no need to make a rash judgment before there was enough information. He just had to be prepared. Joe brought the roasted quail back to his carriage. The aroma of the roasted meat immediately attracted many people's attention. After all, unless they brought some dry food with them, they basically had to rely on bread to eat. Because Klein was in a bad mood. The bread he rolled out was not very good. But of course, it was not too bad. At most it was inferior to the general level. Too soft and too hard. So those who ate the bread felt a little uncomfortable when they saw the roasted quail in Joe's hand. And this is the effect that Joe wanted. Although roasted quail is not a good thing, it is enough to make others envious at this time. Joe had just returned to his seat and had just picked up the quail. Before he had a bite, Lilith's voice came over. "Where did you get it?" Joe immediately had a bad feeling. But he still said honestly, "My brother just roasted it. Give it to me. You can go and ask for another one." Lilith stretched out her hand directly to Joe. Joe was a little angry in his heart. The captain was so great, can the captain rob me at will? Asking him to go back to Klein to ask for it again. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? But he didn't dare to refuse Lilith. So he could only hand over the roasted quail honestly. Lilith picked up the roasted quail and started eating it, praising it as she ate. Well, it's well roasted. She couldn't eat arcane food. And the dried meat she brought was too tough. If she had a chance to change her taste, she would definitely not let it go. Xiao looked at Lilith and saw that her captain didn't seem to want to share with her at all. So she could only take out her bread and eat it dryly. It was late at night, and the carriage was still quite quiet, because they were not ordinary club members. Everyone kept a certain degree of restraint. When most people went to sleep, Lilith got up and walked towards the back of the car. Ingsan looked back at Lilith. He didn't say anything, and he couldn't see the expression under the mask. He slowly followed Lilith after she left the carriage. Chapter 224. It's time to deal with Ingsan. Ingsan had just walked out of the car and hadn't found Lilith's breath when Lilith's voice came from above his head. "Ingsan, I once asked you, can I still trust you? You answered me that I can always trust you. Now, the same question. I ask you again. Can I still trust you?" Although it was the same question, this time, Ingsan did not answer Lilith's question directly. After a while, Ingsan said in a low and hoarse voice, "You have doubted me. I don't believe that you can let me go with your character. So, what's the point of you telling me this?" Lilith lowered her center of gravity slightly and drew the iron sword at her waist. "If you answer me directly, I can let you go." Ingsan laughed low. Hee hee. "If I didn't know you well enough, I might really believe it. Are you still in contact with Klein? You came out alone just to find him?" Lilith shook her head and didn't answer Ingsan's question. "Ingsan, we came out of the Dark Crusaders training camp together. I have always regarded you as a trustworthy companion. It's only been 2 years, and you have become Esmond's lackey? It doesn't seem to be the case. If we go back to 2 years ago, when I first said I wanted to invite Klein, your attitude was actually wrong. Can I say that you were originally Esmond's man? Did Esmond arrange our meeting? Acquaintance. And the so-called destiny before? What is your purpose? Me? Or my father Cucasero?" Faced with Lilith's repeated questioning, Ingsan still chose to remain silent. But this time, he also drew out his short blade. "Lilith, when you drew your sword, you actually already had a choice and an answer in your heart. But I didn't actually hurt you." Lilith chuckled. "I know you like to call this kind of deception a white lie, saying it's for my own good. Then you turned around and handed over all my information, abilities, goals, and plans to Esmond, including Klein. Am I right? All the biochemicals in Esmond have learned the 10 dark styles. Apart from you and me, who else in Jiesha can use Shadow Escape and the 10 dark styles? You really sold me for a good price." Ingsan. Hearing this, Ingsan's lower body gradually merged into the darkness. "Lilith, it seems that you have investigated a lot of things in the past few months. But I don't think there is anything wrong with what I did. After leaving the Dark Crusaders, Jiesha is our best destination. Lord Esmond is strong and steady. Only by following him can we have a future. Your biggest mistake, the thing you should not do, is to stick with Klein. He belongs to Lord Esmond. You should not touch him." Ingsan's words made Lilith's fingers tremble. This was the anger after getting Ingsan's positive recognition. "No. My biggest mistake was that I still chose to believe you after Lance died. So I have to make up for this mistake. In Jiesha, I couldn't touch you. But now it's not Jiesha anymore. Today, you must die." Hee hee. "Lilith, We are too familiar with each other's abilities. If we just talk about escaping. Do you think you can catch me by yourself? At this moment, Klein's voice suddenly came from behind Ingsan. Silently, so that Ingsan didn't notice it at all. Unfortunately, she is not alone. Unlike Ing2, who merged into the shadow, Klein's body appeared directly from a black mist behind Ingsan. Ingsan just wanted to fight back, but found that his arm had been trapped by a thin silk thread and couldn't move at all. Klein's dense dead bone chains were enough to block everything here. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ingsan made a quick decision, and his body gradually turned into a phantom and floated forward. Lilith didn't hold back at all. She came to the side of the phantom in an instant, and with a sword with dark fighting spirit, she chopped the black shadow under her. Fake? Lilith was startled and saw Ingsan floating in another direction. At this moment, Klein moved. When Lance died, I let you run away once in the suburbs of the imperial capital. Do you think I will let you run away again under the same circumstances? Klein's body instantly turned into a black mist, quickly approaching the phantom of Shadow 3. At the same time, his silent steel ball also fell to the ground, creating an absolutely silent environment for the upcoming battle between the two. Klein's mist form is obviously faster than Shadow 3. The bluish-white arcane light appears in Klein's hand. The moment the mist touches the phantom of Shadow 3 is immediately lifted, and the whole body instantly turns into a lamb. Meow! Meow! Klein did not pause at all. Ingsan was not an ordinary opponent. His fighting ability might not be strong, but his flexibility was too strong. Klein had to make Ingsan completely lose his fighting ability in a very short time. 6 bone blades appeared instantly and pierced Ingsan's legs, hands, sternum and abdomen from 6 angles at the same time. At the same time, the effect of the silent steel balls absorbed all the surrounding sounds and did not bring any magic fluctuations. The muffled groans and roars were also completely silent. Even the 5th level Master Fakis did not notice the fleeting battle on the roof. Klein grabbed Ingsan and returned to the freight car at the end of the train, throwing Ingsan in front of Lilith. Lilith looked at the seriously injured Ingsan and whispered, "Thanks, Klein. You're welcome." After that, Klein did not say anything more, but just quietly stepped aside. During the day, after Klein gave Lilith the ring, Lilith asked Joe to bring the ring back, and brought back a letter. The content of the letter was to help Lilith catch Ingsan. Although Ingsan's strength was not as strong as Lilith's, his ability to hide and escape was too good. Lilith had no chance of success by herself. So, she chose to attract Ingsan's attention by herself, and then let Klein lay a trap in advance, so that the two of them could easily capture Ingsan, who had practiced shadow escape to the extreme. Taking Ingsan back to the last carriage, Klein put away the silent ball. "Hasn't he always been your partner? Why did you suddenly attack him? I'm sure there's something wrong with him." Until now, Klein didn't quite understand why Lilith attacked Ingsan. Lilith's expression was a little gloomy. "Yes, there's something wrong with him. Do you want me to help you? It might make you feel better this way." After a moment of silence, Lilith said resolutely, "No, I'll do it myself." Klein nodded and watched Lilith jump off the rear of the car. No one can explain the betrayal of a friend. Looking at the extinguished fire on the ground, Klein felt that he should do something a boyfriend should do, such as grilling meat, stretching out a dozen skeletons, and pulling some branches from the surrounding trees. Klein started the fire again, but this time, he didn't encounter that kind of large quail for a long time. It's only 3 o'clock in the morning, and the quail is sleeping? It's too disrespectful. Until 10 minutes later, Klein, who couldn't get the quail, chose to jump off the car and kill a tooth pig. He looked at the time, and it was too late to roast it, and it was much more difficult to clean the tusk than the quail. So, he decided to synthesize it and heat it on the campfire. Not long after, Lilith jumped on the carriage. Klein said nothing, but handed half of the tusk steak to Lilith and watched her eat quietly. Lilith was a pure carnivore, and at this time, she seemed to have turned grief into food. It didn't take her long to finish the whole tusk. She wiped her hands and smiled at Klein. "I haven't eaten your food for a long time. It's really delicious. The roasted quail is also good. I feel much better." Klein was stunned. Wasn't the roasted quail for Joe? Was it robbed? This guy is such a poor kid. Klein sat at the end of the train car. Lilith leaned on his shoulder, and the two of them quietly looked at the night and the stars, and spent a peaceful night. 3 days later, the reserve food on the train had been eaten, and many members of the escort team had begun to eat Klein's bread, because Klein wanted to be fast rather than good. The quality of the bread was slightly poor, but he really didn't deliberately make it very bad. But he didn't put too much effort into it, resulting in the taste of the bread being very ordinary. The members of the escort team didn't feel anything wrong. After all, Klein's magic level was there. Although the bread he made was not careful, it was not much different from the bread made by ordinary arcane mages. These fighters who often go out on missions usually eat bread of this level. And even Fakis didn't feel anything unusual. But they can accept it. But some people can't. Such as the eldest Princess Qianhua. At this time, the eldest Princess Qianhua slapped the bread on the table. It tastes so bad. Is it for human consumption? It's like camel feet. And this is still an excellent arcane master? Can an excellent arcane master make such bread? Faki shook his head secretly. If Qianhua was just complaining about the bread, there would be no problem. But she shouldn't bring people into it. If this bread is not for human consumption, then what are these people eating bread on the train now? So Qianhua's words have a bit of insulting flavor. Fakis could feel that although these people were still eating bread, their voices were quieter than before. They were all excellent members of various clubs, so they would not be so fussy about this matter. But they would definitely leave a bad impression of Qianhua in their hearts. Fakis reminded, Your Highness, you are a princess. Please be careful with your words. Chapter 225 Emperor's Daughter Qianhua. After being reminded by Fakis, Qianhua's expression froze for a moment. Although she didn't say it on her face, she was even more dissatisfied in her heart. She began to vent her anger on this bread-making arcanist. She stood up and walked towards the end of the carriage. Fakis looked at Qianhua leaving, frowned, and wanted to stop her, but finally gave up. Qianhua is much worse than Qianyu. The second Princess Qianyu and the third Princess Qianxuan have been fighting monsters at the border. Only the eldest Princess Qianhua has never gone out to train. Their personalities are really different. In the freight car at the end of the train, Klein was in a good mood because the synthesis was relatively smooth these days. He made some strange toys and some good potions. Iron Frog, strange item, inject a little magic power. It can croak all day. Wisdom Machine, strange item, after you ask it a question, the Wisdom Machine will always give you a strange explanation. Although they are all garbage, they are indeed fun. Klein gave the Tin Frog a mouthful of old magic, making it call from morning till now. The Wisdom Machine is even more interesting. For example, if you ask it why I look so handsome, it will answer, because you are my master. Under the influence of great wisdom, you will naturally become handsome. Is it okay? The Wisdom Machine is so full of wisdom. Klein has tried to combine another clever pen, but after so long, he found a problem. That is, he has never combined two identical wonders. In the past, it can be said that the number of synthesis times and samples were small. But now he has had the synthesizer for 2 years, and the number of synthesis has increased significantly. But there has never been the same thing. He probably determined that the synthesizer could not synthesize the same thing. In addition to the rare items, he produced several elemental hearts. Although they were all first level, sparrows are still meat, and he never has too much magic. Just as Klein was about to continue synthesizing, he felt a breath approaching quickly, and he didn't know what it was for. Bang! With a sound, the door of the freight compartment was suddenly opened, and the eldest Princess Qianhua also appeared in front of Klein. As soon as she entered the door, Qianhua stopped her anger for a while, and looked at Klein with some doubts. I think you look familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Qianhua has a strong memory. Otherwise she would not have remembered Klein after such a long time because of the first meeting. But she still did not recognize Klein. Klein was now in makeup and looked listless, with his short hair and some scars on his body. Even if Qianhua had a good memory, he couldn't remember who Klein was. Klein denied it immediately when he saw Qianhua asking this. Your Highness, you are joking. I have never met Your Highness Qianhua. How could Your Highness have met a nobody like me? Qianhua looked at Klein with suspicion, but she still nodded. And then the anger that she had forgotten before rose again. That's right. How could I know someone like you? You are a rubbish arcanist. The bread you make is so bad. How can you be called an excellent arcanist? Are you an excellent arcanist? Klein was immediately confused by the question from the eldest princess. He thought, the bread he made should be up to the general public's level. Right? Everyone can eat it. But you can't? You are more special than others? Okay. You are the princess. You are more special than others. But does this mean that my bread is inedible? So, Klein made a piece of bread in front of Qianhua, and then put it in his mouth and ate it. I don't think there is any problem. Everyone has no problem eating it. And I haven't heard anyone tell me that the bread is bad. The bread quality when going out is definitely not comparable to that of the professional bakers in the palace. Princess, do you have any misunderstandings about eating when you go out, or have you never gone out before? Qianhua was a little overwhelmed by Klein's question. She was indeed on an outing. And the bread she usually ate was indeed made by a professional arcanist. Remembering the situation in the carriage in front just now, it seemed that everyone was eating normally. Only she felt it was unpalatable. And she was a little strange. Now after listening to Klein's explanation, she immediately understood. But she still said unconvinced. In short, it is unpalatable. You have to find a way to improve your bread-making skills. Klein shook his head. A lunatic. How did the naughty child come from? It was just spoiled by others. What should I do now? I can only make bread at this level. And I have to make bread for dozens of people. Not just one person. This is different from someone making bread for you in the palace. If you really don't like it, I don't have any good way. Qianhua was somewhat helpless because of Klein's stubbornness. Due to her special education and status, she couldn't even curse. She was a younger brother among younger brothers in terms of quarrels and disputes. And Klein was an arcanist. She couldn't hit an arcanist. Could she? That would be too embarrassing. Arcanist Mr. Klein. Right? I am the eldest princess of Torella. I hope you can understand my identity. Your Highness, you are too serious. It's still a long way to Amadeus. You'd better adapt yourself. Your identity is useless during this period of time. I am the eldest princess. The most noble person in Torella besides the Mother Emperor. Don't you know how to adapt, as an arcanist? Shouldn't you improve your arcane skills? Although Qianhua said one thing after another, Klein didn't buy her account at all. Your Highness, what the princess said makes sense. But I don't have the skills to make what you want. Otherwise, you can go to the carriage and ask if there is anyone else who can do it. Qianhua saw that Klein was still unwilling to make bread for her alone. And finally couldn't help it. Then I won't eat it. This coquettish tone and this angry attitude made Klein have some very strange memories. It was like, you are also surfing the internet? Are you a guy or a girl? I don't want to play with you. It gave Klein goosebumps all over his body. Ouch. This woman is a bit creepy. In the evening, Xiao came to Klein happily. Perhaps because her brother knew that Lilith had taken away her roasted quail. Her brother roasted an extra portion tonight. And she finally had a good time again. Joe ate one himself and brought one to Lilith. As for Becky and Eric, Klein did not prepare any for them because they needed to keep their distance. Holding the roasted quail given by Klein, Joe returned to his seat with a smile, amid the envious eyes of the people around him. When he was about to eat, a voice called him. Wait a minute. You over there. Qianhua walked to Joe's side expressionlessly. After confirming that Qianhua was calling him, Joe stood up. Your Highness, is there anything? In fact, Qianhua's expressionless face was all fake. She hadn't eaten for a day and was dizzy with hunger. But she couldn't bring herself to eat the bread that she had just complained about in the morning in front of everyone. So Qianhua planned to hide outside the carriage to eat. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked here, he smelled a very tempting aroma of barbecue. So Qianhua had a bold idea. What is this? Where did it come from? Joe looked at the roasted quail in his hand in confusion. Roasted quail, a kind of inferior magic beast. Right, princess. What's the problem? Qianhua paused, organized her words and said, for the national construction and security of Torella, your roasted quail has been requisitioned. Qiao, with TFK, before he could react, Qianhua had already taken his roasted quail and returned to the special carriage at the front of the train. Qiao looked at his empty palms, and he was filled with sorrow. I am a dignified ancient relic, a third-level master, and a double-extended ancient mage. Am I not worthy of eating a roasted quail? It's okay for the captain to rob it, but I really can't beat her. But now the princess is also here to grab it. Don't you know what your identity is, as a princess? Isn't it embarrassing to grab other people's food? Suddenly, Joe thought of a roasted quail that Klein gave to Lilith in his ring. Otherwise, it would be gone. Joe secretly glanced at Lilith and saw that Lilith was not looking at him. He breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up, preparing to go outside. He wanted to eat secretly outside and come back. Who knew that Lilith had turned her head just as he stood up? Where is the food? Xiao handed over the roasted quail with tears in his eyes. Silently took out his own French bread. And ate it bite. Of course, the French bread here is definitely not French bread, but Klein's exclusive baguette. Qianhua returned to the exclusive carriage, holding the roasted quail, her eyes shining. Just when she was about to eat a big meal, Faki stopped her. Your Highness, where did the food come from? Qianhua froze for a moment, but she still admitted, I requisitioned it from a member of the escort team. Faki shook her head. She did not comment on Qianhua's behavior. Let's not talk about the issue of you forcibly taking away the food of the escort team members. Just say that if you eat this kind of food directly, have you ever considered the safety issue? Qianhua was stunned for a moment. Safety issue? Your sister, Her Highness Qianyu, was assassinated at the opening ceremony of the Imperial Academy. You don't really think that this world is full of warmth and harmony. To you, you are a princess. And there is nothing wrong with requisitioning other people's things. But before using other people's things, you should consider your own safety. Her Highness Qianhua. Qianhua silently lowered her head and accepted Faki's reprimand. I know I was wrong. Miss Faki's. Then can this thing still be eaten? Faki's put her finger on the roasted quail. And after a few seconds, she smiled. It can be eaten. Chapter 226. Faki's special concern for the princess. Qianhua looked at Faki's fingers taking off the roasted quail and asked a little embarrassedly. Miss Faki's, are you testing the food for me to see if it's poisonous? So can I eat it now? Faki's nodded. Yes. I don't object to you eating some food from outside. But before eating it, it's best to bring it to me for inspection. After all, you are the princess. And this is also for your safety. Looking at Faki's caring smile, Qianhua nodded shyly. Thank you, Miss Faki's. I am not familiar with the mission outside. And I still need you to remind me that I will eat now. Eat. Looking at Qianhua, who had already started to eat, Faki's turned her back and walked to the window to appreciate the changing scenery outside the train. The glasses on her nose completely blocked her eyes, and her eyes could not be seen, but the corners of her mouth were slightly tilted upwards, and I didn't know what she was laughing at. On the 6th day of the train's journey, the escort team's exclusive train finally arrived at the first fortress in the east, the Belka military fortress. After arriving in the east, all areas will be planned as war zones. There are no pure cities here, and there are almost no monsters. Only military fortresses and military bases. After arriving at Belka Fortress, the members of the escort team were arranged by the soldiers to rest at a fixed place and wait for the news that the prisoner escort team was arranged between the two countries. Miss Faki's brought Princess Qianhua to meet with the commander-in-chief of the fortress, the Ashbringer Orin, one of the 7 generals of Telela. Qianhua seemed a little reserved when she entered the fortress castle. She had never been to such a military place before, and the solemn atmosphere made her a little nervous. Arriving at the headquarters of the fortress, the two also met the supreme commander of the fortress, the title of the strongman Aluan. Faki's introduced to Aluan, Lord Aluan. This is the eldest princess Qianhua. Aluan stood up and saluted Qianhua, nodded and said, Hello. Your Highness Qianhua. Seeing a border veteran like Aluan salute her, Qianhua became more reserved. Don't be so polite. Lord Aluan, I don't know anything. You can arrange the customs clearance with Miss Faki's. Aluan looked at Qianhua and sighed slightly in her heart. As the eldest princess, she did not have the qualities of an heir. It was really a pity. Compared with the second princess Qianyu who guarded one side, Qianhua's ability was really a bit disappointing. But the princess is the princess. Although he is a superclass, he still has to respect her because the empress is still alive. And the empress is very young. Your Highness, you should listen to it. It will be good for you to learn some military knowledge. Qianhua was stunned. Okay. Then, Faki's talked to Qianhua in detail about the customs clearance documents of the escort team. After meeting Orin, she and Faki's were arranged to have dinner on the 2nd floor of the castle. Finally, they didn't have to eat the bread needed by Klein. Qianhua was also very happy at this time. Miss Faki's, I feel that Lord Orin is so strict. Lord Orin is the border wall of our Tarila. Whether it is a person or a work, he is basically impeccable. What's more, he is a soldier and a leader, so he must be more serious. Qianhua nodded. Okay. Can we eat everything here now? This is a border fortress. There shouldn't be any problem. Right? Faki shook his head at this time. Your Highness, you have to understand that when you go out, you need to be carefully checked no matter when and where. This may be troublesome, but it is what you must experience as a princess. Qianhua shrugged helplessly. Okay. I want to eat this. Miss Fakis. Check this first. Okay. Your Highness. Fakis walked to Qianhua to choose the food and put his hand on it. On the escort team side, the leader will meet with the leaders from other places for a friendly interview and arrange the entry into Grandok. Naturally, the others can only stay in the base to rest. Ingsan's death did not cause any waves. Gwen didn't even ask about it these days. It seems that he doesn't care that his team has one less person. Klein didn't think Gwen had forgotten about Ingsan. She didn't ask about Ingsan's situation. But she probably knew the specific situation between Ingsan and Lilith. After all, Gwen was Esmond's confidant. In the yard, Becky was watching Lilith practice some moves. And Joe was also carefully studying Klein's double extension skills. The 3 members of Alden's team were also practicing. Not only them, but also members of other clubs, including the security department, were practicing diligently. These people were called the elite among the elite for a reason. Only Klein and Eric were told not to reveal their strength. So they were content to be lazy here, basking in the sun and bragging. Eric, these people on the border are very strong. Even the basic soldiers are formal professionals. There are few ordinary people. It feels a bit extravagant to use professionals as human resources. Eric felt that Klein's question was a bit strange. Don't you understand this common sense? But he didn't dare to hit Klein in the face. So he could only explain tactfully. This is not strange. Fighting is something that professionals should do. Right. It's useless for ordinary people to come. I feel that I can kill thousands of ordinary people with a river of blood. What's the use of ordinary people? Klein was stunned for a moment. Yes. There are no war weapons used by ordinary people in this world. Let alone nuclear bombs, missiles, aircraft cannons, and he didn't even see a pistol. As for powerful items, whether it is magic weapons or miracle objects, the holder himself needs to have a certain amount of power to use them, which greatly limits the role of ordinary people. The role of ordinary people has been reduced to a negligible level in the war in this world. Just as Eric said, if he faces a group of ordinary people who have no power to resist, he can kill thousands with one big move. Klein nodded, agreeing with Eric's statement. Okay. I don't know how long I have to wait at the border. If it takes a long time, I want to go out for a while. Go out at this time? Where are you going? Go to the north for a walk. My mother is over there. I want to go over and see her. Eric's face looked a little ugly. He was not afraid that Klein would go out, but that Klein would make him take the blame. The specific situation can only be known after Miss Fakis and the princess return. In the afternoon, Fakis and Qianhua returned to the base. Qianhua seemed to be in a good mood because she finally ate something other than bread and ate it comfortably. Fakis gathered the members of the base and informed everyone that it would take some time to arrange the clearance. They decided to set off in 3 days, cross the war zone, and go to Grandok. After receiving this news, Klein felt that he should have enough time. So he went to Gwen's room to ask for instructions. Come in. When Klein walked into Gwen's room, he found that she was still studying maps one by one. He could remember most of the maps of Tyrella, and it was clear that Gwen was definitely not looking at Tyrella's. Lord Gwen, I would like to take a few days off. My mother is in the Heim base in the north, and I want to go see her. After hearing Klein's request, Gwen frowned slightly. Katie impressed her too much. Her strength was even stronger than Esmond. The last fight was still fresh in her mind, and the once proud Gwen became more calm. 3 days is too tight at this time. And you are now the team's arcanist. Who will cook when you leave? Heim is very close. I should be able to get back in 1 day and 1 night. As for the problem of food, I don't need to solve it at all. We are in Belda Fortress now. Not on the train. I believe that those guys should not like to eat the bread I make all the time. Hearing Klein's explanation, Gwen nodded. It was indeed a bit unbearable to eat bread all the time. And she didn't want to eat bread much. Although Klein's request was a bit excessive, there was really nothing to do these days. And Klein and Katie's identities were rather special, so she couldn't refuse rashly. Are you alone? Klein originally wanted to take Joe with him, because Joe also had the right to know about the news of the ancient ruins. But after thinking about it, He decided not to take him, and it would be more convenient to act alone. If he knew the specific information, he could tell him when he came back. Yes, I'm alone. This is the border. Although it's not a war period now, it's still possible to encounter a small group of enemy troops. You have to be careful when you deal with it. Let's go tonight. You should be able to find a way to get out. But you still have to pay attention to the time. Go quickly and come back quickly. Klein was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Gwen to let him go so easily, and even gave him some safety tips. But thinking about it carefully, when he was in Jiesha, Gwen had always been nice to him, and often made exceptions for him to the rule that the library could not borrow books. Gwen only got angry with him last time because he came back too late. Usually, Gwen is a gentle and easy-to-talk person. Thank you, Gwen. Stop talking nonsense and do more work, Gwen said coldly. Okay. After leaving Gwen's room, Klein came to Eric. Eric saw Klein coming over and felt that he was in trouble. This elder brother would most likely find him to take the blame. Gwen and I have asked for leave. If anyone comes to see me these 2 days, please help me to avoid it. If it's Lilith and the others, tell them my whereabouts. If no one asks, you don't have to tell them. Under normal circumstances, I should be back the day after tomorrow morning. Eric questioned, what if you can't come back? Do you want us to 59 is equal to 1? Klein frowned. How could he not come back? Is that human? I can't not come back. What if? What if? Okay. If I don't come back, just say that you arranged for me to go to collect herbs, and I will be back soon. Eric cried when he heard this. Sure enough. You came to me just to let me take the blame. Then just tell me whether you will take the blame or not. Okay, brother. You can go. Don't worry. I will take good care of your family. Get lost. Chapter 227 Killing in the Dark. At night, Klein's body gradually turned into mist. In the dark night, such a form is almost impossible to be seen by human eyes. The mist body has no entity, which makes it easy for him to pass through the towering city walls. Klein's figure gradually solidified in the distant jungle. After looking back at the largest bunker in the eastern part of Taurila, he turned and walked towards the north. Sickle Monster. With Klein's call, it didn't take long for the Sickle Monster to jump in front of Klein and crawl at his feet. Thank you for your hard work. Take me to the north. Sitting on the back of the Sickle Monster, the Sickle Monster obediently flapped its wings and jumped forward to the north. Klein really wanted a bottle creature that could carry him to fly, but there were too few such creatures. Unless it was a monster area across the border, it would be difficult to find a suitable monster substrate in the mainland. Although the speed of the Sickle Monster was not slow, it was too bumpy and uncomfortable to sit on, which was the most unsatisfactory point for Klein. After walking for a while, just when Klein was thinking about where to collect the materials in the bottle, the Sickle Monster suddenly screamed. Klein immediately became alert, and his body instantly turned into mist. He immediately felt several ropes passing by him. Looking carefully, there were countless ropes full of barbs blocking them. Such traps were almost impossible to detect in the dark. The Sickle Monster's quick jump just now was caught by these barbs, and a lot of blood marks were scratched on its wings and body, and it fell to the ground seriously injured. The mist transformed by Klein slowly descended and stayed on the ground. It was not that he did not want to move forward, but he felt that a small team had surrounded him. One of them said, the lone Taurila people are likely to be intelligence personnel. Just kill them. This is Taurila territory. Although some of them spoke the same language as Taurila, some grammar and accents were very different from Taurila. Needless to say, Klein also knew the identities of these people. Grandok's Sickle troops? Klein frowned slightly. He still underestimated the danger of the border. He originally thought that now was a non-war period, and it was the most appropriate time to go to find his mother. But he did not expect to encounter the army of Grandok in the wild on the border. And it was a very elite Sickle unit. The Sickle represents harvesting. The Sickle unit means a unit that wanders along the border and specializes in harvesting scattered enemy troops and intelligence personnel. Both countries have such troops, usually in squads of 3 to 6 people. They are often highly mobile and capable of encounters. They usually shoot and run, which is their usual method. Just as Klein was staring at the enemy approaching, a scimitar was quietly placed next to his neck. The soldier's fighting style is fast, swift, and effective. They usually practice some extremely explosive moves, such as the one against Klein, which is secretive and fast. However, when the soldier's blade touched Klein's neck, Klein's body was atomized again. The Grandok soldier saw Klein's body gradually dissipating in front of him like a rolling black smoke. The soldier who had experienced many battles saw that the situation was not right, and immediately wanted to jump back and evacuate to avoid this guy, who was like a fog. When he wanted to escape, he felt a strange energy injected into his body, which made him very uncomfortable. His body began to twist violently and uncontrollably, and gradually, everything in his vision was rapidly enlarged. No. When he saw his teammates not far away also getting bigger, he realized that it was not the things around him that were enlarging, but his body that was shrinking and getting smaller and smaller. When the soldier wanted to remind his companions that the enemy in front of him was extraordinary, the sound he made from his mouth turned into quack, quack, quack. He stretched out his palm and found in disbelief that his fingers had turned into a suction cup similar to that of amphibians. Klein looked at the frog on the ground and laughed with satisfaction. It's too monotonous to always turn into a sheep. And turning into a frog seems to be good too. A soldier from Grandok looked at the frog on the ground and immediately reminded his teammates. Be careful. Izzy has been turned into a frog. This person might be a wizard. Klein has already locked all the enemies with his magic power, including the frog under his feet. There are 5 enemies in total. Most of these enemies exude fighting spirit, and there is no obvious magic fluctuation on their bodies. It can be basically confirmed that they are all warriors. Such a combination is not threatening at all to Klein at this time, because they are all pure physical professions. Even if this is an elite team composed of 2 to 3 levels, Klein does not take it seriously. The only thing he needs to worry about is how to not let any enemy go. The other 4 people had already attacked Klein from 4 different angles. They cooperated well and blocked every corner where Klein could escape. If an ordinary person were to deal with it, it would definitely take some effort. But Klein was different. Such a purely physical attack would have no effect on him in the form of mist unless it was strong enough to vibrate the space. His body turned into mist again, dodging the swords of several people. Klein, who had resolidified his body, stood on a soldier. There was a person standing on his back, making the soldier feel his body sink. When he turned around, Klein had already drawn out the light of the moon, which he had hidden for a long time. He swept a sword towards him, with the greatly enhanced attack of the dragon tooth ornament and the effect of the magic sword converting 20% of the magic power into attack power. The attack power of the light of the moon had exceeded that of many giant swords. The soldier subconsciously raised his sword to block, but his weapon was just an ordinary strange object, and he didn't understand how outrageous the power of Klein's sword was. The fighting spirit attached to the soldier's sword was instantly corrupted by Klein's shadow flame, and the soldier and the sword were split in half. After seeing Klein's powerful strength, the captain of the sickle team immediately changed the battle plan and asked 2 of his team members to evacuate. I will cover you. You run quickly. This man is too strong. You can't fight him. Bring back as much information as possible. The 2 soldiers who received the order immediately left without looking back. They were not emotionless or afraid, but they wanted to bring back the information. This is how the battles between professional soldiers are. They are more indifferent and cruel than ordinary professionals. Once you encounter an enemy that is difficult to deal with, and you have never seen before, and you find that you are no match for them, the most important thing is to bring back as much information about the enemy as possible. The battles between the 2 countries have experienced too many such things, and these soldiers have become accustomed to it. Klein ignored this man and chased the 2 people who fled directly. The captain of the soldiers of Grandok immediately wanted to stop Klein, but 4 black warriors who appeared at the same time stopped him. Why is there still the summoning of the dead? This person's magic ability is too much. When he confronted the 4 black warriors, a skeleton's palm stretched out from the soil and grabbed his ankle. When the captain of the soldiers subconsciously chopped at the hand bones under his feet, the 4 black warriors also rushed towards him at the same time. Go separately. The 2 fleeing Grandok soldiers were about to flee separately, and a thin sword light suddenly crossed a distance of dozens of meters and pierced into the chest of one of them. After the tip of the sword was pulled out, the power of shadow began to flow around in his body. He wanted to take a few more steps, but his increasingly heavy body made him fall to the ground. Klein had already caught up with the last person. The other person moved very fast, and for a moment he could not catch up. When the Grandok soldier was about to escape, Klein stopped and stretched out a palm. The Grandok soldier in the distance seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, and his body gradually struggled to float into the air. With the arcane light in Klein's hand, his body was also crushed by an invisible energy. In the end, he could no longer see the human form. Using arcane disintegration at this distance consumes a lot of energy. Klein dusted off his body, came to the man, took away his ring and military badge, and returned to the place where the battle started. The soldier who was turned into a little frog by Klein was trying to jump far away. The grass on the ground blocked his vision, and he couldn't see the specific battle situation. But he could still distinguish the screams of his companions. He knew that his companions were in danger, and he was probably the only hope. Just when the frog was about to jump to the river, as if he saw the hope of life, a dagger nailed his head, so that he could no longer jump. In this battle, Klein killed a 5-man elite team of Grandok in less than 3 minutes. Killing is not defeating or repelling. Many people can repel such a 5-man team, but it is much more difficult to kill them all. If Klein hadn't used a lot of magic power to forcefully grab the enemy with arcane disintegration, he might have lost an enemy. Klein returned to the sickle monster and shook his head at the scars on the monster. He knew that with this injury, the sickle monster might not be able to jump up for a while. Seeing this situation, Klein couldn't help but curse. Fuck. It's delaying my time on the road. Forget it. Sickle monster. You should have a good rest. The sickle monster couldn't be used anymore, so Klein could only take out the things in his bottle. He didn't want to use any of them, but now he had to use one. Carefully selecting one of the bottles containing a white mini kitten, Klein threw the bottle on the ground. The cat gradually grew bigger, with a white furry body and strong muscles. It was a cat-like monster with a tail that was 5 meters long. A clouded leopard. It's your first time out. Let's see how you perform. The clouded leopard licked Klein's palm affectionately, leaned down, let Klein sit on its back, and went into the jungle. Chapter 228: The Mystery of Life. At noon the next day, Klein came alone to the east border stronghold where his mother Katie was. The Heim military stronghold. Because it was noon, the view around the stronghold was also very clear, and the lonely Klein was naturally very eye-catching. When he was about 100 meters away from the stronghold, the guard asked him to stop. Stop. Who are you? As for his identity, Klein rarely hides anything unless necessary. Although his parents are hidden bosses, he is still a legitimate person on the surface, and there is no need to hide his identity. I am a student of the Royal Academy, Klein Alex, because I have a mission. I passed by the Belga fortress and came to see my mother, Colonel Katie. The soldiers on guard looked at each other. This man said he is Colonel Katie's son. Go and report it. Come over slowly now. Also, take out all your ID. Klein took out his ID from the ring and handed it to the soldier. After checking that Klein's student ID and executor's mark were genuine, Klein was put into the Heim base. It must be said that the military base is much simpler than the fortress. Many facilities are not perfect. It doesn't look like an excellent working environment. A soldier took Klein to the military district office and pointed to one of the offices. Colonel Katie is in the office. Go in by yourself. Klein nodded and thanked her. He came to the door of Katie's office alone and knocked on the door. The familiar voice of his mother Katie came from inside. Come in. Klein pushed open the door and saw Katie, who was wearing a military uniform, reading a book. She looked very focused. She was not reading any other book, but the horror stories he had written before. She looked very interested and fascinated. Mom. Wait until I finish this chapter. Klein waited for about 10 minutes before Katie closed the book, stood up, and gave Klein a hug out of habit. You write horror stories very well. I didn't expect you to write them. If you still have them in stock, you can give me some. Well, I wrote them a few years ago. If you ask me to write them now, I guess I can't write them anymore, Klein said with a guilty conscience. He didn't even have his model pen. What kind of novel could he write? Write them by hand? Don't be kidding. Kate suddenly smelled the smell on Klein's body. Did you fight on the way? You smell so bloody. Well, there were some fights, but fortunately, they were resolved cleanly, Klein said, taking out more than 10 Grandok military cards from his pocket. He encountered a total of 4 waves of scattered Grandok teams, ranging from 3 to 5 people, and he killed them all. Katie looked at the military cards on the table and frowned slightly. She certainly understood what Klein meant by solved cleanly. But the problem was that Klein was only one person. Klein, in just 2 years, your growth rate is really amazing. Klein shrugged and said helplessly, I really don't want to fight. And now it's a non-war period. I don't know why there are so many scattered teams. And they killed all the way here. Katie nodded. Kill him if you want. He's from Grandok anyway. Klein glanced at Katie's office. It wasn't very spacious. But in addition to the office area, there was also a separate office. Which was okay. Does Mom usually participate in border defense work? Kate smiled and shook her head and said, No. I'm responsible for public security. I patrol every day. And then I can rest in the office. At most. I occasionally help the military and train soldiers. There's nothing else. If this stronghold really needs my help, it can only mean that the Belga fortress has been breached. Klein narrowed his eyes. Katie meant that if the Baikal fortress was breached, wouldn't her place be breached? He pulled out a chair and sat down. Is it so powerful? Klein didn't ask directly about her background and the Jia Society. He was a little hesitant. He didn't know how to talk to Katie. But he had too many doubts about his origins, identity, and Jiesha. And he had to ask today. So he was very entangled. And Katie seemed to see Klein's entanglement. And she touched Klein's head. Yes. Mom is so amazing. Suddenly I feel that you are so tall. Klein, you should be 19 feet tall. Really an adult. Okay. Don't keep me in suspense. You came to me today. There must be something. Just tell me. I will try my best to tell you everything I know. The four looked at each other. And Klein nodded heavily. Mom, are you a titled strongman? What level of strength have you reached? Although Klein had always guessed and had seen Katie take action once, he was still not sure what level Katie's strength had reached. Katie was a little surprised. It seemed that she had never been able to hide this matter. How could she not know this? Something was wrong. You actually don't know about this kind of thing? It should be written in the introduction manual of your executive department. Right? This time it was Klein's turn to be confused. The introduction manual of Jiesha? Is it the same thing as the user instructions? People on Earth don't read the thing. Right? When everyone played the game. Didn't the user instructions just click to agree? Why is it different here? Klein could only say dryly. Well, I've never read the introduction manual of the executive department. You didn't even read the introduction manual of Jiesha? Then you just joined Jiesha directly? What if there is a hidden contract or something? Wouldn't you be cheated? I didn't think of this at the time. Katie blinked. Well, I'm superclass, which is what you call a titled warrior. I have 2 titles. Moonlight Swordsman and Azure Sky Song. As for my level, it should be considered stronger than the average titled warrior. Much weaker than the 9th king. Klein pondered over the words. Looked at others. Looked at how his mother pretended to be cool. Much weaker than the 9th king. Doesn't it mean that she doesn't even look down on the average titled warriors? Mom, are you stronger than the general of Belgar Fortress? Ashbringer Oroyuan? Yes, I am stronger than him. Because I fought him before, and he lost. Okay. You are awesome. Klein was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to ask next. What about your father's strength? Katie did not answer immediately, and thought for a while before speaking. Your father was just an ordinary arcane master before. Don't think too much. He couldn't hide from me before. So I am sure that he was just an ordinary arcane master before. But your father is also a genius. A hard-working genius. And he is a person who can do one thing to the extreme. Relying on studying ancient arcane magic. He gradually transformed from a very ordinary arcane master to an ancient arcane master with extremely strong combat power. This process lasted for more than 20 years. 5 years ago, he was only a 5th level combat power. But the last time we met in Jia Society, I tried him, and the result was a tie. Although I didn't use my full strength at that time. His strength is definitely super level now. Which is something I didn't expect. Studying ancient arcane magic to become super level, Klein remembered when he was reading in the library. Although he had never met anyone who read arcane books, he often saw that many old arcane books were read by others. So, the person who studies the arcane tome should be my father Esmond. It turns out that my father accumulated everything bit by bit. Which is really amazing. Then can Mom tell me more about the Jia Society? Katie sighed. And then laughed again. Hey. It seems that you are going to ask the bottom of it today. But there is nothing that cannot be said. Jia Society was founded by the 5 of us when we were young. At that time, we were very ambitious and determined to pursue the true meaning of the world. Isn't it a ridiculous idea? Klein shook his head. The young people of this world have not been baptized by the information explosion. There is nothing wrong with having ideals. If they have talent and strength, and have lofty ideals, it can only mean that these people are ambitious. He did not think there was anything funny about this. It's not funny. I think people who have such ideas are very ambitious. Katie laughed. Hee hee. Don't comfort me. Now I think it was stupid. There are 5 founders of Jiesha. They are your father Esmond, me, Con John, Dressmuller, and Edward Sarlando. Klein narrowed his eyes. Con was one of the founders of Jiesha. He was prepared in his heart. But Dress? Was he the bad librarian, if he was one of the founders? How could he get to that point? Klein did not interrupt Katie and waited quietly for her to continue. You should have seen Con. Dress is useless. As for Edward, he is also missing. But he is the real genius of our GS society. Real genius? Yes, a real genius. Without him, GS society would not be able to stand firm in the imperial capital where there are many clubs. In addition to being one of the founders of GS society, Edward is also the husband of Empress Qianju, the father of 3 princesses, the last of the 9 kings, the king of blue, and some people call him the king of the sea. Klein's eyes flashed. 2 kings, on the continent, almost represent invincibility. No wonder the royal family of Torella always looks as stable as a rock. But such a person is missing. Edward led us to found the GS Society. And then your father Esmond and Dress founded the GS Society Research Department. And I led Con to found the GS Society's Execution Department. So far, the 2 major departments of GS Society have been established. And they are compatible inside and outside. And they have begun to grow stronger. The executioner mark on your palm was designed by Con. And the pattern of the woman holding a sword is me. Chapter 229. Klein stretched out his hand. The executor's mark was indeed a blue mark of a woman holding a sword. He didn't expect there was such a story. With Edward's strength and the support of the Queen, the GS Society has developed very rapidly. We explore various ancient relics, pursue ancient knowledge, abilities, and technologies, and benefit the entire Torella. Speaking of this, Klein felt that his mother Katie's eyes were shining with brilliance. It can be seen that she must have been excited about that time. What happened later? Why did Edward, the president of GS Society, disappear and my father take over? You also left GS Society? Kate was silent for a while. Later, Edward disappeared. Without the king-level combat power, GS Society quickly declined like a flash in the pan. Without the leadership of the president, we also began to become confused. Because of family and you children. I also withdrew from GS Society. Klein nodded and said nothing. But he knew that his mother had concealed something from him in this matter. But he did not force it. It would be best if he could get some information. But it didn't matter if he couldn't. Mom, I have one last question. I had the honor of entering a so-called ancient ruins and learned some things. I want to ask. Are Joe and I your biological children? What exactly does the ancient miracle mean? Katie nodded again. I didn't expect that you already know so many things. Klein is really amazing. Klein asked. Can I ask you about this? Yes. Regarding identity. You and Joe are of course my biological sons. You have my blood flowing in your veins, and have inherited some of my talents. And Esmond can also be considered your father. Although you have many other things in you. You were indeed born because of the union of me and your father. And were created by your father. Klein keenly caught this word. Creation? Yes. Creation. After your father, and I got married and conceived you. Your father injected the genes in the gene slot into the egg. Completely transformed the original genes. And gave birth to you and Joe. 2 super life forms. You were born because of Esmond. But there is no trace of him. To understand, you need to first understand the difference between ancient ruins and ancient miracles. Ancient ruins are very common. As long as it is something before the disaster. Whether it is a building or a ruin, it can be regarded as an ancient ruin. There is nothing special about it. Ancient miracles are different. Miracles represent the most core technology, creatures, abilities, etc. of that era. And you and Joe belong to the core technology before the disaster. Klein narrowed his eyes. The most core technology, creatures, abilities, the ancient ruins of the Dragonborn. And the 6 dragons left behind? It is also a nature? Ancient superspecies? Then those dragons ran away. What technology do Joe and I belong to? And how were we born? Katie's face gradually became serious. You are the terminal of the genetic modification technology before the catastrophe. Which is the new human plan left over from that time. New human plan? We have seen this plan in the ruins. The ultimate goal of this plan is to popularize the new human gene, so that everyone can become a new human and achieve the effect of superhumans. The current proportion of superhumans in the human race is about 10%. And this proportion was similar even before the disaster. And humans with super genes will definitely be superhumans. And they are likely to be very excellent superhumans. Once super genes are popularized, humans will really become the real masters of the world. However, this plan was only partially implemented. And the disaster happened. And you and Joe were one of the complete super genes left at that time. We got 9 gene slots at that time and did many experiments. But because the technical data, equipment, and energy supply were far from the level before the disaster, the first 4 all failed. Klein asked anxiously, what about the remaining 6? Me, Joe, and Mira? Who knew that Katie shook her head. No, you and Joe are. But Mira is not. I didn't expect to have triplets at that time. But even with my ability, there is no way to nurture 3 ancient miracles at the same time. What about the other 3? Your father hid those 3. And I don't know where they are. Klein felt a little regretful. But he changed his mind and said, well, since the technical requirements cannot be met, how did Joe and I come into being? Katie touched Klein's head again. She seemed to like doing this action very much. Because of the insufficient energy supply. In order to complete this experiment, we chose to use a female superclass strongman as the mother to provide complete energy supply. Klein, you don't have to be surprised. Your father loved me very much before, and would not let me be the mother. It was my own request. And I was very happy when I was pregnant with you 3. You can have a gap with your father because of other things. But this is definitely not a reason. Do you understand? I know. Klein nodded seriously. With enough life force and energy provided by me, you were born healthy and grew up smoothly. Your father and I tried not to expose your talents. It was not until about 3 years ago that your father felt the strong necromancy energy in Joe and began to slowly guide him to study necromancy. And you, except for the arcane, have not shown any unique talents. Esmond is also very anxious about this test. Klein narrowed his eyes, as if he had thought of something, and said, so? There was the book October, and the imp that I got by accident. Katie's face was a little complicated. I didn't participate in this matter. But it's not easy to get this kind of warlock book. I think it must be your father Esmond who secretly arranged it. Klein smiled. His predecessor used arcane talent to forcibly cultivate evil energy and summon demons. This effect of crossing professions and forcibly learning abilities sounds very unmagical, and is very similar to the soul extension effect of a synthesizer. The predecessor seemed to have succeeded. But the thing summoned didn't seem to be a demon, but him. Klein didn't know whether it was the demon summoning that caused him to cross here, but he thought it should have a great relationship. Unexpectedly, after various tests by his father Esmond, the true talent of this body was revealed. The arcane. But he didn't know that the growth of his arcane talent seemed to be surprisingly strong. And Klein had already deeply experienced it. After digesting the information he had obtained today, Klein nodded to Katie. Thank you, Mother. You have solved many doubts in my heart. Katie looked at Klein and shook her head slowly. We are mother and son. And now you have the ability and the right to know these things. And what do you want to do about Jiesha? For some reason, perhaps because he felt that his mother was hiding something from him, Klein did not tell the truth to his mother. He is my father, and my biological father. What else can I do? Naturally, I will just live my life honestly. Katie nodded, and it was unknown whether she believed Klein's words. Is that so? That's good too. After the two chatted about some trivial matters, Klein said, I'm leaving, Mom. Katie was a little surprised. Klein hadn't even eaten a meal here, and now he was leaving again. She was a little reluctant. You're leaving so soon? I originally thought it wouldn't take that long. But there were always soldiers from Grandok on the road, which greatly slowed down my movement speed. I had to get back within 3 days, so I had to leave now. Katie nodded and said with a smile, then go ahead. Klein didn't leave immediately, but took the initiative to give Katie a hug, and then turned and left. Klein stood on a hill far from Hyman's stronghold, while the clouded leopard lay at his feet. It must be said that cats are very lazy. Clouded leopards are a kind of magic beast. They really won't get up unless Klein calls them. They just lie down when they have time. They are typical cats. Klein looked in the direction of Hyman, thinking about what Katie told him, and murmured, "After all, he is my biological father. This is much more difficult to deal with than having no blood relationship. Don't you think?" Klein turned his head to look at the clouded leopard, who was playing with an unknown small magic beast. The clouded leopard felt the call of his master, and immediately got up. Meow. Klein looked at the clouded leopard, who could only lick his hands and feet, and shook his head. "Hey. You don't understand even if I ask you. Let's go back. If we encounter a few waves of Grandok soldiers on the way, I'm afraid I will really be late." Grandok border. Admiral Tam of the Lattice military fortress was looking at a document handed over by his subordinates. After reading it, he threw the document back. "Tomorrow, the prisoner exchange team will come to Lattice. You should prepare yourself." "General, what are you preparing for? Are you going to take action? Are you crazy? There are several intelligence personnel who are very important to the Empire among these prisoners. You actually want to take action without protecting them to the Imperial capital?" The subordinate was sprayed with saliva by Tam and whispered, "Why do you need to protect them after they enter our territory?" Tamu tore off a piece of monster meat on the table, and said while eating, "I say you are stupid. But you still don't admit it. Do you know why they sent people to assassinate the second princess of Taurilla? Qianyu? Instead of the eldest princess. Qianhua? I don't know. How did you bring up their second princess again?" Tama pinched his curved beard and said, "Because the second princess of Taurilla, Qianyu, is too capable. Whether in strength, ability, or appearance, she is very outstanding, and is an almost perfect heir. So we want to assassinate her. Although the first princess of Taurilla, Qianhua, is the first heir, many people think she is a waste. If such a person becomes the empress of Taurilla, we, the people of Grandok, will laugh in our dreams. Sending her to Grandok for prisoner exchange is most likely a bait to kill her." Chapter 230 Analysis from Admiral Tam. Tam's subordinates were confused. Although his generals often talked nonsense, what they said was usually close to the truth. So he was a little shocked at this time. Letting a princess come to our country to die, and the eldest princess at that, is too bold. "Are you sure?" Looking at the suspicious look of his subordinates, Tam continued, "Guess wrong? I will never guess wrong in this life. The accumulated fake nobles in Taurilla, as soon as they stick their butts out, I know what shit they are going to do. No matter what. Qianhua is the eldest princess of Taurilla. If such a person dies in our Grandok, guess what will happen?" The subordinates were stunned for a moment. "Well, if Qianhua really died, I think there would be a war. After all, she is the eldest princess, and the people of Taurilla have to have dignity." Tam touched his curved beard again, revealing a wise expression. "Uh-huh. You are right. Today's Taurilla is so corrupt that a war is needed to divert the increasingly accumulated class contradictions in the country. So, if Qianhua really died, the probability of our people taking action is only 1 in 10 or 2. And 9 out of 10 will be killed by their own people." "Really? The people of Taurilla are so cruel? I heard that their empress is very tough. Will she agree?" Tam shook his head. "Their empress has not been involved in political affairs for many years. Otherwise how could Taurilla be so chaotic? As for whether the empress knew about it, I can't guess. Logically speaking, standing at the height of the empress, she should be able to see the danger of her daughter's trip. I don't know why she didn't interfere. Maybe she also thinks Qianhua is a waste. So let him die." Tam's guess was a little hard for the general to digest for a while. After thinking for a long time, he looked up and asked, "General, their empress doesn't care about things, but the country can still run. From what you said, I think Taurilla still has a foundation. However, even if a war breaks out, we don't seem to be afraid of war. Right? Why not take this opportunity to fight directly, as long as the human world is unified? Public opinion and other things are basically unimportant. Right?" Tam laughed, revealing his signature yellow teeth. "Although we are not afraid of war now, we don't want a war at this time. We are not ready yet. We are still a little short. So, let's prepare a banquet and welcome these guests from Taurilla." Berga Fortress. On the morning of the third day, Eric was so anxious that he kept turning around in the yard. According to the requirements, they were to gather and set off at 8 o'clock. But Klein hadn't come back yet. Klein? That bastard. If he doesn't come back, It's really going to be 59 is equal to 1. Do you really want to say that he went to help me pick herbs? It's totally against common sense to ask an arcane master to pick herbs. At this moment, Gwen walked to Eric's side and asked in a low voice, Eric, has Klein not come back yet? Lord Gwen. Klein he went. Hey, not yet. At the end, Eric simply gave up the quibble, because it was basically meaningless to lie in front of Gwen. And Gwen nodded and didn't say much. If he hasn't come back by the time, leave a mark for him, and let him find a way to cross the border by himself. In this situation, we can't wait for him. Eric was stunned. Are you going to leave Klein here? No. He will kill me if he comes. He is the only arcanist in the team. Are you sure you don't want to wait for him? Gwen shook her head. There is no other way. We can't be sure when he will arrive. So it's not good to lie to Fakis and the princess. If he doesn't arrive by then, find an arcanist in the fortress to take him. I know. While Gwen and Eric were discussing Klein's whereabouts, Klein was sitting on a pile of corpses of Grandok soldiers, counting a pile of space rings in his hand. I didn't expect that there would be more of them when I came back than before. Why did these Grandok soldiers gather in this area? Is there something here? 51. 52. 53. Okay. A total of 53 rings. 53 military badges. If I take them back, it should be a lot of military merit. Forget it. Let's put the military merit aside for now. I'm going to be late. If I don't go back, I'm afraid Eric will complain. Klein washed himself with water, turned over and rode on the clouded leopard, grabbed a bag of space rings, and rushed to Baikal. Space rings cannot contain space rings. 53 rings put together. There is a full bag. He doesn't have time to see what's in the rings now. He will slowly study it when he returns to the team. The time came to 8 o'clock, and the escort team had begun to gather on the streets of the fortress. When Eric was about to go to the fortress to find a way to recruit an arcane master, Klein patted him on the shoulder from behind. I'm here. Don't run around at this time. Eric was immediately furious. I ran around? Are you talking human language? Didn't you say you would be back in a day and a night? It's been a few days. And you had to come back on time? Do you know how much trouble we will have if you don't come back? You'll have to take the blame again. You and percent at and. Klein looked at Eric, who was speaking sweet words, and suddenly opened his pocket on his waist. A pocket full of space rings immediately silenced Eric. Big brother is big brother. He can do such a big business when he goes out to visit relatives. Where did he get it? Klein took out another military badge. From the soldiers of Grandok. Fuck. They are all elites. This is military merit. Even if you don't want military rank and military position, you could exchange it for something in the fortress. Klein shook his head. He couldn't take these military merits. At least it wasn't the right time. Besides, it was not easy to find a reason to justify so many military badges of the sickle troops. It seems that we are running out of time. Let's keep it, and see if we can use it when we come back. Okay. Big brother. Hurry up and assemble. When Eric and Klein returned to the team, it was already 8:15. Xianhua, the leader, glanced at the two and whispered, the bread is not very good. And they are so undisciplined. However, although the escort team had assembled, Fakis had not come out of the fortress yet, and Xianhua could not say much. After a while, Alyuan and Fakis walked downstairs from the fortress headquarters together, and Alyuan saluted Fakis and Xianhua respectively. Miss Fakis, Your Highness, be careful on the way. Fakis bowed slightly in return. Well, Lord Orin, goodbye then. She turned around slowly and shouted to the members of the escort team, everyone, set off. After the escort team left the Belga fortress, they slowly stepped onto the main battle zone of the two countries, the Red Soil War Zone north of Lake Belga. There is no vegetation here. The specific situation is just like the name here. The color of the soil here is dark red. Not only that, it also exudes a faint smell of blood. It is said that the original soil of the Red Soil War Zone is the same as ordinary soil. But too much human blood is left here, and the land is dyed red. Looking at this battlefield, Eric couldn't help but sigh. I can feel the blood under this land. There is too much. The two countries have fought for more than 300 years, and have not yet unified. How many people will die here? Klein also found it difficult to understand. He has also read many history books. The war between the two countries of Tarila and Grandok has indeed lasted too long. There has been no result for more than 300 years. And the war is still going on. There is no unification until now. This situation is really strange. The two countries are surrounded by large areas of monsters. And monster wars often occur. Under such circumstances, it is really a bit outrageous that humans can survive and maintain two countries. Under such external pressure from other races, the two human countries can be deadlocked for so many years. If there is no secret, I don't believe it. Secret? The two countries colluded? This is impossible. Right? Even if the current monarchs are willing. What about their descendants? Even if their descendants are willing. What about their grandchildren? The will of the emperor cannot be controlled forever. Right? Look at our empress. Does she look like someone who is controlled by others? Klein nodded. Eric's words made sense. And it was strange because they made sense. However, their strength and vision were not enough to speculate on the operation of the two countries. They just boasted in private. And they had to continue their journey. Because they only had carriages as a means of transportation. The group walked for more than a day. And it was not until noon the next day that they saw the border fortress of Grandok. Lattice. As soon as they arrived at the Lattice fortress, the commander of the fortress, Grandok's admiral, Lord of Baikal Tam, welcomed them warmly. That was really warm. To what extent? He hugged many members of the escort team and prisoners one by one. And his expression was as if he had met his long-lost brothers and sisters. Tam looked very strange. His whole face was green. And the two strange whiskers seemed to be pasted on by himself. And the whole person looked like an alien. Klein whispered to Eric, "Why do I feel that he looks like a catfish?" Eric had a scared expression on his face. If it was a mermaid, it would be fine. But catfish is too heavy. Catfish and human? Or human and catfish? It's scary to think about it. Klein blinked. Eric's brain circuit was really amazing. After the warm greeting, Tam invited the escort team to enter the fortress for dinner. It was really polite. "Miss Fakis, Your Highness Jinhua, I have heard of your name for a long time. Please come in quickly. We have prepared a sumptuous meal. You must come in. Other members can also come. We have prepared a lot of food. Enough for you to relax." Chapter 231. Klein is a beast. Jinhua was somewhat moved by Tam's words. But Fakis shook his head. As the leader of the team, Fakis naturally had to stand up and respond. "Thank you for the warm hospitality of Lord Tam. But before we arrive in Amadeus, it is not convenient for us to eat your country's food. I think you can understand it. Right? We don't ask for Lord Tam's hospitality. We just ask Lord Tam to let us pass the customs smoothly." Tam nodded and said with regret, "I understand. Miss Fakis' words make sense. I didn't think it through. I will arrange the customs clearance right away." Fakis smiled and nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, Lord Tam." Watching the escort team leave, Tam whispered to his former subordinates, "See, I asked you to prepare a banquet of the highest standard. Right? Preparation is definitely necessary. After all, she is the princess. Even if she is from the Empire, etiquette cannot be lost. But I already knew that they would definitely not eat. If they don't eat, the banquet meals will naturally be ours. Wouldn't it be great to have a good meal for free? Hurry up and ask the boss to reimburse me. Leave more for me. And let the brothers share the rest quickly. Otherwise the food will get cold." The subordinate's eyes lit up and gave Tam a thumbs up. General is wise, thinking about the brothers all the time. The escort team successfully entered the Lattice fortress. After entering the fortress, Jinhua asked Fakis with some doubts, "Miss Fakis, I'm so hungry. Since they have prepared food, why don't we eat? It's better than eating bread." "Right, Your Highness. This Grandok Tam, although he looks like an ordinary guy, he can sit on the border and tangle with Lord Orin for many years. How can he be as simple as he looks, under his honest appearance? He hides a cunning heart. He once used a volcanic eruption trap to kill nearly 10,000 Tyrella soldiers. He is not an ordinary person. For safety, we can't eat any food from the Grandok people before arriving at the city of Amadeus." Although Jinhua was surprised that the seemingly honest Tam was so resourceful, she was still a little unwilling. "I still don't understand. We have already arrived in Grandok. If something goes wrong, their public opinion will be particularly passive. This is not in line with Grandok style. Now we are in a military fortress, so they should not attack us at this time." Fakis raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't expect Jinhua to think of this. This surprised her. "Your Highness, what you said is just a possibility. Maybe there are many people in Grandok who care about public opinion or national style. But there are also many people who hate us in Tarila. Maybe there will be people who will do whatever it takes to kill us. So it is also for our safety to remain restrained. Maybe you don't want to eat bread. But at least eating bread can ensure our safety. What do you think, Your Highness? Okay. I'll listen to you. Although Qianhua felt that the desperate murderer that Faki said might appear, she also felt that the reason for always emphasizing food safety was a bit far-fetched. If there is a real danger, food is only a possibility. Faki's is really strict with her food management. The escort team passing through the fortress soon arrived at the gate on the other side of the fortress. Admiral Tam provided them with 6 camels and 10 carriages as transportation for the escort team. Under the leadership of Faki's, the team walked out of the lattice fortress without any pause. Tam stood on the city wall, watching the convoy going away, and ate the banquet prepared for Faki's and the princess. I usually have to maintain my image as a general and share the hardships with the soldiers. How can I eat this kind of food? The general quickly poured Tam a glass of wine. The general always thinks about his brothers. But according to what you said before, they will be in danger. Don't we need to send soldiers to escort them? Tam pinched his beard. I am guarding the border. And my people are all my treasures. Why do you want my people to die? What do you mean by this? General? After all, she is the princess of Tarila. Even if the empire takes action officially, some people will have some thoughts in private. Sending people there at this time will only make them cannon fodder. The general nodded and patted a few more horses. General. You are wise, oh, General. But there is one more thing I want to report to you. None of the 12 sickle teams we sent out have returned. Tam opened his eyes. None of them have returned? Could it be that the people of Tarila discovered something? It's unlikely. Continue to send sickle teams over to see the situation. Yes. This is Grandok. It looks no different from Tarila. Klein lay comfortably on the carriage, rubbing bread with one hand and water with the other. As a logistics staff, he must have been assigned to the same carriage as Eric. It's the same continent. What's the difference? A doctor should act like a doctor. Eric took out a medical book and flipped through it. The princess and Fakis were riding in a camel beast carriage, while Klein and his team were riding in a carriage. Although the stability and comfort were definitely not as good as camels, it was good to have a carriage, because the road was relatively flat. The speed of the carriage was not bad. When running, it was faster than the train. Klein estimated that they would reach Amadeus in about 10 days. The first day of the journey was relatively calm. By the evening, they had walked nearly 100 kilometers. Stop. Let's rest here today. Fakis' order. The members of the escort team stopped one after another. The accompanying security guards took some bread and water and distributed them to the 11 captives. Becky also came over and asked Klein for bread and water to send to the princess. Before she left a message to Klein. The 2 worker bees have been arranged. Klein nodded calmly and handed over the princess's share. Since the worker bees on the princess side had been arranged, he had a stable means of surveillance. He was not doing this for peeping, but for intelligence. At night, Lilith actually ran to Klein quietly, making Klein a little embarrassed. So you thought about it too? Lilith raised her eyebrows and understood what Klein meant in a second. You are getting more and more dishonest. But I came to you to cook. You thought too much. Lilith threw a few monsters in front of Klein. I don't want to eat dried meat all the time. Help me deal with these. Klein looked at the corpses of these monsters. There were first level and second level ones, some of which were still bleeding from the wounds. And it was obvious that they were just killed. When did you catch them? Just now. What's the problem? Okay. No problem. Just a sigh of admiration for your killing efficiency. After Klein synthesized all the monsters into dishes, the 2 of them ate them in the tent they had built. In fact, it was not only Lilith who would go hunting for wild game, but members of other clubs, even some security personnel, would also go hunting some monsters. After all, this is the wild. The wilds of Grandok are the same as those of Tarila, with scattered monsters appearing. The synthetic food tasted much better than bread. Klein asked Lilith while eating, I heard from Joe that your mission is assassination. What do you think of this mission? Lilith bit the meat in her hand quickly and said in between eating, Do you think your father Esmond will let us kill the princess? Klein narrowed his eyes. I feel the price is too high. He should be reluctant. Right? Who can guess your father's thoughts? Klein nodded and looked at Lilith's green hair from a close distance. Klein sat closer for some reason. Lilith also felt Klein approaching. But she didn't say anything. Just ate seriously. You sneaked over here like this. Aren't you afraid of being seen? Klein asked. Lilith raised her eyebrows. Are you questioning my ability to escape? She said very confidently. Who can see me as Shadow 3 is not here? Okay. You are awesome. But if you set a flag casually like this, you will usually be slapped in the face. Gwen can't detect it? She is still very strong. I'm not sure about Gwen. I don't have much contact with her. Lilith told the truth. Okay. Since you are so bold, I can't show weakness. What do you mean? What do you want to do? Klein ate the meat in no time and began to set up a silent barrier and a protective barrier for the tent. Lilith blushed and was caught by Klein just as she was about to go out. This bastard. On the other side, Eric was preparing to return to his and Klein's tent to rest. The medical problem of a 60-man team. Once in the suburban environment, his work immediately became busy. Just now, he bandaged the wounds of 2 security guards who were injured in the battle with the monsters. Although he was not tired, he was indeed a little annoyed. When he returned to the tent, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was their tent moving? When he wanted to go forward and open the door of the tent, the defense barrier suddenly had a defensive reaction, and a wisp of flame burned his finger. It was very powerful. This kind of powerful flame. Shadow. Double defense barrier? There is also a silent barrier. Eric looked at the tent in front of him, and then looked at his hands. He seemed to understand something, and his face was sad. Klein is such a beast. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. He does this in front of me. So, the homeless Eric could only sit at the door and act as a watch for Klein and Lilith. It was not until 2 hours later that Klein and Lilith came out. Chapter 232 Strange Fakis. Klein glanced at Eric at the door, pretending not to see him, and turned to Lilith and said, Since Shadow 3 is gone, I think we can have more in-depth exchanges in our daily lives. Although Lilith is more straightforward when she is with Klein, she is still relatively cold in front of outsiders. Psychopath. I'm leaving. After saying that, her body gradually merged into the shadow and left quickly. Eric looked at the departing shadow and said with some envy, It's really convenient to use the ability of shadow escape for a tryst. I want to learn it too. After saying that, Eric looked at Klein lying on the ground again, with a bad face. Klein's scalp was numb because of a stare, and he could only smile awkwardly. You see, we are an old couple, and women are easily shy. Eric still looked at Klein expressionlessly, making Klein feel as if he had done something against the will of heaven and earth. Why are you looking at me like that? Eric said expressionlessly. I've been waiting outside for more than 2 hours, and I gave you 2 hours of wind. After saying that, Eric saw the eaten monster bones on the ground, and felt even worse. Not only did you woohoo, but you also woohoo. Can you stop covering my mouth? Do you know how much psychological trauma you've caused me? Klein was helpless. If he didn't block this guy's mouth, he might be able to complain all day long. Okay. Don't cry there. Tell me, what compensation do you want? After hearing what Klein said, Eric smiled immediately. I want to eat something good. Klein. How about we go kill some monsters? Or I kill them, and you do it. Klein curled his lips. He looked at Eric as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. These monsters were brought by Lilith. What is her identity, and what is our identity? Eric was a little unconvinced. We are all members of the executive department of Jesha. She is at most a captain, half a level higher than me. She is now a member of the armed force of the escort team. And one of us is a doctor without combat power, and the other is an arcane master without combat power. What do you think others will think if we run out to fight in the wild? Eric was still unconvinced. We can go out quietly, kill the monsters, put them in the space ring and bring them back. Isn't that the end of it? Do you have the ability to go out without being discovered like Shadow Escape? No. That's it? Although Eric was unconvinced, he was still told by Klein to run to the side and draw small circles. Still muttering. Once upon a time, there was a very stingy boss who took all the good things and left nothing for his subordinates. In the end, this person fell into the toilet and died. Once upon a time, there was another very stingy boss who said he was going to do big things all day, but he only knew how to hang around in the land of pleasure all day. And finally he died of all his troubles. Once upon a time, there was another very stingy boss. Klein, who was lying on the bed, couldn't listen anymore. He sat up and looked at Eric. Stop. 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 Are you cursing me? Eric turned his head blankly. No. I'm just telling a story. Don't take it to heart. In the past. Klein hurriedly stopped him. All right. Stop talking to me about the past. I'm going to get something to eat. Stop talking nonsense. Eric sat up straight and said to Klein with a smile, I don't know about other bosses. But I know that my boss Klein is really a good person and treats his subordinates very well. Klein didn't bother to pay attention to him. His body gradually turned into black mist and got out of the gap in the tent. He flew deep into the woods without materializing because it was easier to hide in this form. Soon, a huge moss bear appeared in front of Klein. Klein looked at the behemoth with great satisfaction. Eric is really lucky. He can eat bear paws in the middle of the night. Klein did not hide his voice. And the moss bear immediately became alert. It looked at the black fog in front of it, and suddenly felt a sense of crisis. But before it could react, the black fog gradually turned into a solid entity. And Klein's moonlight also nailed the moss bear's forehead at the same time. You can't use the power of shadow. Otherwise the meat will be destroyed. After dealing with the moss bear, Klein was about to go back when he suddenly felt a large amount of breath and magic rushing towards this side. Klein immediately turned on the mist form and returned to the camp before these breaths. Seeing Klein coming in, Eric was surprised and said, What midnight snack did you bring me? Klein threw the already synthesized bear paw over. Bear paw. It's a compensation for you. After that, Klein took out a bear paw himself and ate it happily. He spit out the bones while saying, Someone is coming to assassinate us. Ahem, what did you say? Eric almost got stuck. Klein looked calm. Someone is coming to assassinate us. I saw it when I was hunting just now. Eric stopped and looked at the bear paw in his hand, wondering, why didn't you warn them just now? Should we prepare for a fight? I'm an arcane master. How can I warn them? Go tell Fakis that someone is coming to kill the princess? Do you think it's realistic? There's no need to fight. We are a doctor and an arcane master. If someone comes to assassinate us, why don't we stay in the tent honestly? Do we have to rush out to die? Fakis is a 5th level master, not a freeloader. If these scumbags can threaten the princess, then she should stop making a living. So we just watched the show. After listening to Klein's explanation, Eric immediately felt that it made sense. And then he continued to eat his bear paw. Okay, let's watch the show. Because they knew it in advance and didn't fall asleep. Klein and Eric soon heard a few muffled noises. They knew that the assassins had taken action and killed several sentry guards. All the tents were of the same style. So if these assassins didn't have an insider, they would have to find the princess one by one unless they were very lucky. Eric peeked out from the small hole in the tent, while Klein took out the beehive and observed the princess's reaction. Next, Klein saw a scene that surprised him. Fakis got up, but she didn't choose to take action, nor did she choose to wake up Qianhua. Instead, he waited in the tent, quietly staring at the eldest princess Qianhua in front of him. Klein always felt that the look in Fakis' eyes when he looked at Qianhua was a little strange. The silent killing did not last long. Soon, because the elites of various societies woke up, they began to fight with the surprise assassins. At this time, the princess also woke up because of the sound of fighting outside. When she woke up, she saw Fakis guarding her. Miss Fakis, what's going on outside? Fakis stared at the outside calmly. There are assassins coming. But your highness, don't worry too much. I'm here. You won't be hurt. And the members of the escort team are all elites. They can handle it. Qianhua nodded in relief when she heard Fakis say this. But she definitely didn't want to sleep at this time. So she could only get up and wait quietly for the result of the battle. In the camp, the elites of various societies have begun to quickly clean up the assassins. For example, Lilith and Quinn of the Jia Society, Soradorson of the Brotherhood of Steel, and Kaises of the Mithril Council. Even when facing a master of level 2 or even level 3, they can be as fast and effective as a killing machine. Almost every swing of Lilith's scythe will take away the life of an assassin. And Quinn summoned 2 demon guards to charge into the crowd of assassins. Soradorson's fighting style is more brutal than Lilith's, holding a hammer in one hand and a battle axe in the other, going straight back and forth like a meat grinder. Kaises used the dual magic of ice and fire to carry out a large-scale group attack on the assassins. Their strength is too strong. Almost everyone is at the top of the same level. facing dozens of assassins of level 2 to 3. They quickly cleared them and restored the camp to normal. Qianhua heard the sound of the battle outside had ended and looked towards Fakis. Miss Fakis, is the battle outside over? Fakis nodded. Well, you should be able to go out now. I'll protect you. No problem. Thank you, Miss Fakis. This is what I should do. In the other tent, Eric, who had been watching the battle, was watching with great interest. Klein, Lilith's strength is really fierce. I don't know how you can suppress her. And this Quinn is really powerful. He is really awesome. I don't know how much strength he has hidden. Let's not talk about this Soradin. He is a fool. I feel that I can deal with him. Finally, this Kaisis is a little hard to see through. He should have hidden a lot of strength. Klein finished eating the bear paw and sucked his fingers. He also saw the performance of these people. For people of the same level, he is not bragging. There is really no comparison in terms of combat power. His strength could do it before. Even if Lilith transformed into a chaotic form, he was confident that he could suppress her. After a series of ability supplements, he gained the power of fire and the power of the Mist Dragon. And his combat mode had almost no shortcomings. In close combat, he has endless skeleton extension, skeleton shield, dead bone chain, moonlight, and shadow burst. In long-range combat, he has pyroblast, shadow arrow, long-range long sword thrust, and sword magic sword energy. Auxiliary abilities include arcane collapse and dead soul summoning. When encountering stronger enemies, he can also use the King of Decay to kill them. The term invincible in the same level is no longer just talk. These so-called trump cards and elites. If it is a one-on-one, Klein thinks it is just a little troublesome. If they attack together, they may be a little bit of ahead. They are okay. After hearing Klein's evaluation, Eric's face was a little depressed. What does okay mean? He felt that he was not as good as some of them. So he was also okay, perhaps. Okay in Klein's eyes was the kind of strong in the eyes of ordinary people. Eric began to change his mind. Klein was not too entangled in the strength of these elites. What he was curious about now was the performance of Fakis just now, the honorary professor of this academy, the dean of discipline, and the 5th level master. She woke up at the first time just now, but did not wake up Qianhua immediately. Nor did she participate in the battle. It was too strange. It seems that I have to observe this Miss Fakis carefully. Chapter 233 The Magical Cooking Pot. After the battle, Fakis brought Qianhua to the camp. Several assassins had been killed by Lilith and others and thrown to the ground. Gwen and the leaders of the other two clubs did not take action, because the subordinates they led could easily deal with such a powerful enemy, and there was no need to take action. After seeing Fakis coming, Gwen stepped forward and briefly reported the incident. Lord Fakis, there are 79 enemies in total, including 63 at level 2 and 16 at level 3. All of them have been cleared, leaving 4 alive. We also briefly questioned them, but we got very little useful information. It's not that they are tight-lipped, but they don't know who their employer is. Only a few of the leaders are from the Assassin's Guild, and the others are temporarily recruited mercenaries. The initiation of this action originated from an anonymous task delivery from the Assassin's Guild. The delivery person was a beggar who is already dead. Fakis nodded. The report given by Gwen was already quite detailed. Although she was very strong, she was not good at torture, and had no means of soul-forcing confessions. Since Gwen and the others had already interrogated them, she was too lazy to continue the interrogation. She just said to the eldest Princess Qianhua beside her, Your Highness, do you think I am right? In Grandok, there are dangers everywhere. We just left the Lattice Fortress. It's only been one night, and we encountered an assassination in Grandok. So it's better to be careful when doing things in the enemy country. Qianhua looked at the corpses on the ground and nodded with a complicated mood. Although she was a princess and had the strength of the 3rd level, she had no actual combat experience. This was the first time she had experienced such a battle, or killing. Although she did not participate in this battle, the blood on the ground still gave her a great psychological shock. The escort team encountered an assassination on the first night, although most of them were rotten fish and shrimp. Several security soldiers died. Now they are in Grandok again, which will bring some psychological pressure to the team. And those who are interested know that the intensity of this assassination battle is not high. It may be just a simple test to test the strength of this group of people. But if there is a second assassination, it will not be as simple as today. Seeing that the matter was over, Faki said loudly, everyone should rest normally. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. These few people. Deal with him. Yes. The next day. Perhaps because of the assassination last night, the escort team was much duller, and no one talked. Of course. Except for Klein and his car. During lunch and rest time, everyone was eating the bread made by Klein. To their surprise, today's bread seemed to be better than usual. At least, it was not as woody and dry as before. A soldier quietly asked his companion, "Do you feel that today's bread is better than before? I feel that it is not only softer, but also a little sweet." Soldier B, do you think so too? It is indeed a bit sweet and a lot softer. I thought it was my illusion. Soldier C, could it be that our arcane master has a change of heart? Or has he taken drugs? Has his magic power increased? Soldier A, how should I know? They were not the only ones discussing bread. Many members of the club also discovered it. Although they did not have high requirements for food during the mission, it was still worth being happy that the food tasted better. Princess Qianhua looked at the bread in her hand with some surprise. Although the taste was still far from what she had eaten before, it was at least much better than the previous few days. She said to Becky beside her, "Becky, today's bread seems to be pretty good. At least it is not hard to swallow. Did the arcane master named Klein have a change of heart? He made it better for me?" Becky was a little confused. She had never had any requirements for food, and she didn't quite understand why Klein had changed today. She could only shake her head and say, "Maybe Mr. Klein understands your highness's hard work and specially prepared better bread for you, so that you can eat a little more comfortably." The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Qianhua's eyes suddenly lit up. "Well, I didn't expect that he was such a soft-hearted person. He is quite thoughtful. It seems that I treated him too badly last time. No, he has compensated me like this. I feel the need to apologize to him." As he said this, Qianhua jumped off his carriage and walked towards Klein and the others. Becky was really confused. The princess's imagination and divergent thinking really surprised her. Based on her understanding of Klein, it is absolutely impossible for Klein to make bread for someone he is not familiar with. The bread in her own hand also tasted better today. So Becky guessed that the bread that Klein rolled out this time was exactly the same for everyone. Qianhua could imagine that Klein made it specifically for her. And Becky was also impressed. Seeing Qianhua was about to walk towards Klein, she hurriedly stopped her. "Hey, Your Highness. Where are you going?" "I'm going to find Master Klein and thank her." "What's wrong?" Becky thought about it, and it seemed that she had no reason or right to stop Qianhua, so she could only nod. "Then I'll go with Your Highness." "Okay." Klein didn't know that he just spent a little more energy to improve the living standards of the team, and it would bring him a huge trouble. At this time, Klein and others were squatting in their carriage to eat hot pot. In addition to Eric and Klein, Joe and Lilith were there. As for why he thought of eating hot pot, the reason was very simple. Because Klein had combined a very useful strange item last night, magical cooking pot. Rare item food cooked in this pot will have a 50% better taste, a magical artifact. Only after seeing this did Klein realize how valuable Katie's pot was at home. If it was in his previous life, it could have saved a restaurant. With the cooking pot as the core, other things are too easy. For example, Klein and Joe can build a stove with a bone rack. Then Klein throws a continuous fireball below, rubs some water, and adds some seasonings, and the base of the hot pot is ready. Although there are no beef and mutton rolls, shrimp tripe, beer, drinks, or mineral water, they have all kinds of monster meat, as well as tequila and various fruit wines. In addition, the internal organs, noses, ears, tails, and eyeballs of various monster meats can be boiled and done. Anyway, our physical fitness is over 20, so we won't die from eating them. Klein cut the monster into pieces, cleaned it, and then Joe used the skeleton hand to cut the meat into thin slices. As for why Joe wasted his magic power to do this, Klein said that such subtle operations can improve the controllability of the skeleton extension. Although Joe suspected that Klein was fooling him, he still did it. After all, cultivation should be done all the time. Compared with Lilith, Klein, and Eric, who ate a lot, Joe was much more polite. Although he was also unrestrained when eating, it was limited to normal food. What is on the table now, in addition to monster meat? There are various animal internal organs, etc. These things are still difficult for Joe to accept. As for Klein and the other three, they have no taboos. When Lilith is on a mission, it's good to have something to eat. So she is not picky at all. Eric is a blood mage, and he has seen and eaten all kinds of ingredients. Klein is even more suspicious. Have you ever heard of Gangong people eating Hujian people? He is almost the same. Joe looked at the kidneys in Klein's bowl, frowning. Are you sure that the internal organs of this animal can be eaten? Brother, can this be eaten too? Klein was fighting with Lilith for meat, and he really had no time to pay attention to him. But his hand strength was not as strong as Lilith's, and he couldn't snatch it away for a while. Bear kidneys. Very nutritious. And tasted great. Joe looked doubtful. Really? At this time, Lilith put down the spoon in her hand and looked outside. Wait. Someone is coming. Klein smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. I set up a silent barrier, and the outside world doesn't know that we are eating hot pot here. Lilith nodded, but the sound of approaching footsteps made her stop again. Klein, can the silent barrier block the smell? Oh, of course. No. When the eldest princess Qianhua and Becky walked near Klein's carriage, their noses suddenly moved. Becky, do you smell a fragrance? It seems like something is being cooked. It smells so good. Becky didn't know how to explain it to Qianhua. She couldn't say that Klein might have cooked something in private again. Sorry, Your Highness. My sense of smell is not very good. Qianhua frowned slightly and stepped onto Klein's carriage. Swish. The curtain of the carriage was opened. Klein's bare kidney fell off his homemade chopsticks, and the other people stopped their hands, as if time had stopped. Qianhua looked at Klein's hot pot, and then looked at the bread she had been holding in her hand, ready to praise Klein, and suddenly felt that the bread in her hand didn't smell good. Chapter 234. What did I just eat? Looking at Qianhua, Klein pointed at Eric beside him and said, First, Your Highness, we are cooperating with Dr. Eric to conduct a biomedical research and are testing whether these monster species are poisonous. Qianhua looked at the pile of meat in Klein's bowl and felt even worse. How to test? Tell me. Klein spread his hands. The research conditions are relatively simple now, so we can only test the poison ourselves. Although I am slow. You use this excuse. Do you really think I am an idiot? Not to mention giving me something like arcane bread. You actually cook for me here. It's too much. Klein saw that the princess was upset, so he could only look at Becky behind Qianhua and asked with his eyes, Why didn't you tell me when she came? Becky also started to wink. Anyway, if they were to follow Klein, they must learn the skill of eye contact. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive. She came so suddenly that I couldn't stop her. At this time, Lilith had already stood up. Klein was stunned. The other party was the princess. You wouldn't want to attack her, would you, however? What Lilith said next made Klein feel relieved. Your Highness, eating bread is also for your safety. Many of these things are from unknown monsters. It is not safe for you to eat them. So I didn't call you. As she said, Lilith picked up the bare kidney that Klein had just dropped on the ground. Like this. It is the kidney of a moss bear. We can't tell whether this thing is poisonous or not. The reason why we cook it directly is because our physiques are relatively strong. Lilith was about to hand it to Klein, but suddenly remembered that Klein was an arcanist. So she stuffed the bare kidney into Qiao's hand. Qianhua looked at the oval sphere in Qiao's hand and was a little surprised. If what Lilith said was true, then these things were really dangerous. Moss bear kidney. Can this thing really be eaten? Qiao looked at the bare kidney that was suddenly stuffed into his hand, and was confused. Why did you let me eat this? Lilith stared at him with a cold face. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat it for Her Royal Highness. Qiao had a bitter face, and took a bite of the bare kidney with tears in his eyes and chewed it. Then his expression suddenly became very strange, and the bitter expression gradually changed. The corners of his mouth began to slightly curl up, and then he couldn't help but take another bite. Don't say. It's quite fragrant. Qiao secretly glanced at Klein. Brother didn't fool me. This thing smells really good. Your Highness. You see? We are also trying to eat it, and it has not been tested for poison. So this kind of thing is not suitable for a noble person like you to eat. However, Qianhua did not listen to Lilith's explanation, but stared at Qiao, who was chewing the bare kidney. I see that his expression seems to be intoxicated. Is this thing delicious? Can you give me some? I want to try it. Klein, who had been hiding behind, covered his face. Qiao, this guy, not only ate his kidney, but also caused trouble for him. This princess is the same. Shouldn't a woman be afraid of hearing about bare kidneys? But since it has come to this point, he doesn't need to drive her away. After all, she is a princess. The only noble in Tarila. A real noble. And there is another point. No matter what their team's mission is, getting closer to the princess can make Klein and his team more proactive. And it can also make it easier for Klein to understand Fakis' situation. Klein said, since Her Royal Highness doesn't care, there is no need for us to be so reserved. If we want to eat, it's nothing more than an extra set of tableware. So, the carriage, which was originally a bit crowded with 4 people, was forcibly filled by 6 people. Becky and Lilith sat on both sides of the princess, and the table of people gathered around the small hot pot and started eating again. This time, Qianhua's voice was almost the only one left at the table. Wow! It smells so good. I didn't expect that Master Klein would prepare such a rich meal. Your Highness can only eat bread every day? No other food? Not entirely. There are some other foods, but they are too light and very troublesome. They all need to be checked by Miss Fakis. Klein's eyes moved slightly. Fakis' inspection sounded reasonable. But the princess was a 3rd-level mage after all. Isn't it a bit too strict to control her like this? Thinking of this, Klein mentioned it casually. So Miss Fakis is so strict. Was your Highness like this when she was in the imperial capital? Qianhua stopped immediately, put the fork on her mouth, and frowned. It seems not. Even my mother doesn't care about me much, let alone other people. I usually eat whatever I want and do whatever I want. Because this time, it was my first time to accept a mission. And it was a very important mission. I was afraid of causing trouble to everyone. So I listened to her obediently. I didn't feel anything was wrong before. But after hearing what you said, it seems that she is too strict with me. Forget it. Miss Fakis is also thinking about my safety. Klein narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. It's enough to plant the seeds of doubt. Whether it will bloom and bear fruit depends on fate. Let's eat. However, the Princess Qianhua put the book away, which made Klein and the others drop their jaws. At first, she was very polite. But at the end, she just grabbed the meat with her hands. The pot was small and cooked slowly. Most of the meat was eaten by Qianhua alone, and the others could only stare blankly. Master Klein, what are the utensils in your hand? 2 small wooden sticks. Klein glanced at the chopsticks in his hand. Although he can use knives and forks, he is more familiar with chopsticks for eating hot pot. This is called chopsticks. Oh, chopsticks. They look very useful. Teach me when you have time. Also, what kind of meat is this? It should be some kind of wolf meat. I don't know. What is this? It's delicious, Klein said calmly. Cow's eyeballs. Hearing Klein say this, she suddenly felt that the food in her mouth was not so fragrant. It felt delicious at first, but now it seems not so delicious. What about this? I feel it's chewy. Klein looked at the thing in Qianhua's hand, which was long and thin, and his eyebrows raised immediately. I think it's better for your Highness not to know. If you know, you probably won't be able to eat it. Qianhua stopped his hand again after hearing what Klein said. Did I eat something horrible again? Forget it. Don't think about it. It tastes good anyway. Klein watched Qianhua eat the remaining bullwhip, and a kind of evil and strange feeling appeared in his heart. Although Qianhua, who had been in the palace, had eaten a lot of high-grade monster meat, this kind of game was her first time, which gave her a different sense of freshness. In addition, the hot pot made by Klein tasted really good. And because she had been eating bread on the way, Qianhua completely put down her princess's airs and ate unrestrainedly, and even drank some wine. The other few people just watched her eat for a full hour without interruption. And the meal was over. Qianhua stood beside the carriage and nodded to Klein. Thank you for your hospitality. I had a great time today. I have to go to the front. Otherwise Miss Fakis will come to find me. Goodbye, Your Highness. After seeing Qianhua off, Klein and the others looked strange. And Eric poked Klein. We didn't process a lot of the monster meat. We just cooked it. Is that okay? Lilith shook her head. Our physiques are definitely fine. But I don't know about hers. Klein touched his chin. She is a mage. A pure mage. I estimate her physique is no more than 2. She ate so much game. She's not poisoned or anything. But I think she'll have diarrhea. What a poor kid. Klein's judgment is well-founded. Although he and Joe are both mages, They both have skeletons to enhance their physiques. Eric is a blood mage, and his physique is even stronger. Not to mention Becky and Lilith. The first criterion for judging a knight is physique, which means that the physiques of the 5 people are fine. It depends on whether Qianhua can hold on. Chapter 235 Qianhua letting herself go. In front of the motorcade, Fakis glanced at Qianhua, who had just returned, and asked, "Your Highness, where did you go just now? Why didn't you eat?" Qianhua suddenly frowned slightly. Fakis' tone sounded a bit questioning. She hadn't felt it before. But Klein's unintentional reminder just now made her feel that Fakis was indeed too strict. "Miss Fakis, I'm just walking around in the team. Isn't that a problem? Many people saw me. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask." Fakis frowned slightly. Qianhua's attitude changed a lot, which surprised her a little. Qianhua, who had always been soft before, how come he suddenly became tough? Did she suppress him too hard before, and it backfired? Thinking of this, Fakis laughed. "Your Highness, I just saw that your previous food was not touched, so I wanted to ask if you had eaten well. Are you angry because I was too strict?" Qianhua didn't expect that Fakis would say that she was angry so directly, which made it difficult for her to answer. "No, Miss Fakis, I am not angry. As for the food, I am not hungry today and don't want to eat." After saying that, Qianhua took Becky back to her car. She couldn't say more, otherwise she would be exposed. Fakis looked at the food on the table with a cold expression. "If you don't eat well, it won't work, my princess." After saying that, Fakis put the food into his ring and left without a sound. Qianhua returned to the car and felt that her body seemed to be a little uncomfortable. And this feeling was still increasing. Is it like what Miss Fakis said? If you eat unchecked food, you may be poisoned? Qianhua stared at Becky with an ugly face and asked, "Becky, why does my stomach hurt so much? Is there something wrong with the food we ate just now? Am I poisoned? Will I die?" Becky was stunned. Stomachache? Poisoning? She quickly supported Qianhua. "Your Highness, where does it hurt? Describe the feeling to me." Qianhua pointed to the center of her stomach slightly below, frowned and said, "It hurts. It really hurts. And I feel like going to the toilet now." Becky's expression began to look strange. "Your Highness, you are not going to have diarrhea, are you?" Qianhua was stunned. "Diarrhea? What is diarrhea?" Now it was Becky's turn to be shocked. What kind of superior life and careful care can make a person in his 20s not even know what diarrhea is? Diarrhea is the feeling of always wanting to go to the bathroom after eating spicy, cold, or unclean things. Hearing you say that, I seem to really want to go to the bathroom. It turns out that I am not poisoned. That's good. No, I have to go." Becky waited for a long time before Qianhua walked out of the bathroom, with a relaxed look on her face. "It doesn't look like poisoning. It turns out that this is called diarrhea. Very good. As long as it is not poisoning, you can continue to eat." Becky looked at Qianhua with a surprised look on her face. What kind of brain circuit can produce such an idea? In the next 10 days, Qianhua became smarter. She began to deliberately keep a distance from Fakis, riding in their own cars and sleeping separately at night. Since Fakis would reprimand her if he saw that she hadn't eaten, she simply secretly put the food that Fakis brought over into her space ring. Then she pretended to eat some, but it didn't suit her appetite. In this way, Fakis couldn't see anything wrong. After escaping Fakis' surveillance, Qianhua would always go to Klein and Eric for free meals. From hot pot to barbecue, synthetic cuisine, etc. Anyway, Qianhua basically ate everything that Klein and his friends had eaten. Then, after a while, she became familiar with Klein and his friends, and also picked up some bad habits that she had never had before. Or, because the eldest princess Qianhua was no longer under control, she actually began to let go of her inner self. For example, she learned to say words like hack and awesome from Eric, and also learned to drink. Not only that, she also tried smoking, but it was too choking and she didn't learn it. Although Eric learned to say hack from Klein, Klein would not say it in front of the princess. Klein had repeatedly emphasized to Qianhua that mages should not drink, but she did not listen at all. Qianhua, who was letting herself go, told Klein and the others directly. She did not want to be the heir to the royal family at all. She knew that she was a waste in the eyes of others, and she herself felt that if she could eat, drink and have fun every day, there was nothing wrong with being a waste. Being a princess was tiring and dangerous. If she was a waste enough, no one would be able to use her. When Klein heard these thoughts from Qianhua, he suddenly felt that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Is Qianhua stupid? She is not stupid. She just doesn't want to live such a tiring life. So she let herself go because she was too depressed in the palace. Before, they called Master Klein and Dr. Eric. But now they have become Master Ke and Old Ke. As for Eric, they are surprisingly consistent. Sleazy man. It is said that it takes 3 years to learn good things and 3 days to learn bad things. Under the leadership of Klein and Eric, Qianhua, who has been suppressed for many years, has obviously started to go astray. The key is that Klein and Eric can't control her. So who dares to control the princess? That night, Qianhua sneaked out again, but found Eric smoking alone outside the tent. She was puzzled and asked, "Why are you smoking alone at the door with such an expression? Where is Master Ke?" Eric pointed to the shaking tent and said, "Master Ke is inside studying the meaning of species reproduction and life fusion in life science with Lilith." Qianhua nodded. "Studying magic? Isn't he an arcane mage? How can he do such complicated magic?" In fact, Qianhua still had a question in her mind. That is, Klein was obviously an arcane mage, but he really had a strong aura. In several contacts, whether it was Joe, Lilith, or Eric, they all felt that Klein was the main person. After hearing Qianhua's words, Eric immediately put out the cigarette in his hand, stared at her strangely and said, "Your Highness, did you really not understand what I said?" What's wrong? Didn't you say they were studying life magic?" Qianhua looked at the shaking tent, and suddenly seemed to realize something. She touched the tent with her fingers, and the effect of the protective barrier immediately rose, burning her fingertips. Klein and Lilith? Could it be? In this environment, how could it be possible? Eric shrugged. Why not? Qianhua suddenly became curious. She approached the tent excitedly, but did not touch the barrier to eavesdrop. Why is there no sound? Eric was stunned. Klein is very good at barrier spells. For this kind of thing. Of course, he has to make a silent barrier. Qianhua looked up with a curious look. Although I have been chased by someone, I don't think I have seen this kind of thing. It's a pity that I can't observe it up close, Qianhua said with some regret. Eric on the side felt more and more strange. You are a princess. Is it appropriate to say such a thing? Qianhua moved her eyes to Eric, and their eyes suddenly met, and Eric lowered his head quickly. Then Qianhua began to look around Eric up and down. Hey, Eric, you are a doctor. You should be very familiar with the human body structure. Eric panicked. Although he was very romantic, but he was very conservative, knowing what to touch and what not to touch. Usually, he would save the most fallen girls. Other women, he rarely touched. Not to mention the terrifying existence of the princess. Qianhua asked this question. He must have some crooked thoughts. So Eric chose to save himself. Your Highness, my medical skills are terrible, and I am not familiar with the human body. I have something else to do now, so I'm leaving first. Qianhua grabbed Eric and patted him on the back. It doesn't matter if you are not familiar with it. You can study it. So, can you let me study it and satisfy my curiosity? Eric's scalp was numb from being stared at. How could he possibly agree to such a thing? If someone knew about it, he would most likely be killed without a burial place. Your Highness, I am a person of integrity. Please respect me. Qianhua nodded. If I hadn't been with you for 10 days, I would have almost believed you. Qianhua grabbed Eric's hand and walked towards another empty tent. Things like the silent barrier. Although I haven't used it for many years and am very unfamiliar with it, I know how to use it. After a while, Eric's somewhat horrified voice came from the tent, but it was blocked by the silent barrier. Your Highness, you can't touch here. You can't touch here. And you can't touch there. Big sister, I was wrong. I will never swear again. Please let me go. After a long time, when Klein and Lilith came out of the tent, Eric and Qianhua were already waiting at the door. When they saw Qianhua, they immediately saluted and said, Your Highness. Qianhua looked at the two and suddenly laughed. Mr. Ke and Lilith, you are really persistent. Klein's face froze, and he turned to look at Eric, wanting to ask Qianhua how long he had been here. But he saw Eric standing there blankly, looking like he had lost all hope. Eric, what's wrong with you, Your Highness? What's wrong with him? Qianhua glanced at Eric and said casually, Mr. Eric just helped me do a magic experiment. Now, he is probably tired. He will be fine in a while. Klein looked at the blank Eric, full of doubts. Why does he look like a sage mode? Chapter 236. A strange thing happened. Looking at Eric, who looked like a sage, Klein nodded despite his doubts, and turned to Qianhua and smiled. Is your highness coming for a midnight snack again? Of course. I didn't eat much tonight. Oh, by the way, please help me deal with my food. I heard that you have a lot of space rings, so you can just help me put away the garbage. Isn't that troublesome? As he spoke, Qianhua poured out a lot of leftovers from his space ring, some of which were rotten. The smell made Klein's scalp numb. Why? From kneading bread, needing drinking water, and needing bath water. Now he even has to deal with the garbage, making him more and more like a handyman. Although Klein felt bitter, he still nodded and said, It's not a big deal. It's just dealing with some garbage. I like cleaning the house the most at home. Klein walked to the food and just picked up some. His brows furrowed. He stretched his fingers in front of himself and smelled them carefully to make sure that there was something wrong with the food. But Klein didn't say anything, nor did he remind Qianhua. It would be too sudden to remind him now. There was no stable relationship and no sufficient evidence. He just silently put the food into a space ring, pretending not to know, and then looked at Qianhua and asked, What would you like to eat tonight? Your Highness? I want meat. The monster meat you made is so delicious. Monster meat can be roasted, grilled, or boiled. No problem. Your Highness, roasted black wolf ribs and braised 1,000 feet. Okay? Of course. Okay. Please wait. Klein snapped his fingers, and a ball of fire appeared out of thin air in the center of the tent. Qianhua's eyes lit up. Although she had guessed that Klein might have other kinds of magic or magic power, it was the first time she saw Klein use magic other than arcane. The position, size, and magic power control are very precise. What a great fire control skill. I am also a fire mage. If we have time, we can exchange some experience. Klein shook his head modestly. Your Highness, I have only learned some basic fire magic. It's okay for cooking and lighting cigarettes. If it is used in battle, the fireball spell must be practiced to the level that can kill people. I really can't do it. At this time, Eric had ended his sage mode. His mind was clear again, and he returned to the tent. However, what surprised Klein was that Eric looked at Qianhua with a look of fear. Eric's mouth twitched when he heard this. Your fireball not only killed people, but also killed many people. I saw it with my own eyes. Qianhua on the side also curled his lips, looking like he didn't believe it at all. I don't believe you. Mr. Ke. You are a bad person. Stop pretending. I know there must be something wrong with you. Klein continued to talk to Qianhua and handed over the grilled steak. But this time he did something to the steak. It was not poisoned, just added some ingredients. The effect is that after Qianhua ate it, he went to the toilet more frequently. You really misunderstood me. I have always been an honest person. If you don't believe me, ask Lilith and Eric. Lilith turned her head away. She did not comment on Klein's claim that he was an honest man. Eric, Klein's ultimate licker, naturally said whatever Klein said. Really? Klein's fireballs really can't kill people. And he is really honest. He never tells lies. Klein nodded with satisfaction. You see, it is because Eric knows me that he said so. Qianhua looked helpless. Since Klein was unwilling to admit it, she was too lazy to continue asking. Her interest in Klein only stopped at his strength. Compared with Klein, Qianhua was more interested in Eric himself. After seeing Eric talking, she waved to him. Don't stay there. Come and eat something to replenish your nutrition. Replenish nutrition? Klein and Lilith looked at each other, but neither of them spoke. Eric sat down timidly, and the others began to eat supper and chat. After 3 rounds of meals, Klein asked Lilith, How long will it take us to reach Amadeus? Lilith took out a map, pointed to a location on the map and said, We are about 700 to 800 kilometers away from Amadeus. If we keep up the progress, we can reach it in 4 to 5 days. Klein nodded and said to Qianhua, Your Highness, if someone really wants to attack you, then they will definitely act in these 4 to 5 days. You'd better be more vigilant during these few days. Qianhua was stunned. We are so close to Amadeus. Will there be another assassination? She was just quite surprised, but she didn't question it. During the time she had been in contact with Klein and his group, She had discovered that Klein was really a bit unusual. Klein's knowledge was very strange. He often didn't know some common sense things, but he could often say some strange and bluffing things. For example, he talked about the butterfly effect, psychological effect, surrealist magic ideas, etc. And he said it with reason and evidence, which made people believe it. Although she was also stunned when she heard it. It was undeniable that Klein's knowledge was very broad. Qianhua saw Qiao asking him about various magic questions more than once, and Klein could answer them easily every time. If he was just an academic wizard, he couldn't do this at all. And Lilith. She was not only the only daughter of Kukasero, but also a couple with Klein. She discussed many things with Klein. People like her were not controlled by ordinary men. Not to mention Eric, who was flattering all day long, and could basically be classified as Klein's lackey. So after Qianhua mixed with such a group of people, mainly Klein, she also developed an inexplicable trust in Klein. Since he said that there might be an assassin. There really might be an assassin. Your Highness, if this kind of thing doesn't happen, it would be better. But it's better to be vigilant, because the closer you are to Amadeus, the easier it is to set traps and invite experts. I know, thank you for your reminder. I've almost finished eating today, so I'll go back first. Qianhua stood up, finished the piece of meat in his hand, turned his head to look at Eric, showed a meaningful smile, and left. After Qianhua left, Lilith and Klein also looked at Eric and asked curiously, what was that look she had before? How should I put it? It's a bit like that, Eric. What happened between you two before? Eric looked at Klein warily. Eric, am a humble person with a good character. What could have happened to her? I'm telling you I'm a good person. Don't think too much. Klein pretended not to hear anything and ate the remaining barbecue on the table. If you don't tell me, you'll lose your salary this month. TSK. You'll be deducted for telling the truth? Is there still a law? Is there still a law? Okay. You're stubborn. You'll lose your salary this year. And you'll lose your dragon blood. And you'll lose everything in the future. Hearing that he wouldn't give him dragon blood in the future, Eric finally couldn't hold it anymore and said in a somewhat sad voice, Don't, brother, I'm telling you. Don't tell anyone. Okay? Klein's eyes lit up. Of course. I'm a person who keeps my mouth shut. Lilith, who was standing by, also pricked up her ears, waiting for Eric's story. Finally, Eric slowly told what happened just now. Klein, I was bullied. This matter is to blame on you too. Listening to his somewhat bizarre narration, Klein and Lilith looked unbelievable. It was a bit too much for a princess to do such a thing as Eric's cooperation in the human body magic experiment. Are you sure you didn't touch her? Klein was a little skeptical. How dare I? She has always been torturing me. Okay, she not only does this, but also this. Get it? Otherwise, how could a battle-hardened player like me enter the sage mode? Hearing Eric's almost crying tone, Klein reluctantly nodded. Lilith frowned and asked Klein, Is the princess's situation normal? Klein touched his smooth chin. If she was really depressed before, this is a normal behavior. This behavior can be said to be revenge entertainment. Revenge entertainment? Klein nodded. Revenge entertainment refers to the previous life, or the life of a period of time before. Because of depression and distress, self-entertainment cannot be satisfied. So after the depression and distress are relieved, they will frantically compensate for their own entertainment. Klein knew that in his previous life, revenge entertainment was very common, especially after each college entrance examination. More than 50% of students really engaged in this behavior. Some would even continue the revenge entertainment behavior into college, lasting for several years, until they gradually reduced their level of work. In addition to students, mercenaries, assassins and other jobs are also prone to revenge entertainment emotions. Many people in this world do this. And even some members of the executive department have this behavior. Lilith frowned. She had experienced this situation before, when she came out of the Dark Crusaders camp. But it didn't last long. So what's going on now? What should I do? If it was the minister of government or the daughter of a general, I wouldn't worry. But the identity of the princess is completely different from that of ordinary women. Behind her is the empress. I'm afraid that if the empress knows... Eric. After Lilith said this, Eric looked even more ashen. Although he had some talent and was quite capable, that was a horizontal comparison. If it was a vertical comparison, he was nothing. Klein understood what Lilith said. The identity of the princess was very special, and he had to be more careful in handling this kind of relationship. If it was him, he would definitely cut the Gordian knot. But this strange relationship was built on Eric, which was a bit tricky. Chapter 237, Vicious Plans for the Princess. He smiled at Eric and said, "Eric, you should get along with Her Royal Highness for a while. Don't worry too much about love affairs. She is already 24. It's time for her to find a husband. You are also 24. I heard that the Empress is also worried about Her Royal Highness's husband. I think you can do it." Eric looked at Klein with resentment. "Klein, are you going to abandon me? What are you talking about? The princess is pretty. Maybe she has some bad tastes. But you two can still develop well. You are not young anymore. And it is time to calm down. Isn't this a good opportunity?" Klein knew very well that although Eric and Xianhua had not developed to that stage, adults have reached this stage. Who can stop them? Eric wiped his tears, looked at Lilith and Klein, and whispered, "Are you serious? Why do I feel like you are trying to trick me?" "I am serious. How could I trick you in such a thing?" Eric nodded, gradually revealing a pig brother look. "Hearing what you said, the princess is indeed very beautiful and has a good figure. And she is a real princess. This is not a role-playing game. It's exciting to think about it. Okay, I'll believe you once. I'm a veteran. After this humiliation, I will definitely not be so passive next time." Klein also laughed when he saw that Eric had figured it out. "Okay, since you have decided to capture the princess, you have to study the next thing carefully." Klein took out the leftovers that the princess had left with him. Seeing him take out the leftovers, Lilith asked curiously, "Leftovers? What are you doing with these things?" Klein didn't say anything. He put his palm on the leftovers, and the bluish-white arcane energy began to surge. Arcane decomposition. Under the erosion of disordered arcane energy, these leftovers and arcane bread were quickly decomposed into original material particles and pure energy, and then gradually dissipated. However, after these foods were decomposed, a colorful oily liquid gradually remained, although not much. It was obvious, looking at the colorful oily liquid left on the table. Klein said, "This oily liquid is the current problem of Her Highness the Princess." Lilith looked at the liquid, dipped a little, and put it in front of her nose to smell it. The smell is a bit pungent, a bit like swill. "Is this thing poisonous? Why is it mixed in her food?" Klein did not answer Lilith immediately, but said to Eric, "Eric, do you remember this thing?" Eric frowned, looking at these colorful oily liquids. He suddenly remembered. "The demon spirit I brought back from Soda's last time, after being decomposed by you. It seems to be this kind of oily liquid." Lilith was also shocked. She had heard of the name of the demon spirit many times. The demon spirit. Is it the one that is rampant in the aristocratic circle? A special drug with strong addictiveness? Klein nodded, and he took out a small bottle from the ring. It was this colorful oily liquid that was also extracted from the demon spirit before. It is indeed the liquid used to prepare the spirits. You will know after you take a look. Klein's thumb and index finger began to rub gently. The arcane light on his fingertips constantly made some bluish-white powder appear and sprinkled on the colorful liquid on the table. Soon, this liquid began to merge with the arcane dust made by Klein, and quickly expanded and formed into a jelly-like substance. Klein picked up a piece of jelly and weighed it. This thing should be the spirit. Such a big piece is probably enough for a table of people to get addicted. Moreover, this is only part of the princess's food. No one can tell whether there is still this substance in the food he eats, and how much is left. Lilith and Eric looked at each other. This discovery was really surprising. You mean, someone is giving the princess this kind of magic spirit preparation? I think so. The magic spirit preparation left in the princess' body should be needed to make her have an attack at a certain time period. When the time comes, just feed the princess some arcane dust, and part of the colored oil will immediately turn into magic spirits. At that time, the princess will be at the mercy of others. Eric felt uncomfortable when he heard about being at the mercy of others. He was almost at the mercy of others even if he hadn't eaten the magic spirits. But he still asked with some concern, "Isn't the princess in danger? Although she has eaten less food from there recently, she can't avoid breakfast. I have added some ingredients to the food the princess eats. This ingredient can make her have diarrhea as much as possible. Although I don't know how much effect it can achieve, I think it is at least better than doing nothing." Lilith said directly, "Did Fakis do it?" Klein nodded. "I also guessed it was her. All the food of the princess needs to be checked by Fakis. This so-called inspection is likely to be drugged. But I don't quite understand why she did this. Maybe it's because of the war. The imperial officials need a war to divert the current class contradictions in Telrilla. Klein denied this view. I don't think so. I was thinking about killing the princess and starting a war before. But if it was to start a war, then it could only be poisoning, not using a drug like the magic spirit. Let's not talk about whether the princess will die after being dominated by the magic spirit. This kind of thing can be used to control people. I am sure that if the princess is controlled by someone, there will be a very big scandal. A scandal that will make the whole of Telrilla a laughing stock. Making Telrilla a laughing stock is not something that the official Telrilla can do. I think it is more like something done by some extremist organizations. Now, is it necessary to let Her Royal Highness know about this? Klein walked to Eric's side with a smile and said, because we don't know much about Her Royal Highness now. We don't know what her personality is like, and whether she is tight-lipped. This matter can only be handed over to our key man, Mr. Eric, because he had some naughty ideas. This time, Eric was rarely straightforward. Leave this to me. The next day, the team continued as usual, and the mages of the Mithril Council also dealt with a third-level monster, which made Klein feel very sorry. Level 3 monsters are still relatively rare in the mainland, and can already be used as a good base material for bottle objects. It's a pity that they were killed like this. In the next few days, Qianhua and Eric fought fiercely. Klein felt that they seemed to have developed some strange signs. Tomorrow, we will almost reach the capital of Grandok. Amadeus, Lilith, Joe, do you think there will be a fight? Klein asked while sorting out the space rings of Grandok soldiers. Lilith and Joe were helping him sort out the sundries in each ring. When they heard Klein's question, they said in unison, yes. Yes. Listening to the two people's answers, Klein nodded. He also thought so. He put away the space ring on the table and complained. 53 space rings. Only worth about 100,000 grand. These soldiers are really poor. The elite soldiers of Grandok have only this much wealth. They are really poor. Fortunately, the various strange objects, sundries, materials, and weapons inside can still be sold for some money. And the rings themselves are also quite valuable. It is still faster to make money by killing people and robbing goods. Seeing Klein packing up, Joe and Lilith have already taken their own equipment and started preparing for the battle. After checking the weapons, recovery potions, combat potions, strange objects, magic tools and other items one by one, they returned to their respective tents. At night, Faki sat quietly in her tent drinking tea. She had already noticed Qianhua's unusual movements. But it didn't matter. What Qianhua thought now, and how rebellious she was were no longer important. She has already consumed enough colorful oil. When the demon spirit attacks, no matter what she thinks, it will be meaningless. Only top-level arcane masters can break the effect of the demon spirit. And there are only 3 top-level arcane masters in this world. One is Herman, the general of Telrilla. One is their leader, and the other is Injiesha. These people cannot appear in Grandok. And there is no top-level arcane master in Grandok. Which means that Princess Qianhua will definitely be controlled by her. Tomorrow they will arrive in Amadeus. And everything is going so smoothly that she feels bored. At this time, a voice appeared outside the tent. Master Fakis, are you in there? Are you here? Then come in. A smaller figure walked in from outside the tent. If Klein were here, he would definitely recognize this woman. This is Agatha, who has a grudge against me. Agatha handed a letter to Fakis and said, this is a letter from the teacher. Master Fakis. Fakis glanced at Agatha, picked up the letter in her hand, and read it quickly. A princess who was raped by thugs, and was pregnant, was brought back to Telrilla safely by us who fought bloody battles. Then the humiliated Princess Qianhua committed suicide out of shame after giving birth to a bastard in Telrilla. This is a good script. Prometheus always comes up with such vicious ideas, but this vicious idea sounds pleasant. I can't help but want to see the face of the Empress at that time. Before that, we still have to clear out Qianhua's guards as much as possible. Tell me, where did you set the trap? Agatha lowered her head until Fakis' laughter stopped and asked her a question. Then she slowly replied, it's in front of your camp. You will be attacked after you take action tomorrow morning. At that time, Uncle Seth will come to cooperate with you in acting. Chapter 238, A Waste with a Brain Filled with Ashes. Fakis nodded again. try to get rid of the people from the three societies. Although they are all young people, their three leaders are not easy to deal with, especially the GS Society. No one can figure out what those guys from the GS Society are thinking. As a senior member of the Skull and Bone Society, Fakis did not hide her disgust for the GS Society at all. It was not just her. Most of the people from the GS Society and the Skull and Bone Society disgusted each other. Agatha lowered her head and said, although I also want to kill all the people in Jiesha. I am afraid that relying on those mercenaries and some monsters will not achieve the effect you require. Just do your best. As long as this matter succeeds, it will be a thorough blow to the prestige of both the military and politics of Telrilla and the royal family. At that time, they will go to war with Grandok with the stigma of the eldest princess. And Grandok will also hastily respond because it is not prepared for war. When both countries are trapped in the quagmire of war, we will be able to gather enough dead people to welcome the arrival of our king. As you wish, Lord Fakis. Agatha nodded obediently, and then slowly left the tent. Fakis' hand lit up with electric sparks, and soon turned the letter in her hand into a pile of flying ash, which dissipated in the air. Agatha walked out of the tent and gradually left, whispering with disdain, the crazy old witch still can't see the situation clearly. Looking back at the history of more than 300 years, although we don't know what kind of trump card we have, Telrilla has never been afraid of war. If one more king could change the world, then Grandok would have unified the continent long ago. These people in the Skull and Bone Society can only fantasize all day long. They are a bunch of rubbish whose brains are filled with ashes. Just as Agatha and Fakis were talking, in another tent in the camp, Qianhua and Eric had just finished an indescribable experiment. Qianhua looked at Eric with complicated eyes. As a princess, she had not only fantasized about it, but also met all kinds of excellent men. But she didn't expect that her first man would be a guy like Eric, who was not only not handsome, but also a little wretched. In terms of strength, although she already knew that the other party had combat power, she had no idea how much it was. Eric, didn't we say at the beginning that we were just doing some experiments to satisfy my curiosity? What? How did I end up with you without knowing what was going on? Don't ask me. I'm the victim. You're the victim? Am I wrong? Compared to Qianhua, Eric's mood was more complicated. Because she was the princess, during the experiment just now, he could naturally not think about anything. But now it was Sage time, which was used to think about problems. He was wondering if the Empress would kill him. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. But although he was scared, he still had to do what Klein said before. After all, he was his boss, and Qianhua was his woman now. So he had to be responsible for her safety. Perhaps, as Klein said, he should calm down. Your Highness. Next, I'm going to tell you something. Please stay calm. Qianhua frowned slightly. At this time, Eric's tone made her think strangely. What? You don't want to take responsibility? What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Eric's eyes widened, and he showed a rare bit of masculinity, and took the initiative to start a new experiment. The next morning, Qianhua chatted with Fakis with a smile, and then ate breakfast in front of Fakis. It was not until Fakis left that Qianhua held her throat, and vomited all the food she had eaten before. Watching Becky silently picking up the garbage on the ground, Qianhua suddenly said, Becky, what do you think will happen to me after I arrive in Amadeus? Qianhua asked a little inexplicably. But Becky already understood what Qianhua meant. Becky slowly came to Qianhua, took off half of her mask, rolled up her sleeves and trouser legs, revealing the right half of her mechanical body, and said to Qianhua, please rest assured, Your Highness, before returning to the Telrilla Palace, my duty is to protect you. Qianhua looked at Becky, her eyes flickering slightly. Becky in this form didn't look like an ordinary female official. Becky, who are you? Klein. Qianhua narrowed her eyes and smiled. I didn't expect it to be him. He is very young. Right? This kind of thing that happened to me is not a trivial matter. Speaking of Klein, Becky's eyes brightened. Don't worry, Your Highness. Lord Klein is always trustworthy. Qianhua was about to answer, and the carriage suddenly shook violently. She looked at Becky vigilantly. What happened? Your Highness, please follow me out of the carriage. Isn't it safer in the carriage? The view in the carriage is too poor, not conducive to observation and fighting. Qianhua nodded. I know. Roar! The roar of the huge monster came. and the horses and camels were frightened and began to run around uncontrollably. The legs of the camels and horses in the entire caravan were entangled by some thin, barbed silk threads, and they could not move forward at all. This silk thread is exactly the same as the one Klein encountered at the border. It is a very common trap used by the elite troops of Grandok. Klein looked at the giant approaching in the distance with an expressionless face, and Eric stood beside him. 6 level 4 mountain giants are not easy to deal with if there are more killers, assassins, etc. This team will be in chaos. At this time, Gwen suddenly came to Klein and ordered, "It is not clear who is targeted in this attack. Our mission is to protect the eldest princess. When necessary, you must fight with all your strength." "Yes, Lord Gwen." Klein nodded. Gwen left after she finished speaking. Klein did not feel strange about her request to protect the princess, because he originally thought that his father should not be the kind of idiot who would directly attack the princess, whether it is for his personal interests or the collective interests of the Jia society. Assassinating the princess is an extremely stupid thing. Looking at the mountain giants approaching, Klein shrugged and said to Eric on the side, "Okay. The monsters are almost here. This time is different from the last time. Go and save the beauty." Eric smiled a little embarrassed. "Are you sure you don't want to help here? If you don't let me help, then I'm leaving. Get out." "Okay." At this time, Fakis had come to Chinoa's side. "Your Highness, this attack is different from the last time. You'd better stay with me." Qianhua nodded obediently. "I understand. I won't cause trouble for everyone. But there are 6 mountain giants. Miss Fakis, don't you want to help them? If we only rely on soldiers and club members to fight, I'm afraid there will be heavy casualties." Fakis shook her head and said, "If it's just this group of mountain giants, I'm really not worried. What I'm worried about is that this time the other party is well prepared, and there will be a 5th level master." Qianhua frowned slightly. The 5th level master is not a cabbage. The nature is really different. How can it be so easy to appear? But just as she had this thought, as if to confirm Fakis' words, a huge bone dragon began to hover over the team. Looking at the bone dragon, Fakis frowned deeply. "Are these undead creatures of this level from the Skull and Bone Society, Your Highness? It seems that we can't protect you closely. The opponent is a necromancer. I must defeat him. Otherwise we will all die under the pressure of the undead creature." "I know. Miss Fakis, you should also pay attention to safety." Looking at the bone dragon in the sky, not only Qianhua, but also Klein and the others were a little shocked. A 5th level master, or a 5th level necromancer. An attack of this scale is not something that an ordinary person can hire. There are only a few titled strongmen in the 2 countries combined. They are either stationed at the border, or in the capital, or they are the bosses of their respective societies. They all have fixed identities and positions. Unless they are hidden masters like Klein's mother Katie, they are rarely seen. Below the title strong is the 5th level, which is the top combat power introduced in textbooks. Such people usually have names and surnames, and ordinary organizations can't afford them at all. If the 4th level is still a regular combat power, equivalent to the airplanes, cannons, rockets and the like in the previous life, then the 5th level masters are at the level of precision strike missiles. Assassinating the princess is assassination, poisoning, and this method is more effective. Sending a 5th level strong to fight a 5th level is both cumbersome and stupid. But the other party really did this. So Klein was a little confused. Could it be that the other party did this not to kill the princess, but to eliminate all the princess's guards? At this moment, a strong magical fluctuation interrupted Klein's thoughts. He felt that a group of mages stood at the end of the forest and began to brew magic. Group magic, it's really hard to handle. Just as he finished sighing, a huge wind blade swept over from the direction of the group magic just now, almost cutting the ground in half. Just as the wind blade passed, the mountain giants had already rushed into the formation. With magic resistance and hardened skin, they are the most powerful meat shield creatures. Ordinary soldiers can't cause any substantial damage to them. Kaisa of the Mithril cult has jumped onto the treetops. He opened his hands and created a huge ice ball, throwing it towards the mountain giant in front of him, freezing the giant in an instant. Klein, who had been squatting on the side and watching the show, couldn't help but admire. This ice ball is amazing. Chapter 239. There is a sourpuss at home. Good, this move is really awesome. Well done. Klein applauded and cheered for Kaisas who released magic while watching the show. The sound of his cheering was very loud. just like the crowd who were listening to the climax of the storytelling. Cassis glanced at Klein and didn't say anything. He felt that this person had a hole in his brain. An arcane mage is also a mage. As an arcane mage, how come you don't have the demeanor of a mage at all? And you are still shouting and yelling. Losing more points? He wanted to remind Klein a few words. But he felt that Klein was not from his club. So it was not easy to say it directly. He was very uncomfortable to hold it in his heart. When Cassis hesitated to speak, Klein shouted again, "Good, good, well done." After the mountain giant was frozen, Lilith immediately found the opportunity, jumped up, and jumped to the side of the mountain giant, taking advantage of the time when the mountain giant was frozen. He swung his sickle, and the sickle blade brought the impact of the dark shadow attack, cutting off the entire arm of the mountain giant, although it was physically vulnerable due to the freezing effect. With the strength of the 3rd level, it was really amazing to cut off the arm of a creature like the mountain giant with one blow. Cassis on the side also nodded. Such a master is worthy of his cooperation. Looking at the heroic Lilith, Cassis had some thoughts of making friends. This attack power is really an amazing blow. He gave Lilith a thumbs up to show his approval. Lilith, who jumped down, also nodded slightly after seeing Cassis's approval. It was your magic that created the conditions for my attack. If I relied on myself, it would be difficult for one blow to work. Although they are not from the same club, if they can cooperate effectively at this time, the combat efficiency will definitely be greatly improved. Just as Cassis was about to say something, the annoying voice came again. Well, this head is collected. Great. Applause. Mage is a useless profession that can only play control. And the harvest still depends on the warrior. She played well. Lilith is really worthy of being the #1 sister of our Gia club. Lilith was embarrassed by what she said. And Klein's awkward praise really made her feel ashamed. And Cassis on the opposite side, who wanted to propose cooperation, also forced back his words into his stomach. There was a giant sounding light bulb next to him, which felt really bad. At this time, the mountain giant had woken up and punched Lilith, who had cut off his arm. With an angry punch, Lilith easily dodged the mountain giant's fist. She jumped to Klein calmly and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Did you take the wrong medicine today? What are you yelling about? You are not going to take action. And you won't let me cooperate with others?" Klein immediately said with an exaggerated and aggrieved expression, "I can't even praise you? Didn't I say that mages are all useless, and it's still up to warriors to deal damage? That's right. If the mage could deal with the mountain giant by himself, he would have done it long ago. Isn't the elemental mage useless at this time, in today's society? Is it wrong to praise your wife? It's so hard for me." Lilith listened to Klein's orderly nonsense with a look of contempt. How could she not know what Klein was thinking? So she mocked him directly. Yes, that's it. You acted well. If you feel a little more wronged and squeeze out 2 tears, it will be like the real thing." Klein was immediately unhappy after hearing what Lilith said. "You can say that my magic is not good, but you can't say that my acting is not good. Am I wrong? The elemental mage is nothing against the mountain giant. He can only control it. What else can he do? Ordinary fire and thrust attacks hit the mountain giant, like tickling, which is useless. Besides, I am also a mage. You can find me if you need someone to cooperate," Klein said, blinking embarrassedly. At this time, some mercenaries had already rushed up. Klein subconsciously wanted to extend a bone blade to stab the other person to death. But Lilith took the lead and kicked the mercenary away. She said helplessly, "Can you still consider these things during the battle? And now Gwen is here. She is your father Esmond's person. And a confidant? Are you sure you want to expose your strength here?" Klein raised his eyebrows. "I am very pleased that my beloved concubine can consider me, even if it is not convenient for me to take action now. If you want to find someone to cooperate, you can also go to Joe, anyway. Don't look for that Cassis. I see that guy is looking at you with lustful eyes. He doesn't look like a good person, this kind of person. This kind of eyes. I know too well. What kind of person? That kind of eyes, like you before. The kind with lustful thoughts but no courage. Okay. I know. I won't cooperate with him. He is such a stingy man." After Lilith finished scolding Klein, she rushed towards the mountain giant with a sickle, leaving Klein, who continued to applaud, on the tree. Klein shifted his gaze. Someone also needed to deal with the mage group in the distance. But fortunately they had more people. and the people from the Mithril Council had already rushed over. On the other side, Kaisis had been paying attention to Lilith's movements. Seeing Lilith and Klein whispering there for a long time, he felt a little strange in his heart. How could such a master be so intimate with an arcane master? No. He must have seen it wrong. They are all from the GS Society. They should be talking about something insignificant at this time. Kaisis saw Lilith joining the battle again, and his heart moved. He gathered magic power again to release the ice ball to freeze the approaching mountain giant. But this time, Lilith acted as if she didn't see it, and rushed directly in front of the frozen mountain giant. Kaisis was stunned. He shouted to Lilith, "Hey, I have it under control. One more attack will almost take it out. You let such a good attack opportunity go?" Looking at Lilith leaving, Kaisis was speechless. The elemental resistance of the mountain giant was too strong. Even if it was frozen first and then hit with fire, it could not be killed. Although it also has physical resistance such as hardened skin, combined with the physical vulnerability caused by frost. Powerful physical attack is indeed the most effective means of attack. Looking at the mountain giant, who has gradually begun to recover his mobility, Kaisis was indignant. "Are you wasting my magic power in vain? The people in Jiesha are all crazy." Lilith pretended not to hear anything, although she also felt that this was a great opportunity to attack. There was a sour person at home, and the sourest one, since she had agreed with the sour person not to cooperate. If she attacked at this time, she was afraid that she would be soured to death at night. Lilith rushed to Joe's side, waved her scythe, repelled the surrounding mercenaries, and said, "Joe, use the dead bone chain to trap the mountain giant." This request made Joe stunned. He said a little unconfidently, "Captain, listen to my explanation. The dead bone chain wastes magic power. I usually don't use it. Only my brother often uses it. This mountain giant is so big, I think it will be very difficult to trap it with a dead bone chain." Lilith paused. She couldn't even control it. So how could she cooperate? "Forget it. I'll do it myself." Seeing his captain's bad face, Joe turned his head and looked at Klein, who was staring at this place with an expressionless face. He immediately felt that he had said something wrong. A little association will make you understand the reason. Because Joe has a set of profit and loss conversion formulas in his mind. The captain is the brother's woman. Making the captain angry equals making the brother angry. Making the brother angry equals being beaten by the brother. Being beaten by the brother consuming a lot of magic power. Therefore, the wise choice is to quickly do what the captain asked, so as to avoid being beaten by the brother. Magic power, and so on are all trivial matters. "Captain, go slowly. Let me help you." 3 gates of the underworld rose up, and more than a dozen skeletons rushed towards the mountain giant. The skeletons crushed by the mountain giant would immediately become floating bone fragments. These floating bone pieces quickly surrounded the mountain giant, and then the bone pieces were connected by magic power to form a series of silk threads to trap it. After doing all this, Joe turned his head and shouted to Lilith, "Captain, it can't move. I can't hold on for much longer. Hurry up." Lilith had seen the mountain giant controlled by the dead bone chain, and she was very satisfied. This was still a good idea. With control, she could accurately cut the giant's most vulnerable neck. This time, she wanted to kill it with one blow. The rolling black fighting spirit began to gather at the tip of the scythe. Lilith jumped up, and the silk thread brought by the dark harvest passed in front of the mountain giant, and cut off the mountain giant's head with one blow. At this time, many people in the team had died. Lilith's ability to quickly kill a mountain giant had reduced a lot of pressure on the entire team. The remaining 5 mountain giants were dealt with by 3 leaders of 3 societies. One by Alden's team, and the other by Saridson, who had already activated the natural state of descending to the earth. Eric and Becky stayed by Qianhua's side. If anyone approached Qianhua, Becky would take action immediately. The mechanical arm held the axe of destruction alone, and each axe was a life. In addition, the attribute superposition of the axe of destruction made Becky's combat efficiency extremely fast. Qianhua looked at Becky and couldn't help but admire. "I didn't expect Becky to be a 3rd level. And so powerful." Eric nodded, of course, since being brainwashed by Klein. "Oh no." Enlightened, Becky's strength has grown very fast. Now she seems to have no other thoughts in her mind except improving her strength. Qianhua turned her head and looked at Eric, who added a shield to Becky from time to time, and said, "I didn't expect a guy like you to be a priest. It really tarnished this holy profession." Eric's face froze. I don't like what you said. What's wrong with me that I have tarnished the profession of priest? Am I not good enough? Qianhua patted Eric's chest and whispered, think about how long Klein and Lilith have been here. And how long you have been here. In the future. Stop bragging and do more. Chapter 240. Hearing this, Eric was filled with grief and indignation. He was not like this usually. It was because he was not used to Qianhua's identity, thinking that he was under the princess. He was of course very excited. Once excited, he became faster. I'll let you know how powerful I am tonight. Okay, I'll wait. On the hill in the distance, Seth and Fakis, the real old butlers of the Prodini family, were watching the battle situation of the team. Seeing that in the escort team, except for the soldiers of the security guards, the members of other societies did not suffer fatal blows and casualties. Fakis said with some dissatisfaction, the people you hired are really not strong enough and can't cause any substantial harm to these society members. Are all Prometheus subordinates so incompetent? Seth glanced at Fakis and said slowly, you also know that they are hired people. Which of the masters above the 4th level does not care about their lives? Which one doesn't have a brain? How can ordinary people take such a task? High-end combat power still needs to be supplemented by mountain giants. Without sending out the masters of the society, it is not as easy, as you say, to clean up the elite of these societies. Fakis said disdainfully, if the two of us join forces, we can quickly clean them all up. Why are you looking at me like this? Is there something wrong with what I said? Seth looked at Fakis, as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. The 4th level masters of the society must have the ability to quickly transmit information. If we join forces, the leaders of the 3 major societies will immediately know that we are members of the Skull and Bone Society. Moreover, any of the 3 major societies has the ability to compete with us. Why do you think we are stronger than them? They work for the royal family of Tarila. But that doesn't mean they are weak. Just like Gia Society. We didn't wipe them out when Gia Society was at its weakest. Let alone now, also. Why do you think that if we join forces, none of the leaders of the 3 major societies can escape? What are their trump cards and abilities? Do you have this information? Fakis was speechless after being confronted by Seth. But she was still unconvinced. That's how old women are. It's harder to convince her than to kill her. Seth looked at Fakis with a look of dissatisfaction and shook his head. Today's Skull and Bone Society may be just like what Agatha said. All of them are a bunch of rubbish with ashes stuffed in their heads. They blindly worship power. But they themselves have no wisdom at all. Radical people like Fakis. If her identity was not more reasonable, Seth would never cooperate with such a moron. Just when Seth was thinking this, Fakis said again, let's not talk about this first. What about Agatha? Why didn't she take action? If she took action, she could at least kill a few more elites. Right? Fakis' question made Seth frown slightly. He was also a little surprised. Why didn't Agatha take action? Agatha, who had been standing in the distance, was originally ready to take action herself. Because with her current strength, once she took action, combined with the effect of the dragon roar, she would definitely cause a huge amount of damage. But when she saw Klein standing on the treetop from a distance, Agatha was scared again. No, this is not cowardice. In Agatha's view, this is a wise forbearance. Klein, why is this guy here too? Although Agatha, who has been beaten and humiliated by Klein continuously, still has the confidence of a dragonborn. She always cannot maintain her dignity in front of Klein. Although the two have been in a state of peaceful coexistence at the end of the dragonborn ruins, Klein's departure without saying goodbye still makes Agatha feel a little nervous. If it is not necessary, she really doesn't want to meet Klein. If you can't afford to provoke him, you can afford to hide. Forget it. I'd better not go. If I get beaten again, it will be too embarrassing. Just send a few corpse ghosts over to show my intention. Although controlling and creating corpse ghosts is also a secret technique of the Skull and Bone Society, in the hands of ordinary people, this secret technique is not particularly powerful. But after Agatha got this ability, it exerted unimaginable power. Because corpse ghosts are different from undead summons. The strength of the dead summoned creatures is basically fixed, and they belong to a kind of undead creatures. But the ghouls are artificially created. In addition to human corpses, they also need soul fire and some blood of the creator. In exchange, the ghouls can inherit some of the power of the creator. If the ghouls are created by ordinary people, at most they can inherit some abilities such as fighting spirit and magic. And they are still incomplete, and have limited threat. But Agatha's ghouls are different. Although they are similar to other ghouls in terms of ordinary abilities, they have an advantage that makes Agatha's ghouls extremely powerful. That is, they can perfectly inherit Agatha's innate ability. The Dragon Roar. The corpse ghosts that once assassinated the Thorn couple could completely shatter Becky's giant sword with a dragon roar. So you can imagine their power. The corpse ghosts with dragon roars are no longer ordinary undead creatures, but a kind of auxiliary soldiers that can truly serve as important combat power. Agatha put her hands on the ground and began to chant. For corpse ghosts crawled out of the ground and walked towards the battlefield. When this group of inconspicuous corpse ghosts came to one side of the battlefield, most people didn't pay much attention to them, just regarded them as ordinary undead creatures. Taking this opportunity, the corpse ghosts began to take a deep breath at the same time, exerting their talents to the extreme. Fuss Loda. The dragon roars of the four corpse ghosts rushed towards the crowd like a shock wave that penetrated the entire venue. The ability of Dragon Roar, when released by a single corpse ghost, has the effect of countering Klein's Pyroblast. Not to mention the 4 consecutive dragon roars. The violent impact mixed with the sound waves instantly bombarded several members of the Brotherhood of Steel. The sound waves and shock waves caused their bodies and their armor to vibrate hundreds of times in a flash. 3 soldiers of the Brotherhood of Steel had their internal organs shattered and died on the spot. The leader of the Brotherhood of Steel saw this and immediately became furious. He gave up the mountain giant he was fighting and rushed directly towards the group of zombies. Without his suppression, the mountain giant immediately rushed towards the nearby princess and stepped on the princess and several others. Eric took the princess to avoid the attack, looked at Becky, and nodded to each other. At this time, he could no longer hide. Unfortunately, the mountain giant is a creature without blood, and Eric's fighting power here will be greatly reduced. Blood magic cannot have a good effect on the mountain giant. So the main force of this battle becomes Becky. The mountain giant grabbed a tree on the ground, used its rough arm to wipe off all the branches and leaves, and swept it towards Becky. Becky's battle axe began to shine with golden light, and Eric's mantra began to bless her continuously. Holy Light Cross slash. The Holy Light Cross erupted, carrying a golden flame, and chopped the giant tree in the mountain giant's hand into pieces. After slashing a cross-shaped slash, Becky immediately jumped to the mountain giant's arm. At this moment, a force from Eric connected with Becky. This made Becky instantly feel that her holy light fighting spirit had increased several times, which was incredible. This is energy infusion. You are strengthened. What are you still standing there for? Go! Eric's reminder made Becky wake up from a dream. She raised the axe of destruction above her head. The strong holy light seemed to make a pair of golden energy wings grow on her back, giving people a special shock. Klein, who was far away, saw the scene and couldn't help muttering, "It's obvious that the holy light is useless. Why are you so showy? Do you want to take my position as the protagonist?" Becky chopped down the axe of destruction in her hand, and the golden air wave burst out instantly, splitting the entire body of the mountain giant in half. The eldest princess Qianhua, who had been watching the two fight, was also excited when she saw the mountain giant being killed. Becky is so powerful. Eric, who was standing aside, felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Qianhua praising Becky. The mountain giant is not an ordinary 4th level monster. If I hadn't given her a status boost, she wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily. Also, my strength is also very strong. But the mountain giant doesn't take magic, so it's hard for me to use it. Qianhua looked at Eric strangely and suddenly said, "You even get jealous of women?" "I don't." "Okay. You don't?" Chapter 241. Gwen's suspicion of Klein's team. On the other side, Klein looked at the 4 ghouls who had just roared a dragon, and was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Dragon roar? I haven't bothered you yet. But you dared to come to my place to cause trouble. You really don't know how to live or die, Agatha." Watching the fight between the ghouls, several worker bees quietly emerged from behind Klein, hovered around Klein for a while, and flew in the direction where the ghouls came from. In addition, the clouded leopard that had been following Klein's team also quietly walked in that direction. After seeing the ghouls on the top of the mountain, Fakis's gloomy expression eased a little. But he continued, "Isn't she a dragonborn? Why don't you take action yourself? Pretending to be a necromancer and hiding behind. How much effect can it have?" Seth never said anything about Agatha's performance. In his opinion, Agatha's thoughts and judgments are already very mature. She is better than these old people in many aspects. There must be a specific reason why she didn't go up. After returning from the Dragonborn ruins, Prometheus and his faction basically stopped giving Agatha some rigid commands. And she had the right to act freely. They completely regarded Agatha as the hope for the future. If one day the Skeleton Society really failed, he and Prometheus might take Agatha away. So in terms of fighting, Seth and Prometheus never forced Agatha, let alone people from another faction like Fakis. After Seth continued to watch the battle for a while, he said lightly, "You don't need to command what Agatha needs to do. The battle is almost over. You can go back." Fakis. Humph. I hope your perfunctory attitude won't disrupt the plan. Fakis snorted in dissatisfaction, slowly floated up, and flew towards the escort team. Looking at Fakis, Seth shook his head again. "We are not perfunctory, and disrupting the plan is more likely to happen to reckless people like you." Just as Seth said, the battle of the escort team has come to an end. The ghoul team was defeated by the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel, and the mage group in the distance was dealt with by the people of the Mithril Council. Lilith and Joe teamed up to kill the second mountain giant. Becky and Eric killed one. The Mithril Council dealt with one. And Soradorson and Alvin teamed up to kill one. Gwyn slowly kicked the head of the last mountain giant to pieces, and then returned to the team on the side of the GS Society. The Mithril Council lost 2 mages. The Brotherhood of Steel was more miserable, with 4 killed. And the security guards were even more miserable. Basically all dead. Although no prisoners died. One was unlucky, and was stepped on by a mountain giant, and was seriously injured. Gwyn glanced at the people who were cleaning the battlefield and said to the members of Jiesha, "No one died on our side." "Right." Alvin came out first. "Alvin team. Alvin, Jinjia, and Quinn are all here." Lilith said directly, "Lilith team. Ingson died in the battle, and his body is missing." Gwyn was stunned. She didn't expect Lilith to force Ingson's death here. This reason was too far-fetched. Others looked at Lilith, and Gwyn narrowed her eyes slightly. She didn't deny Lilith's meaning, and nodded directly and said, "Okay. I know. I'm sorry that Ingson died, and I hope you will accept my condolences." Turning around, Gwyn looked at Klein, who had been squatting on the tree paddling, and then glanced at Eric and Becky, who were standing next to Her Royal Highness. She was a little dissatisfied in her heart. Becky was from Esmond, so she didn't need to think too much. But she still wanted to know the current strength of Eric and Klein, who knew that Eric was a serious priest all the time, and other spells were useless except for holy light magic. Not to mention Klein, who stood on the tree and applauded all the time, paddling blatantly, and you couldn't do anything about him. It was about to arrive in Amadeus, and this should be the last battle before going to Amadeus. If Klein's strength could not be tested, she could only wait until Amadeus, and then she would do it herself. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Gwyn always felt that Becky and Eric seemed to have improved faster after hanging out with Klein. Eric is a yin-yang man. Needless to say, he is good at blood magic. A few people know about it, but few have seen him use it. His specific strength is unknown. Klein never reports his specific strength, and never applies for rank benefits, except for the battle with Lance, and a few battle reports of Shadow 3 in the Battle of South Suburbs. The test of Klein's strength and ability has been going on since he joined GS Society, but there has been no good progress. Let's not talk about these 2 old eens. But Becky, who has always been well-behaved and honest, did not report that she had reached the 3rd level. This is very intriguing, and makes Gwyn secretly alert. Klein? This guy. Could it be that he has some strange ideas? Is he planning something with Eric? What's up with Becky, if it's a breakthrough on the battlefield? It doesn't seem like it. While cleaning the battlefield, Fakis flew back slowly. Her right shoulder was injured, and there seemed to be a layer of dark green poison on her entire shoulder. "Miss Fakis, are you okay?" As a princess, Qianhua had to pretend that everything was normal, and asked Fakis about her concern, no matter what dirty things she knew Fakis had done. "Your Highness, don't come over. This wound is poisonous. I can handle it myself." Fakis' words were immediately caught by Qianhua, and Qianhua's eyebrows slightly raised. "Miss Fakis, are you poisoned? Do you need Dr. Eric to check you out? His medical skills are pretty good." "No. I can handle this injury myself," Qianhua continued. "Don't feel embarrassed, Miss Fakis. Eric is just a doctor. He is professional in this kind of thing. You are the strongest fighter in our team. If something happens to you, this mission will most likely fail." Qianhua's expression was very sincere. shocking Eric on the side. Sure enough, every woman is an actor. Fakis looked at Qianhua's serious expression, then glanced at Eric, feeling a little embarrassed. Although she didn't want Eric to check her out, it would be unreasonable to refuse a doctor's check now. And she really had no reason to refuse Qianhua's concern. So Fakis could only nod and said to Qianhua and Eric, "Okay. Then please trouble Dr. Eric to come and help me." Hearing Fakis nod in agreement, Qianhua laughed. She turned around and patted Eric on the shoulder, and said seriously, "Dr. Eric, then you should take a good look at Miss Fakis." Eric nodded. "Okay, Your Highness." Agatha returned to Seth's side. Seeing Agatha coming back, Seth asked curiously, "Why didn't you take action just now?" Agatha's eyes flickered a little. She had not told anyone in the Skull and Bones Society about what happened between her and Klein, including her teacher Prometheus and Seth. They didn't know. They always thought that Agatha found the dragon ruins alone and got the legacy in the ruins. So Prometheus's family has begun to train Agatha as their next generation leader. Unexpectedly, the dragon relics were actually obtained by Agatha and Klein took away the dragon crystal, dragon teeth, a large amount of dragon blood, and the dragon soul of the mist dragon. That was a very bad memory, and Agatha didn't want to mention it. So she didn't want to tell Klein about what happened at this time, and could only find an excuse that didn't count as a lie. "I feel that if I do it myself, it will be dangerous." Seth raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh, you actually feel this way? Is there any master hidden in this team?" Agatha shook her head. "I don't know, but my intuition tells me that I shouldn't participate in this battle." Seth nodded. The stronger a person is, the more he believes in intuition. Since Agatha said she had intuition, there must be a reason. Just when he wanted to say something else, he raised his hand to ask Agatha to stop. Seth suddenly grabbed the worker bee lying on the leaves not far away. Agatha was also shocked. She didn't see what Seth was doing, but something must have happened. So she asked, "Uncle Seth, what's wrong?" Seth didn't speak, frowned, and spread his palm. The mechanical worker bee had been crushed by him, and some magic sparks occasionally appeared on the broken body. Seth murmured, "This is a kind of mechanical insect. Is it a magical creation? It's so delicate. It doesn't seem like the technology possessed by ordinary forces. Is it possible that it is something from Jiesha? Only they are good at studying machinery." Agatha looked at the mechanical worker bee in Seth's hand, and her face suddenly became ugly. This thing is Klein's mechanical worker bee. She has seen it more than once. In the world's top. Alleluia. Klein used the worker bee to find the ruins bit by bit. The appearance of the worker bee here at this time can only mean one thing. That is, Klein has discovered her, and she is exposed. "Agatha, what's wrong with you? Do you know this thing?" Facing Seth's question, Agatha could only laugh dryly and nodded. "Yes, I know it. It's something from an acquaintance." "Enemy?" "Not really." Chapter 242. A professional with almost no flaws. Seth stared at Agatha. When he mentioned this person, he saw the lack of confidence in Agatha's eyes, which was very different from the usual Agatha. "I guess the person you were talking about is the same age as you, and have you fought with this person?" Recalling the past, Agatha's face was a little ugly. "Yes, I have fought with him." Seth nodded and continued, "The result of that fight was that you lost, and the other party did not use any strategy, but defeated you with hard power, making you lose with conviction." "Yes, I lost, and I was the one who used the strategy, and he kept cracking it, but he still lost, and I was really convinced." Seth was also a little shocked. Agatha's peers could defeat Agatha head-on when Agatha took the initiative. This strength sounded a bit outrageous. But Agatha is their best seedling. At this time, they must not hit Agatha, but help her regain her confidence. Even if you lose, you must maintain your confidence. If a professional loses confidence, it means that he has lost the space for improvement. It doesn't matter if you lose. No one can win all the time. Strength is something that no one can keep. You are a dragonborn, with talents far exceeding those of ordinary geniuses. Don't worry. Those ahead of you will eventually be surpassed by you. Agatha nodded. But looking at the crushed mechanical worker bee, she was silent again. Can she really surpass it? She was really not sure. Because Klein was completely different from other so-called geniuses. She has always had confidence, because it comes from her strength. As a dragonborn and a direct disciple of Prometheus, Her strength has always been in a state of crushing all beings of the same level. Just like the previous battle, she summoned 4 corpse ghosts to sneak kill several elite members of the Brotherhood of Steel, which is a manifestation of her strength. But these are useless in front of Klein. Klein's ability is too close to perfection. He is a professional who is almost designed by himself and has no flaws. He has both melee and spell abilities, and both aspects are almost in an unsolvable form. The effect of Skeleton Extension plus Shadow Flame makes Klein a mage, who is almost not afraid of being approached. The Endless Bone Blade with Shadow Power can poke your scalp numb. After pulling to the middle distance, he has a weapon like the Light of the Moon that can carry enchantments for perfect mid-range slashes. Not only can it be accompanied by dual attribute magic, its own physical attack is also very abnormal, almost comparable to the attack effect caused by the giant sword. In addition, Klein's own strength, agility, and physique are very high, and there is almost no shortcoming of slow reaction. Not to mention magic. He has mastered too many types of magic, and the power is surprisingly large. His fireball can instantly melt all her Deep Winter Domain dragon roars. It's outrageous to think about it. And this is not the most outrageous. That kind of blazing white fireball will kill people on the spot even if it turns into a giant dragon. It can be cast instantly. What's the point of beating chickens when I thought I could run away before? He actually had the ability to transform into a large skeleton. He really is not a human being. Such complex professional characteristics seem to be specially designed. And Agatha really couldn't see the shortcomings in it. As the only person who had seen almost all of Klein's abilities, although only once, Agatha's shadow on Klein was the deepest. Much deeper than Joe's. Joe just often felt that he was okay again, and then went to Klein's small pond to try how deep the water was. And then he would be drowned. And he would cry and shout to get ashore. But Agatha was different. She saw the bottom of the pond, and the water monster hidden under the water. That was really not a beautiful memory. Not only was she beaten, but she was also abused. Very humiliatingly abused. And someone poked her, but with a scabbard. She didn't wear pants at the time. This scene, I guess she will never forget it in her life. In fact, she herself didn't know whether she was an enemy with Klein now. But she subconsciously didn't want to regard Klein as an enemy. Agatha? Agatha? Ah? Seth's call made Agatha stunned for a moment, and interrupted her thoughts. Seth looked at her deeply. It seemed that the master of this worker bee had left a deep impression on Agatha. He said earnestly, Agatha, don't think too much about strength. If you have your own ideas, I won't stop you. But before that, we still have to complete the mission in the association. Agatha nodded. Yes. Seth was about to turn around and leave. But Agatha suddenly stopped him. Wait a minute. Uncle Seth, do you think having one more king-level person will change the pattern of this world? Seth didn't look back. But he still answered Agatha. No. Agatha was a little surprised. She originally thought that her teacher and Seth couldn't figure out the reason. But now it seems that they also understand this reason. Then why do we still do these things? Seth suddenly smiled. If we don't do something, what's the meaning of our existence? People can't just sit there idle all the time. Agatha was stunned. What kind of reason is this? Although she knew that what Seth said was definitely not the real reason. Agatha didn't continue to ask. Seth jumped onto the bone dragon and left the mountain. Before leaving, he said to Agatha, I have arranged an identity for you. Although Fakis is a 5th level warrior, she is a brainless waste. If it weren't for her identity, we wouldn't use her at all. Go to Amadeus to help her. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that she will mess it up alone. Yes. I'm leaving. Agatha, be careful. You now have some ability to protect yourself. But if you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, you should choose to escape immediately. Life is more important than anything else. Agatha nodded and watched Seth leave. Just as Agatha and Seth were talking, the Telrilla escort team also re-equipped. Although they were very close to Amadeus, the previous battle still caused great trauma to the team, and many people needed to recover and treat. In Fakis' tent, Eric was carefully treating Fakis' wounds, and Xinhua stood next to Fakis, watching them silently. The wound on Fakis' shoulder was real, and it was indeed left by Seth. It was a very good disguise. With this wound, no one would think that she would be a member of the Skull and Bone Society. But she could also use the wound to disguise herself. And Eric might be able to use the wound to do something else. Miss Fakis, this is a high-level detoxification potion. After drinking it, you may feel a little dazed. But with your strength, It shouldn't last too long. Just a few seconds. Fakis looked at the detoxification potion handed over by Eric, hesitated a little, and finally took the potion and drank it. Eric didn't say anything. After cleaning Fakis' wound, he applied some ointment specifically for detoxification and healing. But during the time when Fakis was in a trance, she didn't see that the ointments Eric applied to her were shining with some colorful light. Fakis' trance only lasted for a few seconds. But Eric, who was quick and nimble, had bandaged Fakis' wound. Seeing that Fakis was gradually waking up, Eric whispered, "Miss Fakis, I have cleaned your wound and bandaged it. It's basically fine now. Next, you just need to take the antidote regularly." Eric is usually very wretched, but when he puts on the doctor's clothes, puts on glasses, and looks serious, he looks quite decent. Although he is not handsome enough. At least, he doesn't look like someone who has a lot of thoughts. Looking at Eric, Fakis inexplicably put down some psychological guard and nodded. "Dr. Eric, thank you for your trouble." At this time, Xianhua also interrupted and said, "Dr. Eric, is this all right?" Eric nodded. "It's okay. Although it may sound a bit boastful, I think my medical skills are pretty good." Xianhua smiled. "Thank you very much. It's okay. If nothing happens, I'll go first. There are still many injured people outside. I have to go and treat them." Xianhua said quickly, "Mr. Eric, go quickly. The injuries of others are more serious. Miss Fakis, is that okay?" Fakis also nodded. As a team doctor, Eric should help others with treatment. What's the problem? Just like that, Eric walked out with his medical kit. Really like a conscientious doctor. Besides a few words before, Xianhua and Eric did not have any eye contact, language or body language communication during the treatment. It was like two ordinary people who just knew each other, just to prevent Fakis from having any suspicion. "Miss Fakis, you take a rest first. I'll go out and take a look. I don't think I can stay here any longer at this time." Fakis hesitated for a while, but finally refused Xianhua's request to go out alone. "Your Highness, it's not safe at this time. Let me go with you." Xianhua's eyes flickered slightly, hiding the joy in her heart, and nodded, "Okay." Xianhua and Fakis walked out together. Fakis glanced around, and when she saw Eric cleaning the wound of a member of the Brotherhood of Steel, she felt relieved. Eric could use the priest's holy light magic, which Fakis already knew. In addition, his medical skills were genuine, and there was nothing wrong with him. Such a person, in general, did not have any problems. For this, Fakis also praised Eric for a rare moment. "Mr. Eric is really a responsible doctor." Xianhua also looked at Eric and said in a tone that only she could understand, "Yes. This trip is thanks to Mr. Eric." Chapter 243. If you want to kill me, you can try. After treating the seriously injured, Eric came to Jesha and began to treat Joe's wounds. Klein, holding his arms, leaned against his carriage, quietly looked at Eric and his brother, and quietly set up a small silent barrier. "Is everything done?" Eric certainly knew what Klein was asking, and he nodded. "It's done. Are you still worried about my work?" Klein nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, Eric was a little greedy, but his ability to do things was beyond reproach. "How much of that thing did you use?" Eric looked around, then took out the remaining half of the colorful oil, and then complained in a somewhat exaggerated tone, "The ointment is full. You used half of the bottle you gave me, and you still have to ensure the medicinal properties of the ointment, which is rare." Klein looked at the colorful oil in Eric's hand and laughed. "Very good. Next time you change her dressing, apply the remaining half to me as well." This request made Eric feel very difficult to do. This won't work. She is a 5th level master. Today, I relied on the few seconds of anesthesia of the antidote to do it. Next time, when I apply the medicine, her wound will be almost healed, and it will be even more difficult to do it. Klein patted Eric on the shoulder and began the routine oral education. The life of a professional is always full of hardships. You might as well be bolder. If you have difficulties in doing things, overcome them. If there are no difficulties, you have to create difficulties and then overcome them. If your life is dull, it will be boring. Eric was confused. What kind of nonsense was Klein talking about? Why create difficulties when there are none? Isn't that a disease? Klein shook his head. You don't understand this. Do you? If you don't create difficulties and then overcome them, how can you appear useful? There are more than one person who does this. Work hard. Deal with Fakis. And I'll give you another bucket of dragon blood. Eric was shocked. Klein, this bastard, has targeted my lifeline and is fooling me with dragon blood. I can't compromise so easily. Otherwise, my life will be difficult in the future. So, Eric began to negotiate conditions in an unbeatable way. Klein, I'm telling you, this is not about dragon blood. I just can't do it. Haha. You're playing tricks on me. Do you think you're still the same as before? Klein suddenly stood up expressionlessly and said calmly, well, since you don't want to, I won't say anything more. Dragon blood is gone. And you won't get your salary next month. Eric was stunned. What kind of person are you? Why don't you play by the rules? I said this. Isn't it just to negotiate terms with you? You didn't even give me a chance. And you cut me off? You're playing the boss game with me. Right? It's just 1 month's salary. I don't want it. Although he thought very tough in his heart. Eric's dog-licking nature still made it difficult for him to say such tough words. And the words were gone as soon as they came to his lips. Brother, don't take it seriously. We just had a fight. I see everyone is in a serious mood. I'm just joking to cheer everyone up, Fakis. Right? Brother, don't worry. I'll take care of her in 2 days. It's nothing. Klein nodded with satisfaction and calmly put down a blood bag. These? Use them as funds for the operation first. Eric's mouth almost cracked with laughter when he saw the dragon blood. Follow Mr. Ke, and you will have a good time, Mr. Ke. Take care. Joe, who had been sitting on the ground, looked at Eric's dragon blood eagerly, and then looked at Klein, who had walked away. He suddenly said to Eric, Brother Eric, I want to learn this. Eric was stunned for a moment and said strangely, What to learn? What are you talking about? Joe was shocked and admired the way Eric and Klein could get a lot of supplies after a few conversations. He also wanted to get a bag of dragon blood with just a few words. I want to learn how to be a dog licker correctly. Eric's eyebrows raised, and he immediately pulled half a meter away from Joe. And they were no longer so close. Nonsense. This is the skill that I rely on to make a living. Can it be taught casually? Joe saw Eric's alienation and immediately said, Brother Eric, I also have dragon blood. I'll give you half a bucket as tuition. Please teach me how to be a dog licker correctly. Eric was tangled up when he heard this. Is it a loss to teach Joe the correct posture of a dog licker with half a bucket of dragon blood? Of course it's not a loss. So, in order to get Joe's half bucket of dragon blood, Eric immediately turned into a big brother mode with earnest words. Joe, first of all, you have to adjust your mentality. You have to think clearly about why you want to be a dog licker. Joe was immediately excited when he heard it. Of course, it's to surpass my brother. Eric turned around and left after hearing this. He actually had such an unrealistic idea. Joe, this kid, is hopeless. Hey, Brother E, don't go. Can't I change it? Eric was still thinking about the half bucket of dragon blood. He stopped and continued to ask, Have you thought it through? Then tell me again. Joe said seriously, I want to become stronger. What will happen after I become stronger? After I become stronger, I can surpass my brother. Goodbye. This time Eric really didn't look back. He felt less and less about Klein's strength. If we say that when we just formed a team, everyone was equal. But now, it is really a relationship between superiors and subordinates. He just wants to get a salary plus bonus, and doesn't want to be stubborn with Klein. Joe's restless mind will only suffer from Klein's continuous beatings, and he doesn't want to suffer with him. Seeing Eric was about to leave, Joe grabbed Eric's legs and said with a bitter face, Brother Eric, don't go. I figured it out. I want to increase my salary like you do. I also want to get resources. Please teach me. Please. Eric finally nodded with satisfaction this time. To get a salary, you must have the attitude of a worker. If you always want to kill the boss, isn't that brain palsy? That's good enough. Then I'll tell you the basic tricks. First of all, you have to figure out what you can do for Klein. Joe really thought about it seriously this time. What can I do for my brother? My fighting power is okay. It's okay. And I'm improving very quickly. Yes, Klein needs enough fighting power now. So what you have to do now is to improve your strength and let him see your progress. And then, he will naturally arrange for you to do things. After hearing what Eric said, Joe's eyes lit up slightly, and he began to imagine. No wonder my brother gave me his magic manual. Did he see my potential? It seems so. After all, we are both ancient relics and brothers. So our relationship must be closer. Brother Eric, is this the correct posture of a licking dog? Yes. What Klein needs is that you do the right thing at the right time. But the word licking dog is not used well. And it needs to be changed. Changed to what? Changed to the name of a monster. What monster? Squeaky Dog. In the center of the team, the large troops gathered here, listening to the final mobilization of Fakis and Qianhua. Kaisers of the mithril ceremony glanced at Klein from time to time, and then looked at Lilith next to Klein, with an inexplicable look in his eyes, as if he was considering the relationship between Klein and Lilith. Of course, Klein also noticed the guy's gaze, and immediately grabbed Lilith's hand, raised it, and then mouthed to Cass's, "This is my woman. Don't think about it, little brother." Lilith smiled. Although she felt that Klein's behavior was quite boring, she was still very happy that he could explain their relationship so directly. Cassis pouted and had no intention of paying attention to Klein at all, but he was still very unconvinced in his heart, and responded with his mouth, "Haha, childish. Before marriage, everything is possible. Yo, little guy. Dare to have thoughts about my woman. You really don't know how to live or die. No. I have to declare my sovereignty." Thinking of this, Klein directly pulled Lilith over and kissed her, then looked at Cassis with a calm face. This action caused quite a lot of noise, and some people were already looking over at them. Lilith couldn't stand it anymore. Fakis and Qianhua are having a meeting now. Are you crazy? Klein saw Lilith's coquettish look and wanted to tease her for some reason, because he was too weak before and Lilith always teased him. But now it's time to turn the tables. Klein hugged Lilith's waist, pressed against her, and bit off a piece of lipstick. How he bit it was indescribable. At first, Lilith resisted, but soon, her body softened. Klein's operation immediately made Cassis lose his temper, and Klein let go of Lilith. Lilith glanced at Cassis, slightly adjusted her clothes, and said dissatisfiedly, "Are you using me to fight with others?" "No. I just want to hug you. Say nice things. This kind of thing is really super useful, especially for women." Lilith turned her head away. "Okay. I know you're just saying it in a nice way, but I forgive you." Klein wanted to say a few more dirty words, but the feeling sent back by the clouded leopard made the corners of his mouth curl up. "Have you followed her? Very good. Keep your distance and just follow her. Hee hee. If you want to kill me, you can try." Klein turned to Lilith and said, "I'll go out for a while. You can just move on normally. I'll be back before reaching Amadeus. If Gwen asks where I'm going, you can just let Eric deal with her. We should be able to reach Amadeus today." "Why go out now?" Klein's words made Lilith frown. But Lilith never questioned Klein's decision, and she didn't ask Klein what he was going to do. Just nodded obediently. "I know. Go ahead." Klein slowly retreated. His body gradually turned into mist, and floated towards the direction of the clouded leopard. Chapter 244. Klein beats Agatha. Agatha was walking towards Amadeus at this time. It was too conspicuous to change into a flying dragon form. If she was discovered, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, walking was a safer way to sneak in. Klein's clouded leopard slowly followed Agatha. It kept a distance of 2 kilometers from Agatha, which was just enough to follow her by smell. Agatha always felt that she was being followed by something, but every time she looked back, she didn't notice the tracker. As a dragonborn, her eyesight was very strong, almost reaching the level of some high-level magic beasts. However, the clouded leopard had been using the woods to cover its position and kept a very long distance, so it was never discovered by Agatha. Agatha walked and stopped, but the feeling in her heart was lingering. The strange feeling is always there. Something is wrong. I should be followed. After making a judgment, she immediately gave up walking and jumped into the sky, trying to transform into a flying dragon to escape. But as soon as she jumped up, she bumped into something hard. The sickle monster gradually appeared in front of Agatha, and what Agatha just bumped into was the hard forelimbs of the sickle monster. Warcraft? Agatha looked at the sickle monster in front of her and relaxed a little. Compared with the Warcraft, she was more worried about people. However, looking at the sickle monster in front of her, she seemed to remember something. No, this mantis monster belongs to Klein. This mantis monster is here, and he must be nearby. I have to leave quickly. Agatha immediately jumped back and turned into a flying dragon to fly into the sky. But at this height, The sickle monster could catch up with a light jump. The sickle monster suddenly jumped up, and the sickle blade on its forearm swept directly towards Agatha's wings. Agatha had no intention of fighting, so she could only use her wings to turn back and avoid the attack of the sickle monster. However, after avoiding the sickle monster, a large white leopard suddenly flew towards her. Agatha had no choice but to turn back again and forcibly avoid the attack of the clouded leopard. She looked back at the clouded leopard and muttered in her heart, "What kind of monster is this? How come I have never seen it before?" Just as she was about to flap her wings and fly into the sky, she accidentally saw a group of black fog circling on the ground beside her. Looking at this group of black fog, Agatha inexplicably felt a strong sense of threat. She wanted to avoid it, but the wings that turned back twice in a row were just when the old power had just gone, and the new power had not yet been born. At this moment, a blue sword light appeared from the black fog, pierced straight, and instantly pierced through Agatha's wings. The sword light had no intention of holding back. The shadow flames instantly passed along the blade of the shining moonlight, igniting Agatha's wings. Ah! The impact of the shining moonlight, which was greater than that of the giant sword, and the intense pain of the burning shadow flames, made Agatha roar in pain. If she hadn't suffered from a lack of vocabulary, she would have cursed Klein's ancestors in her heart. Klein? That bastard. Didn't he get along with me peacefully before, even if we are in different camps? It shouldn't be like this, when he saw such a heavy hand from the ground. Is he sick? Burned by the shadow flames. Agatha could only give up the transformation, turn back to human form, and extinguish the shadow flames with magic. Agatha, who fell to the ground, was about to say something, but Klein didn't give her any chance to speak. A powerful kick with a strong arcane energy impact directly kicked Agatha in the chest and kicked her out. In Klein's opinion, Agatha pushed him down from the dragon ruins, which was a real revenge. Although he didn't die, the feud had already been made, and they would definitely fight to the death if they met again. Agatha's strength was too strong. Facing such an enemy, he must be fully prepared and have a plan. Attack her weakness, when she has no corpse ghosts, is not well prepared, and reveals a flaw. Instantly destroy her flying ability with a single blow, then chase her relentlessly and beat her half to death, which is the right way to do it. Klein is doing this, but Agatha, who was beaten, didn't think so. Klein not only abused her, beat her, bullied her, and rode her, but also said nothing about these. After robbing the things in the dragon ruins, he left without saying goodbye. Now they meet, and he is so cruel, as if he wants her to die. Such a person is really too much. How could I like such a guy when I was young? I was really blind. When Agatha flew backwards, Klein had already caught up with her expressionless face and punched Agatha in the chest with arcane power. Bang! Cough! As Agatha spat out a large mouthful of blood, Klein had already grabbed her neck and lifted her up. With the blessing of arcane power, Klein's grip was truly the hand of God. Even Agatha, who had the physique of a dragon, had no room for resistance. Klein felt that Agatha's most threatening ability was the dragon roar. As long as she couldn't use the dragon roar, her threat would be greatly reduced. Agatha's tongue was about to come out of her mouth because her neck was tightly pinched. Klein was holding her too tightly. She felt that she would be strangled to death by him the next moment. The anger and despair in her heart made her say to Klein with her last breath, "You, psycho, sick." Klein raised his eyebrows. "You dare to scold me at this time? Come on. I will treat you well today." Klein loosened his fingers slightly, and Agatha immediately fell down and lay on the ground. The suffocation just now really made her desperate. Agatha gasped for air, as if every breath of air was a very precious thing. Ding! The light of Huiwa was inserted next to Agatha's face, and the shadow flame was slowly burning on Huiwa's sword. Klein said with a smile, "Life is always full of encounters. Agatha, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Don't move, lie on the ground. Otherwise my hands will shake. Women all love beauty. If the shadow flame touches your face, it will be bad." Agatha, who was lying on the ground, wanted to cry a little. Yes, she really wanted to cry. Last time, it could be said that the fight was back and forth, but she didn't expect it to be so miserable this time. She also reviewed the battle process with Klein, and the result was that she was invincible. But there was room for maneuver. I didn't expect that this time when I met him. After the other party designed a battle strategy, I would be defeated so thoroughly. And I was defeated without any chance to fight back. And this inexplicable beating really made Agatha collapse. But she still calmed down. Although she felt bitter and angry, life had to go on. In Agatha's view, life was more important than face. Why are you doing this to me? How did I provoke you? Just now I saw you. And I didn't really attack your team. I just summoned a few zombies to show my respect. Klein, we are all here to do the mission. You are going too far. Klein frowned. This little girl dared to change the subject at this time. She really didn't know how to live or die. You really won't give up until you get to the Yellow River at this time. You are still talking to me about this. Agatha was stunned. Which river is the Yellow River? And what's wrong with me? Tell me clearly. Klein hated this kind of dishonest people the most. He stretched out his palm, and a bluish-white arcane light flashed. A hard stick-shaped bread appeared in his hand, and he slapped Agatha's butt. Pa! Are you still pretending to be me? Why didn't you say these things when you pushed me down? Ah, woo! Klein actually hit her with an iron rod. Agatha was really beaten and cried. It was really humiliating. And her, but was really painful. But she still didn't understand what Klein meant by pushing him down. What do you mean by pushing you down? I don't know what you were talking about at all. What's the point of hitting a woman's butt? You have the ability. Agatha thought about it, and still held back the words kill me if you have the ability. Well, don't lose hope in life because of temporary honor and disgrace. Stay alive. Maybe you can still survive. Yo, you still dare to be stubborn. Pa! Klein hit her again. Don't care whether what she said is true or false. If you are stubborn, you will be beaten. When Klein was a child, no matter whether the matter is right or wrong, as long as he dares to be stubborn with his parents, he will be beaten. Agatha screamed again. Although she had a dragon form and a strong physique, she had no fighting spirit to protect her body. She was essentially a wizard who could bear such a beating. I really don't know what you are talking about. I never pushed you. It hurts too much. Stop hitting me. But Klein was even more confused when he heard her say that. You didn't push me? Then tell me how I fell from the dragon ruins? Agatha was stunned. Fell from the dragon ruins? She felt like she was about to solve the case, and yelled, How do I know how you fell? I have been comprehending the dragon soul. So how can I care about you? Klein looked at Agatha, who was full of energy, and touched his nose calmly. He was also thinking, did he really make a mistake? But although he thought so in his heart, his hand did not stop. Snap! Another one. Why did you hit me again? Are you still human? I didn't touch you in the ruins. Did you set up a barrier at that time, when you wronged me? Why didn't you think that if I got close to you, your barrier would have sounded the alarm? How could it be me? Klein wanted to say, maybe you broke my barrier? But after thinking about Agatha's barrier level, he put this reason back. It seems that he really made a mistake. Then how did he fall from the dragon ruins? Is it because he absorbed the mist dragon soul? Klein frowned deeply. If he made a mistake, Agatha would have been beaten for nothing. And he was really a little embarrassed. But even if he made a mistake, he would not admit it. When dealing with the enemy camp, he would just make the best of it. There is nothing to be afraid of. Why did he do this? Because Klein's mood had changed, and the environment was different. Klein knocked Agatha on the head with a piece of bread. Why were you so loud just now? Are you trying to be tough with me? You're lying in front of me. And you still can't tell the current situation? You're from the Skull and Bone Society. And I'm from the Gia Society. In front of the Gia Society, all the people from the Skull and Bone Society should die. Do I need another reason to beat you? Although she knew that Klein was making up a story, Agatha really didn't dare to refute it anymore, because the iron rod in his hand was too fierce, and it hurt too much. If she continued to be stubborn, she was afraid that her, but would not be able to bear it. Classmate Klein, I really didn't push you. It takes absolute concentration to comprehend the dragon soul. There were so many dragon souls at that time that I couldn't absorb them in time. I really couldn't risk touching you. You fought, and I'm no longer angry. We're classmates. Please let me go. Well, you're very sincere. So, let's write off the grudge between us. Hearing Klein's words, Agatha seemed to see hope of life. Sure enough, hiding is useful. Those who are stubborn are dead. Only by hiding can they survive. Can you let me go now? Klein suddenly laughed. Don't worry. The grudge between us is just a small matter. I don't bear grudges. In fact, even if you pushed me, I wouldn't do anything to you. Percent at #** and you looked like you were going to kill someone just now. But now you can say such words with a licking face. I, Agatha, would like to call you the most shameless in Jiesha. What else do you have to say? As long as you don't hit me, everything is fine. Klein's face became serious. Tell me, what is your purpose here, Fakis? Seth? And you? Chapter 245 time is just a little bit away. Facing Klein's questioning, Agatha had a sad face. Can you change the question? I can't tell you the mission target. If I tell you, I'll be dead. The entire organization won't let me go. Klein was stunned. It's already this time. And you're still using this trick on me. Come on. I'll let you change it. Snap. Change or not? Snap. Tell me. Change or not? Agatha screamed twice after being beaten. These 2 hits were particularly painful. She was sure that her butt was definitely rotten. Klein is such a beast. Stop beating me. I'll tell you. Don't be impatient. Think about it carefully before you speak. And it's better to speak carefully. Otherwise, if I'm not satisfied, you'll still be beaten. Klein's slow words made Agatha's face turn green. She immediately suppressed the idea of 9 truths and 1 lie. How can she satisfy him? This is too difficult. I understand. I'll tell you slowly. But you can't hit me. Okay. Under Klein's pressure, Agatha began to tell them the goal of their mission this time. I, Uncle Seth, and Fakis are all members of the Skull and Bones Society. Seth and I belong to the conservative faction. And Fakis is a radical faction. And he just joined last year. The 2 factions of the Skull and Bones Society are very discordant. Our conservative faction is similar to ordinary societies, without any great purpose, but with more underworld business. But the radical faction is different. They have recruited a lot of new members in recent years, infiltrated national organizations, bought people's hearts, and expanded their influence. Some of them have very radical ideas. Creating chaos is a small matter. And some even want to overthrow the rule of Tarila. Klein's eyes flickered slightly, and he subconsciously raised his head to think. Like Jason, who has both the power of the Skull and Bones Society and the power of the Dark Crusade. Could he be the product of the expansion of the radicals? He retracted his thoughts and continued to stare at Agatha at his feet. Listening to her narration, 2 months ago, the radicals received the mission from the Princess Society to participate in the exchange of high-level prisoners. They wanted to take this opportunity to provoke a war between Tarila and Grandok. And this idea is not only ours. Some of Tarila's upper nobles also have this idea. It's just that they want to use the death of the princess to create a war of revenge and divert national conflicts. While the radicals want to put a certain humiliating hat on the upper class of Tarila and launch a disunited and humiliating war. This time, the conservatives of the Skull and Bones Society, the leader, my teacher Prometheus, also agreed to this operation for some reason. And Fakis is the executor of this operation. And she is responsible for feeding the eldest princess Qianhua a large amount of colorful oil. After arriving at Amadeus, we will find a way to find a time to guide Qianhua to the beggar's den in Grandok. Then use arcane energy to trigger the effect of the demon spirit, so that the princess will lose her mind under the influence of the demon spirit and be insulted by the beggars. Then find a way to make her pregnant. And then use the demon spirit to control the princess. Let her return to Telrila to give birth. And let her expose and commit suicide after giving birth. Finally, use the exposure of the princess incident to throw the incident to the top leaders of Telrila and trigger a war. Perhaps because she was afraid of being beaten. Agatha said it in great detail. And if she thought of something she missed, she would add it in detail. Because they were worried that Fakis would be too reckless. They gave me an official identity of Amadeus to cooperate with Fakis' actions. The more Klein listened, the more frightened he became. Although he also guessed that Fakis used some dirty means to use the magic spirit on the princess. He did not expect that the complete plan of the Skull and Bone Society would be so cruel. The identity of the Princess Qianhua is different now. She is Eric's woman now. Eric is his person. As for Qianhua's affairs, he naturally cannot sit idly by. And the Skull and Bone Society was originally one of Klein's goals. If subverting the Jia Society is the first goal, then destroying the Skull and Bone Society is his second goal. Basically, this is the plan. I'm telling the truth. Can we talk properly and stop fighting? Okay. Agatha was really traumatized. And she had no interest in the affairs of the radicals. Failure is none of her business. She secretly turned her head and glanced at Klein, but found that Klein was also looking at her. Agatha was so scared that she turned her face back and faced the ground again. Klein threw the hard bread in his hand aside and suddenly asked, "Who is the person who planned this?" Agatha hesitated. She felt that Klein's attitude was very bad. If she told the truth, would she be angry? After all, it was her teacher who planned it. "What are you hesitating about? Do you still want to be beaten?" "Hey, don't hit me, don't hit me," I said, although this matter was initiated by the radicals. The person who planned this princess plan was my teacher, the Lord of the Corpses, Prometheus. Prometheus? Klein knew this person. The ultimate criminal of Tarila. One of the leaders of the Skull and Bone Society who had been wanted for many years. And the person who played with the dead. Your teacher deserves death. And so do all the people in the Skull and Bone Society. Listening to Klein's cold tone, Agatha suddenly panicked. She was also a member of the Skull and Bone Society, and the other party did not hide his murderous intentions, which made her feel like a little dragon was running wild in her heart. Agatha didn't want to die like this. She turned her head and said eagerly, "I have cooperated so well. You are not going to kill me." Klein did not answer her, but turned on the synthesizer and switched to the interface of the object in the bottle. Retain the main will cool down. 2 days. 22 hours and 41 minutes, this TMD. The time seems to be a little bit off. Doesn't this make me uncomfortable? Fuck. For Klein. If he wants to destroy the Skull and Bone Society, it is naturally best to have an eyeliner of the Skull and Bone Society. And Agatha meets the conditions that Klein needs. She is strong, talented, and has a very high growth potential. If she can retain the main will and become a little man in the bottle, she is really a perfect candidate. What troubled him now was that the synthesizer still had 3 days to cool down. Tomorrow, the main force would arrive in Amadeus and deliver the prisoners. The princess's affairs would definitely be carried out at the same time. He couldn't wait for Agatha here for 3 days. The slight difference in time made it impossible for Klein to immediately transform Agatha into the bottle. So if he let her go now and let her cooperate with him, it would require more conditions. But Klein didn't care. He was very good at enchantments and spells. He just needed to make an insurance, which didn't take too long. This insurance could last for about 5 days. Klein looked at Agatha's graceful body and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He slowly squatted down, leaned on one knee beside Agatha, and slowly stroked Agatha's golden hair with his palm. "Agatha, tell me, how should I deal with you?" Agatha didn't know that Klein had already thought of how to deal with her. She thought Klein was hesitating whether to kill her. She suddenly ignited the hope of life in her heart and said quickly, "Klein, we were classmates before. I have never hurt you and took you to the Dragon Ruins. I don't talk about the credit, but I should have some feelings for you. You let me go, and I won't get involved in this matter." "Okay," Klein smiled. "It really won't work if you don't get involved. I really need you for the next thing." He just wants Agatha to have hope of life and let her psychological defenses collapse. In this way, the curse will achieve the perfect effect. If Agatha is always stimulated and her attitude becomes very strong, it will not achieve the effect Klein wants. Talking about affection is much better than talking about merit. "You know, I am also a person who values affection." As he spoke, Klein's palm slowly slid down, touched the place where Agatha was hit before, and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" This action made Agatha suddenly open her eyes wide. Her heartbeat accelerated. Her face quickly became red. And she thought to herself, "What is he going to do to me? Should I give in? But even if I don't give in, I don't seem to have much room to resist. I liked him very much when I was in school. So I just gave in." Women's psychological activities are extremely rich. At the moment Klein asked the question, Agatha's heart had already experienced some severe needle pricks. After making the compromise, her defenses were completely let go. "K. Klein, be gentle. This is my first time." 3? Popped up on Klein's head. He thought to himself, what I just asked seems to be whether it hurts? Is it right? What is this woman thinking? Is she greedy for my body? Although Agatha's answer was irrelevant, she had indeed let down her defenses and satisfied the effect Klein wanted to achieve. Klein slowly said, "Agatha, I can let you go, but you must agree to some of my conditions and help me do one more thing." Agatha was shocked. "That thing? Don't have to be done. Why does it feel a bit regretful?" She didn't expect Klein to let her go so easily. "What conditions? What are they? The conditions are to sign some contracts with me. And then allow me to put some curses on you. Don't worry. The curses and contracts will only last for 7 days. These 2 things are not to control you, but just to complete what I need to do. As long as you agree, I can let you go immediately. As for the specific things I want you to do for me, it is also very simple. Just to cooperate with our team leader, Miss Fakis. Contract and curse. Agatha hesitated. These 2 things are not signed casually. If you meet a vicious person, it will really cause an effect worse than death. But Agatha also has a plan in her mind. 7 days. If what Klein said is true, then she can endure 7 days. Although she has been at a disadvantage every time she sees Klein. Klein always leaves some room for maneuver every time he does things, and will not force her into a desperate situation. This is why Agatha is willing to cooperate. Chapter 246 First Arrival at Amadeus. Even if Klein's contract was a fraud and he broke his promise, after 7 days, she could use the dragon form to forcibly resist the effect of the contract and go back to her teacher for help. Thinking of this, Agatha nodded. 7-day contract and curse. I hope you can keep your word. I swear in the name of Klein. The curse and contract are definitely 7 days. Klein laughed. In fact, 5 days are enough. But I am afraid of accidents. So I have 2 more days for insurance. In the name of Klein? You really think you are a big shot? Then, Agatha, let's get started. Okay. After a long time, Agatha looked at the 6 contract marks and 11 curse marks on her arms, and murmured, "Is it necessary to make so many? It feels like a complete waste of magic power." Looking at the figure of Klein riding on the clouded leopard, Agatha sighed slightly in her heart. This time, she lost even more miserably than last time. She touched her red, swollen, and hot buttocks and recalled the scene when Klein attacked her. Of course, he didn't hit her. Thinking of this, Agatha suddenly felt regretful. If she had taken the initiative at that time, would there be a different result? Unfortunately, she was a member of the Skull and Bones Society. After this transaction was over, she and Klein would become enemies again. With some regrets, Agatha limped towards Amadeus. When Klein returned to the escort team, the entire team was still some distance away from Amadeus because of the large number of deaths of horses and camels in the previous battle. So Klein's departure was not noticed by anyone. And when he returned to the team, no one noticed anything wrong. He came to the team of Jesha, followed Lilith and Joe, and whispered, "It's not so easy to go to Amadeus this time." Lilith glanced at Klein and suddenly asked, "Oh, what did you do just now?" Klein felt a little puzzled. This was not like Lilith's behavior. She rarely asked what he was doing. "Why do you ask? I just went to collect intelligence." Lilith took a golden hair from Klein's shoulder and handed it over. When collecting intelligence, keep yourself clean and don't leave traces and clues. This is the quality that an excellent executor should have. Klein was stunned for a while holding the slender golden hair. Although Lilith said it in a serious manner, he always felt that Lilith had another meaning, hinting that he was having an affair. How could it be possible? An affair? The problem is that he didn't do anything to Agatha. Wasn't this blame for nothing? With a relaxed mood, Klein and his companions once again set out on the road to Amadeus. Because there was not much distance left, the escort team finally arrived in Amadeus soon. Not only was there no one to escort them along the way, but no one from Amadeus went out of the city to greet them. The armies of the 2 countries were only indifferent and hateful. After Fakis handed over the documents of the escort team and the identification of all members, the generals guarding the city began to conduct very careful inspections and verifications one by one. Gwen Alterum, 16.5 nanometers, 50 kilograms, female. Appearance, Lilith Anna, 17.4 nanometers, 54 kilograms, female. Klein heard that the data reported by Lilith was different from what he said before. He immediately asked Lilith, "Didn't you say before that you were less than 52? It's 54 now. Did you lie to me about your weight? Or are you fat now?" Lilith blushed for a rare time and said with a stiff face, "It is very impolite to ask a lady about her weight. Didn't anyone teach you?" She has indeed gained weight recently, mainly because she has been following Klein for a while, eating and drinking well all day, and not fighting much. So her weight has quickly increased. "Okay. You can't even ask about your woman's weight." Klein Alex. Height 18.59 feet. Weight 76 kilograms. Male. Klein looked at his report, He was fat too. He couldn't eat monster meat, also. Wouldn't 23 have grown so fast? Why didn't he grow taller? Although no items were seized during this inspection. Everyone's identity information, appearance, weight, and appearance were strictly registered before being released. This treatment is really the treatment of a living enemy country. When they entered Amadeus, the civilians passing by looked at them with indifference and hatred. The people of Telrella were a group of completely unwelcome people here. It's really unexpected that the two countries are so hostile to each other and can still make such a prisoner exchange. When Klein was sighing, Gwen suddenly came to his side. It is precisely because of hatred that this prisoner exchange is so precious. Its existence is like a fig leaf for the bottom line of two human countries, giving people an illusion of hope. No one wants their talents to die humiliated in the enemy country, whether emotionally or honorarily. Neither country wants to see this situation. Klein nodded. He did not comment on this approach, because the people who were exchanged were also elite talents of Grandok. Ordinary prisoners had been killed long ago and had no value for exchange at all. For example, the Grandok spy behind him, Gaskell, who was lurking in the Treasury Department of Terila. Although he was not even a professional, had the ability to perfectly falsify financial data. And if other spies had not exposed him, no one would have discovered his identity so far. Such an excellent financial official, even if he had no combat effectiveness, was also a cutting-edge talent. Giving up such a talent would be a huge loss for Grandok. Not to mention that he still had a lot of information about Terila. At this time, Amadeus's Lieutenant General, Project, came to the escort team and said to Fakis, "Ms. Fakis, I have heard of your name for a long time. Now, can you remove the curse for our compatriots? It has been a dereliction of duty for us to let them go home after such a long time." Although Fakis' main purpose is not to exchange hostages, the most basic drama still needs to be performed. This does not conform to the principle of prisoner exchange. Let's talk about it after we safely receive Mr. Flando. Miss Fakis is really as serious as the legend says. With such strictness, can the students of your Royal Academy stand your temper? There was no good thing to say, and Project had no intention of holding back. So he directly mocked Fakis. Students of the Imperial Academy do not need the Imperial staff to evaluate. Just take us to see Lord Flando. Okay. What a boring guy. Mr. Flando is living comfortably in our Grandok, and it is not certain whether he wants to return to your Terila. I don't know what you are urging for. Let's go. I'll take you to Amadeus prison. Everyone was a little surprised by Project's words. They would see Flando soon, and the other party had no reason to lie to them. What did he mean by Mr. Flando living well? Has he already surrendered to Grandok? With doubts, the escort team followed Project and slowly walked towards Amadeus prison. Lilith and Klein also stared at Project. She whispered, "What do you think of this person's strength?" Klein frowned slightly. "Is there something wrong with this person?" Klein first sensed the other person's aura. Although he was a lieutenant general, he was indeed not as strong as Fakis. He didn't even feel like he was at level 5. A lieutenant general should be level 5. But he gave me the feeling that he was at most level 4. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this person? Lilith shook her head and looked at Klein with burning eyes. No problem. You are basically prepared to judge his strength. He may not even be at level 4. If the conditions are sufficient, I can fight him. Looking at Lilith, Klein still felt very strange that she compared him with a lieutenant general of the enemy country. Well, he is indeed a relatively weak lieutenant general. But why do you want to compare your strength with him? He is a lieutenant general after all. Are you so confident now that you can face him head on? Lilith glanced at Klein and walked forward quickly. I just want to tell you my current approximate strength, so that you can make a more correct judgment if an accident occurs. Klein stopped. He already understood what Lilith wanted to express. But he didn't expect Lilith to say that. He knew that it might be because he didn't tell Lilith a lot of things during this escort mission. In addition to the previous events, she lacked a sense of security and wanted to show her strength and role to him. So she said that. What should I do if my sister lacks a sense of security? Of course, I have to let her really feel my existence. Klein quickly followed, touched Lilith's palm, and whispered in her ear, "Then I'll have to test your strength tonight." Lilith looked at Klein with disdain. She was a knight. A death knight. With a max physique and corrosiveness. She was afraid of nothing. So as soon as Lilith opened her mouth, she caused a tenfold critical strike on Klein. You always fail first. What else are you trying? Klein. Klein sighed, feeling that chatting with women was really boring. Eric was now guarding the princess with Becky, so he might as well go and bully Joe. After Klein came to Joe, Joe felt that the temperature around him dropped by 3 degrees. He glanced at his brother, who was smiling maliciously beside him, and his heart was inexplicably empty. But he thought of what Eric taught him. If he wanted to get a high salary, he had to show his presence in front of Klein and do the right thing at the right time. So Joe took the initiative to ask, "Brother, is there anything I need to do?" Klein's eyes lit up. The young man had made progress, and he nodded. "Yes. What is it?" "Tell me," Joe said cautiously. "Have you mastered the Lord of Decay? I feel I am almost there, but I am not very proficient yet. Hurry up and learn it. Let's see who can open the biggest one." Chapter 247 The Treasure Boy Frando of the Empress. The group came to Amadeus prison. Only the princess and Fakis could enter. Everyone else could only wait outside. "Miss Fakis, the imperial prison is a restricted area. No outsiders are allowed to enter. You and the princess can go in. Everyone else, just wait here." Fakis nodded and turned to Gwen and the other two and said, "Keep an eye on the escorts of Grandok. Before we come back, if anyone asks you to release someone, you must not release them." "Yes." After Fakis and the princess entered the prison, Klein became bored. He took out his thermos cup, opened the lid, and drank a sip of water. Bored, Klein secretly took out 2 worker bees, followed Fakis and Qianhua, and flew into the prison. In the prison, Fakis and Qianhua had already arrived at the 4th floor of the prison, the floor where Grandok held important criminals. They stopped in front of a very spacious room. Although the room was transparent, it had all the necessary facilities. There were all kinds of experimental equipment, containers, culture dishes, experimental racks, and a large amount of data documents. The table on the side was filled with all kinds of high-quality food that only the royal family of Grandok could eat. Next to the food, there was a very beautiful woman, who was cleaning up the messy table. And Grover, the Warcraft biology master that the queen had been thinking about, was lying on the bed, eating delicious food while enjoying the service of another beautiful woman beside him. He was living a very comfortable life. Klein also saw such a scene from the picture sent back by the worker bee. The impact of the live broadcast picture was so strong that even with his concentration, he couldn't help but say, "Fuck, live broadcast." Klein was so shocked. Not to mention Fakis and Qianhua, who were watching in person. Although Qianhua had experienced human affairs, she still couldn't bear to watch this scene. Projet looked at Qianhua and Fakis with a smile and said, "How is it?" "I said Mr. Frando is very happy in our Grandok. This is entirely because of our Grandok's policy of supporting outstanding talents. For talented people, even if they are enemies, we Grandok will generously provide technical and resource support. Here is the configuration of the highest standard business room in the Empire, with food and wine. Everything you can expect. In addition, 2 beauties will be replaced every month to serve Mr. Frando, providing 24-hour full service. Of course, as a top Warcraft biologist, these are nothing in the eyes of outstanding talents. The most important thing is definitely the breakthrough of cutting-edge technology. We will provide all the equipment and materials he wants, and all kinds of experimental data, except that he cannot get close to the Warcraft. Everything else, as long as he wants, we can give him. How about it, if he returns to the decadent Tarila? Will he still receive the same treatment as in Grandok?" Facing Projet's aggressive tone, Qianhua was a little angry. She was the royal family of Tarila. The dignity of Tarila was her dignity, and she had to maintain it. So Qianhua retorted, "Maybe your conditions are very generous, but you also said that Mr. Frando will never be able to get close to Warcraft here. Tell me, a top expert in Warcraft biology can't get in touch with Warcraft. So what's the point of him being here?" Projet was speechless for a moment. Frando was too dangerous. It was impossible for him to contact the monster. Qianhua turned his head away after speaking, not giving Projet a chance to continue arguing, and said to Fakis, "Miss Fakis, you should take care of Mr. Flando's handover." Fakis nodded, frowning at Frando in the room, and Frando seemed to be completely unaware of everything outside. The room he was in was cast with a very special magic technology. The situation inside could be seen clearly from the outside, but the inside knew nothing about the outside. They did not disturb him, and Projet arranged soldiers to call the other party until Frando was done. Flando touched the woman lying in his arms, and said with a smirk, Tanshi, you are such a beautiful woman. Not only beautiful, but also passionate. It's a pity that I can't enjoy your body anymore. Tanshi was stunned for a moment, and immediately grabbed Flando's arm. Mr. Flando, can't you keep me here? Flando shook his head. It's not a question of whether you stay or not, but whether I stay or not. If I don't go back, that woman will kill me. Tangshi hugged Flando tighter. Who can touch you when you are here? Flando touched Tangshi's hair with pity. He. If it's someone else, it's still safe here. But if it's that woman, if she resists, I'll basically die wherever I hide. Who is that woman? He. She's pretty. But it's a pity that I don't have a chance. Her name is Qianju. Tangshi's pupil shrank slightly. She knew the name Qianju, so she didn't say anything else. At this time, there was a knock on the door. A soldier stood at the door and said to Flando, Mr. Flando, the team for the exchange of Tarila prisoners has arrived. You can go back. The soldiers were very respectful to Flando. This respect came from the heart, not just ordinary politeness. Even the unruly Project would respectfully address Flando as Mr. In Granok, the grammar of Mr. is different from that of Tarila. Only those who are worthy of respect can be called Mr. It is hard to imagine what kind of contribution Flando has made to Granok over the years to make so many Grandikans respect him. Okay. Wait a minute. I'll get dressed and go out. Flando quickly put on his clothes and walked out the door. But Tangshi stopped him. Wait a minute. Mr. Flando, are you going to take some other items back? Experimental materials, data, etc. Even His Majesty will not refuse your request. Flando glanced at the things in the room, with a strange look in his eyes, and shrugged his shoulders. These are all Grandok's things. What do I need them for? As for everything I have used in the past few years, I have already paid for it. Tangshi couldn't believe that Flando would say such a thing. Does it include me? Flando showed his signature smirk again, and said to Tangshi, of course. Tangshi sat on the bed a little dejectedly, and Flando had already pushed the door out. Standing outside the door, Flando looked back at his room, and was stunned. Then, instead of getting angry, he said to others in a very provocative tone, Wow! You are so patient to watch my performance outside like this, Projet. Come and smoke. As a prisoner, making such a request to a lieutenant general of an enemy country was too much for Fakis and Xinhua to see. This situation would never happen in Tarila. The next scene overturned the cognition of Xinhua and Fakis. Okay, Mr. Flando. Projet took out a cigarette from his arms, handed it to Flando, and then took the initiative to light it for him. Flando took a few puffs, blew a smoke ring at Fakis and said, I know you. Fakis from the Royal Academy. Right? It's really boring to go back with a rigid person like you. Fakis' forehead veins jumped. Although he had heard of Frando's habits, he was really unique in being such a jerk. Mr. Flando can choose not to go back. But if you really don't go back, His Majesty may be very angry, and the consequences may be very serious at that time. Flando curled his lips and looked indifferent. If you are angry, you are angry. How serious can it be? At most, she will castrate me. But she won't kill me. Right? If she is castrated, then castrate me. At most, I will give myself another Warcraft, which will be more powerful than the original one. What do you mean by adding another Warcraft? And more powerful than the original one? Frando's outspokenness made Fakis feel a little humiliated. She emphasized again, Mr. Flando, please pay attention to your words and identity. This time, Flando was ready to fight with Fakis to the end. He pointed at all the people in Granok, including Proget, and shouted, What? Being a teacher is so great? Look down on prisoners? Come on. Ask them if anyone looks down on me. These soldiers in Granok immediately bowed to Flando and said in unison, Mr. Flando is a distinguished guest of our country, and the cabinet of Granok will always reserve a seat for Mr. Flando. This time, it was not only Fakis who was shocked. After all, she was still a teacher in the Royal Academy. Although she was a 5th-level professor and a dean of discipline, she was still a teacher in essence. The one who was really shocked was Qianhua, because she knew that the identity of a cabinet minister was already the highest official position in Granok, and all 7 cabinets were real power holders. It seems that in order to recruit Flando, Granok's Rocky 9 really paid a price that ordinary people could not imagine. Qianhua passed Fakis and bowed slightly to Flando. saying, "Lord Flando, I am Qianhua, the eldest princess of Tarila. I am also deeply shocked and honored by your great achievements in other countries. After all, you are a Tarila person after all, and your mother has been waiting for your return. Lord Flando, please come back with me." It must be said that it is not time that makes people grow. But what happens? Although Qianhua still has many shortcomings, she has really changed a lot after experiencing the colorful oil in Eric. Flando looked at Qianhua and murmured, "You and her are too similar." Chapter 248, a technology that benefits mankind. Too similar? Qianhua knew very well that there were 3 people who looked like her. In addition to her 2 sisters, there was only her mother Qianjue. Looking at Frando's age and her expression like a dog, Qianhua would not think that Frando was talking about the sisters. It was obvious that he was talking about the Empress Qianjue. Qianhua smiled. Hee. If Lord Flando misses my mother, then hurry back with us. She told me that she must take you back. Hearing Qianhua's words, the confusion in Flando's eyes only lasted for a moment. And soon, he returned to his previous lazy look, and responded with a disdainful tone, "Miss, don't tease me. She is the only one who misses me in this life. Don't expect me to miss her again. I must go back. If I don't go, I'm afraid she will. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's not the first time she has done this. Isn't it the first time to castrate? What about the scene just now? Several people seem to have heard something extraordinary. But Flando, as a top biological master, doesn't seem to be too strange. Flando's words are very frivolous, and there is a clear disrespect for the Empress. But Qianhua still didn't get angry, nor did he show hostility to Flando. The Empress truly values Frando. She didn't care about the previous captives, but Frando was the only one she cared about. It seems that Mr. Frando was really familiar with my mother. You can even guess what she would do. Since Mr. Frando knows that not going back will lead to very bad consequences, then hurry back with me. Otherwise you will have to renew it again if you go back too late. Qianhua's speaking skills were not so slick before, but after hanging out with Eric and Klein for a while, her speaking skills were really distorted, and the distortion was rapid. Frando stared at Qianhua and frowned slightly, as if he had some emotions about what she said. It seems that I was wrong. You are not like her at all. Although your mother speaks casually, she will not do such things that take advantage of language. If she is unhappy, she will usually take action directly. Forget it. They are not the same person. Let's go. I have been here for more than 5 years. It's really boring. You are right. My mother and I are different. Please, Lord Frando. Qianhua bowed slightly. She is her, and the Empress is the Empress. Why should they be like each other? But Flando seems to really know the Empress. Flando took 2 steps, and then quickened his pace. He grabbed the mechanical worker bee that was resting on the wall not far away. Looking at the worker bee, he muttered, "It's not a biological thing. It's actually mechanical." Flando turned his head and looked at Projet. "Xiao Pu, is this the thing you made?" Projet glanced at the worker bee in Flando's hand and shook his head. "Mechanical? We should not have such a thing at present." Flando turned his eyes to Fakis and Qianhua. "Looking at your expressions, this thing is not yours anymore." Qianhua and Fakis looked at each other and shook their heads. "This metal bee should be the product of an alchemist." "Alchemist? Haha." Flando squeezed the worker bee in his hand and said with a curled lip, "Okay. I roughly know who this thing is. It's so advanced after a few years. It seems that the development of technology in recent years is really changing with each passing day. I can't wait to see it." Klein looked at the disconnected screen with an ugly face. He had already increased the surveillance distance as much as possible, but he didn't expect to be discovered. The perception distance of a 5th level master is much greater than that of a 4th level master. This is the second time he has been discovered. Although he has been careful, it is still stupid. Forget it. Even if they notice it, they don't know it's me. So it shouldn't be a big problem. Klein put away the beehive. And not long after, he saw Qianhua and Fakis walking out of the prison with Flando. After reaching the ground, Flando stretched and looked at the sun with a smile. "Hey, the long-lost sunshine. I see it again." Projet on the side couldn't help but remind him, "Mr. Frando, we have never refused your request to bask in the sun." "Why do you say that?" Frando was embarrassed after being slapped in the face. "Well, you don't understand. I'm not talking about whether to bask in the sun, but about this breath of freedom." Projet couldn't help it again. We also promise that as long as you announce you're joining Grand Nok, we will give you freedom immediately. Frando's mouth twitched and patted Projet on the shoulder. Little Pooh. Being serious is an excellent character. But sometimes, if you speak too seriously, it will seem particularly annoying. After that, Flando said to Qianhua, let's go. We should go back to the diplomatic embassy now. After the handover of the Grand Nok captives, Qianhua and the others were surprised to find that Grand Nok had not imposed any obvious restrictions on Flando. Unlike the captives of Tarila, Flando had no curse marks on his body, nor any compulsory magic shackles, which could be said to be a gesture of letting you do whatever you want. After the handover, the escort team began to slowly walk towards the Tarila diplomatic embassy in Grand Nok. Projet lit a cigarette for Flando again. Mr. Flando, thank you for everything you have done for Grand Nok. Flando nodded and left with Qianhua and the others. Unlike when they came, the civilians almost no longer had hatred for the escort team. Instead, many people would stare at the team from a distance with complicated eyes. At this time, Eric and Becky also returned to Klein's team and followed behind the team. Eric asked in surprise, after the handover, do we think we have completed the mission? Why did these Grand Nok people change their nature? The way they look at us has changed. We can only be considered to have truly completed the mission if we can return to Tarila alive. Now we are still in the capital of Grand Nok, which is not a far completion. As for these civilians, they are not changed. But Flando's reputation here is too high. These civilians are looking at Flando. Klein was also surprised, because the worker bees were too far away, and they could not monitor the conversation between Qianhua and Flando at that time. But he knew that the Grand Nok people respected Flando very much, because Klein also saw clearly the scene of Projet lighting a cigarette for Flando. He was not talking about the farewell, but when he was still in prison, Proget had already lit a cigarette for Flando. Now walking on the road, most of these civilians' eyes would stay on Flando. The people of Grand Nok were so reluctant to part with an enemy prisoner, which really made people too curious. Then who is this Flando? How do I know? It was not only Klein who was strange. On the way to the diplomatic embassy, Qianhua finally couldn't help asking Flando, Mr. Flando, the love of the people of Grand Nok for you seems to be beyond imagination. What did you do to make them respect you so much? After Qianhua asked these questions, the whole team seemed to become more crowded. Everyone wanted to know the answer, so they squeezed forward. Flando picked his nose, then wiped it on the horse's back, as if this question made him feel particularly accomplished. He chuckled and said, I thought you wouldn't ask. Then can you tell me? Of course. It's not a big deal. I just helped Grand Nok improve the breed of pig beasts, so that this inferior monster can be raised artificially. As long as they are provided with enough arcane bread, they can grow up quickly and produce meat products steadily. And the price is very low. Ordinary working families can also afford it. In the past 2 years, Grand Nok should have been popularized throughout the country. Qianhua frowned slightly. Just eating meat? Is there anything strange about this? Is it necessary to do this? Not only her, but also Fakis, Lilith, and Joe felt very strange. In their opinion, there was nothing special about the meat of pig beasts. It was almost devoid of nutrition. Professionals would never eat it. As for the thoughts of civilians, they hardly considered it. Apart from them, people like Becky who were not from a very good family would be somewhat touched. But even a declining family like Becky had knights in their ancestors. Due to the difference in worldview and vision, they could not perceive the specific effect of this incident. Only Klein, who was walking at the end of the team, felt shocked and shocked. Creating meat creatures that can be raised and can grow quickly as long as arcane bread is provided, reaching the level of universal popularization. This is a technology that can change the living standards of mankind. Such people were generally worshipped artificially in the previous life. Klein also had such people in his previous life. The most famous one was Mr. Yuan, the agricultural saint, who was known to have raised countless keyboard warriors. What Flando did was even more outrageous than what Mr. Yuan did in the eyes of the civilians and rulers of this world. For the civilians of this world, if there were no professionals in their families, it would be too difficult for them to eat meat once. Because professionals will not bring back low-quality meat like pig beasts. What they bring back must be valuable monster meat. And valuable monster meat can only be afforded by professionals. The price that professionals can accept is simply unacceptable to ordinary people. They can only eat meat once during the Chinese New Year. Those who can come here are all senior professionals. They simply cannot understand what it means to not be able to eat meat once a year. Only civilians, who have deeply experienced all this, will have the most profound feelings. Chapter 249, Guide to the Fakis Mission. Klein was touched. But that was only because of the education and information he received. Just like the new year in his previous life. However, Qianhua still found it hard to understand. Would such a thing really bring him such a great reputation? She asked Flando. The meat of pig beasts has no nutritional value. Right? Is that all Mr. Flando did? That's all? It's really superficial. Compared with Qinjue. Flando looked at Qianhua deeply. Compared with the Empress and the eldest princess, they were far worse. He finally shook his head and said, Of course, I also did some other things. Improving their military camels and horse breeds. Making their military beasts stronger than before. That's probably all. As he spoke, Flando seemed to gradually lose interest in the conversation and gradually became silent. Qianhua also saw that Flando was not in a good mood. So he didn't say anything more. After the escort team returned to the diplomatic office, a diplomat from Granok soon came to inform them about the meeting with King Rocky IX tomorrow. Mr. Flando, His Royal Highness Qianhua, Miss Fakis, tomorrow morning, His Majesty will summon you to the Palace of Wishes. Please be sure to arrive on time. Qianhua nodded to the diplomat. I understand. Fakis pouted and glanced at Flando beside him. Put Flando before His Royal Highness Qianhua? It seems that Granok really values Mr. Flando. In their hearts, you have a higher status than Her Royal Highness the Princess. Flando ignored Fakis. He had been feeling depressed since talking to the princess. After returning to the diplomatic embassy, he found a room and lay down on the bed, saying that he wanted to rest and not be disturbed. Fakis looked at Flando, who returned to his room alone. And there was a smile in his eyes. It was best if Flando didn't like the princess. After all, he was a 5th level master. If he liked the princess, it would be very likely to ruin her plan. Which would be bad. Qianhua glanced at Fakis' back, raised her eyebrows, and then looked at the diplomat of Granok, and said calmly, Can I bring a guard and a lady-in-waiting? Just one of each. This diplomat was a little strange. Didn't Fakis have a guard identity, however? As a princess, Qianhua's request was not excessive. Of course. But the palace is still very safe. You don't have to worry too much. Thank you very much. I am used to bringing guards and female officials. Hearing that Qianhua was going to bring guards and female officials, Fakis frowned slightly, glanced at Qianhua, and said in the same way, Your Highness. He is right. I am responsible for your safety. Why do you need additional guards? Is this a lack of trust in me? Miss Fakis is overthinking. After all, we are going to the Palace of Granok tomorrow, and the environment is relatively complicated. If an accident really happens, if Miss Fakis wants to protect me all the time, she will be restrained and unable to exert her full strength. I bring guards for this reason. This reason is understandable. And Fakis nodded. Which guard will the princess take with her? Miss Lilith of Jiesha will be fine. First of all, she is also a woman, and we are of the same age. Moreover, she performed very well in the previous battle. As long as the princess is satisfied. Fakis nodded. At night, the diplomatic embassy was particularly quiet. Except for Becky. No one else went to meet Qianhua. At this time, they all gathered here at Klein. Lilith, we will not be able to enter the Granok Palace tomorrow. Becky will accompany her as a lady-in-waiting. And you will accompany her as a guard. Be prepared. And be careful. Klein's expression was very serious. After all, it was the capital of the empire and the palace. Although Fakis was the one who targeted the princess, it did not rule out the possibility that someone from Granok had intervened in this matter. Lilith looked at Klein and nodded seriously. Yes, I understand. If it is confirmed that Fakis will use arcane dust on the princess at the banquet, do I need to stop him? No. Let Fakis succeed. We cannot conflict with her in the palace. You are indeed responsible for protecting the princess. Tomorrow, we must let this happen according to the original trajectory. As for the matter of the demon spirit, I will handle it. I have informed Her Highness in advance, and she has already expressed her approval of this matter. Lilith frowned slightly. That kind of thing is very addictive and harmful. She is the princess. Even if this matter succeeds, you will bear a great risk. Are you sure you can solve it? Klein did not answer, but took out a large piece of demon spirit and swallowed it in front of Lilith. What are you doing? However, Klein has tested the demon spirit many times. Apart from the smell of shit, he really can't feel any other pleasure, after vomiting a few times and spitting out the colorful oil. Klein said, just want to make you feel more at ease. Lilith nodded speechlessly. Okay. I know. Eric and Joe on the side were a little excited. 5th level. This is a 5th level master. A top professional under the title. They actually have a chance to attack a 5th level master. And it is authorized by Her Royal Highness. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When do we start? Klein took out the map of Amadeus and pointed to an area in it. This is the border of the rich area. And next door, there are a lot of poor people and beggars. If Fakis takes the princess shopping, she will definitely pass by this place. When she takes action, it's time for us to take action. Joe hesitated slightly. After all, this is Amadeus. Won't Grandok intervene? Yes. So we must fight quickly and control the fighting time to within 10 minutes. The opponent is a 5th level master with extraordinary strength. When the time comes, please don't hold back and use your strongest attack with all your strength. At this point, Klein turned his head and looked at Eric. Especially you. Eric, this action is related to the safety of the princess. You'd better have some idea in mind. Eric nodded seriously. I see. After the meeting, Klein sat alone in his room thinking about the problem. He did not choose to rest, but thought about the loopholes and accidents that might occur in this matter. Suddenly, Klein glanced back. It's so late. Lady Gwen came here. What's the matter? As if she was a little surprised by Klein's sharpness. Gwen no longer restrained her footsteps, but stepped on her high heels. Walked in. It seems that you are almost ready for the plan to assassinate Fakis. Klein did not look up at Gwen, but squinted his eyes and poured himself a glass of water. Lady Gwen, why assassinate Miss Fakis? She is the leader of the team. I don't understand what you are saying. Gwen sat down and drank the water in Klein's glass. Although your strength is not bad, you think too weak of me. The elite of your GS Society. A genius. Why don't you think that I am also a member of GS Society? Moreover, I am a 4th level, and even your father's guard. I have also done espionage work. You don't really think that I would not notice anything when you do these things under my nose, right? Klein watched Gwen finish his water, and his heart sank. If Gwen wanted to intervene, the result of this matter would be somewhat unpredictable. Lord Gwen, are you going to stop us? Gwen smiled and shook her head. You never called me Lord Gwen before. It's too distant. I was ignorant before, but now I am sensible, so I should be more polite. Klein's statement did not seem to satisfy Gwen, but she did not continue to dwell on the issue of address. Of course I will not stop you. You are the son of Esmond. Lord Esmond has said that as long as it is not the main purpose of interfering with the GS Society, you have absolute autonomy. You can do whatever you want, and no one will stop you. Just like when you wanted to find your mother before. I would approve it immediately. However, although I will not stop you, I will not help you either, because I still have a mission. If I hadn't had a mission, I would have been eager to challenge the 5th level Fakis. Looking at Gwen's eager expression, Klein was a little emotional. The people in the GS Society's executive department seemed to be warmongers. How could they be so excited about the cross-level challenge? Since Lord Gwen has said so, it's the best. I would like to thank Lord Gwen here first. You're welcome. It's my duty. Gwen would not stop it, but was looking forward to the battle. If a fight breaks out between Klein and Fakis, then she can just accomplish the second goal of this trip. To understand the true strength of Klein and his group. Fakis is a 5th level master, and he has been famous for many years. Under absolute strength, any conspiracy is not very useful. If you want to kill a 5th level master, you must at least have a strength close to the 5th level. If they dare to attack, then there is naturally a way to reduce Fakis' strength to a level they can bear. Or there is a way to exert a strength close to Fakis. So, Gwen is really looking forward to this battle. Klein looked at Becky. Since the other party would not stop their actions, what was her purpose of coming here tonight? Since you said that I can act freely without interfering with the purpose of Jiesha, then what is the purpose of Jiesha, bringing so many armed personnel here? Won't they just walk around and leave? Jiesha is currently in short supply of people. I don't think my father will be so free. Chapter 250 The Real Goal of Jiesha. Gwen looked at Klein with approval. Very smart. And quick to react. You are sent here for a mission. Since you are very smart, You can boldly guess what the mission is this time. Klein and Gwen looked at each other. And after a moment of silence, he slowly said, if you want me to guess, I guess the assassination mission is real. But Jiesha does not want to assassinate Her Royal Highness the Princess, but the 5th level master, Warcraft biology expert, Frando. It is precisely because we have to deal with the 5th level masters that we have to bring so many elites. And they are not very impressive forces. Right? Gwen suddenly stood up, walked behind Klein, put her hands on Klein's shoulders, and massaged his shoulders for him. Her action made Klein very nervous, and his entire back was tense. Lord Gwen, what are you doing? Don't be nervous. Klein, I often massage Lord Esmond like this. Whenever he analyzes a problem. I do this. And you just look like him. About our mission. Great. You guessed it right again. The purpose of Jiesha sending so many elites is to prevent Frando from going back. You are all elites of level 2 to 3. People don't think that people of this level will pose any threat to level 5 masters. This is common sense. But they don't understand that we are from Jiesha. And people from Jiesha never follow common sense. Although Gwen's words were murderous. Her voice was really soft. And her massage skills were really good. Which made Klein feel a little comfortable. Perhaps this is the precise control of strength and skills by a 4th level master. But Klein still doesn't understand why Jiesha wants to stop a person with such talent from returning to Tyrella. The biological research technology he mastered is also effective for the civilians of Tyrella. Right? This is something that can benefit the entire country and even the entire human race. Why stop it? Why? The technology of popularizing meat alone can bring about earth-shaking changes to ordinary people. Why kill such a talent? I don't understand. I hope Lord Gwen can give me an explanation. Gwen took out a piece of paper and scribbled some data in front of Klein, writing very quickly, and soon filled up a piece of paper. The content on the paper was a bit esoteric, and Klein couldn't quite understand it. He could only roughly tell that it was a biological breeding technology. Klein asked in confusion, "What did you write?" "The popularization plan for Tyrella Guinea, and the method of artificially raising Guinea." Klein's pupils shrank slightly, and his first reaction was to disbelieve it. If Tyrella had this method, why didn't it implement it? Guinea was not popular in Tyrella at all, and the lives of civilians had not changed substantially over the years. But even if Gwen was lying to him, there was no need to use such a hardcore trick. Right? He picked up the information that Gwen had written halfway and asked, "Is it true?" Gwen put away his pen and smiled at Klein and said, "Do you think Frando can develop such a technology alone? This technology was originally born in Jiesha. Frando was originally a member of our Jiesha, but he has been following the Empress for many years. Do you think he would not hand over this technology for so many years?" This topic contains a lot of information, and Klein swallowed unconsciously. Then why hasn't Tyrella popularized this technology yet? Gwen looked at Klein, suddenly stopped what she was doing, and said in an inexplicable tone, "Klein, do you think Jiesha can represent the official empire or the Empress?" The meaning of this question is very clear. Although Jiesha has strong technical resources and executive force, its voice in the upper echelons of the empire is not high. Neither. Gwen smiled and pinched Klein's shoulders again. "It seems that you can understand it too. Developing a powerful technology is indeed the business of our Jiesha. But whether this technology will be promoted and developed still depends on the attitude of the superiors in this world. Can you understand it?" Klein nodded slowly. Of course he could understand such a thing. The alternating current invented by Tesla was a technology that almost changed the future of mankind. However, Tesla's situation was not much better than that of Frando at that time. Even in 2020 in the previous life, there were still many such examples. Not to mention that the world he is in now is a world belonging to the extraordinary. But even so, there is no need to kill him. Right? A talent like Frando is already a top biologist. Just look at Grandoc's attitude towards him, and you will know why such a person must be killed. Why do you think that the Empress asked Frando to go back so that he could study biology and develop civilian technology? Klein was stunned for a moment. Shouldn't such a person return to benefit society? Huh? Winger's tone suddenly became grim. All the research projects that Frando did in Tyrella were carried out in Jiesha, including the improved technologies he implemented in Grandoc. After he followed the Empress, she never asked about Tyrella's political affairs again. No one knew what they were studying. Do you think such a person should be killed? This question made Klein silent, and Gwen gradually stopped what she was doing. She walked in front of Klein and left a word. I can tell you that the task of killing Flando was not decided by Jiesha alone, but by most of the officials and societies in Telrilla who knew about this matter. It's just that our Jiesha members had strong combat effectiveness and are the best executors of this matter. After you get rid of Fakis, let's see how you recover. When you are back to normal and you have thought it through, give me a reply. Think about it. Klein. Klein sat in his seat for a long time after Gwen left. Motionless. A genius with high-end technology who can change people's lives. After being with the king of a country, will cause the king to no longer care about political affairs. So how should this person be dealt with? Perhaps, as Gwen said, killing such a person directly is the best choice. But if he is killed, will the Empress care about political affairs? No one knows. The identity and strength of the Empress gave her double majesty. In Telrilla, the Empress's decision was everything, and no one could question her. What if the Empress was wrong? Well, even if the Empress was wrong, no one would blame her. No. Find a chance. I want to contact this Flando. The next morning, Qianhua and the others were ready, and they set off towards the palace of Grandok. Because it was daytime, even if Klein turned into a mist form, he was still a big black mass, and there was no way to move secretly, so he could only rest in the diplomatic embassy with Eric and Joe. Eric was still worried about Qianhua. I wonder if they are going well today, and will there be any sequelae after the demon spirit is removed? Although Eric didn't say this to Klein. Klein knew he was asking. There will be sequelae. What sequelae? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Looking at Eric's excited expression, Klein expressed his understanding. After all, Qianhua was already his woman, and it was normal to care about her. It won't be serious. She will often feel nauseous during the withdrawal reaction. After being addicted, she will smell the demon spirit like me, as if she smelled very pungent shit. Eric patted his chest. You scared me to death. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Looking at Eric's expression, Klein curled his lips in disdain. This scumbag who had seen countless women could not escape the fate of a licking dog after all. The princess and her group had arrived at the palace of Grandok, and soon they were summoned by the Emperor of Grandok. The Emperor of Grandok, Rocky 9. Full name, Close Rock, is very young. Only 25 years old. But he has been on the throne for 16 years. No one underestimates him because of his youth. On the contrary, the king of Grandok has done too many great things in these short 16 years. When he was young, Grandok was controlled by Close's uncle, the regent Diego. But Close changed all this in just 4 years. When he was 13 years old, he launched an assassination in the palace, killed the regent Diego, and officially took over the entire Grandok. After Diego's death, Close spent another 3 years to integrate the country's politics and army and carry out comprehensive reforms. After that, Grandok began to develop rapidly, just like during the Industrial Revolution, and its national strength became stronger and stronger, with a faint momentum to overwhelm Telrilla. The palace where the assassination of Regent Diego took place was the palace where Qianhua and the others were summoned. The Palace of Wishes. This place was not originally called the Palace of Wishes. It is said that after Close's wish was fulfilled here, he changed the name to the Palace of Wishes, which means the palace that can fulfill wishes. After entering the Palace of Wishes, Qianhua and Close looked at each other from a distance. This staring continued until the center of the hall, when Qianhua and the others began to salute. While Close was staring at Qianhua, Qianhua was also observing Close. Close's figure was not very tall. He was just over 17 feet tall, but he was very strong, with a mustache and sharp eyes, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Princess Telrilla. Qianhua. I meet His Majesty Grandok Close. The princess spoke generously, and did not show any impoliteness, because of the presence of many officials and soldiers. Close could not help but nod. Princess Qianhua. Thank you for your hard work along the way for the friendly diplomatic relations between the two countries. Chapter 251 Our Series Number 9. In response to Close's polite words, Qianhua just pursed her lips and said with a smile, Your Majesty Close is joking. You also said that all this is for the friendly diplomatic relations between the two countries. How can this be considered hard work for me? How friendly are Telrilla and Grandok? Basically, there is a small fight every 3 days, and a big fight every 3 months. Basically, a war breaks out every 3 to 5 years. Occasionally, a very large-scale national war will break out. This situation has lasted for more than 300 years. This is the friendly exchange culture of the two countries. If there is no fight for 3 days, the whole body will feel uncomfortable, as if the war factor has penetrated into the genes of the two countries. What the princess said makes sense. Our two countries should communicate more, not only in military, but also in politics. If your highness has any ideas, why not stay here at night, and we can have a long talk? Close's tone made many officials laugh evilly. But Qianhua did not show weakness. The empress dared to let her come, so she naturally had the confidence of the empress. Your Majesty, Close is really good at joking. I am a princess who doesn't care about politics. So what can I know? If your Majesty wants to talk, you can invite my mother. After all, she is the empress. But she has a bad temper. I don't know if your Majesty dares. Close smiled and didn't respond. Although he looked at Qianhua with aggressive eyes, his ambition did not allow him to make such a low-level mistake. He has the ambition to conquer Tarila and complete the unification of mankind. And that day is getting closer and closer. As long as the Tarila is unified, the women of Tarila can be picked and chosen at will. In his opinion, women are just accessories for his conquest of the world. It is foolish to make mistakes for a woman. Compared with women, he is more interested in talents like Frando. Frando has brought too many surprises to Grandok, making his plan advance step by step. Pig beasts have little nutrition, but they are not without nutrition. The army can greatly improve its physical fitness by eating meat for a long time. In recent years, because of the popularity of meat, the quality of the overall army and the people has been greatly improved. The combat effectiveness of Grandok's army can completely crush Tarila. Such talents are not used by the official Tarila, but made into the plaything of the Empress. In Close's opinion, this is really ridiculous. It's not me who's joking, but your highness. Everyone knows that your country's Empress hasn't been involved in government affairs for many years. Are you sure she still knows something about government affairs? A talent like Mr. Frando is really a pearl in the dust when he follows the Empress. Mr. Frando, don't you think about staying in our Grandok? As Close was talking, he turned the topic to Frando. Frando waved his hand and said very seriously, "No. If I don't go back, I'm afraid she will rush over by herself, you know?" "I'm not kidding. Your Majesty." When the Empress was mentioned again, Close's face froze. His strength was only level 2, which was okay, but not very good, not to mention being compared with the world's top military force like the Empress. Although Grandok also has king level, and more than Telrella, the king level itself represents the king of mankind and the ultimate of human military force. They will not easily obey Close's dispatch. Even if Close is the king, Close has the opportunity to launch a war against Telrella. But this opportunity is only once. So although Close has done a lot of big things and made drastic reforms to the country, but in terms of top combat power, he has always been cautious and has not exposed too much. Although he dare not really force Flando to stay, he must at least say some nice words and cannot lose in momentum. Ha ha ha. Mr. Flando is joking. In fact, I also want to see the style of the Empress. But I believe in the strength of our country's strong men. If Qianju dares to come to my Grandok, he must go without return. Flando had a smile in his eyes. Without refuting or approving, he didn't speak, but Qianhua spoke. Your Majesty, Close's words are a bit funny. It's probably impossible for my mother to come to Grandok. Since you want to see my mother so much, why don't you go to our Tarila? Close raised his head slightly, slowly walked down the throne, and looked at Qianhua. You have good courage. From the intelligence sent back, they all said that His Highness Qianhua is the one with the least potential among the 3 princes. But in my opinion, your performance today is enough to be qualified for the position of heir. As a leader, courage is the most important point. As for going to Tarila to see your mother, I believe that there will be such a day. Moreover, this day will not be too far away. We will meet again at that time. Princess Qianhua. What Close said is basically correct. Qianhua has indeed made great progress during this period. Going on missions can indeed train people very well. However, Close's straightforwardness made Qianhua a little uncomfortable. The king of the enemy country is such an aggressive person, which is not a good thing for the entire Tarila. Okay. Then, Paromia will be waiting for His Majesty Close to come. Close stopped talking and wanted to shift his gaze to Flando again. He felt a little regretful, but he quickly got over it, because he felt it was a pity that Flando would just go back and become the Empress's plaything again. Such a talent could only be a plaything. It was too pity and too wasteful. He still had something that could be exchanged with Flando for technology. But it was just a technology. What he wanted most was to get Flando as a person. Not only Flando. But there were too many talents wasted in Tarila. But it didn't matter. This waste would not last too long. As long as he unified Tarila, talents like Flando would still belong to him. I have prepared lunch for you, Princess Chinhua. Mr. Flando. Come on. Things in the palace were progressing steadily. And Klein and his two companions were not idle either. After a series of disguises, the three walked out of the diplomatic embassy and headed towards the border of the wealthy district of Amadeus. The first thing he did was to walk through all the walkways, streets, and various roads in this area, and let the accompanying map record them all. Eric and Joe began to record the buildings and terrain of the area, and planned a suitable battle location. At noon, the three of them reunited and began to exchange the information they had obtained. After handing over all the information he had obtained, Joe couldn't help but ask, "Brother, where do you plan to set the final battle location?" Klein looked at the map in his hand and pinched his chin. "Where should we fight to cause the least disturbance and the slowest arrival of Grandok's guards? Where beggars gather? No. I think it's not good to fight where beggars gather. Because if beggars cause a disturbance, soldiers will come to suppress it soon." Eric pointed to an area on the map and said, "This is a relatively chaotic street. This is where some underground forces in Grandok are intertwined. Small-scale battles between various gangs often occur in this area. Even if someone dies or some losses are caused, the Grandok Guard Department will turn a blind eye. There is no organization like the Dark Crusade here, so I think it is more appropriate to fight in this area." Klein could feel that Eric's analysis was very careful. From this attitude, Eric was indeed attracted to Chinhua. Thinking of the huge gap in their identities, Klein was a little entangled for Eric. Is it really possible for the identity of the princess to be combined with Eric? But this is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing at the moment is to kill Fakis. Klein turned his head and glanced at Joe. "Joe, what do you think?" "I think what Brother said makes sense and can be implemented." Klein also nodded. He also felt that Eric's choice was appropriate. He pointed to an area on the map and said, "Well, the battle site will be set here. Now start to divide the barrier. It will be fine as long as the barrier is 90% completed. Gather before 1 p.m. and disband." In the palace of Amadeus, Close said that he was holding a lunch for Chinhua and Flando. But in fact, his mind was basically on Flando. It would be best if he could get some useful knowledge and technology before Flando left. "Mr. Flando, are you really not going to stay for a while longer?" "Your Majesty, I am very grateful for your appreciation. But this time, I really want to go back. It is understandable. After all, not everyone can refuse the Empress." After drinking a glass of wine, Close suddenly took out a strange bottle with a small section of red liquid flowing in it. The entire surface of the bottle is wrapped by a special alloy, and the top of its shell is marked with the R09 logo. When Close took out the bottle, Flando's eyes were already attracted by the bottle. Close looked at Flando's eyes with satisfaction. He held the bottle and said to Flando with a smile, "Someone gave me this thing before, and told me that with this bottle, I can exchange it with you for a valuable technology. I don't believe it myself. Mr. Flando, can you tell me if this person cheated me?" Flando looked at the bottle in Close's hand and nodded. "This thing is really very important to me. That person did not cheat you." Close laughed and handed the bottle to Flando generously. "Well, this thing is quite heavy. Take it away quickly, and then let's talk about new biological technologies." Flando nodded, looking at the bottle in his hand, but secretly thinking, ancient miracle technology. Genetic fluid. This thing is the most advanced biological technology. Your Majesty, Close. He touched the R09 logo on the bottle. R series number 9, which is already a very advanced model. Chapter 252, Falling into a Trap. On the other side, where Chinhua and Lilith were, several girls were eating happily. Close ignored them, and Chinhua was happy to be quiet. She didn't want to have too much contact with Close, even though he had already stood at the pinnacle of human power and was a figure on par with her mother. But in terms of sensory perception, Close gave Chinhua a feeling far worse than the slick Eric. Compared with the domineering president, she still preferred to be a dog. Of course, there were also many officials and talents from Grandok who wanted to come forward to talk, but they were basically stopped by Lilith on the grounds that the princess was unwell. Their purpose was to stably complete the tasks assigned by Klein. Such male communication had an obvious purpose against Qianhua, and was an uncontrollable factor that should be eliminated as much as possible. At this moment, a blonde maid slowly walked over, and when she was about to approach Qianhua, she was stopped by Lilith. Because Lilith was tall, the maid had to look up when she looked directly at her. "I came with His Majesty's order. Who are you, and why are you trying to stop me?" "The guard of Her Royal Highness." Lilith. Hearing Lilith's name, the maid's eyes lit up slightly. Lilith. She was Lilith. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and her attitude suddenly changed. She said softly, "So you are the guard of Her Royal Highness." "Hello. My name is Shagar, and I am His Majesty's lady-in-waiting. I have something to report to His Royal Highness Qianhua." Lilith looked at the other person. Although she had beautiful blonde hair, her face was covered with obvious freckles, and her figure was a little short and fat. It was really not good to see clearly. Would such a woman really become Close's lady-in-waiting? Close's requirements would be so low? Lilith felt a little strange. But no one here should dare to pretend to be Close's lady-in-waiting. So Lilith nodded. "Okay. Please follow me." When Lilith and Shagar walked side by side, she suddenly remembered the golden hair on Klein's shoulder before. After all, such pure golden and shiny hair was rare, and she didn't expect to see it here again. When Lilith secretly observed Shagar, Agatha, who was disguised as Shagar, was also observing Lilith. Tall figure, beautiful face, strong breath, and very rare grass green hair. Lilith's appearance is really iconic. If it weren't for the bonus of her identity, she would indeed be more eye-catching than Qianhua. But in Agatha's opinion, although Lilith is very good, she is still a little worse than her. Especially the green hair, which is far worse than her own golden hair. In the noble circle of Tarila, green is the color that men dislike the most. This is a huge demerit. If your woman has green on her head, it is said that green represents cheating. Men should not like it. Lilith brought Agatha to Qianhua. Agatha said, "Hello, Your Highness Qianhua. My name is Shagar. I am the lady sent by His Majesty. His Majesty said that he wants to have a good chat with Mr. Frando these days, and has arranged for Mr. Frando to stay in the palace. So, you can play in Amadeus for a few days, and I can be your guide." Hearing this news, Qianhua stood up and said with a little dissatisfaction, "What did you say? Did Frando agree to this?" Qianhua glanced at Becky beside him. "Becky, go and confirm it." Agatha nodded. Mr. Frando agreed. "If you don't believe it, you can ask your subordinates to ask." Agatha bowed slightly, passed by Fakis, stood next to Lilith, and whispered, "MS." Lilith's hair color is really unique. Lilith was a little surprised by Shagar's approach. She looked at her green hair, and didn't think there was anything wrong. "Do you think so too? I originally thought that green didn't look good, but someone told me that green hair is good, so I got used to it. But your hair color is not bad either. Golden hair is rare and beautiful." Although she was praised by Lilith, Agatha felt a little uncomfortable. Klein, is his woman jealous? This is unscientific. While the two were chatting, Becky had already rushed back and nodded to everyone. Lord Frando did agree to stay here for 3 more days, saying that he would hand over a technology to Grandok as a reward for Close's tolerance and appreciation of him over the years. Qianhua slapped the table with some dissatisfaction. "Give technology again? Frando, this bastard, is clearly aiding the enemy by doing this." After saying that, Qianhua picked up some food on the table with some anger and started eating. At this time, Fakis calmly brought a glass of water, handed it to Qianhua, and reminded him softly, "Eat slowly. Your Highness, drink some water. Don't choke." This action made the bodies of several women stiffen slightly. "Here it comes." "Thank you." "I'm sorry." Qianhua took the cup of water from Fakis and drank it all. Fakis' eyes lit up slightly. When she watched Qianhua drinking water, she couldn't help but raise her head. The success that was within reach made her fingers tremble with excitement. Oops. At this moment, Agatha on the side accidentally touched Fakis and spilled a cup of drink on Fakis' shoes. "Sorry, Miss Fakis. Let me wipe it for you." Agatha half crouched at Fakis' feet. When she wiped Fakis' shoes, a voice came into Fakis' ears. "You are too excited, Lord Fakis. We haven't succeeded yet." This sound transmission was done by her using the dragon roar method. It was not easy, but it was also a reminder to Fakis. Fakis's face was a little embarrassed. She also realized that she was too proud just now. But she quickly regained her composure and said lightly, "Don't wipe it. I dare not let Close's maid serve me." Agatha, who was half kneeling on the ground, nodded. This was in line with Fakis's domineering and difficult to communicate personality. "Okay. I apologize to you again, Miss Fakis." This brief scene was also seen by Lilith and Becky on the side. They all felt that something was wrong with this Shagar, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. However, Qianhua had already drunk Fakis's water at this time, and now they had to focus most of their attention on Qianhua. Soon, Qianhua's body trembled inexplicably, as if a current passed through her body, opening her body and mind. Her expression gradually blurred, and she slowly sat down on the seat, hugged her hands, and began to tremble suddenly. Becky, who was closest to Qianhua, immediately stepped forward and asked, "Your Highness, what's wrong with you?" Qianhua slowly raised her head, looked at Becky with blurred eyes, and murmured, I feel so comfortable." Fakis on the side suppressed his excitement. In Grandok, no one can remove the effect of the demon spirit. From now on, Princess Qianhua will be dominated by their Skull Club. Lilith stepped forward to support Qianhua and asked with concern, "What's wrong with your Highness? Is she poisoned? Do you need to call a doctor?" Fakis stopped Lilith at this time. "I don't trust the doctors in Grandok." And the princess just said she felt comfortable, and there was no abnormal reaction. "Let's find a way to take her out of the palace first." "What about Frando? Since he has agreed, we can't force him. For the sake of the princess's safety, let's go back first." At this time, Qianhua's legs were shaking. She knew that her condition was not right, but the pleasure in her heart and body still made her sink a little. It's no wonder that the demon spirit has become a disaster in the aristocratic circle. Even a third-level mage like her can't resist this effect, let alone ordinary people. Soon, Fakis and others took Qianhua away from the palace on the grounds that the princess was drunk out of anger. Although Close was very surprised, his mind was all on Frando, and he didn't make things difficult for Qianhua and others. "I just asked Agatha to take good care of Qianhua these days. Although she is the princess of an enemy country, we cannot neglect her." After leaving the palace, Lilith and her group took the princess and rushed back to the diplomatic office. Eric, where are you?" The princess' face was flushed at this time, and there were fine beads of sweat on her forehead. I really felt pity for her. Klein and the other three had just returned. After hearing Lilith's shouts, they rushed over immediately, although he already knew the specific situation in advance. Eric still asked Lilith and the others normally at this time, taking the opportunity to ask. Vasky walked to Eric's side and told him, "Dr. Eric, please treat His Highness well." "Please." Eric nodded. "Please rest assured, Miss Fakis, I will do my best. Her Highness has just entered a strange state, and there should be nothing wrong with her body." Fakis silently looked at Eric, who was busy, and smiled slightly. If doctors or priests could remove the effect of the evil spirit, then this kind of thing would not be rampant in the imperial capital. Enjoy the last good time, Her Highness. This beautiful face is really a pity. With a happy mood, Fakis slowly walked out. Eric took Qianhua back to her room, and Lilith and the others also retreated silently, leaving the space for the two of them. Eric himself didn't think so much. Just when he was about to call Klein to remove the evil spirit for Qianhua, Qianhua grabbed him. "You see me like this? Don't you have any other ideas? There will be no such opportunity in the future." Eric was a little shocked. Fuck. Chapter 253, the first person to attack. Fakis came to a small street stall, and Agatha was already waiting for her there. Everything went well, although I don't know who left Frando behind. Without her, our plan will only be safer. Agatha took out a colorful hair accessory and put it on her head. Thinking of the task Klein gave her, "Your task is to ensure that Fakis does not get carried away, and to complete this task seriously, and bring her to the position where she will attack the princess." When Agatha heard this request, her face was full of disbelief. She knew that Fakis was going to attack the princess. So why did she let it go? Not only did she not care, but she also asked her to help Fakis and let her complete this task perfectly. Agatha had seen the effects of the demon spirit. From what happened just now, the princess had indeed been affected by the demon spirit. Why did he do this? Could Klein have a way to remove the demon spirit? That's impossible. Only superclass arcane masters have this ability. Even her teacher Prometheus cannot remove the effect of the demon spirit. Miss Shagar, are you listening to me? Fakis saw Agatha was distracted there, and said with some dissatisfaction in his heart. But because Agatha reminded her just now, Fakis didn't think much about it. Agatha came back to her senses, and said with a smile, "Oh? Nothing. Lord Fakis. I was thinking about this matter. Whether there are any loopholes. The demon spirit has been triggered. And Qianhua still has a lot of colorful oil in her body. What loopholes can there be? As long as it continues steadily, we will soon see an unprecedented huge scandal. As a radical of the Skull and Bone Society, Fakis is really crazy. Agatha herself doesn't know what this person is thinking. This person is like a real cultist, with no balance in his heart. But she won't refute the excited Fakis at this time. She just needs to complete what Klein told her to do, and then find a way to get out. She has helped Fakis trigger the demon spirit. The mission failed. But it was Fakis' failure. It has nothing to do with her. When the time comes, the blame will be thrown on Fakis. And that's it. When is Lord Fakis going to take action? Qianhua is definitely not in this state today. Tomorrow, when she recovers, I will take her out to relax. It happens that you can be our guide and lead her to the right place. Agatha nodded. I understand. Lord Fakis, do you need me to arrange the people you need? Beggars are timid and will not go to that area. I think some gang members are better. They are bolder and do not consider the consequences. After the princess is done, just throw her into the beggar's den. What do you think, Lord Fakis? Fakis looked at Agatha with a satisfied look in his eyes. You are indeed a disciple of Prometheus. When it comes to viciousness, we are really not as good as you. Just do as you say. And find some gangsters first. Don't worry, Lord Fakis. You will be very satisfied with my arrangement. Agatha looked at Fakis and said with a smile. Huh? Qianhua sat on the chair with great energy and said to Eric, who was trembling beside him, Where is Klein? Let him come over. Although this feeling is addictive, the thought that it is artificially created and used to control others gives me a chill. I know, I'll go and call him in. Eric walked out with weak legs. Looking at him, Qianhua's face also turned red. Just now, it was really crazy. When Klein came in, he glanced between Eric and Qianhua, said nothing, and honestly came behind Qianhua and put his hand on Qianhua's shoulder. Relax, Your Highness. The bluish-white arcane energy slowly entered Qianhua's body. The colorful oil in her body quickly gathered in this direction, like a shark that smelled blood. Just when the colorful oil was about to merge with the arcane energy, Klein immediately upgraded this arcane energy and turned it into a very strong disordered arcane force. This power also had a fusion reaction with the colorful oil. But the result was that Qianhua began to vomit violently. Ugh! A large amount of colorful oil mixed with blood was spit out from Qianhua's mouth. The result of this energy fusion was just as Klein had repeatedly emphasized several times. There was no comfortable feeling at all. Instead, there was an extremely disgusting smell. It was not the smell of shit, but it was almost the same. Not long after, Qianhua vomited out all the colorful oil remaining in her body. She sat up straight with an ugly face and said to Klein, Although I have heard you talk about this situation, I will know how bad it is after experiencing it in reality. Thank you for your hard work, Your Highness. But you must not show any flaws in front of Fakis. Even if you feel sick, you must force yourself to hold it back. This is my only request. Qianhua looked at Klein's serious expression and nodded seriously. I know. I will do my best. The next day, Fakis came to Qianhua's room and invited her to visit Amadeus as they had imagined. Your Highness, since Mr. Frendo will not be back until 3 days later, why not take this opportunity to take you to visit Amadeus? Qianhua looked at Fakis inexplicably. She did not expect Fakis to be so direct and not to be euphemistic. Did she think she was sure of it? However, Qianhua still cooperated and showed some hesitation, and said hesitantly, After all, this is Grandok, and we still have a mission. Isn't it a bit bad to go out and play like this? And in Grandok, safety is not easy to say. Your Highness, you worry too much. When we go out, we only need to go through some simple disguises, and no one will recognize us. You don't have to worry about safety. With me here, no one can hurt you. Listening to Fakis' words, Qianhua showed some eager eyes. Okay, then I'll trouble Miss Fakis. Fakis smiled when she saw Qianhua agreed. It's no trouble, Your Highness. After some disguises, Fakis led Qianhua towards the commercial street of Amadeus without any entourage. After Klein and his companions left Qianhua, the people involved in the operation gathered together. But Lilith was the first to raise doubts. Klein? None of us followed behind. How do we know she is going to take action? Level 5 is very vigilant. And there is a high possibility of being discovered if we follow her. I have arranged for someone to report the news to us. Don't worry about it. Have you arranged for someone? Who? Agatha Platini, who is disguised as a lady-in-waiting of clothes. Eric and Becky looked at Klein at the same time. This woman actually had a relationship with Klein. The two glanced at Lilith unnaturally. After Lilith felt their gazes, she also became slightly alert. The Dragonborn you met in your previous mission? The third lady of the Platini family. Agatha, you can even establish a relationship with her? You have improved your intelligence skills. Klein, you said you were going to collect intelligence before. So you went to find her? No wonder they both have the same blonde hair. I heard she is pretty. Is that true? Klein was of course prepared for Lilith's questioning. He looked at Lilith calmly. Don't think too much. I haven't even touched her. She is just a tool in my eyes. Looking at Klein's clear eyes, Lilith was slightly stunned. She suddenly felt ashamed. Shouldn't she ask Klein this way? Klein had already turned his head away at this time. His expression could no longer be held. His face twitched unnaturally. Although Eric and others saw it. No one told Lilith. Okay. Get ready for action. This battle will be led by Lilith and me. And the others will assist. The battle time is set to be within 5 minutes. And there should be no casualties. Yes. After leaving the house, Fakis asked Agatha to be their guide and take them to visit Amadeus. For a whole morning, Fakis took Qianhua to have fun. They visited many shops, bought some fashionable clothes and shoes in Grandok, and some Grandok specialties. Then the three of them stopped at a small restaurant. Your Highness, shall we have something to eat here? Yes, Miss Fakis. Drink a glass of water and take a rest. Qianhua took the water cup and drank the water in the cup naturally. At this time, Fakis' mouth corners also smiled unnaturally. Seeing Qianhua's body start to shake, Fakis said to Agatha on the side, Are you ready? Agatha nodded. Ready. If we want to start, we can go out now. Qianhua on the side trembled more violently, and her eyes gradually blurred. Looking at Qianhua's appearance, Fakis couldn't help but touch her hair. I really want to see the scene with my own eyes. But it's not appropriate with a group of gangsters here. Arrange your people. Now, leave some private space for our princess. After saying that, Fakis and Agatha walked out. After Fakis sensed that there were a few more people in the small restaurant, and they were slowly approaching Qianhua, he walked towards the street with Agatha with satisfaction. As soon as he got here, Fakis frowned. Why is there a silent barrier here? And this range is a bit amazing. At the moment when Fakis was sighing, a blue sword light rushed out from her back and pierced Fakis' back. The speed was so fast that even Fakis couldn't dodge. But the sword light stayed on Fakis' back, only taking away a thin layer of ice flakes, and did not pierce her skin. Good attack. This attack method is a threat to 4th level masters. But I am not 4th level. Klein slowly walked out of the shadows, and the light of the brilliant moon gradually shortened. Really? Master Fakis? Klein of Jiesha. It's you? As Fakis was speaking, Agatha suddenly stabbed the place where Klein had just broken the ice shield with a short blade. I'm sorry, Master Fakis. I had no choice. Chapter 254 The Fifth Order Battle. Fakis turned his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and deep resentment. She still didn't understand why Agatha would betray. Even if Agatha was a member of the conservative faction, at least they were all members of the Skull and Bone Society. Why would they help the people of Jia Society? Your teacher is Prometheus. How could you betray the Skull and Bone Society? What kind of benefits did the people of Jia Society give you that you would want to join a person of Jia Society? Agatha took a few steps back and said lightly, I didn't join Jia Society. Your plan had failed before this, so I can't say I betrayed the Skull and Bone Society. Fakis gritted her teeth. She didn't believe what Agatha said about the plan failing. The demon spirit had been triggered. Even if it wasn't this time, the princess would definitely be controlled by the Skull and Bone Society. So, what she had to do now was to kill all those who attacked her. You ridiculous fellow. You may have made some wrong assumptions about our strength. What use can such an attack have on me? Agatha looked at her dagger. This dagger was given to her by Klein. It was obviously a rare item. But it was just a rare item. If there was any difference, it was that this knife always emitted a faint bluish-white light. An ordinary rare item level weapon only pierced a little of the skin of a 5th level master, and it seemed that it really did not cause any substantial effect. But Agatha had confirmed with Klein before that as long as Fakis was injured, it would be fine, even if it was just a small wound. Although she didn't know the specific reason, she thought that Klein must have his reasons for asking for it. Agatha touched the dagger and smiled. I don't know what this attack is for, but Klein said before that as long as I hurt you with this knife, I don't need to do anything else, and the rest can be left to him. A kid from Jiesha is worthy of your trust? You are really a good seedling for our Skull and Bone Society, Agatha. Facing Fakis' ridicule, Agatha silently stepped back a few steps again. It was too dangerous to be so close to a 5th level master. Although I also want to see the power of a 5th level master. I am afraid of death. Let them take care of the rest. Agatha just finished speaking and immediately used the shadow transfer that had been prepared long ago to replace the body of a corpse ghost. At the same time, Fakis' ice arrow exploded on the head of the corpse ghost. Shadow transfer. Running quite fast, Fakis waved her hand and crushed the corpse ghost. Just as she was about to chase, her body suddenly trembled unnaturally. What is this? What is this feeling? Klein, who was far away, immediately noticed it. He turned on the communicator and said to all the people involved in the battle, the demon spirit is effective. Fakis' killing operation will start now. Thunder. A huge bone spear broke through the air from a distance. The person who released the bone spear was Joe, who was arranged by Klein to be a long-distance sniper. His use of the double extension of skeleton and shadow has been passed down by Klein. At this time, the power of this bone spear is not underestimated even by Fakis. Boom! The bone spear was firmly nailed in front of Fakis. After the impact, there was an explosion of shadow power. It was the same as Klein's spear, with explosive power. This powerful and deterrent attack was blocked by a thin, but extremely hard layer of ice next to Fakis, making it difficult to advance. But when Joe attacked, Klein was not idle. His sword blade also rushed forward with shadow flames and nailed to the place where the bone spear had just hit. Snap! The hard ice surface was immediately pierced by Klein's sword tip, and the light of the bright moon pierced Fakis' eyebrows. Fakis felt a little dangerous and took a few steps back to avoid Klein's attack. Boom! The bone spear hit Fakis again, and the ice barrier in front of her cracked again. Klein's sword blade appeared in the same position again and pierced through Fakis' ice wall. This time, facing Klein's sword with shadow flames, Fakis didn't dodge or evade, but grasped the tip of the sword. The power of frost gathered in her palm, which completely froze the light of the brilliant moon, making Klein unable to withdraw his weapon. The shadow flame immediately merged into Fakis' body along with the light of the brilliant moon. But at this moment, Fakis' surging magic power began to explode. The palm holding the tip of the sword began to emit blue-purple lightning. Thunder. She was a 5th level mage, and Klein was at most 3rd level. Fakis calculated that if Klein didn't want to be destroyed by the attack of the 5th level thunder, he could only let go and give up the weapon. The power of thunder and lightning quickly merged into the tip of the sword. The transmission of thunder was faster than that of shadow flames. It passed through the sword of the brilliant moonlight in just an instant and was transmitted into Klein's body. The destructive thunder wreaked havoc on Klein's body. But Klein was prepared. Mist anti-magic. Head-on magic. Endurance. Even if the opponent was a 5th level mage using 5th level magic, he would not be afraid. Both sides began to transmit magic power to each other frantically. The anti-magic body of the Mist Dragon gave Klein the capital to fight hard, so that he would not be inferior in this fight with 5th level magic. Although Klein was in great pain at this time, he could endure this pain. Not to mention that he had teammates on the other side. Fakis' heart was already shocked to the extreme. Under normal circumstances, the 5th level thunder should have been annihilated the moment it touched the 3rd level professional. But the kid on the opposite side actually withstood the thunder. Not only that, the difficult shadow power continued to be transmitted from the sword body to destroy her body. Joe's bone spears bombarded Fakis' ice barrier like cannonballs. He had already drunk the super energy potion in advance to keep himself from exerting the strongest attack. Klein's task was to use the maximum magic attack regardless of magic power to reduce Fakis' defense. He didn't need to ask about other situations. Klein's choice was to use his physical fitness to resist the thunder, and then released the shadow flames to attack Fakis with all his strength. On Fakis' side, while attacking Klein with thunder, she also had to use magic power to dissolve the shadow flames and maintain the surrounding ice protection. The pressure she endured was much greater than Klein's. If it weren't for the powerful magic power of the 5th level mage, coupled with her precise control of magic power, she would have been unable to bear it long ago. This kid's magic power is simply amazing. Gia Society has such a person. We must not let him stay. Fakis gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of super energy potion and drank it. The surging magic power instantly became stronger, and Klein was already prepared and drank the super energy potion as well. Super energy potion is a magic secret medicine developed by the Red and White Society. It can greatly enhance the strength of magic in a short period of time and has an excellent effect. For this battle, Klein had a bottle of this potion in his hands, regardless of the cost. But their target was a 5th level master, so everything was worth it. After both sides drank the super energy potion, Klein suddenly couldn't bear the pressure of thunder, and his body kept shaking. Seeing Klein's flaws, Fakis thought it was a great opportunity to kill Klein. So she made a somewhat bold decision. She wanted to suspend the protection of the ice barrier, cast spells with both hands, and use double thunder to kill Klein instantly. But even after making the decision, Fakis was not in a hurry to attack. She carefully felt the frequency of Xiao's attack. Just as a bone spear fell, she lifted the ice barrier. Fakis' other hand also grasped the light of the brilliant moon, and the double thunder force instantly surged towards Klein. Just when she thought she had won, the effect of the demon spirit suddenly took effect, and Fakis' mind was unnaturally tranced. Seizing this fleeting flaw, Lilith's figure mixed with shadows appeared in front of Fakis. At this time, Lilith had already activated the blood of chaos and entered the strongest combat state. Her tall body, horns on her forehead, beast-like face, and dense scales on her body all brought a great visual impact to Fakis. Lilith's speed was too fast, and it was too late for Fakis to release the ice barrier again. Before she could even react, the sickle blade had already passed through Fakis' waist with the thread of dark harvest, even though she was a 5th level master. Fakis was just a mage after all, without the protection of fighting spirit. The body of a 5th level mage was just as fragile as ordinary wood in the hands of Lilith in the chaotic form. Puff! The sickle blade passed, and Fakis' lower body and upper body separated instantly. She fell to the ground as if she had been hit by a truck. Lilith chased again, and the sickle blade like the god of death came towards Fakis' head, but stopped on top of Fakis' head. Fakis, who was left with only half of his body, blocked Lilith's reaper sickle with one hand. She laughed as she coughed up a lot of blood. This surprise attack really surprised me. A little girl with the blood of chaos can withstand the boy of the 5th level thunder. It's amazing. Almost. Really almost. I was killed by you. A lot of ice gathered under Fakis' body, and the ice structure was used to build her lower body, relying on a pair of ice feet. Fakis stood up again. You guys are so strong that I can't believe it. But so what? Do you think the 5th level is so easy to defeat? Lilith held the sickle with one hand, and her right arm began to free. She stared at Fakis and said lightly, "The villain died because of talking too much." Lilith's right arm suddenly swelled up, and the muscles and blood vessels were tangled. The Power of Exile. Chapter 255. The chaotic exile hand punched at the ice barrier of Fakis, and suddenly there was a feeling that the ice barrier was about to be broken. Fakis was somewhat surprised to resist Lilith's attack. He could actually break the ice barrier with his fist. This person's attack power was really outrageous. Just as Fakis and Lilith were wrestling, Becky, who had been infused with Eric's energy, threw the axe of destruction in her hand. Becky had demonstrated the effect of the double superposition of holy light before. The battle mixed with a large amount of holy light power exuded a dazzling light. Judgment. Seeing the battle axe flying around, Fakis needed to fight against Lilith's attack head-on. At this time, he was no longer able to defend against the attack from behind, and could only watch himself being hit. Bang! The axe of destruction nailed Fakis back with Becky's judgment power. Ahem! Fakis, who was hit hard, spit out a large mouthful of blood. In this state, she could no longer resist Lilith's frontal attack. The hand of exile broke through the ice barrier and penetrated Fakis' chest. Lilith breathed a sigh of relief. The strength of the 5th level master was really strong. When she thought she had successfully killed Fakis' eyes suddenly brightened. Frost began to spread around her body. Even Lilith in the chaotic form could not withstand this kind of frost power. She quickly pulled back her right arm and retreated. When she looked at Fakis again, she saw a giant over 200 nanofeet rising from the ground and roaring to the sky. What can you do even if you force me to melt the ice? The princess has become addicted to the magic spirits, and she will never be able to escape our control. Now, you all have to die. Klein knelt on one knee in the distance. His torso was already burnt, and the power of the double thunder almost destroyed his entire body structure. But he knew that this was not the time to rest. Fakis' strength has exceeded his expectations by a lot. After this battle, it seems that he has to re-estimate the strength of the 5th level strongman. This is Amadeus, the imperial capital of Grandok. If he uses mass destruction magic here, even if he can kill Fakis, it will cause too many adverse consequences. So now he must fight quickly. Just as the frost giant roared, Qianhua slowly walked out from the side and said to Fakis, "The magic spirit is indeed very dangerous. I didn't expect that this kind of thing would be emitted by the skeleton. Not only did you use the effect of the magic spirit to control me, but you also insulted me. If Klein and the others hadn't discovered it, it would really be a perfect plan. However, I disappoint you. Miss Fakis. Look! Do I look like I am affected by the evil spirit?" Hearing Qianhua's voice, the frost giant Fakis looked in Qianhua's direction, and she was stunned for a moment. "This is impossible. I watched you eat the colorful oil and arcane dust with my own eyes. Nothing is impossible. Miss Fakis, when you were plotting against me, why didn't you think that I might also be plotting against you?" Qianhua's words had some double meanings. She appeared at this time to distract Fakis, and this conversation did work. Because of Qianhua's words and the effect of the magic spirit, Fakis' mind was in a trance again. Just as Qianhua and Fakis were talking, the skeleton giant covered in shadow had already chopped down the giant's sword in his hand. The dragon tooth ornament in Klein's arms jumped slightly. The effect of the dragon tooth ornament gave him the confidence to kill with one blow. Dragon tooth thrust. The shadow flame mixed with Klein's disorder fire was chopped down by the light of the brilliant moon. As the sword light fell, the dragon tooth ornament trembled slightly, and a shadow appeared behind the sword light. The power of this shadow was exactly the same as Klein's sword, falling from top to bottom on the body of the frost giant. The double attack giant sword easily broke the body of the frost giant, and the shadow flame and disorder fire instantly devoured Fakis hidden in the frost core. The 5th level ice and thunder mage, who was so powerful that he was almost unmatched, was annihilated in Klein's hands. The whole battle process took less than 4 minutes. Agatha watched the whole process of the battle from a distance. She had already prepared herself for Klein's strength. Since she couldn't beat him, she didn't consider it. Lilith's strength was what made her afraid. After the transformation, Lilith could actually fight with Fakis head-on for a while. This was a bit outrageous. Although Agatha could feel that Lilith couldn't maintain that state for a long time. This ability to transform was the most dangerous. Hey, Fakis finally died. It's a good death. All the radicals deserve to die. They either thought about war or launched various conspiracies all day long. Can't they just grow up honestly? Forget it. It's time to find Klein to complete the contract. Just after Agatha left happily, Gwen also retracted her gaze at the other end of the battlefield. She slowly walked towards the direction of the diplomatic office, thinking to herself, Klein, this guy, can hide to this extent. It's really surprising. Gwen's heart was slightly shaken. She was thinking, if it was her who participated in the battle just now, would she do better than Klein, after repeated judgments? She gave herself the answer, yes or no. Fakis' strength not only exceeded Klein's imagination, but also exceeded Gwen's imagination. Unlike Klein and others who had not seen the specific strength of the 5th level master, Gwen had fought with other 5th level masters, so she had a general concept of the strength of the 5th level master. However, Fakis' strength is definitely not an ordinary 5th level master. It's as simple as a hand. In this battle, Klein first set up the barrier, then let Agatha sneak attack, and then triggered the demon spirit. Even though he arranged all the battle plans, he still failed to kill Fakis. In the end, it was Klein himself who solved the problem with his ultimate move. Gwen felt that if Fakis was replaced by her, she would have died long ago. Klein has been hiding such fighting power. It's hard to say what he is thinking. After simply cleaning up the battlefield, Lilith carried Klein back to the diplomatic office. After putting Klein on the bed, Eric was about to check his body, but was interrupted by Klein. Don't look after me. I'm fine. We may be questioned by the Grandok Security Department. Prepare well. Lilith stays, and the others go out. Klein's order? No one dared to say no at this time. After everyone left, Lilith asked, "Why did you let me stay alone? Is there something wrong with your body?" Klein shook his head. "It's not about me, but because of some problems in this battle." "Battle problems? Didn't you win? And it was a beautiful win." "But Klein, your current strength really surprised me." Lilith didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this battle. They killed a 5th-level master who exceeded their strength expectations within 4 minutes. Although some accidents happened, the result was very satisfactory. Klein pulled Lilith to his side and touched her hair. Lilith also naturally leaned on Klein's shoulder. This kind of world for 2 people. The 2 of them still had too little experience. "No. You're still thinking too shallowly. What I want to say is that we underestimated Faki's strength, which led to my playing all my cards and some not-so-good results." Lilith frowned slightly. And after thinking carefully, she slowly said, "Not-so-good results? You mean Gwen?" Klein finally nodded. "Yes. If the strength I exposed is just ordinary level 3 to 4, then this strength is a level of strength that Gwen can understand and my father Esmond can accept. Maintaining the revealed strength of level 3 to 4. We can develop steadily for a period of time. I expect that 2 years will be enough. However, in this battle, because Faki's is too strong, I can't hide, so I have to deal with Gwen." Lilith frowned and said, "You don't want to do anything to Gwen, do you? Her identity is not ordinary. She is your father Esmond's confidant. And she is also a close bodyguard and a top subordinate. She is also very strong. With her identity, if you touch her, your father will definitely not pretend that nothing happened. Of course I know that Gwen is my father's confidant, but that doesn't mean she can't be touched. Do you still remember Lance? You want to make Gwen look like Lance? That's right. But Gwen is much more clever than Faki's. When we are observing her, she must be observing us. So only the 2 of us know about this matter." Lilith looked at Klein. Although Klein's decisions always look crazy, she never questions them. "Only the 2 of us will do it?" "Yes. Only the 2 of us will do it." Lilith pondered for a while, as if considering the possibility of the 2 joining forces to defeat Gwen. Gwen's fighting style is close combat. She should be a hand-to-hand combat profession. She is very strong in close combat, but it is unknown what special ability she has. If you need to capture her, what level of development should our battle develop to? Klein took out some snacks, handed some to Lilith, and said with a smile, "I'd like to see you analyze the battle seriously." Lilith spat. "Go. Talk about business. We need to beat her to the point of near death. And she has no ability to escape and cannot use the state of transmitting information." Lilith frowned. "This requirement is too difficult. It is almost a capture alive. The difficulty of this kind of battle is probably impossible for the 2 of us alone." "I know. So we have to find another external aid." "External aid?" "Yes." Chapter 256 Klein's Induction. After Gwen's incident, the 2 chatted on the bed for a while. But Lilith was very sensible. She knew that Klein was injured, so she didn't stay with him for too long. Not long after, she got up and left. Just as Lilith walked out the door, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Klein. "You have a special relationship with that Agatha. She is a member of the Skull and Bone Society. She is willing to help you?" Klein was stunned. The atmosphere between us was obviously quite good before. Can you not suddenly ask such hurtful things? She is just a tool. I really have nothing to do with her. Really? You believe me? Okay. I know. Anyway, you are powerful now. Even if you have a relationship with her, you can hide it from me. Klein's face suddenly darkened. What are you talking about? I cooperated with her just for the mission. Absolutely without any selfish motives. I swear to the lamp. Lilith rolled her eyes and turned to walk outside. Okay. I believe you. As soon as Lilith left, Klein turned around and crushed the magic lamp on the table. Now that the lamp is gone, my oath is gone with the wind. Klein took out the ring of Faki's and sighed slightly in his heart. The time and rhythm of high-level battles are too tight. Otherwise, it would be a good choice to use Faki's as the base of the bottle. However, the more powerful the creatures are, the stronger their wills are. Unless the opponent is really paralyzed and dying, and loses consciousness, it is really not easy to grab them like this. Even though Faki's body was completely destroyed, He still relied on his will to forcefully open the frost giant form. It was really difficult for Klein to catch a high-quality bottled object. In the evening, Klein and his friends gathered with Qianhua in their room. Qianhua kept staring at Klein with a flickering gaze. If everyone didn't know the relationship between her and Eric, they would probably think she had a crush on Klein. No wonder you can become the leader of this group of people. Your performance really shocked me. Mr. Ke, with your strength, you can hide in the escort team and make bread for so long. It's really hard for you. Faced with the praise of the princess, Klein smiled shyly. He didn't drink, but poured himself a cup of tea and said with a smile, "Your Highness is really too good. My strength is just like that. If I hadn't made so many preparations. With Faki's strength, it's really hard to say today. You don't have to be so humble. I have seen the strength of 5th level masters, and know much more about 5th level professionals than you do. Faki's is obviously not an ordinary 5th level. Although he can't be called the top, he is definitely not an ordinary person. To be able to sit in the position of the Director of Discipline of the Royal Academy, Faki's did not rely on qualifications, but on strength." Klein nodded. The news that Faki's was not an ordinary 5th level made him feel a little more comfortable. He still had too little information about high-end combat power. "Your Highness, Faki's has been dealt with. If you don't encounter any very powerful masters on the way back, you are basically safe now. I have to thank you for doing this. Especially you, Klein. Your performance is amazing. I hope that after returning to the Imperial capital, we can continue to keep in touch." Qianhua stretched out a hand in front of Klein. This behavior is no longer a negotiation between friends, but more like an alliance. An invitation. Because of the experience of this escort mission, Qianhua's mentality has also undergone a huge change. She doesn't want to, and can't, be so passive anymore. Klein narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, no one in the royal family is simple-minded, looking at Eric, who was looking at him eagerly. Klein smiled in his heart. At this time, even if Eric was not there, he would not refuse Qianhua's invitation. He needs time. Anyone who can buy him time is worth making friends with. Klein also stretched out his hand and held Qianhua's slender hand together. "Of course, Your Highness Qianhua. If you want to eat various monster meat dishes in the future, you can also come to me." The alliance between Klein and Qianhua was truly achieved at this point. They helped Qianhua solve the problem of Faki's. After Qianhua returned to the imperial capital, he would also give Klein and others more valuable information, such as political news and intelligence. This is a mutually beneficial cooperation. In fact, the second and third princesses have similar alliances. Only the eldest princess Qianhua is an undeveloped Pure Land. This is also the reason why Klein is willing to form an alliance with Qianhua. Because she has no power, and is a blank sheet of paper. So Klein, will appear extremely important. Things like icing on the cake are never as effective as sending timely help. Although Qianhua has no power or authority, her status is there after all, and no one can ignore the status of a great princess. Then I wish us a happy cooperation in the future, Mr. Klein. Happy cooperation, Your Highness. Late at night, after a small dinner for several people returned to their own rooms. Klein came to the roof of a tall building alone and waited patiently. He was waiting for Agatha. Originally, Klein's idea was to capture Agatha and keep her will to make her into a little man in a bottle. But plans can't keep up with changes. Gwen's treatment is obviously much more important than Agatha. She is her father's confidant. Her existence and intelligence will affect the development of Klein's entire team. Therefore, the cooling of the little man in the bottle seems to be left to Gwen. And the idea of putting Agatha in the bottle is probably going to fail. He did not give up the plan to collect Agatha, but it was postponed by him. As long as the cooling of the little man in the bottle turns good again, he will still take action against Agatha. But since there is no way to trap her in the bottle now, Klein will just be a mature, steady, and good person who abides by the agreement. Leave an impression of keeping the agreement on Agatha, and it will be much easier to catch her next time. Soon, Agatha arrived. She slowly walked to Klein and said, "I have fulfilled our agreement, and I hope you will keep your promise." Klein nodded. "Of course. I am a person who keeps my promises. I attacked you before just because of a misunderstanding. You won't blame me, right?" Klein completed the contract they had signed while removing the curse from Agatha, with skillful techniques and gentle tone, mentioning the beating Klein had given her before. Agatha blushed and subconsciously touched her, but seeing Klein really remove the contract and curse for her. Agatha once again felt that Klein was really a very trustworthy person. Feeling Klein's gentle tone, she couldn't help but lower her head. It's nothing. It's okay to resolve the misunderstanding. But don't hit me every time you meet me in the future. Okay? Klein raised his eyebrows a little exaggeratedly. How could it be, after this incident? We are friends. Friends? I hope so. After all, you are from Jiesha. And I am from Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones and Jiesha are mortal enemies. Even if we become friends, there is no chance for us to contact each other, Agatha said indifferently. Klein did not persuade Agatha to leave the Skull and Bones Society, but chose to persuade her in a different way. It depends on your efforts. If one day you become the president of the Skull and Bones Society, and I become the president of the Jia Society, it is not impossible for the two heads of our organizations to hold friendly talks and resolve their differences under the mediation of certain forces. Agatha was stunned. This idea is a bit too bold. Become the president of the Skull and Bones Society? How is this possible? I have Uncle Seth and my teacher above me. Even if the current president abdicates, it will not be my turn. Klein laughed. It's okay to have ideas, but I'm afraid that I dare not think. As long as I dare to think, coupled with the correct guidance, some things can slowly ferment. Why not? To become the head of an organization, it depends not only on strength, but also on how much benefit one can bring to the organization. Don't you hate the actions of the radicals of the Skull and Bones Society? Do you think there are many people who hate the radicals as much as you do? Agatha nodded, as if she understood some of what Klein meant. A lot. Almost all conservatives hate the radicals. And among the radicals, there are also many who are forced to do so. Then it's like, separate one group, unite one group, suppress another group. Sometimes it's as simple as that to get to the top. Think about it. Agatha, I'm very optimistic about you. Klein flicked Agatha's golden hair. This action was too intimate, making her body stiffen a little. Klein did it on purpose, deliberately creating a close relationship between the two of them, which is a psychological effect. He didn't use any magic to suggest. Agatha is a dragon wizard, and it is undoubtedly stupid to use magic to suggest. Persuading in a way that is in the interests of the other party, coupled with reasonable psychological hints, is more effective than using magic to suggest. Agatha, a long time ago, I was also alone. But later, I gradually found that one person could not do everything. So I gradually had my own team. I don't want to be bound by others anymore. So I want to be the master of Jiesha. You are the same. If you want to no longer be bound by the Skull and Bone Society, you should work hard to climb up and become someone who can control the Skull and Bone Society, rather than being controlled by the Skull and Bone Society. Listening to Klein's words, Agatha was silent for a long time, as if she was thinking about the truth in Agatha's words and the authenticity of his words. In the end, Agatha left. She did not respond to Klein again, nor did she refute him. But Klein understood that the seeds of freedom had been planted in Agatha. A dragonborn with the seeds of freedom in his heart would find it difficult to accept control by others. Chapter 257 The Rich Fakis. After watching Agatha leave and Klein returning to the diplomatic office, Gwen found him again. Although Gwen had seen the battle during the day, she still asked Klein knowingly, Fakis didn't come back. Did you kill her? What is Lady Gwen talking about, Miss Fakis? I don't understand. Klein looked puzzled. With perfect expression management, he would not admit to killing Fakis unless one day his strength reached a level where he no longer needed to consider being killed by others. Now that Gwen was questioning him, she might have prepared some kind of cursed trap or something like that. If Gwen hadn't seen Klein killing Fakis with his own hands during the day, she would have really doubted whether they had killed Fakis. Uh-huh. You're pretending well. But Klein? What's the point of you not admitting it, anyway? You've already killed Fakis. The princess is on your side. And now you have almost all the say in this team. Lord Gwen, please stop joking. It's impossible for us, a group of second and third level rookies, to kill Fakis without the cooperation of a master like you. She's a 5th level master, and she can crush me to death with just one finger. Hit me with your head. As for what you said about the say in the team, I don't understand it even more. Also, it's not that the princess is on my side, but that we are on the side of the princess. We are all people from Telella, and it's our duty to fight for the princess. Looking at Klein, who refused to admit it, Gwen felt a little strange. She felt that Klein's attitude had changed a little from before. Obviously, Fakis was dead. But at this time, Klein became more cautious than before, which really surprised her. At the age of early 20, he was able to control his emotions after killing the 5th level. This determination is quite good. Okay, I'm not interested in playing dumb with you. What do you think about what I said before? Lord Gwen, are you talking about Lord Frando's mission? If it is a mission arranged by Jiesha, we will definitely complete it seriously. But this mission only needs to be completed before returning to Tarila. Right? Then before carrying out the mission, I want to have more contact with Lord Frando and collect information about this lord. Okay, Lord Gwen. Klein's request made Gwen frown. Although Klein is only the team's arcane master on the surface. In fact, the power he can control is too great, because Team Lilith and Team Becky have completely united. Almost all of these people are used by Klein. Lilith's team eliminated Ing San in the process of coming, and the relationship between Lilith and Klein was exposed. Princess Jinhua, because of the matter of Fakis, became almost on the same side as Klein and his team. And the combat effectiveness of their two teams is needless to say. If the 5 people attack together, she may not be able to stop them. Now Gwen is only Alden's team. And in this team, only Quinn is a master, and the other 2 are nothing. The pattern of the entire team has changed imperceptibly, and Gwen is no longer the leader of the Jiesha team. Gwen knew that she could no longer clash with Klein. In terms of overall strength, Klein already had the capital to compete with her. This situation also made this originally sure mission begin to become unstable. After all, it was an order from Esmond, and Gwen still had to complete it as much as possible. So after hesitating for a while, she finally nodded. Okay, I'll give you some time to learn about Frando's information. During this period, I won't interfere with you. But I don't want this period to last too long. I understand. Lord Gwen, it won't take too long. Gwen looked at Klein, who was leaving, and she always had a feeling in her heart that Klein's purpose was not as simple as collecting information about Frando. But she couldn't figure out what Klein's real purpose was. Attack her? Let's not talk about anything else. In terms of hard power, although Klein and his men are very strong, they have not reached the point where they can easily defeat her. And if Klein really attacks her, it will be difficult for Esmond to explain. Excluding these reasons, what does Klein really want? Frando's biotechnology, that's a possibility. After saying goodbye to Gwen, Klein returned to his room alone. Everything has been dealt with. It's time to check his gains this time. Klein took out Fakis' ring again and laughed. This is a space ring of more than 20 cubic meters. And it is also the largest space ring Klein has ever seen. As a Dean of Discipline at the Royal Academy and a senior member of the Skull and Bone Society, Fakis' wealth is beyond Klein's imagination. In cash alone, there is a huge sum of 400,000 tires. In fact, as the Director of Discipline, Fakis' salary is not that high. A large part of this money is the activity funds given to her by the Skeleton Society. Although the money is a lot, it is only the smallest part of her wealth. The materials are the big part. The most eye-catching one is a 5th level ice and thunder magic crystal. Such a magic crystal is probably worth tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of tires. There are nearly 10 5th level native water and native thunder, nearly 100 4th level materials, and hundreds of 3rd level materials. Basic element materials are real and effective resources for Klein. These materials will become excellent raw materials for Klein to synthesize the mysterious magic potion. But whether he can synthesize the mysterious magic potion depends on his luck. In addition to the materials, there are countless kinds of potions in the ring, including 5 bottles of super energy potions and countless potions for magic recovery. There are also some unmarked potions that seem to be the exclusive secret medicine of the Skull and Bone Society. But Klein doesn't have time to check them one by one. After counting these sundries, Klein is also very satisfied with the equipment. There are 24 strange items in total, most of which have some unique functions. However, Klein has never been short of strange items. So there are only 2 strange items that really make him feel useful. Hypnotic pocket watch, strange item as long as you shake it in front of others. You can hypnotize them. The duration of hypnosis depends on the strength and willpower of the other party. Hypnosis, the effect of this thing is a bit evil. But Klein does not intend to use it as an evil thing. He has no shortage of women now. So there is no need to use such a despicable method as hypnosis. In his opinion, The real function of this thing is to interrupt unexpectedly. It only needs to be shaken to produce the effect. And it is also useful for professionals. If he shakes the pocket watch during the battle to distract the opponent, even if it is only for 1 second, it will be a huge advantage for Klein. So he can use this hypnotic pocket watch as a combat item. Eagle Eye Telescope. Strange item, it can help you see 2 to 10 times the distance. This is a reconnaissance item. It is not very useful. But Klein does not have such a strange item at present. So it can be barely kept. In addition to the strange items, there are more magic weapons of Faki's. A total of 9. Among them, the one that Klein likes the most is a very powerful defensive magic weapon. Klein has also witnessed its power in the previous battle. Ice Seed. Grade, magic weapon. Effect 1 Ice Wall. Create an ice wall for defense. The defensive effect is enhanced according to the magic power you inject. Effect 2 Ice Body Protection. Actively activated. After activation, a very thin layer of ice flakes will form around your body. The ice flakes have extremely strong defensive power, and will not affect your mobility and spell casting. The effect of the Ice Seed is extremely strong. Many of Faki's fighting methods are even built around the Ice Seed. Klein still remembers her strong defensive ability. However, this equipment in Klein's hands may not be as powerful as Faki's. After all, he does not have ice-related abilities. Without the increase of ice power, the defense of the Ice Seed will be greatly reduced. However, Klein has not yet decided whether to extend the ability of ice. Most of the abilities of ice are control or defense, and the attack power effect is not very prominent. But now Klein has the bone chain of control magic, and the defense ability is countless, such as Skeleton Extension, Skeleton Shield, Static Stance, Mist Form, and Anti-Magic Body. So it is difficult for Klein to make a decision in a short time whether to waste a soul position to extend ice. However, although he cannot exert the maximum effect of this item, at least he can use it. He has a lot of mana value. So just treat it as a permanent defense item. In addition to the Ice Seed, there are 2 magic weapons that Klein cares about more, because these 2 magic weapons are mana recovery items. Fairy Amulet. Grade, magic weapon. Effect 1 Meditation. Allows you to maintain a certain amount of magic recovery during combat. Effect 2 Magic Gathering. Allows you to recover an extra 5 points of magic per hour. Sapphire Eyeball. Grade, magical weapon. Effect 1 Echo. Restore 10% of your magic power. Effect 2 Spring Echo. Restore 20% of your magic power. Effect 3 Talisman Echo. Restore 30% of your magic power. No wonder this old woman has such strong magic power. It turns out that she has such a thing. Faki's relies on the Ice Seed as the core magic weapon for battle. So she must need a lot of magic power to maintain her combat effectiveness. The effect of the Fairy Amulet allows Faki's to maintain a normal magic power recovery speed during battle, which greatly improves her endurance. Chapter 258 Only serious drug taking can make you stronger. And the Sapphire Eye is a super magic weapon that shocked Klein. Its effect can allow Faki's to quickly and effectively restore a large amount of magic power. The 3 effects restore 60% of the magic power in total, which is simply amazing for a mage. The magic power of a mage is equivalent to his ammunition, and no mage will dislike his own magic power. With the Sapphire Eye, Klein has a new idea about his future fighting style. In future battles, if he has the opportunity to take the initiative, he can use Super Pyroblast as a starting point to carry out a strategic level spell strike. Then immediately use the Sapphire Eye to restore the magic power to a safe value, and finally fight in a conventional way. Among these 2 recovery magic weapons, the Fairy Amulet is a bit useless for Klein, but the Sapphire Eye is Klein's absolute artifact. Moreover, this magic weapon has not been enhanced yet. He is now looking forward to the effect of Sapphire Eye plus 10. Klein plans to keep these 3 magic weapons for himself. He is the leader of the team, and he will definitely take the good equipment first. As for the brothers in the team, naturally everyone will have a share. For the other magic weapons, Lilith, who has contributed the most, will choose 2, and the others will each get 1. Klein is not helping his woman with equipment. In the Battle of Phages, apart from him, Lilith is indeed the strongest and contributed the most. So it is understandable that she takes 2. He will directly disassemble the remaining magic weapon and treat it as a public resource for their team. Of course, the team resources and the like must be used by the leader first. This is a must. Otherwise he would be useless as the leader. After sorting out Faki's items, Klein couldn't help but sigh that the 5th level boss is really rich. This is a wealth that even he can hardly estimate. The only pity is that Fakis, a 5th level master, has no miracle items. Which is a pity. In fact, Klein's idea is a bit inhuman. And he only has 2 miracle level items. Among them, Klein's book was obtained by relying on 3 candle demon magic tools, a miracle level candle demon soul, and a few items. The dragon tooth ornament is also a legacy of the dragon ruins. It was synthesized by pulling out the dragon teeth of a legendary dragon and adding 4 miracle materials. These things may not be accessible even to 5th level masters. They don't have synthesizers, let alone finding alchemists to make materials into items. In the long night, I couldn't sleep. How could I relieve my worries? The only way was to get rich overnight. Klein, who got rich overnight, picked up the materials left by Fakis and began to synthesize the mysterious potion. You got the crystal of water. You got the crystal of water. You got the original water. You got the heart of frost, 4th level, not bad. To become stronger, you have to start with taking drugs. I haven't taken drugs for a long time. I'm still lazy. When I go back, I'll take drugs and become stronger. Fakis was away these few days, and the people in the escort team actually had some doubts in their hearts. But Princess Qianhua didn't mention it, so the others didn't ask more. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that Frando returned to the diplomatic office with a rosy face, whistling, and seemed to be in a good mood. Princess Qianhua had already been waiting for him in the main hall of the diplomatic office. Lord Frando, you are finally back. Have you finished your work? If you have, can you come back to Tarila with me now? After seeing Qianhua, Frando smiled awkwardly. Although the gene fluid was very important, Frando was still a little embarrassed to leave the princess and the others here for 3 days. Sorry, Your Highness. I really have something very important to do, so I was delayed for a few days. Oh, the very important thing Mr. Frando refers to is to provide advanced biological research and development technology to Grandok? Qianhua's words were a bit sharp, and Klein and others on the side did not interrupt. Not only them, but also some other members of the escort team present also looked in this direction. Klein himself wanted to get to know Frando through some contact. From the conversation between the princess and him, he could actually get a simple understanding. Frando seemed to have long been accustomed to others' ridicule. He said nonchalantly, "If His Highness Qianhua thinks that I am aiding the enemy or selling out the country's technology, then think so. Anyway, I won't lose a piece of meat." Qianhua narrowed his eyes. It was obviously useless to condemn Frando, who was like a piece of meat on a rolling knife. From a moral perspective, the other party was the person the Empress asked for by name. Even if she was a princess, she could not do anything to Frando. How could a person who ignored the country care about the feelings of a princess? Mr. Frando, don't you have any loyalty to the country in your heart? Hearing Qianhua mention the country, Flando's eyes flickered, as if he had some brief memories. But soon, he curled his lips and said disdainfully, "No, I am abused by Qianhua all day long. Let alone loyalty. I have no good feelings towards Tyrella. If I were not afraid that Qianhua would kill me, I would definitely not go back. In your eyes, I am just Qianhua's plaything. You talk about the country with a plaything? Don't joke. Brother, everyone is very busy." Although Frando said so, Klein still caught something different in his eyes. A look of reminiscence. According to Gwen, Frando used to be a member of Jiesha, and many of the biological technologies he developed were completed in Jiesha. He once submitted the pig beast improvement technology to the official of Tyrella, but the senior officials of Tyrella did not promote it. The Empress herself has never asked about the livelihood issues of ordinary people. The politics of the Empire has been controlled by officials of all sizes, but the Empress still looks indifferent. In the end, the Empress actually brought him into the palace and made him her private property. When a woman keeps a man by her side for a long time, no one will think too much, because everyone will think in the same direction. Although Frando looks ordinary, maybe the Empress has a unique taste and likes Frando. Perhaps it is because of these reasons that Frando became discouraged and eventually left the Empress and fled to Grandok, and was finally caught by Grandok. Klein made up a lot of things for Frando, but what he made up was reasonable. Qianhua saw that Frando ignored the concept of the country, and was helpless. Finally, he could only sigh, "Forget it. Since Mr. Frando has no good impression of Tyrella, I won't say much. You have a good rest today. We will gather tomorrow morning and return to Tyrella." Oh, Okay. By the way, where is Fakis? Why didn't I see that old woman? Miss Fakis left without saying goodbye. And I don't know where she went. So Mr. Friendo doesn't need to look for her. But our trip can't be delayed. So even if Miss Fakis doesn't come, we can't wait any longer. Leave without saying goodbye? Her mission should be to escort you. Right, after all. You are also a princess. This old woman doesn't want to live? Friendo complained and returned to his room. She was already dead. Qianhua was already muttering in her heart. Fakis left without saying goodbye. Fakis left without saying goodbye. Fakis left without saying goodbye. I don't know anything else. I must remember it. After giving herself psychological hints many times, Qianhua also returned to her room. On the other side, Lilith looked at Flando and said, "Did you find anything?" "Some discoveries. But I have the same question. I want to ask you first. Have you found anything?" This Flando. His tone is a bit strange. He means that he is not a traitor. And he is not the Empress's plaything. However, he has been with the Empress for so long. And I have never heard of any technology leaking out. So what has he done all these years? Lilith's observation was quite sharp. And Klein didn't find anything extra. But added, it should be said that the Empress asked him to do something. He is a biological expert. And what the Empress asked him to do may be related to this aspect. Do you plan to contact him? Klein nodded. If we want him to be our foreign aide, contact is very necessary. He has a strange personality and a bad temper. He is also a 5th level master. So it may be difficult to contact him. Lilith expressed her concerns. If she used conventional means to contact Flando, she would basically be in trouble. But even if this Flando looked very eccentric, Klein had a way to get in touch with him. If you want to approach someone with a strange personality and who is difficult to approach, conventional methods will definitely not work. But Flando is not without weaknesses. Weaknesses? Yes. If you want to approach someone, the best way is to cater to their preferences. Flando is the top biology master. So, I just need to show him something that interests him in biology. Biology? You don't understand biology. I remember that you can't even recognize the most basic Warcraft illustrations. You are really a rookie. You are trying to attract him with your head. Don't tell me about your unique personal charm. I don't feel it at all anyway. Faced with Lilith's ruthless complaints, Klein's face darkened. But he didn't refute it. He really didn't know shit about biology. But it doesn't matter. Although his knowledge of biology is basically zero, it doesn't mean that he has nothing to attract Flando. Lilith, academic performance is very important. But it doesn't represent everything. Just like life. Even if your academic performance is very poor, if your family is relocated and you are given several houses, you can probably live a good life. Just like me. Although I don't understand biology. I have this. Klein took out a small bottle and placed it in front of Lilith. Chapter 259. Routine has always won people's hearts. Things in the bottle, Duanli. Duanli looks very much like a crocodile. But the difference is that Duanli's body is hard scales. And Duanli has 6 legs. Lilith was a little surprised. She had seen a similar bottle once, which was Lance's. But the one Klein took out now was actually a small crocodile dragon. A small crocodile dragon in a bottle? Crocodile dragon? So this kind of monster is called this? Well, I don't know again. I thought it was called a crocodile. But this thing is not small. If it is actually released, it is about 60 to 70 nanofeet long. Lilith nodded and understood that this small bottle is the same item as Lance's bottle. This should be Klein's unique item or ability. Technology to put people or creatures into a small bottle? Space technology? I feel that Klein's ability is a bit weird. Is there anything special about this crocodile dragon monster? Can it attract Flando's attention? Special place. Isn't it special that it has scales? And it has 6 legs. 2 more legs than ordinary crocodiles. Oh no. Evil dragons. You can never find a crocodile dragon with 6 legs. Klein's explanation was a bit pale and weak. But he couldn't say that Duanli had Klein's blood flowing in his body and Klein's fire power. This way of introduction was too stupid. Well, even if it has 6 legs, are you counting on a 6-legged crocodile dragon to attract Flando? Why do I feel that it's not feasible? Facing Lilith's continuous questioning, Klein also hesitated. He was full of confidence. But after being hit by Lilith continuously, he was a little lacking in confidence. Klein couldn't help muttering, a biologist should be very excited to see a new species. when I watched those Discovery channels before. Those biologists were very excited when they found a new species. They shouldn't be lying. Right. Klein looked at the small bottle in his hand with his doubts. Even if Dwanley couldn't attract Flando, he still had clouded leopards and sickle monsters, new species that had never been seen before, should be able to attract the other party. The plan had been determined. But Klein didn't take any action that night. After all, they were in the city now. Clouded leopards, sickle monsters, and the like were all monsters. It was inconvenient to get them in the city. So let's go out of the city first. The next morning, the escort team finally set off again and embarked on the road back to Tel Rilla. Until leaving the city, Fakis didn't show up. And the leader of the Mithril Council finally couldn't help asking where Fakis had gone. After all, a 5th level expert can still influence the safety of the team to a large extent. Xianhua was already prepared at this time. She told everyone directly that Miss Fakis left without saying goodbye and is now missing. The whole team was a little shocked when they heard the news. But Xianhua quickly gave a reasonable explanation and calmed everyone down. Now there is a new 5th level expert, Flando, in the team. So everyone does not need to worry too much about safety. Although many people doubted what Princess Xianhua said. She is a princess. The princess is the absolute authority in this team. She said that Fakis left without saying goodbye. So it was not easy for others to ask any more questions. There was no greeting when entering the city, and no farewell when leaving the city. The relationship between Tyrella and Grandok has always been like this. After entering the wild again, everyone felt much more relaxed. After all, Amadeus is the imperial capital of Grandok. A group of Tyrella people will always feel a lot of discomfort there. On the first night in the wild, without Fakis' surveillance and Xianhua being easy to talk to, not only Klein and his team, but also the other members of the escort team let themselves go. In the wild environment, even if there are no monsters, there will be some wild beasts. They are quite strong, so they must hunt for themselves. Needless to say, Klein and his team have not celebrated since they killed Fakis. Tonight's dinner is all for celebration. In the tent, Klein and his team are having dinner with Xianhua. And this time, he deliberately did not set up a silent barrier. He knew that with Frando's hearing as a 5th level expert, he would definitely be able to hear the sounds of them eating, drinking, and making a lot of noise. Klein wanted Frando to know. Not only did he want him to hear the sounds, but he also wanted him to know that the people at his table were eating well, so that he could achieve the purpose of attracting them. At this time, Frando was holding the rather unpalatable bread that Klein needed in one hand, and the barbecue he baked in the other hand. And he was silent. With his strength, he would definitely not just eat bread. He could catch some monsters and wild beasts at random. That's how he got the barbecue in his hand. But a good cook cannot cook without rice, without various condiments and sauces. The barbecue will not taste good. His status is not to be called a hot cake. But how can it be that his father and uncle do not love him? Why did no one pay attention to him for a long time? Klein had hot pot, barbecue, drinks, and everything else. He ate and boasted at the same time. In this atmosphere, Frando suddenly felt that the barbecue in his hand was not fragrant. These bastards. I am a person valued by Qianju after all. Don't you want face? No. Face is not a thing. I have to go and get some food. Frando didn't know that Klein had already prepared to ignore him. He notified Xianhua in advance and asked her not to pay attention to Frando. Although Xianhua was a little surprised why Klein did this. But Klein did so many things for Xianhua, and now they are allies. So she would still agree to this little thing. Feeling Flando's approaching footsteps, Klein smiled slightly. The fish has taken the bait. Flando doesn't look like an ascetic scientist at all. He is more like a person who lets himself go and enjoys life as much as possible. In the few years in Grandok, because of the official support of Grandok, Flando's prison life was also a life of debauchery and indulgence. Combining these reasons, Klein judged that Flando might be able to endure hardships. After all, he is a 5th level master and has this kind of character. But if there are conditions, Flando will definitely not choose to endure hardships. What are the conditions? The condition is that Frando has the unpalatable bread specially made by Klein, as well as the barbecue without salt. And next door is the delicacies of the mountains and the sea to seduce him. This is the condition. Klein is more than 70% sure that Frando will not be able to bear the loneliness and come to them with a flattering face. This is the opportunity to contact. The effect of others coming to you And you taking the initiative to find others is completely different. Frando came to Klein's tent happily. Here, Xianhua has the highest status. So naturally she will speak first. Mr. Frando, are you eating barbecue? The living conditions are good. And there is meat to eat. Xianhua's words were somewhat teasing. Frando was stunned for a moment, raised the barbecue in his right hand, and said awkwardly, yes. My living conditions have always been good. Frando looked at Klein's small cooking pot, rolled his eyes, and asked with some curiosity, what is this way of eating? I haven't seen it when I was in Tarila before. Is it a new thing in recent years? Let me try it, Frando said, while quietly scooping a spoonful of meat with a spoon and eating it. It's delicious. When he wanted to do it, you found that Klein and the others had stopped and just stared at him quietly. In this situation, Frando was too embarrassed to eat it no matter how thick-skinned he was. You guys eat. I'll just watch. Klein felt the time was right. So he said, if Lord Frando doesn't mind, let's eat together. No. There's nothing I can dislike. After everyone sat around the table, people like Frando naturally quickly blended into the atmosphere of the conversation. According to his status, Frando is also a senior technical geek, so it is natural for him to brag. He told the whole process of how he went through countless hardships, how he crossed the foreign warcraft area, and then bypassed the border between the two countries from the north to enter Grand Nok. Just like telling a story. He also told how he was discovered in Grand Nok, how he was caught, and how he used his wisdom to impress Close and became the highest paid prisoner in Grand Nok. At the end of the whole meal, everyone was basically listening to Frando bragging. Klein did not interrupt him. After all, he was a person who had just been released, and he always had to brag to release his psychological depression. At this time, Klein picked up some large pieces of cooked meat and bones next to him and stood up. I'll go feed the pet. Lord Frando, you guys continue eating. No one said anything about Klein feeding the pet. Only Frando asked curiously, what kind of pet does he have? Why does it eat so much? At this time, Lilith, who knew more about the plan, took over his words. A very big cat. These are just snacks. This cat is very picky about food, and it has to change its taste every day. Lilith had never seen a clouded leopard, but Klein taught her this in advance. A very big cat? How big is it? Lilith gestured with her hands. How big can a pet that can be gestured with hands be? 3-5 nanofeet is incredible. About 50 nanofeet. When Lilith said the specific size, Frando was surprised. Puff. Frando suddenly spurted out the wine in his mouth and asked in surprise, a 50 nanofeet cat? Are you sure it's a 50 nanofeet cat? Yes. They have all seen it. Frando muttered in his heart. A 50-foot cat. Is it a species I haven't seen before? Impossible. You guys eat first. I'll go take a look. Frando followed Klein with doubts. Chapter 260 The Mystery of the Divine Beast. Standing outside the camp, Klein called out to the clouded leopard softly, although it seemed that he was just calling out. In fact, he was calling the clouded leopard by relying on the soul connection between Klein and the bottle object itself. All the bottle creatures have Klein's blood in their bodies. This blood connection makes them feel as close to Klein as a close relative. Klein is the absolute subject to the bottle object. He had considered whether the bottle object would betray him before. But after a while, he realized that he had thought too much. This feeling is like your fifth girl will never betray you. The clouded leopard lay in front of Klein obediently, raised its furry paws, and let Klein stroke its soft belly. Klein placed the meat in front of the clouded leopard, indicating that it could eat. After the clouded leopard stood up, it first rubbed Klein's arm affectionately with its huge head to show Klein its obedient attitude, and then began to eat. This kind of obedience is not only shown by clouded leopards, but also by sickle monsters. Such a large cat-like monster, I've never seen a species before. Is this a new monster that has appeared in recent years? It's unbelievable. The sudden voice of Frando startled the clouded leopard. Its keen perception did not even detect the arrival of this person, and it didn't even know how the other party approached. Klein was well prepared. He had expected that Frando would be curious about his pet, a 50 nanofoot long cat-like creature. This is the curiosity that biologists must have. Klein turned his head to look at Frando, and asked in confusion, Lord Frando is here too. Why don't you continue eating with him? The food we made should be very good. The food is delicious. At least not worse than what Grandok made for me. But I'm almost done. So I came out for a walk to digest the food. I just happened to see you feeding the monsters here. A coincidence? A coincidence. Flando certainly couldn't say that he came here to see what a 50 nano-foot cat looks like. He is so curious that he, a 5th level master, would be very cheap. Flando got closer to the clouded leopard and wanted to touch it with his hand. But the clouded leopard bowed slightly and lowered its head, baring its teeth at Flando. Impossible. Why is it so hostile to me? This is not magic at all. Klein on the side narrowed his eyes. The message conveyed by the clouded leopard to him was that Flando had just tried to send a mental connection to it, trying to establish a special mental connection with the clouded leopard. But the clouded leopard is Klein's blood creature after all, so it will definitely reject Flando's spiritual connection, which is why the clouded leopard is hostile to Flando. After learning the information conveyed by the clouded leopard, Klein thought, Flando has the ability to establish a spiritual connection with the Warcraft, and it can establish a connection with just a thought. This ability may be a bit powerful against summoners. If the clouded leopard is not a bottle creature, but a pet of an ordinary summoner, I am afraid it will rebel at the first sight. Klein touched the clouded leopard's head and said to Flando, I'm sorry. My partner recognizes people very well. It may feel that Lord Flando is a stranger. That's why they are hostile. Come on. Give Lord Flando a smile. The clouded leopard was a little embarrassed, but it was impossible for it to disobey Klein's orders, so it could only smile awkwardly at Flando. Flando saw that the clouded leopard listened to Klein so much, and he also smiled awkwardly, although he was surprised that his mental connection didn't work and angered the clouded leopard. But his curiosity about the new species of magical beast, the clouded leopard, was always much more surprising than his own ineffectiveness. For a biological expert, the failure of his ability was just a small matter. Discovering a new species was really, it's a big deal. What kind of monster is your pet? How come I've never seen it before? Can you tell me in detail? Klein frowned. Isn't it normal to encounter a monster you've never seen before? Why do you have to say it specifically? Even if there are many monsters in the biological atlas, there are still many monsters that have not been discovered. What's so strange about this? But this is a good opportunity for him to get in touch with Flando. He definitely can't question Flando. He still has to follow Flando's words. It's called a clouded leopard, a large cat-like monster of the 3rd level. It has good mobility and strong combat power. It is a good partner. 3rd level clouded leopard, a new 3rd level species. I have never seen it before, and there is not even a similar monster. This situation is really rare. It seems that it is either a new monster that has appeared in recent years, or a product of some kind of genetic mutation. Flando's low murmur was heard by Klein, but Klein felt even stranger. This was the second time that Flando emphasized that the clouded leopard was a monster he had never seen before. Do you really think you are a monster encyclopedia? Have you seen all monsters? Klein finally couldn't help but ask. There are too many types of monsters. Humans have explored less than 10% of the monster zone. Is there anything strange about the species that Lord Flando has not seen? At this time, Flando had already touched the clouded leopard under Klein's arrangement. He stroked the clouded leopard carefully and murmured, It has very tough skin, and the density of muscles and teeth is far higher than that of ordinary 3rd level monsters. The combat body shape is also very perfect. It is simply a monster designed for combat. It's incredible. Flando didn't seem to hear what Klein said just now. He was just carefully checking the information of the clouded leopard. However, his analysis was indeed very reasonable. The monster synthesized from the bottle was indeed a monster that used the original base material as a template and developed its combat ability to the extreme. The most failed synthetic monster would also be stronger than the original base material. However, Klein was most concerned about his previous question. Didn't Lord Flando hear what I just said? What did you say just now? I was too focused just now, and didn't hear clearly. Can you say it again? Looking at Flando's sincere expression, Klein couldn't tell whether he really didn't hear clearly, or pretended not to hear clearly, and didn't want to answer. But he decided to ask again. I just asked. There are too many types of monsters, and humans have explored less than 10% of the monster area. Are there any strange species that Lord Flando hasn't seen? When Klein was wondering how Flando would answer, Flando nodded seriously and said, Yes, I have seen all kinds of magic beasts, as long as they are above level 1. Klein's pupil shrank suddenly. All kinds of magic beasts, big brother. Please don't joke. Okay, this joke is not funny. Boasting needs to have a basis in magic to be true. All magic beasts? Lord Flando. This statement seems a little imprecise. Flando was inexplicably angry when he heard Klein's surprised tone. I was just telling the truth. But no one believed me. Why? You don't believe me either? Looking at Flando's expression, Klein wondered. How could he believe this? All magic beasts? This is not collecting pet cards. He couldn't even remember all the Pokemon illustrations from his previous life. And now someone told him that he had seen all kinds of monsters in this world. Isn't that right for bragging? Don't you think I'm a human being? Lord Flando. It's not that I don't believe it. But it's really hard to believe what you said, since you said you have seen all kinds of monsters. Can you tell me which ones are the strongest? Klein thought Flando was talking nonsense. But Flando started thinking seriously. Although I usually study the strength of monsters, it's really hard to classify when it comes to the level of divine beasts. Klein raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, bragging. Keep bragging. I'll watch you here today and see if you can brag 1234. Flando thought for a while, before seriously using branches to classify on the ground. If we have to rank these beasts, the strongest ones should be the Dust Dragon, the Spiral King, the Titan Giant Astera, and the Dog God Isiba. The next most famous ones should be the Elemental Dragon, the Scorpion Ra, Hermes, and Is, which are weaker than the above ones. Looking at Flando's serious expression and the names he wrote on the ground, Klein suddenly felt a little breathless. He had never heard of the first 4 strongest beasts, whether in books or in the Warcraft encyclopedia, and he couldn't tell whether Flando was bragging or not. But Klein had heard of the last 4 except for the Scorpion Ra. Is was a beast that once attacked the imperial capital and was killed by the Empress herself. Hermes is known as the god of wind in the west, the king of wind, and the fastest creature. Its blood is an excellent material for magic potions. Not to mention the elemental dragon, which has never been recorded in any data. But Klein has obtained some information about the elemental dragon from the mouth of the crystal dragon and the dragon ruins. In the dragon ruins, one of the 4 ancient dragons that escaped, there are traces of the elemental dragon under the dragon seal. But Klein cannot judge the specific strength of the elemental dragon. Unexpectedly, at this time, I heard the name of the elemental dragon from Flando's mouth again. Lord Flando. Is everything you said true? Flando looked at Klein's shocked expression and felt much more satisfied. Pretending to me? Can't I scare you to death, little ghost? Of course. I have not only seen these monsters, but I have actually come into contact with them. Flando took out a piece of metal-like object and a golden scale from his ring and placed them in front of Klein. This is the tooth of ISS. And this is the scale of the Dust Dragon. They are all my collections. Although they are useless, they are still okay for collection. Chapter 261 Things that occasionally stop time. Staring at the 2 objects in front of him, Klein swallowed his saliva and slowly said, Can I touch them? Of course. You let me touch your clouded leopard. These things are just dead things. Why can't I touch them? Klein touched the hard block of metal with his hand. And the synthesizer also gave information at the same time. Fragment of Isa's teeth. Miracle. Fragment of Isa's teeth. Grade. Miracle. Effect. None. Introduction. The tooth of the ancient dog Isi. Although it has lost its magic power, it still has an indestructible hardness. Fuck. It's real. Who is this guy? Klein forced himself to suppress his emotions and put his palm on the scale next to him. Scale of the Dust Dragon. Miracle. Scale of the Dust Dragon. Grade. Miracle. Effect. Stop time occasionally. Introduction. The scale of the Dust Dragon that controls time has incredible power. It is one of the most powerful creatures in the world. Looking at the attributes of the Dust Dragon's scales, Klein was shocked beyond words. The attribute of time. This is a higher power than space. Klein thought in his heart, Brother Fu. I want this. Clouded leopards are so cute, and you like them so much. Can I exchange clouded leopards for this scale? Of course. Klein didn't say these words after all. Although the scales of the Dust Dragon were very powerful, he still knew the importance. His main purpose was to get to know Flando, and find a way to get Flando to help him get rid of Gwen. It was really a stupid thing to ask Flando for something at this time. Although he really wanted this scale, he still resisted the urge for long-term and stable development. Klein reluctantly returned the scale to Flando. Although he had the urge to exchange the monster for the scale, Klein remained calm on the surface. It is hard to imagine how powerful the Dust Dragon is that can master the power of time. This scale is really incredible. Lord Flando's knowledge is really profound. Flando smiled and put the scale and teeth away again. But he was also surprised that Klein could recognize that this was the real scale of the dust dragon. Most people would not think that his thing was real. After all, there was not even a legend about the dust dragon. You are also an amazing guy. You can actually recognize this kind of thing. It has no magic power. Most people would not think it is real. Klein raised his hand. There was no magic power on the scale. But there was a layer of time power. This was not much more powerful than magic. The people you met before just didn't know the goods. Yes, I have a special sense of strange objects. I can feel the extraordinariness of these two things. And there is no need for Lord Flando to make up such a bizarre lie. Really? You also feel their extraordinariness? I said. There is no need for me to lie to you about such a small matter. Since the topic about super monsters has been opened, Klein just asked in this direction. How did Lord Flando see these monsters? What is the difference between the divine beasts and super monsters you mentioned? Can you tell me about it? It's okay to tell you these things. I definitely don't have the ability to see these monsters myself. These are already at the level of divine beasts. Qianju took me to see them. As for the difference between superclass and divine beasts, it's hard to say. The normal magic beast illustrations now don't have a specific division between superclass magic beasts and divine beasts. They call all magic beasts above level 5 superclass. But in fact, the combat power corresponding to superclass magic beasts is actually a tidal powerhouse. That is, a legendary powerhouse in ancient times. And the combat power corresponding to the divine beast should be the king level. The ancient saint. That is, the level of the 9 kings of the human race. I see. Flando had seen all the monsters. But it was the Empress who took him to see them. Not only had they seen all the monsters, the Empress even killed his and took away the scales of the dust dragon. The Empress valued Frank so much. So what did Frank do for the Empress? Klein was not so superficial as to think that the Empress took Frank to travel around and have sex in the wild monster area. Who would be so bored? Lord Flando, what research have you been doing for His Majesty these years? Flando's face froze, and he waved his hand. I can't tell you this question. If I tell her, she will crush my body and not let me die. You won't understand that feeling. Klein frowned. I won't understand. It sounds like the truth. Wait, could this guy's body really be crushed by the Empress, and he still hasn't died? He seemed to have said before that the Empress had castrated him. And then he reattached himself with biological technology. Thinking of this, Klein looked at Flando with a little sympathy. Poor kid. What kind of suffering did he suffer from the Empress? Lord Flando, is Her Majesty the Empress very powerful? She took a piece of the dust dragon's scale. Did she fight with the dust dragon? Flando nodded. Qianju did fight with the dust dragon. But I don't know the result of that battle. Because the aftermath of the battle was too fierce. And time always stopped. I had to hide far away to survive. But I remember that the dust dragon dropped more than one scale at that time. Qianju should have won. Because Qianju said it was a pity at the end. And it should be that he failed to kill the dust dragon. But Qianju was also injured at that time. That was the first and only time I saw her injured. Klein's mind surged when he heard it. Although he couldn't understand the specific combat power of the king level and the divine beast, at least talking to Flando could let him know as much information about the Empress as possible. After all, he still has to stay in Tarila. After all, the queen is his ultimate boss. It is necessary to understand his boss. However, the news that the queen defeated the top beast dust dragon head-on still surprised Klein a little. He couldn't help asking, I heard from the intelligence department of Grandok before that Your Majesty's strength ranks 5th in the king level. But you said before that dust dragon is already the top beast. Is our human king level really that strong? Flando curled his lips and said disdainfully, King level is bullshit. The 6th rank Great King Forenton in Grandok was chased like a dog by the dog god Isiba. If he wasn't thick-skinned, he would have died at the border long ago. You also said that this ranking was made by the intelligence department of Grandok. How could they give a fair ranking? I don't know how strong the king level is. But from my contact with her and my actual battle records, Qianju's strength should be the 1st or 2nd. She repelled Hermes and killed EC. Of course, her most brilliant record was defeating the dust dragon. The dust dragon is really a top creature. There is no higher level monster than it. The dust dragon's ability to control time is really a godlike power. But it was still defeated by Qianju. You can imagine her strength. Well, Klein couldn't imagine what the specific battle situation at that level was like. So he was just shocked. Klein had been shocked many times today. But now, he was shocked again. And he could go to the shock department immediately. Flando, who had seen the true strength of the Empress, must be more reliable than the Grandok Intelligence Department. The strength of the Empress is actually one of the best in the human race. No wonder the Empress doesn't ask about political affairs all day long. And those high-ranking officials of the Empire dare not say a word. It's really that the gap in strength is too big. And they dare not ask. Mr. Flando is really knowledgeable. Of course. Let alone other things. I really dare to brag about having seen all the monsters. I know all the monsters. Your clouded leopard is just an accident. Klein was confused by the gossips of several empresses. And he didn't know how to talk to Flando for a while. After digesting the information he had obtained, Klein did not forget the purpose of his trip. The Empress's melon was very shocking. But now these things were still too far away from him. So he should honestly consider how to deal with Gwen. No, Mr. Flando. Although you are very knowledgeable, I still think that you don't know all the monsters in terms of monster information. Klein was clearly setting a trap for Flando to jump into. And the low-level strategy of provoking him was easy to catch. Right? Flando got angry when he heard what Klein said. Oh, boy. You still don't believe it? I've said that your clouded leopard is just an accident. Not to mention the first and second level biological bloodline synthetic beasts. If you can find another monster above the third level, with a stable life physique, and one I haven't seen before, I will perform a handstand drinking water in front of the whole team. Klein held back the corners of his mouth that wanted to curl up. Performing handstand drinking water in front of the whole team, Mr. Flando. Are you serious? Flando looked at Klein's expression and suddenly felt a little timid. But his dignity, as a top-level 5th-level biological expert, did not allow him to back down on this aspect. Yes, it is handstand drinking water. I have only been in the prison of Grandok for 5 years. Your clouded leopard is just a variant of the cat family. A genetic mutation. Although I have not studied its genes, I am sure that it is definitely not a normal evolution of the monster. So there will never be another monster with such a stable life physique. Okay, Mr. Flando. I have written down what you just said. Klein smiled and nodded, then clapped his hands. Sighed Demon, hearing Klein call out a name he had never heard of. Flando suddenly became a little restless. MD. Is that true? This guy is a bit weird. If he really finds a new variety, then I really have to drink water upside down. It's so embarrassing. Chapter 262, one set after another. Soon, Flando felt something approaching slowly in the air ahead. It was invisible. Under Klein's command, the sickle monster slowly appeared, revealing its brown-green body. This, isn't it the cloak mantis? It's a bit big. And the sickle blade seems a bit big too. Oh, it seems to be able to fly. Okay. This is indeed a new third-level species. Flando touched his nose awkwardly. Then he ran to the front of the sickle monster and touched the hard sickle blades of the sickle monster. Another magical beast that has evolved to almost perfection. This pair of sickle blades is perfect. It also inherited the stealth ability of the cloak mantis. A perfect killer. It's a pity that it is an exoskeleton creature, and its abdomen is too soft, with obvious weaknesses. Otherwise its combat capability would be improved to an outrageous level. Klein had come to Flando with a smile. How is it, Mr. Flando? Are you willing to accept the loss? Flando's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. What if I lose? It's just drinking water while standing upside down. I won't lose a piece of flesh. Maybe the magic environment outside has undergone some changes in the past 2 years that I don't know about. It just makes the third-order mutants more numerous. You just beat me by relying on the information gap. I'll put it here. Even if there is a change in the magic environment, which leads to the appearance of some third-order mutant monsters, they are at most third-order. The genetic stability of fourth-order monsters is much higher than that of third-order monsters. So fourth-order monsters will never easily mutate. Come on. I'll play a big game with you. If you can find a 4th-level monster I haven't seen before, I'll shit upside down in front of everyone. 10 minutes later, Flando looked at the broken crocodile dragon in front of him, feeling uncomfortable, and his eyes became strange when he looked at Klein. Why did he feel like he was being tricked by Klein? Flando no longer wanted to study the genetic problems of this 6-legged crocodile dragon. The problem he was considering now was how he could avoid performing a handstand shit in front of everyone. This was too difficult. A big gamble. And it would not end well. Even with his thick nerves, he couldn't do a handstand shit. Xiaoku, you know. I've been in the prison of Grandok for 5 years. 5 years. For a rapidly developing world. 5 years is an era. Klein ignored him, just pointed at the Duanli in front of him and whispered, Lord Frando. It is a 4th-level monster. And it is also a new species. Do you know it? Frando saw that Klein always mentioned new species. And immediately felt that this kid was really ignorant. He twitched his mouth and continued, You also know that people make mistakes and horses stumble. Some things really can't be generalized. For example, some words are spoken out, which are really just temporary words from the top. And they are not true. Do you understand what I mean? Lord Frando, let's not talk about this first. Take a look first. Do you recognize it? Then we can discuss other things. Faced with Klein's coercion, Frando finally got angry. You young man? Why are you so annoying? Isn't it just a crocodile dragon with 6 legs? What's so strange about it? I'll catch a crocodile dragon someday and immediately modify it into a 7-legged one for you. Klein stared at Flando with a suspicious look on his face. Does the modified one count, Sir Flando? You are a 5th-level master and a top biological expert. You won't deny your debt. Will you? How is it possible? How can someone like me deny my debt? But I say, Xiaoku, isn't it a bit too much to poop upside down? Although I don't care much about face. This is no longer a matter of face. It's too shameful. You said it yourself. I never forced you. Can you change to someone else? There are many women in the team. I can't bring myself to do it. Finally, Klein sighed, nodded to Flando, and stopped forcing him. Playing is playing. But there must be a limit. It's almost time now. He needs to grasp this limit so as not to really anger Flando. So he said, Lord Flando, this bet was originally a joke. It doesn't matter if you don't execute it. But you have to admit that there are still many monsters in this world that you haven't seen, sometimes. What you see is not all of this world. Flando was a little unconvinced. But he really didn't dare to bet with Klein again. If he lost again, he would be embarrassed not to execute it. Hey, you're right. What you saw may not be all of this world. So forget about the upside-down shooting this time. I'm kidding. How could Lord Flando really execute such a thing as upside-down shooting? Frando nodded. And he felt that Klein was a nice guy. He was polite, knowledgeable, and knew when to advance and retreat. He was a good kid. He had completely forgotten that he had found Klein particularly annoying a minute ago. Well, Klein, you are good. You are organized and have a promising future. Aren't you talking nonsense? Do I need you to say that I have a promising future? Klein nodded shyly. They are all influenced by the atmosphere of Gia society. Then, Mr. Frando still wants to study these 3 kinds of magic beasts. They are all my pets. I can let them cooperate with you. Frando's eyes lit up. He didn't need to perform a handstand to poop. And he could continue to study this rare magic beast. There is such a good thing. Thinking of this, Frando looked at Klein more and more pleasingly. And his attitude became more and more amiable. It would be great if we could study these creatures. Their mutation directions are very special. And they all mutate in the perfect direction. Which is incredible. Klein, you are really good and sensible. If you have any questions, just come to me. I will help you if I can. Klein finally laughed. He was waiting for this sentence. Although he wanted to ask Flando for the scales of the dust dragon, and then find a way to get a piece of equipment that might contain time attributes. But Klein also understood that Gwen's matter was the real top priority. Lord Flando, maybe in a few days. I really need your help with something. No problem. Wait until I extract the blood samples of these monsters. These are all trivial matters. Looking at Flando, who was studying seriously, Klein laughed. 2 days later, Klein had dispersed the 3 bottles, and Flando also entered a closed-door mode, staying in the carriage all day, conducting some strange experiments. His experiment was coming to an end, and that afternoon, he called Klein. Klein, come here. Okay. On the other side of the team, Gwen looked at Klein, who entered Flando's carriage in silence. Lord Gwen, what are you looking at? Alvin, who was standing by, slowly walked to Gwen's side and subconsciously sniffed Gwen's hair, looking very frivolous. He was a rich second generation, and often did such outrageous behavior in front of women. But this time, he kicked the iron plate. Pa! 5 eye-catching fingerprints appeared on Alvin's face, and Gwen turned around and looked at Alvin expressionlessly. Dare to flirt with me? You probably don't know how to write the word death. Alvin wanted to be angry, but he didn't dare to face the strong Gwen. Looking at the cold-faced Gwen, he even forgot what he was going to say just now. Just as the atmosphere between Alvin and Gwen was getting colder and colder, Alvin's teammate Gwen slowly came over and explained for Alvin, "Gwen, if Alvin has offended you, I apologize to you on his behalf. But the most important thing now is to complete Lord Esmond's mission. Gwen is a third-level warlock with strong strength. Gwen can ignore Alvin, but she can't ignore Gwen. I know this kind of thing without you saying it." Gwen nodded. "Klein is very close to Frando now. I think I can let him tell some information about Frando. Although we are still some distance away from the border checkpoint, it is always right to prepare for action in advance. I know what to do." Gwen didn't say anything more and turned away. After Gwen left, Gwen suddenly turned around and slapped Alvin. Snap! "Gwen, you! How dare you hit me?" Gwen glanced at Alvin with disdain. If it wasn't an order, how could he be in the same team with such a waste? You have been in Jiesha for so long. Don't you understand one thing? In this world, what matters is never status, but talent. A useless waste like you. No one cares about you in other places, but in Jiesha's executive department, especially when you are on a mission, you must recognize your position. Otherwise you will die without knowing how you died. Gwen pointed at Alvin's nose and said this, and Alvin did not dare to refute. Gwen, how strong is Gwen, with your strength? Is it necessary to be so afraid of her? Alvin, there are some people you can never touch, and you can't even think about it. Gwen is in the same class as me, and she is the strongest master of the class of 330. She is not only the leader of this team, but also the confidant of Lord Esmond. You'd better not do stupid things again. Otherwise it will implicate the entire family behind you. This is the last time I warn you. Gwen and Gwen, who have always been calm, are a little irritable today, which makes Alvin a little at a loss. He could only say weakly, I know. In fact, it was because Gwen and Gwen both felt something wrong. And this wrong point was Klein. Because of Klein, this mission that was originally a sure thing has caused some changes and doubts in their hearts. They began to think about whether there would be any uncontrollable situation in this mission. Chapter 263 Klein, the little man in the bottle. After receiving a call from Frando, Klein came to Frando's carriage, and the other party handed Klein 2 bottles. Your 3 pets are really unique. They have merged with some species that are unlikely to combine. I still don't know how they came about, but the purification of blood essence was relatively smooth, except for the clouded leopard. The other 2 extracted complete blood essence. Blood essence? Klein picked up Frando's 2 bottles and took a look at the information given by the synthesizer. Blood of the side demon. Blood of severance. Blood of the side demon. Grade, wonder. Effect, after taking it, you will have the ability to harden your skin. Introduction. The blood extract of the side demon has the characteristics of an exoskeleton and will cause changes in blood. Blood of severance. Grade, wonder. Effect, after taking it, you will gain the ability to eat carrion and slightly increase your strength. Introduction. The blood extract of severance has some abilities of the crocodile dragon and will cause changes in blood. It is an item that can be taken directly and directly improve strength. The only disadvantage is that it will cause changes in blood. The effects of both bloods are not very strong. If it is an ordinary 3rd level professional, you may consider using this blood essence. Klein can't take it. He doesn't even look down on legendary dragon blood, let alone beast blood of this level. He doesn't want his blood to be polluted. However, Flando can purify and create this kind of strange item that directly improves strength in such a simple environment by relying on the blood in the bottle. It's still something. Such talents will be regarded as top talents in any organization. The Empress should also be attracted by his certain biological abilities, rather than the so-called plaything. Klein thought, if it weren't for Frando's special identity, the person the Queen wanted, and the assassination target of Jiesha, he would definitely try his best to keep such a talent. However, Klein also knew where his current limit was. He dared not touch what the Queen wanted. What a pity, after understanding the true strength of the Queen. He thought that Jiesha's mission was obviously wrong. This artificial blood essence ability reminded Klein of Lance before, and Jiesha's artificial human technology. Lance was the product of Jiesha's use of demon blood as the original basic bloodline, and then integrated with the blood samples and genes of multiple geniuses, and finally fused. Frando was also a member of Jiesha before. I wonder if Giesha's artificial human plan has anything to do with Frando. Klein wanted to ask. But before he asked, Frando had already lit a cigarette for him and said lightly, "You are a member of Giesha. Tell me about the current Giesha." "Oh no. Let's start with yourself." Klein didn't expect Frando to be interested in him. "Me? What's wrong? Can't you tell me?" Frando blew out a smoke ring. Klein waved his hand. "Of course. I am now a member of the Becky team of the GS Society's executive department. My father is the vice president Esmond. So I also have the identity of a researcher." Frando paused and stared at Klein, as if he had discovered some great secret. "Your father is Esmond? Then you should be 22 years old this year?" Klein deliberately said Esmond's name. He also wanted to see if Frando had any special reaction to his identity. The other party is a biologist. If he also knows what happened back then maybe I can get some useful information from Frando. "Yes. My full name is Klein Alex. And I'm 22 years old this year." Frando nodded. "I see. I didn't expect to meet Esmond and Katie's son here. It's really fate." "Yes. You are Esmond's baby and Edward's disciple. It makes sense that you can achieve such achievements at such a young age." Klein was slightly stunned. "Baby, brother? I feel that you don't use this word properly." As for Edward's disciple, Klein only had one Edward in his mind. The president of GS Society. The Blue King. One of the 9 kings? Edward? Ahem. Mr. Frando. You may have misunderstood. I am not Edward's disciple. I was admitted to the Royal Academy, and then joined GS Society. If the Edward you are talking about is President Edward, then I can only tell you that he has been missing for more than 20 years. Missing? 20 years? After mumbling, Frando stared at Klein for a long time without speaking, and finally said silently, "After I was taken away by Qianju, I knew nothing about GS Society. It seems that some things did not develop as we imagined." "What did you imagine?" Klein didn't know if this so-called assumption was about him, but it was outrageous that Frando thought he was Edward's disciple. "Mr. Frando, why do you think I am Edward's disciple?" "Because Edward said that if Katie gave birth to a child, he would accept you as his disciples. This is his original words. It seems that after I left GS Society did not develop normally. If Edward left, can GS Society still exist?" Klein looked at Frando. It seemed that the other party knew nothing about GS Society's situation over the years. "GS Society is currently managed by my father. It has developed quite well, and is considered the top social organization in Telrilla." Frando was stunned for a moment, and seemed a little surprised that Esmond could be in charge of GS Society. "Esmond? Shouldn't it be your mother Katie? Esmond's strength is not as good as mine. If he is in charge of GS Society, he will be bullied when he goes out." Klein touched his nose. It seems that his cheap father was really weak before. "Mr. Frando, my father is already a superclass strongman, and he is very strong. Don't worry." Hearing the news that Esmond has become a superclass, Frando stopped his hand that was about to smoke and sighed. "I didn't expect that this guy could become a superclass. GS Society can continue to exist over the years. Many wonderful things must have happened. Esmond was able to hold on. He really had some skills. But it's a pity that I'm not here. It's a bit regretful." "Ha ha." Looking at Frando, who was laughing loudly, Klein felt a little sad for him. Maybe Frando also had the opportunity to become a superclass back then. "Forget it. Don't think about these sad things." Then Klein, "Do you know something about yourself?" Klein was slightly relieved to see that Frando had returned to his previous state. When Lord Frando said understanding, "Do you mean ancient miracles?" Frando raised his eyebrows, pinched out the cigarette butt with his fingers, let the sparks float on his fingertips, and then lit another one for himself. "It seems that you really know your identity." "Yes, but I don't mind Mr. Frando telling me more." Frando thought for a while before saying to Klein, "You know so much. I have nothing to tell you. If you must say something, then take the bottle back from your father." "Bottle? What do you mean?" Klein was a little confused. What does it mean to take the bottle back from his father? Frando suddenly took out a strange bottle and said, "It's this kind of bottle." Klein's pupils shrank slightly. He had seen similar bottles. The bottle containing the Mist Dragon's soul in the Dragonborn ruins is very similar to the bottle in front of him. The bottle in Flando's hand is a circle larger than the Mist Dragon bottle that Klein absorbed, and is completely made of some very advanced alloy technology. R09. Klein clearly saw the letters and numbers engraved on the bottle. "Is this a number?" With curiosity, Klein asked, "Mr. Frando?" What is this bottle? What does this R09 mean? Flando smiled mysteriously. This bottle is a kind of ancient miracle bottle object. The little man in the bottle. The letter R09 is the number of the little man in the bottle in the New Human Plan. The bottle object does not refer to the object in the bottle, but the creature in the bottle, representing the super species left over from ancient times. The bottle object contains a complete soul, complete bloodline, and a complete gifted creature. It is the highest masterpiece of biology and a perfect object. And you are one of them. And I know that your number is either RS02 or R06. I am the object in the bottle. The little man in the bottle. Klein's expression seemed calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. The so-called object in the bottle in Flando's hand, and the object in the bottle synthesized in his synthesizer, have too many similarities. The creatures in the bottle he created also have strong strength, perfect blood, talent, and souls controlled by him alone. He suddenly remembered the objects in the bottle that he had not used yet. If one day he died, and those bottles had not been opened for 1,000 years, will they have a similar situation as Flando said? Become the next generation of ancient relics? Is his original situation exactly the same as Lance? The little man in the bottle he created? It's just that it was not opened at that time. Thinking back to what Flando said just now, to get back his own bottle, Klein had a bad idea. He himself is this kind of ancient miracle object in the bottle. So is there a part of his soul that will be controlled by others? Yes. You are a thing in a bottle. You were originally a thing in a bottle. Isn't it fun? Haha. Klein ignored Flando's laughter and asked, is the bottle Mr. Flando mentioned important? Of course it is important. Although this bottle looks very advanced and modern. It is the carrier on which you have survived for thousands of years. Or even longer. Part of your soul has been attached to this bottle. If you get the bottle, you will get control over the creature in the bottle. Do you understand? Chapter 264 Take Action. Hearing this, Klein nodded. No wonder his father Esmond let him go and develop freely. It turned out that he had a backup plan. If he could really control the soul, then no matter how he developed, he could not escape from Esmond's palm. So Esmond had always been as stable as a rock. But there was one thing that Klein was not sure about. That was the problem of soul adhesion. His current soul state was a bit strange. Has Klein's main soul changed completely after crossing? In addition, he has extended his soul many times. Now his soul state is very different from before. Can the bottle in Esmond's hand still control him? If it can, then how can he crack it? If not, will it have other effects on him, according to the hints given by Flando? Klein has thought of many problems. But there is another problem. Flando knows so much about ancient ruins. And Esmond must know it too. Why did they let me come here? Is it because of the bottle that they are sure to take advantage of me? The more Klein thought about the reason, the more confused he became. Klein couldn't digest this information for a while. So he could only turn his head and look at Flando. Mr. Flando, why are you telling me this? I'm telling you this because I like you and I want to turn you against me, although I don't want to go back to Chinchu. I don't want to die even more. You are all ready to kill me. So can't you allow me to save myself? Tell me. When are you going to do it? Just to protect yourself? Is Flando's purpose really that simple? Klein stared at Flando, hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, manually, did Mr. Flando guess it? Guess? No. 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 Although the group of people in your GS society are powerful, they can't hide anything in their eyes. They all look at me with the same expression. Exactly the same as the predatory monsters. Which is easy to see. And now, in addition to my own strength, I don't have any summoned creatures in my hands. I am indeed in the weakest state. It's easy to kill me now. There is another point. Klein, you are not high enough. So there are many things you still see too shallowly. Many people not only don't want to see me go back, but also test kindred. The Queen of Torella has been silent for too long. So some people's minds have moved. And I am the best tool for testing. I figured out these points, and naturally understood what you are going to do to me next. Klein nodded. He understood what Flando said. However, it would be a pity for a talent like him to die due to political factors. How can Mr. Flando be sure that I will help you? Klein had a more ruthless idea before, which was to capture Gwen and Flando at the same time when both sides fought to the limit and both were injured. If it was completed, he could even synthesize a 5th-level bottle man, greatly enhancing his hard power. Although this approach is a bit unethical and a bit cruel, it is indeed a way to maximize benefits. But now Flando has shown his goodwill to him and told him so many secrets, as well as the story of the little man in the ancient bottle. The superficial interest relationship between the two has turned into a relationship where he benefits, which made Klein put down his killing intention. It is one thing to say that interests are supreme, but when doing things, you always have to leave yourself a bottom line. Otherwise, what is the difference between him and Esmond? The will he wants to keep is Gwyn. If someone helps you, and you still kill him, it would be a bit too much. If you kill me, although you can complete the task, the actual benefits are very small, and it will also anger the Empress. Believe me, you don't want to bear the wrath of the Empress. This reason is not sufficient. But Klein has put down his killing intention. Klein is also wondering if Flando is also trying to contact him when he was trying to contact Flando before. Dealing with such an old fox. Who is using whom? It is hard to say. It is also possible that they are using each other. But even if it is using, Klein does not care, as long as he achieves his goal. He said, Gwyn has been urging me to get your information. If I give them your information, the time to take action against you should be in the next few days. Flando nodded. The information is fine. My body does not have much fighting power. You decide the plan this time. When the time comes, I will fully cooperate with you. Okay. The first thing you have to do is to help me test Gwyn's strength. After the spy with Flando ended, Klein came out of the carriage, and Gwyn found him. You said you went to collect information about Flando for several days. How is the collection? Share his information with me. Klein looked at Gwyn, and he saw the uneasiness in Gwyn's eyes. Klein understood that Gwyn had doubts in her heart, and this matter could not be delayed any longer. Okay. Gather the people in the evening, and I will tell you in detail the intelligence information I have collected about Flando in the past few days. Gwyn breathed a sigh of relief. It should be fine. Okay. At night, the members of GS Society gathered together, and Klein explained all the information Flando could provide. Flando has the physical fitness of a 5th level warrior. He is not fast but still strong. He has no fighting spirit and has 5th level magic power. But he has no summons, and magic power can only be used as an auxiliary. Although he is 5th level, his combat effectiveness is poor. His ability is roughly like this. Everyone listened quietly. After Klein finished speaking, he did not think of participating in the detailed killing plan. The main combatant of this mission was still Gwyn. After Klein came down, Gwyn slowly said, as Klein said, Flando is currently at his weakest. So I suggest that the assassination plan be arranged for tomorrow night. What if the Brotherhood of Steel and the Mithril Council intervene? Lilith asked. Don't worry about this. Although they will not participate in this battle, they will definitely not intervene. Klein narrowed his eyes. Hearing this, the two families also knew about this matter. There are more people who want Flando to die than those who want the princess to die. This guy is really pathetic. Action tomorrow night. Do you have any other opinions? After Gwyn determined the time of action, he looked at everyone. No. Well, tomorrow night, Klein will invite Flando to dinner and start the assassination plan. The next night, Flando sat next to Klein. The atmosphere was as harmonious and friendly as ever. Only the occasional eye contact between Klein and Flando would convey something different. Can pig feet be eaten? Of course, and it smells good. Really? Then I have to try it. Oh, by the way, why didn't your girlfriend come? She has other things to do. Is that so? Lilith and Joe did not attend the dinner that Klein invited Flando tonight, but stopped and stood outside the tent. Lilith was the only one who knew that Klein was going to deal with Gwyn. Even Joe thought that Klein was going to participate in killing Flando tonight. Captain, what are we doing here? Don't we have to participate in the battle? With the experience of dealing with the 5th level Master Fakis last time, Joe was much more confident, because he knew that the long-range double-extended bone spear had the effect of hurting a 5th level master. So after he knew that he was going to attack Flando tonight, Joe seemed a little eager to try. Tonight, our main target is not Flando. Klein has assigned you other tasks. Ah, other tasks? Aren't you going to participate in killing Flando? Joe felt a little puzzled, but looking at the calm Lilith, he didn't ask too much. Looking at Gwyn and the others gradually approaching the tent, Lilith knew that they were going to take action, and she turned to look at Joe. Joe, don't you hate Alvin? Yeah. What's wrong? Wait. Alvin is up to you. Do whatever you want. What? Alvin? Hit your own people? Isn't that bad? This is Klein's order. Looking at Lilith with a stern expression, Joe nodded timidly. Well, okay. In the tent, while Frando was drinking soup, a penetrating fighting spirit attacked him from behind. The speed was too fast, and it was a blind spot in his vision. When Frando sensed the attack, it was too late to dodge. Boom! The whole tent was blown away by the impact of this kick. Gwen's kick was like a mortar, not only with the power of inertia, but also with an outrageous explosive force. When Frando took the kick with his back, he was doomed to be injured. Ahem, without any extra attributes. Such pure fighting spirit and power are really surprising. Frando spat out a mouthful of blood, tore off the half-broken clothes on his upper body, and stood up. The power of attributeless fighting spirit is not as fierce as many attacks with additional attributes. But when the attributeless fighting spirit is cultivated to a very high level, its advantages will also be revealed. The fighting spirit in the attributeless state has a very small momentum, and is very suitable for sneak attacks. Just like Gwen's kick to Frando. When Frando reacted, it was too late to escape. Because it has no attributes, it is extremely difficult to be restrained. Also, because it has no attributes, its attack power is absolutely average. This is very important for a fighter like Gwen who controls her body to the extreme, because she knows clearly what kind of destructive power her attack will cause, and what kind of effect it will achieve. If 5 points of strength can kill an enemy, then 5.1 will never be used. The precise and perfect power control is Gwen's secret skill in fighting. Chapter 265 Goodbye. Gwen. Staring at Gwen, Frando put his arm on the ground, and the summoning array was printed on the ground at the same time. More than a dozen summons of various kinds began to slowly appear. Most of these summons are of the 2nd level, and a few are of the 3rd level. These are Frando's collections in the past few days. Most of them are used to make up the numbers and strengthen the momentum. After all, this is the territory of Grandok. If there are really 4th level creatures, they would have been surrounded and suppressed by troops long ago, and it would not be Frando's turn to catch them. Gwen looked at these summons, glanced at Klein, Eric, and Becky next to him, and said, Don't you want to help? Becky and Eric have long been Klein's people. If Klein doesn't order them to take action, they won't move at all. Becky looked at Gwen hesitantly, then looked at Klein, and chose to stay put. At this time, they saw that Klein had no intention of taking action at all, and they couldn't help but feel a little confused. Isn't he going to participate in the mission of assassinating Frando? Why didn't Klein have the intention of taking action? Becky was not in a position to speak, so Eric had to speak at this time. He looked at Klein. Klein? Klein did not respond to Eric. He looked at Gwen. His mouth curled up, and then slowly took 2 steps back. Our mission is to kill Frando. As long as Frando is dead, it's fine. This understanding should be correct. Right? Lord Gwen has seen my strength, and I also want to see Lord Gwen's true strength. This request is not too much. Right, then please, Lord Gwen. This is the perfect dual place I created for you, and no one will come to disturb you. Eric immediately understood what Klein meant and slowly moved closer to him. But Becky still chose not to move. Gwen's expression was a little cold. She had already guessed that Klein would not take action at this time. But for her, as long as Klein did not betray her, it would be fine. Although the atmosphere between them was a little subtle before, Gwen did not think that Klein could compete with Esmond now. But there was one thing she didn't quite understand. Why did Klein dare to pit her so blatantly? If she died, the information would be transmitted back, and Esmond would also know what happened here. Wouldn't Klein worry about Esmond? Lilith and Quinn didn't come either. It seemed that it was Klein's work. What did he rely on to dare to do this? It seems that the helper you invited has turned against you, Miss Gwen. Flando's words made Gwen's eyes turn back again. She stared at Flando and said calmly, It doesn't matter. Even without any help, I can kill Mr. Flando alone. Huh? Flando felt that Gwen's tone was a bit too big. After all, he was a 5th level. Although his combat power was not very strong, at least he could fly. Gwen wanted to kill him alone, which made Flando feel a little embarrassed. Flando slowly flew up. The speed was not fast, but not slow. After leaving the ground for a distance, he felt that he seemed to be safer. Just when he was about to let his summons entangle Gwen, Gwen's momentum began to change. Her fighting spirit suddenly became cold, and she stomped on the ground suddenly. When she left the place, the air on the ground shook. Flando had lost sight of Gwen. He could only see some afterimages. He could vaguely see that Gwen was actually stepping on the air and rushing over. Gwen's figure instantly appeared on Flando's face, and a fist covered with frost immediately hit Flando's face. Phase transfer fighting spirit ice. Bang! There was no time to react at all, and the fist had already been printed on Flando's face. Flando's first feeling was that he was hammered by a 5th level titan. And then he felt endless cold. After falling heavily to the ground, he felt that his bones were about to break. Flando was essentially a summoner. Like Klein, he did not have the protection of fighting spirit. And unlike Klein and Joe, he did not have the protection of skeleton strengthening and skeleton extension. He did not have the frost protection like Faki's, and could only rely on the 5th level warrior physique to resist the damage. Flando had just stood up, and the coldness on his body had not yet dissipated. And Gwen appeared in front of him again. Too fast. And he had no power to fight back. Phase transformation thunder. This time, Gwen's fighting spirit began to change rapidly. Under the lightning vulnerability caused by the frost effect, the power of thunder immediately penetrated Flando's body. The paralysis and pain made Flando's mind a little unclear. To be honest, Flando was a little confused at this time. He had guessed Gwen's strength, but he was at least level 5. Even if Gwen was very strong, he should be able to consume the opponent. But he didn't expect that he would be beaten half to death in just a few moves. It seems that he didn't do anything that he promised Klein to test Gwen's fighting power before. I originally thought that your fighting spirit was ordinary, but I didn't expect that your fighting spirit could actually change its attributes. The people Esmond has recruited in the past few years have suddenly become outrageous, Klein. Save me, if you don't come, I'll be beaten to death. Gwen frowned slightly. The worst situation she expected still happened. That is, Klein betrayed. She slowly turned around and looked at Klein behind her. Klein, do you want to leave Jesha? Just as she asked Klein. Her body also attacked at the same time, and her hand knife slashed directly at Flando's chest. Bang! Becky blocked Gwen's attack with some effort, and her entire back foot had sunk into the ground. Gwen looked at Becky. Becky's betrayal was the thing she could not understand the most. Becky, you betrayed too? Why? You don't understand. Lord Gwen. Then I'll take care of you first. Becky's battle axe in front of Gwen suddenly began to freeze, and the ice quickly spread along Becky's arm to the whole body, and soon all over Becky's body. Even the mechanical body was frozen. Gwen knew that Becky's mechanical body was very strong, so she had to use the extreme temperature difference conversion to make the mechanical body fragile. Gwen raised her left arm, and the attributeless fighting spirit began to transform into flames, and chopped it down with one palm. Flame slash. Ding! Flame slash chopped on Klein's huiwe, and several bone spears nailed Gwen's feet, forcing him back. Lord Gwen is really good at sneak attacks. You haven't answered my question yet. Are you going to betray Jesha? No. I never wanted to betray Jesha. Then why are you doing what you are doing now? Don't worry, Lord Gwen. You will soon know why I do this. Hearing this, Gwen had no intention of talking to Klein. When she was about to make a move, she suddenly felt that her blood flow slowed down. The blood flow slowed down, which directly caused her speed to slowly decrease. Blood magic? Eric? Then I'll kill you first. Gwen immediately gave up Klein and the other two in front of her, turned around and killed Eric. Klein was not the only one who knew that she would kill the control first. Fuck. Didn't you say that controlling won't attract hatred? Klein is a jerk. Eric had no time to run, and Gwen's foot had swept over. Eric first put on several layers of shields, and then his right hand turned into a blood ball and blocked it in front of him. Pa! The blood ball was kicked by Gwen, and her sharp high heels directly pierced Eric's chest. Ahem! How can this woman be so powerful? Gwen originally thought that this kick could kill Eric, but she didn't expect that this guy would spit out a few mouthfuls of blood and run away again. The ability to transfer damage? When she wanted to chase again, a black line had swept over from the side. Eric. Thanks. She's too fast. I need to spend some extra energy to aim. When Gwen blocked the shadow thread, she suddenly felt an invisible force grasping her, and it felt like entering a quagmire of air. What is this thing? Does Klein have telekinesis? Gwen began to struggle under Klein's grasp. If Klein also had the ability to control, and such a strong control ability, then she would have to deal with Klein first. But obviously, she underestimated the strength of Klein's arcane grip. After all, this is a triple strengthened magic. With Klein's massive magic blessing, even a building would have been crushed long ago. Although Gwen is very powerful, Klein needs to consume a lot of magic power to control her with the arcane grip. But it is not so easy to break free. At this time, Klein's magic power is rapidly decreasing like a flood. But this period of control has given him the opportunity to attack. The book of Klein flipped in front of him. While condensing the pyroblast, Klein drank another bottle of super energy potion to improve his combat power as much as possible. This battle is different from killing Fakis. That time was in the city. He also needed to consider civilians, Grandok, and possible accidents. So Klein did not show his strongest attack that time. And this time in the wild, Klein, who has no restrictions, can completely let go of himself and use magic at will. Vanilla Stone is turned on. Echo is turned on. Spring Echo is turned on. And Energy Echo is turned on. This time, he wants to make a 400 magic pyroblast. After the flame is wrong to the extreme, it has become as scorching white as the sun, which represents extremely high temperature and energy. Fireball? When Klein cast the fireball at first, Gwen felt strange. A fireball. She didn't think it could hurt her. However, as Klein injected his magic power, the fireball became whiter and whiter. And Gwen also felt the crisis. This kind of fireball could kill her even if she was not hit head-on. Klein's arcane grip tightened a little, and the powerful magic made it impossible for Gwen to break free quickly. Almost, Gwen. Thank you for taking care of me all the time. In the future, I will make it up to you. Gwen had given Klein a very gentle feeling before, and Klein had no ill feelings towards her. But it was inevitable that the two of them had come to this point today, because their original positions were opposite. Klein's words made Gwen a little stunned. What did he mean, however? The fireball so close to her left Gwen no time to think about other problems. She pushed her fighting spirit to the extreme and forcibly broke free from the control of the arcane grip. But the fireball had already exploded not far behind her. Fire explosion. Boom. Chapter 266 Gwen of the 5th level. Xianhua closed her eyes, and only opened them slowly after the strong light from the explosion disappeared. Looking at the mushroom cloud rising slowly in the distance, Xianhua was a little shocked. The destructive power of this scale is already somewhat similar to some legendary forbidden techniques. If this kind of magic is used on the battlefield, it is definitely an excellent weapon for conquering cities. I thought he would use assassination or something like that, but I didn't expect it to be a magic bombing. Making such a big noise is a bit inconsistent with your Loki style, Klein. Xianhua was brought here by the people of the Brotherhood of Steel and the Mithril Council. In fact, she had already known that the members of the two organizations did this to get rid of her and create conditions for the mission of assassinating Frando by the GS Society. She could actually refuse. But Klein had already informed her before and asked her to cooperate and leave temporarily. Xianhua could refuse other societies, but there was no way to refuse Klein's request. After all, this was the first cooperation as an ally, and Klein clearly stated that he could handle this matter reasonably. So Xianhua could only choose to trust Klein, because Klein had not let her down until now. Although she was a little worried about Frando's safety, Klein had already made a promise, so she couldn't say much. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with enjoying the large fireworks here. Compared with Xianhua, the attack on Klein by the mages of the Mithril Council was more shocking. The people of Jiesha were all monsters. Can mages of their level really do an explosion of this scale? It felt even more outrageous than a group spell. While waiting, it started to rain. After a group of people stared at the mushroom cloud in the rain for a while, Xianhua said, "It's raining. The people from Jiesha should be almost done. Let's go back." The leader of the Mithril ceremony was stunned for a moment. Almost done? Did Her Royal Highness know what Jiesha was doing? You knew everything and still came out with us? They wanted to kill Frando, but you didn't stop them, although he was a little surprised. He didn't ask. Yes, Her Royal Highness. Everyone gather and escort Her Royal Highness back. Klein half-crouched beside Gwen, letting the rain fall on him. Gwen's body was almost burned, and the left side of her body was gone. But she didn't die. This was also the result of Klein's deliberate holding back. He also deliberately let Gwen break free before. If the 400 magic fire explosion exploded against Gwen's body, the impact and heat would vaporize Gwen in an instant. Klein's purpose was not to kill people. Gwen didn't faint. She had experienced so much, and her willpower was like steel. She just looked at Klein strangely. I didn't expect her strength to reach this level. Klein, I thought you had used all your strength when fighting Fakis. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated you. Amadeus is a city after all. I can't use magic of mass destruction. You all seem to have forgotten that I am a mage. For Klein, these 2 years have also been a lot. But he has also grown a lot. Gwen wanted to nod, but her body could no longer move. After I die, everything here will be known to Lord Esmond through the magic seal connection. Then what's the point of what you've done? The two were not enemies, but they had different positions. At this moment, Gwen's last words seemed to remind Klein. Thank you for your reminder, Gwen. So I won't let you die. When Gwen was confused, Klein's palm was already on her forehead, and energy began to enter Gwen's consciousness. Klein frowned slightly. He was a little shocked by Gwen's firm will. Even at this point, her loyalty to Jesha was not shaken at all. In this case, even if she died, she would not be absorbed by the synthesizer. This was not the result Klein wanted. Gwen, everything I did was also for Jesha. I just don't agree with my father's approach. If you want to continue to live, continue to work for Jesha, and want to see Jesha rise, then give up resistance. Sure enough, after Klein said this, Gwen's will to resist naturally dissipated. Her body was like powder, and Klein gradually sucked it into the synthesizer. Gwen Rivendell. Level, 4th level. Race, human. Grade, S disaster. Success. Klein clenched his fist. Gwen was an important person around Esmond, and he was the second step to subvert the Jia society. At this moment, he finally succeeded. At this time, Lilith also brought back the half-dead Quinn and threw him in front of Klein. The person you want. Klein looked at the half-dead Quinn and nodded slowly. The auxiliary materials for synthesis were also available. Thank you for your hard work. What should we do now? Give me some private space. It will be done soon. Klein lifted Quinn up and wanted to do some insurance, but found that Quinn's hands and feet were broken. He couldn't help but sigh. It was really worthy of Lilith. His woman was different. She was more considerate than ordinary people. Klein took Quinn's body and slowly left. After setting up the tent and the silent barrier, he began to synthesize the things in the bottle. Gwen S plus Quinn S plus arcane crystal plus Klein's blood plus Klein's power skeleton. Disaster creatures obtained with probability. Disaster creatures obtained with probability. Very small probability of advancement. Can retain the main will of the creature. Retention times 1 time. Filling time 300 days. Retain the main will. Synthesizing in progress. Please wait 600, 599, 598. The object in the bottle is advanced. You have obtained a 5th level disaster level creature. Gwen Rivendell, Gwen Rivendell. Grade, magical weapon. Effect, break the bottle and release the little Gwen Rivendell in the bottle. Level, 5th S level. Attribute 1, Klein's power skeleton. Attribute 2, phase transformation power. Introduction. Gwen was once an innocent girl with a dream of pursuing the true meaning of the world. After experiencing many hardships, she became a cold-blooded warrior. Introduction 2. The second servant forged with Klein's blood and power. Possesses the power of phase conversion, and the power of Klein's bones. Level 5S, it actually advanced. Very small probability. Really good luck. Klein crushed Gwen's bottle without any hesitation. Gwen had clearly told her just now that she and her father Esmond had some kind of magical connection, and Klein couldn't delay too long. Otherwise, Esmond would be suspicious. Gwen grew up quickly from the broken bottle and stood up. She looked at her body in confusion, then looked at Klein. Her eyes gradually firmed up. I actually survived, and I'm at level 5. It's an incredible miracle. Klein smiled and returned Gwen's ring to her. Put on your clothes. There are still many incredible things. Don't be too anxious. Yes, Lord Klein. No. It's better to call me Klein in the future. Otherwise it will cause too much unnecessary trouble. I understand. Klein. Esmond, who was far away in Jiesha, suddenly frowned. Just now, the magic seal connection between him and Gwen was interrupted for a while. His first reaction when the magic seal connection was interrupted was that Gwen was dead in the battle. After waiting for a long time, no information was transmitted back. Unexpectedly, after a period of time, the magic seal connection between him and Gwen was re-established. The interruption lasted for about 11 minutes in total. Did they enter the forbidden magic area? It's impossible. There is no forbidden magic area on the entire route. What happened just now? Something happened to Gwen that I don't know about. Just what Esmond was thinking. A knock on the door suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Esmond suppressed his thoughts and said, "Come in." Perona, dressed in work clothes, walked in. The white vest could not cover the waves on her chest at all. The denim vest was tied around her waist casually. The whole person's outfit was a bit punk. Perona's expression seemed a bit unruly. There was no respect in her tone. She just said to Esmond with an equal attitude, "Vice President, according to your request, the first trial of the new magic mecha, GTX 1000, has been released." Esmond narrowed his eyes. His design requirements for the GTX series were very demanding. Because this series was designed as an individual magic mecha to replace the loss of Jiesha's combat personnel, he didn't expect that the results would come out so quickly. Perona in front of him was indeed the biggest surprise this year. It didn't matter if she didn't know manners, as long as she knew the technology. It didn't matter if she was unruly. Which capable person didn't have a little arrogance? And what made him most satisfied was the time saved. He originally thought that he could get results within 2 years, which would be considered a very fast progress. Unexpectedly, Perona gave him the finished product in just a few months. This was incredible. Genius is something that cannot be measured by age. Esmond looked at Perona kindly and said with a smile, "You did a good job. Perona, can you tell me briefly about its function?" Perona tilted her head and thought for a while. "Yes, it can. But you'd better test it yourself later. The combat power of GTX 1000 Unit 1 is about the middle of the third stage. It is 30 nanofeet tall and weighs 1.8 tons. Compared with the original huge and bulky large magic mecha, it has a more flexible and compact body. Although it is only the first model, it has all the requirements of special operations. Its straight line speed can reach 25 agility, and its strength can reach 80. The memory metal equipped has self-repair ability. If the core is not damaged, it can repair the whole body injuries 9 times. It has strong fighting ability and mixed energy supply. All properties of raw magic materials can be used for energy filling. If it does not use energy attacks and only engages in melee combat, it can maintain continuous combat for more than 20 hours without pain and without fatigue. Of course, these are all ideal conditions. Its specific defects need to be put into actual combat to test. Chapter 267 Esmond's Suspicion. After Perona finished speaking, she silently said in her heart, "Lord Candlewick, am I okay in terms of momentum? I feel like I have intimidated him. It's the first time I act cool in front of a big guy. It feels so good. It's okay. Lord Candlewick, why don't we bring out the complete finished product at once, instead? Give him a semi-finished product? This thing doesn't even have a siphon system. How expensive is it? You know shit. There is no designer who can design a perfect finished product at once. Everything is made bit by bit. If you give him the best at once, you will be useless. Only by making up for the defects bit by bit can your unique value be revealed. Got it? Lord Candlewick. Lord Candlewick has a long-term vision." Esmond looked at the report brought by Perona with some surprise. The performance of GTX 1000 has completely exceeded his imagination, and even many aspects are designed better than he imagined. But now, as Perona said, the real flaws of the new model can only be understood after it is put into actual combat. You are really a genius. A treasure of our Jiesha. Let's go and see your new work now. Okay. Perona was unaware that she had changed the main combat research direction of Jiesha by herself. She had always done it according to the requirements of Jushin, and followed the big brother Jushin to eat and drink well, and Perona's arrival also interrupted Esmond's thinking about the Gwen incident, and unknowingly resolved a possible crisis. On the outskirts of Grandok, Joe wiped his hands and threw Alvin's body aside. Although he was usually timid in front of Lilith and Klein, when dealing with the enemy, Joe always hit hard and never held back. Since his brother wanted to kill Alvin's team, it can only be blamed on Alvin's bad luck. And it is definitely not that Joe wanted to take revenge. There was such a big noise just now. It should be that my brother killed Gwen. It's really amazing. Hey, my King of Decay. When can I show up? I've been holding it in for a long time. But when Joe returned to the camp, he found that Gwen was standing next to Klein intact, with a calm expression, and no intention of taking action at all. Brother, what's going on with Lord Gwen? Klein turned his head to look at Joe, then turned his head to look at the remaining people, and said, Miss Fakis tried to kill the princess, and we fought fiercely to protect her. All members of Alvin's team died in the battle. The others were also seriously injured, and finally killed Fakis. and they were no longer able to complete the Frando mission. Do you understand? Hearing this, Eric scratched his head. He probably understood that Klein was making up stories again, and couldn't help interrupting. I feel that few people believe your story. Klein looked at Gwen. I know this story is very outrageous. But sometimes, the real situation is even more outrageous than the story, and with Gwen here, she can explain everything for us. Even the most outrageous things can be rounded up. Gwen also changed her previous coldness and nodded gently at Klein. This action made Joe and Eric's eyes almost fall out. Could it be that Klein did something to Gwen? What a beast. Flando was originally going to fly, but thinking about how he was shot down by Gwen just now when he took off, he simply gave up, limped over, and stopped not far from Klein. He first looked at Gwen, and found that she had no intention of attacking, so he was slightly relieved. Solved? She won't attack again? Klein, you are amazing. How did you do it? Yes, it's solved, Mr. Flando. As for how I did it, it's a secret, so I can't tell you. Forget it if I can't tell you. Anyway, I still have to thank you. This woman is too fierce. I have no power to fight back. Really, Mr. Flando? Really? The two of them talked with a smile, and tested each other from time to time. Soon, the princess and her group also rushed back. Gwen and Flando were present at the same time, and the picture of them getting along harmoniously made everyone feel a little strange, especially the leaders of the other two societies. They knew about the assassination mission of Frando. They felt a little strange that Frando was not dead despite the big commotion of Jiesha. But they would not ask any questions, because it was Jiesha who failed the mission, not them. Qianhua looked at Frando. Although he had some injuries, but generally, he was not seriously injured. She nodded to Klein with satisfaction. If everything is almost done, then let's go! The return journey of this prisoner exchange finally calmed down under Qianhua's instructions and Klein's arrangements. The imperial capital of Palomia. Qianhua was saying goodbye to Eric in a private way, and Klein and Frando stood at the gate of the palace to say goodbye. I can come back alive. Thanks to you. Frando patted Klein on the shoulder and thanked him. But Klein didn't think that Frando really had no means to save his life, and he just saw through it but didn't say it. Since Mr. Frando is so grateful to me, can you give me something? Favors are often very important, but they can also become useless when you should use favors to exchange for benefits. You must not hesitate. Klein did this. Something? What to give? Can you give me the scales of the dust dragon? It's said to give. But Klein's posture is already an insistence. Frando is about to return to the side of the Empress. If he doesn't want it now, when will he? What do you want that for? Seeing Frando's expression, Klein knew that he didn't want to give it. But it doesn't matter. He still has a way. Just tell me whether you will give it to me or not. If you don't, I think His Highness Qianhua will tell the Empress about everything that happened along the way. I remember that Lord Frando said a lot of bad things about the Empress. If not, he will be castrated again. Oh, Lord Frando can continue to do it for himself. And he is not afraid. Right? Okay. I'll give it to you. We are all friends. Is it necessary to threaten like this? Really? Frando handed the dust dragon scale to Klein with an unhappy look on his face. But in the end, he reminded him again, Klein, if you can control Gwen, I know you have some ideas of your own. But you have to remember that before you execute your own ideas, you must get your own bottle. Or you have found a way to get rid of the bottle's control. Klein looked at Flando and nodded heavily. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Flando. Qianhua came to Klein with a hazy look in her eyes, and it seemed that she had just finished something. I'm going back. Klein, after I go back, I will apply for the position of assistant teacher of the Royal College. Remember to keep in touch at that time. Please rest assured, Your Highness, when I contact you, I will bring Eric with me. Qianhua's eyes were as charming as silk. The changes she had made during this period of time were more than the sum of her previous 20 years of life. You are really smart. You are really satisfying in doing things. After watching Qianhua and the others leave, the members of Jia Society also returned to Jia Society under the leadership of Gwen. In Jia Society, Esmond listened quietly to the report brought back by Gwen, and his fingers slowly tapped the table, making it difficult to understand what he was thinking. That's basically it. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't complete the task of killing Flando. After that, Gwen calmly lowered his head and waited for Esmond's instructions. If it's not completed, then it's not completed. We lost 4 people. Their half of the deposit will not be refunded. Yes. This is not the first time that Esmond has not returned the money even if the task is not completed. As long as Jiesha has carried out the task and there are sacrifices. Even if the task is not completed, he will not return the money. This is the rule of Jiesha. Esmond stood up and paced slowly in the room. Suddenly he turned his head and looked at Gwen. Gwen, you don't want to leave. Is there something you didn't tell me? Gwen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, sir. I have broken through the 5th level. Esmond was stunned, and the ash on his pipe fell off unnaturally and landed on his desk. He knew Gwen's strength quite well. Although Gwen's progress was very stable, it was only a matter of time before she broke through the 5th level. But she should still be some distance away from the 5th level. But after a mission, she immediately broke through to the 5th level, which seemed a bit unreasonable. Esmond himself was a gradual progress, step by step to the super level. He studied every bit of strength growth very thoroughly. So he felt strange about Gwen's breakthrough. You were still some distance away from the 5th level. How did you break through? I had a head-on battle with Fakis. After I defeated her, I had a spiritual realization. And then I broke through. These words made Esmond feel a little uncomfortable. He had heard of this kind of breakthrough many times, and many geniuses had similar realizations. But he had never experienced it once. So he couldn't quite understand what this realization was, and couldn't judge whether what Gwen said was true or false. Well, a breakthrough is always good. Perona has developed a new type of magic mecha. You can test it first, and then hand in your report. Okay, Lord Esmond. Gwen just turned around, and Esmond suddenly asked, Gwen, what was the name of your target in your first mission? Gwen paused, turned around and slowly said, Benny Astor from the Royal Academy. What is his identity? He is an academic spy from Grandok. What is your second mission? Eliminate the Fireblade cult base in Lunado City, Skyrim Province. Chapter 268. It has the flavor of Jiesha. Esmond looked at Gwen. There was nothing wrong with Gwen's answer. These questions were not even recorded, so it was impossible to imitate them even if they wanted to. Use the phase-changing fighting spirit. Yes. Gwen's colorless fighting spirit began to appear in the palm of his hand, turning into frost, then flame, then thunder, shadow, earth, and after several attributes appeared, Esmond called a halt. Okay, Gwen, you can go back. Faced with Esmond's question, Gwen said it directly. Lord Esmond, do you doubt me? And Esmond nodded very clearly. Your unexpected breakthrough, failure to complete the task, and the previously disconnected magic seal connection all made me doubt a little. But now it seems that there should be no problem. The conversation between him and Gwen was so direct. Okay, if your doubts have been eliminated, then I will go to work. Go ahead. Watching Gwen leave, Esmond put his hands together. He always felt that Gwen was a little different from before. But after asking, the feedback he got was exactly the same. Could it be that Gwen's breakthrough to the 5th level caused some changes in the essence of life? That's why I feel this way? Esmond gave up thinking about Gwen, picked up the report on Klein's strength, and read it carefully. Klein, magic power is about level 3. With flame, shadow, and bone abilities. Can fight in close combat, and has extremely strong close combat strength, and is comprehensively evaluated as a level 3 SS. This is a very high evaluation. But Esmond feels that this evaluation is not enough for Klein. He took out a bottle from his ring that is exactly the same as Flando's, and the bottle number is RS02. Esmond stroked the bottle carefully, as if he was stroking a treasure. I hope Klein has hidden more things. Otherwise this strength is not enough. When Klein and Joe grow up, the time should be almost right. Klein finally returned to Jiesha, and he chose to go to Marion for a drink as soon as possible. Of course, drinking is secondary. And the most important thing is that he asked Marion to collect resources for him. He needs to accumulate mysterious potions and strengthen equipment. So he handed over the cheap elemental materials and the collection of garbage magic tools to Marion. Sitting at the bar, Marion first handed Klein a glass of tequila, and then handed him 30 space rings. You know, you want a lot of goods, and you are a bit stingy, so you can only use cheap rings. There are a lot of them, so you can sort them out slowly when you go back. Looking at so many space rings, Klein was a little helpless. He had just combined the rings of the Grandok soldiers. And now he got another batch. Klein took out 5 large space rings and placed them in front of Marion. You should keep these 5 rings in the future and use them specifically to bring goods to me. Don't put other things in them. Marion touched a few rings, and after feeling the specific space, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she said with a smile, "You are getting richer." Klein. How is Lance doing now? Lance is doing well now, and has entered the medicine management area. Klein nodded and said nothing more. Lance's development was fine, so he was relieved. Too much conversation would only give people a handle. He finished the tequila in the cup, turned around and left, returning to his room. When he returned to the door of his room, he saw the note left by Marion on the door. "I renewed your room fee for 2 quarters. The room fee is 18,000. The interest is 1,800. And you can give me 20,000 thalers with principal and interest later. No need to thank me. Or give me a bottle of ethereal potion. The extra money will be my labor fee." There is something about the calculation of the room fee and interest. The room fee for 2 quarters is not calculated based on 6,000 for the first quarter, but 100 per day. The interest rate is 10% for 2 quarters, and 200 consumption is deducted. It's not bad. A little cheaper than loan sharks. And she said no need to thank her. What a good person. Marion has been getting more and more like the geisha recently. Sitting in the house, Klein sorted out the supplies he had now. He gave all the strange objects and magic weapons of the Grandok soldiers that could be used as wages to his subordinates. Those that could not be given were basically decomposed by him. And he also saved a lot of magic weapons and strange object fragments. His current magic weapon fragments, plus those given to him by Marion, should be able to strengthen 2 magic weapons. Let's strengthen the equipment first. The first thing to do now is to strengthen the sapphire eyeball. When fighting with Gwen, he had already felt the power of this magic weapon. Although this magic weapon has no attack power, Klein himself has no shortage of attack power. The effect of restoring mana is never too much. The 3 mana restoration effects can destroy the world. If it is still restored after strengthening, then he is really a sea of mana. Without further ado, just throw the eyeball into the strengthening slot. Strengthening the sapphire eyeball requires magic weapon fragments *2, arcane crystal *1, high probability of strengthening +1, low probability of strengthening failure, extremely low probability of strengthening +2, strengthening in progress. Please wait. Strengthening sapphire successfully strengthened to +1. The 3 mana restoration effects have changed from 10%, 20%, 30% to 11%, 21%, 31% respectively. Sure enough, the amplification strength of this strengthening is quite powerful. If +10, then he will get an additional 30% mana recovery. Even if the additional attributes given by +10 are not good, this 30% mana recovery is completely worth the money. Continue. Sapphire Eyeball successfully strengthened to +10. Sapphire Eyeball +10. Grade, Magical Weapon. Effect 1 Echo. Restore 20% of your magic power. Cool down for 1 day. Effect 2 Spring Echo. Restore 30% of your magic power. Cool down for 1 day. Effect 3 Charm Echo. Restore 40% of your magic power. Cool down for 1 day. Effect 4 Energy Saving. Let you enter the energy saving casting state, and your next spell will no longer consume magic power. The more magic power a spell consumes, the longer the energy saving cooldown time. Introduction. A magic eyeball card from Sapphire. It will slowly absorb the surrounding magic power. Looking at the effect of the Sapphire Eye, Klein was already fantasizing. Oh no! It should be said that it was his own magic attack method. First, use energy saving to give the opponent a 500 damage fire blast. Then another 500 damage fire blast with the Book of Klein. And then another 500 damage fire blast with the Book of Klein. Then, turn on the full mana recovery effect. Calm down. And then give another instant 500 damage fire blast. If the opponent is still alive, then he really has no choice but to admit that the opponent is stronger. This fighting method is okay, however. I need a pet that can fly. Klein does have a flying pet, but it is too weak. He released the tiny flying pig, although this thing can also take him flying. It flies slowly and has a small load capacity. After all, a rare object is a rare object. And after all, one person cannot bear everything. Brother, you are so weak at +10. I really can't keep you. If you are ambitious, Give me a 15. And then really take me flying. If you are not ambitious. And you are broken or return to 0. After all, I will not decompose you for so long. And you should stay in the dormitory honestly in the future. The tiny flying pig was circling around Klein. And Klein grabbed it and threw it into the synthesizer. And then he left. Your tiny flying pig is enhanced to plus 11. Enhancement failed. Your tiny flying pig drops to plus 10. Your tiny flying pig is enhanced to plus 11. Your tiny flying pig is enhanced to plus 12. Enhancement failed. Your tiny flying pig drops to plus 11. Enhancement failed. Your tiny flying pig drops to plus 10. This repeated more than a dozen times. And Klein finally couldn't bear it anymore. Tell me, are you a pig or a dog? Are you here to suck my fragments, if you have the guts? Just break it, and I won't think about it anymore. What do you mean by success and failure? Are you mad at me? If you fail again, I will break it down for you. Believe it or not. Klein, who was humiliated and angry, closed his eyes and clicked on the enhancement frantically. He didn't open his eyes until he heard that plus 15 was successful. Nearly 200 fragments were used. And Klein's heart was bleeding. Tiny Flying Pig is enhanced to plus 15. Your Tiny Flying Pig has been enhanced to the extreme. I hope it will be of some use. Tiny Flying Pig plus 15. Affect Spiritual Mind, very obedient. A magical paper object with the ability to fly. Very fast. Affect Flight. The carrying capacity is enhanced again. Now it can really carry people to fly. Affect Get Fat. Tiny Flying Pig can grow larger, allowing you to stand on its back. But the speed will decrease. Although it is still a pig and not cool at all. Klein finally has a flying object, which is of strategic significance for his improvement. Before he was promoted to the 5th level and had his own flying ability, Klein could only fly with external objects. Well, let's make do with it for now. I'll find a flying monster later and synthesize the bottle item. Chapter 269 Strategic Talents of Jazz Society. The remaining strengthening materials in Klein's hand are probably enough to strengthen a magic weapon. He is thinking about whether to strengthen Lilith or use it for himself first. After thinking about it, Klein decided to focus on himself first. Mainly because of the problem of resource concentration. His equipment has been configured almost completely, and it is impossible to increase it indefinitely. And he is the strongest combat force among them. Improving his combat power can increase the upper limit of the team's combat power, while strengthening others can only increase the lower limit of the team's combat power. At present, the upper limit is more important. So it is not that Klein is greedy, but good things must be used by him first. The way to maximize his combat power now is definitely to increase all his equipment by plus 10 first. Plus 10 magic weapons have extraordinary power, and it will come with a more practical and powerful special effect than rare objects. So it is necessary to increase all magic weapons by plus 10. After all his equipment is plus 10, he can consider making up for the shortcomings of Lilith and others. The remaining magic weapons that can be strengthened are the Ghost Gloves, Ghost Pants, Fairy Amulet, Soul Amulet and Ice Seed. That is 4 defensive magic weapons, and 1 recovery magic weapon. Ghost Pants has some recovery ability, and the Ghost Gloves has some attack ability. Klein is a bit troubled about the choice of strengthening. He has both offense and defense, and he also has a lot of mana recovery. It can be said that the effects of these 5 magic weapons are not what Klein urgently needs. In terms of strength, Ice Seed and Ghost Pants are both very high. After a slight hesitation, Klein still chose Ice Seed. This equipment mainly highlights a defensive ability that can be maintained at any time and anywhere, which can avoid unexpected sneak attacks. Klein has a very powerful misform, but in the face of close-range sneak attacks, sometimes the misform is too late to open. The only pity is that Klein does not have the increase of ice ability, so the defense of this equipment is not strong. Although there is a suspicion of developing into a turtle-style mage, the improvement of defense is always good. Let's get started. After a period of strengthening, Klein finally upgraded the Ice Seed to plus 10. Ice Seed plus 10. Grade, Magic Weapon. Effect 1 Ice Wall. Create an ice wall for defense. And the defense effect is enhanced according to the magic power you inject. Effect 2 Ice Bodyguard. After opening, a very thin layer of ice flakes will form around your body. The ice flakes have extremely strong defense, and will not affect your mobility and casting. Effect 3 Ice Barrier. Freeze yourself instantly. Enter limited invincibility. Immune to attacks of up to level 5. Or some super level attacks. lasting up to 10 seconds, during which you cannot make any action. Introduction. Magic weapon made by the heart of the Ice Demon. All abilities are related to ice. The third special effect of Ice Barrier plus 10 of Ice Seed made Klein's eyes light up. This is an ability that can achieve limited invincibility under certain circumstances, which is already very powerful. Limited invincibility. Not bad, the equipment is almost done. It's time to work hard to improve the magic power. Wearing the Ice Seed on his body, Klein began to synthesize the mysterious potion. On the other side, at the bottom of the cliff at the headquarters of Jiesha, the GTX 1000 developed by Perona and Candle Core was being tested in actual combat with Gwen. Gwen's strength was definitely stronger than this test machine. But what she had to do was not to hammer the test machine into scrap metal, but to carefully test its various precise capabilities. This new type of magic mecha was very flexible, and could already perform some anthropomorphic movements and moves. With its hard body, it was extremely strong. Although it had no fighting spirit or magic power, its combat power was definitely comparable to that of a third-level master. And the test machine at this time was not equipped with weapons. While fighting with the GTX 1000, Gwen recorded its advantages and disadvantages, speed, strength, bounce, and the maximum attack it could withstand, etc. This test did not stop until the afternoon. Esmond and Perona stood aside and watched quietly. Esmond was very satisfied with the performance of the current test machine. After seeing Gwen stop, Esmond asked, "Gwen, from your perspective, what do you think of this new machine made by Perona?" Gwen threw back the GTX 1000 arm that had just been torn off, and saw a magical power connecting the body and arm of GTX 1000. As the magical connection was established, the arm of GTX 1000 was reattached, allowing its broken body to begin to repair. It was not until GTX 1000 was fully restored that Gwen analyzed. It is indeed an incredible product. Although it is a machine, it can almost reach the standard of a single soldier combat unit. Many of our club's rank 2 regular members are probably not as good as this magic mecha, which can already be used as a regular combat force. If it can be equipped with weapons, and its strength can continue to improve, it will be a product with strategic significance. Gwen gave a very high evaluation of GTX 1000, which Klein had told her before, because Klein and Candlewick had already reached an alliance. So Klein needed Gwen to give Perona the highest evaluation as objectively as possible, to improve Perona's position in Esmond's heart. Esmond listened to Gwen's evaluation and nodded affirmatively. Although Gwen's evaluation was very high, it was basically consistent with his idea. In his opinion, this new type of magic mecha does have strategic value, because their Jia club is always short of people. Usually, there are almost no people who voluntarily leave Jia club. But even if no one voluntarily leaves, Jia club still loses a lot of talent. Among them, the big, most of them died in battle. For the elite Jia society, the death of one person is a huge loss, which is what Esmond does not want to see. With this new type of magic mecha, Jia society has the capital to compete with other centuries-old societies. However, although this mecha is very powerful, Esmond is still dissatisfied with it. That is, the upper limit of the strength of this mecha is not high enough. Perona, can the strength of this new type of magic mecha be improved? Hearing Esmond's question, Perona swallowed the snacks in her mouth. Of course it can be improved, either level 4 or level 5. But my magic power is not enough, and it can't meet the requirements of level 4. If my strength is improved, I should be able to make a level 4. Moreover, the cost of a 4th-tier machine is relatively high. As a test machine, a 3rd-tier machine should be enough. What do you think, Mr. Vice President? Esmond nodded. This girl is sensible. She knows that Jiesha has no money and always considers him. That makes sense. How much does a 3rd-tier machine cost? Perona raised her head, seemingly thinking, but actually settling accounts with Candlewick. Mr. Candlewick, he asked about the price. I'm so panicked. What should I do? Although Candlewick is an old hand, he is actually a technician and has a good hand in technology. But when it comes to negotiating prices and doing business, he is basically at the same level as Klein. He is a novice. But an old monster like Candlewick will never admit that he is a loser. Let's quote him 90,000 first, and cheat him 5,000 for each machine, just to test the waters. Candlewick is basically a loser in business. And Perona is actually not much better. She never negotiates the price when buying things. 5,000 telephones for each machine? Are we a bit cheating, Lord Candlewick? After being asked this by Perona, Candlewick was a little nervous. If he bargains, we will give him a little more concessions and give him 88,000. What do you think? I think it's okay. The two of them agreed. So Perona stood up calmly and walked to the side of the mecha. The actual cost of a third-level trial mecha of this strength is about 90,000 telephones. It has a special magic power furnace, a magic crystal joint conversion device, and a self-repair system. This price cost has been compressed to the extreme by me, and it is estimated that it cannot be lowered. Of course, this is just its basic price, and it does not include equipment or armor. Esmond was stunned. He and Gwen looked at each other. It was not expensive, but too cheap. It was too cheap. It can be put into use at 90,000 tel, without personnel consumption. This price is simply conscience-stricken. You should know that in Jiesha. In Jiesha, they can issue tokens as resources. 90,000 tel is equivalent to less than 20 tokens. This price is far lower than Esmond's expectations. His original idea was that it would be around 200,000. But he didn't expect it to be only 90,000. Originally, Esmond was only planning to use the new mecha as a supplement to Jiesha's combat power. But if the price is so low, he can completely change his strategy. This new type of magic mecha is exported and sold at a price of 200,000 to 300,000. Big households like the Red and White Society and the Pharmacist Guild will definitely rush to buy it. Only 90,000. And we can mass produce it. This ability can almost change the future funding problem of Jiesha. No. Perona's security level must be raised and protected. Esmond stared at Perona inexplicably. And Perona got goosebumps all over her body when he looked at her, thinking that his price was too high and Esmond couldn't accept it. He asked weakly, Vice President, is there any problem with this price? No problem. Not only no problem, but also solved a lot of problems for our Jiesha. Perona, you did a good job. Gwen, when Perona goes out in the future, you have to provide close protection. In addition, change Perona's identity to a material clerk and raise her confidentiality level to the highest. Gwen stood behind Perona and nodded to Esmond. I understand. At this time, Perona was still in a state of confusion. How could she be protected all of a sudden, being protected by someone? Wouldn't that mean she has no freedom? But Candlewick's words quickly dispelled Perona's doubts. This Gwen will only provide close protection when you go out. You don't have to worry about anything. This Esmond values you very much now. Take advantage of the opportunity, and we will make a lot of money from him. Chapter 270 Pointing the Way. After listening to Candlewick's words, Perona nodded to Esmond. Thank you for your care, Lord Esmond. But I'm in urgent need of improving my strength. Please prepare some elemental materials for me. Elemental materials? Esmond was a little surprised. Recently, there are a lot of people collecting elemental materials in Jiesha, and they are suspected of crazy speculation. The newcomer Alan, Oro from the materials department, Marion from the pharmacy department, and Klein, they are all collecting elemental materials in large quantities. Unknowingly, the price of elemental materials in Jiesha has risen by almost 20%, which makes Esmond a little suspicious. Is there something happening in Jiesha that he doesn't know? However, Esmond will definitely agree to Perona's request. Now Perona is too valuable to him and the entire Jiesha. Perona, you should practice well. You don't have to worry about resources. There are enough elemental materials. Thank you, Vice President Klein, because he had just completed an important task. Although Jiesha was short of manpower, he also gave Klein and his team a month's vacation. In the next 20 days, Klein practiced in seclusion in his house. Of course, his seclusion meant working hard to synthesize the mysterious potion, relying on the support of mana recovery equipment, tequila, and various magic potions as water. Klein synthesized nearly 20,000 times in 20 days, including the one that was successfully synthesized on the way. A total of 23 mysterious potions were produced. Among them, there are 14 level 1, 5 level 2, 3 level 3, and 1 level 4. This time, Klein is not going to take all the potions. With his current magic power, the improvement of the first level potion is too small, and the improvement of the second level potion is not very obvious. So he plans to take out the 1 to 2 level potions, give some to Candlewick and Perona in exchange for their mechanical fire, and keep the other part as a backup to see the situation. The 3 to 4 level potions, which can significantly improve strength, Must be used by himself. You took the mysterious potion, level 3. Your magic power increased from 429.1 to 445.5. Your magic power increased from 445.5 to 461. Your magic power increased from 461 to 477.2. You took the mysterious potion, level 4. Your magic power increased from 477.2 to 524.8. Finally, the 500 magic power pyroblast has been achieved. It is still difficult to improve strength. I have grown so hard. But now, I only have 500 magic power. The road ahead is difficult. And I still have to keep steady. The magic power increased by more than 90 in total. If Klein took all the remaining 1 to 2 level mysterious potions, Klein's current magic power would definitely be more than 100. It can be improved, but it is not necessary. The extra 30 to 40 points of magic power can no longer bring about a qualitative improvement in Klein's strength. Keep some resources to be prepared. After some synthesis, Klein now has a large amount of 5th order elemental materials in his hands. He is no longer prepared to continue synthesizing. The 5th order materials are already the peak price of elemental materials, which is a relatively suitable stage for selling. All kinds of magic props, enchantments, inscriptions, etc. can use 5th level materials. If you combine them further, not only will the success rate be extremely low, but it will be difficult to sell. The reason is very simple. There are too few super level masters. Even if the price of super level elemental materials is still acceptable, it is difficult to sell, and does not meet Klein's capital flow requirements. What he has to do now is to sell all this batch of 5th level materials, and then continue to replace them with low-level elemental materials, and continue to synthesize. Go out and relax a little. Klein first gave the 5th level materials in his hand to Marion and Oro, asking them to deal with them separately, and then prepared to go to the Imperial capital for a stroll. He currently has few needs, but he doesn't burn them either. 1 magic weapon fragment counts as 1. 1 flying magic beast counts as 1. And the rest is the accumulation of resources and time. Walking out of Jesha alone, Klein followed the sign to the assassin department of the Royal Academy. This is his first time to come to this place. In the training ground of the assassin department of the Royal Academy, Mira was sweating profusely as she practiced with a weighted bayonet. After what happened with Lance last time, she became much more silent. She no longer enjoyed campus life, nor did she look for a boyfriend. Instead, she spent most of her time on training, and her attitude became more diligent than before. However, as her strength steadily increased, Mira felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Although she was called a genius in the warrior department and the assassin department, she had reached the peak of the 2nd level in her 2nd year. She even received invitations from the Assassin Guild and the Brotherhood of Steel. But Mira was not happy at all, because she had seen Lance's strength a year ago. With a stronger physique than a warrior, the power to wield a huge weapon with 1 hand, and superpowers such as evil magic, demon summoning, demon transformation, etc. Lance left a deep impression on Mira. After a year of hard training, Mira deeply felt the gap between herself and Lance. Even if she has reached the extreme of the 2nd level now, she still has no chance of winning against the former Lance. After she was rescued, everyone told her that it was Klein who defeated Lance, which almost made Mira lose her confidence. Because in her cognition, Klein has always been inferior to her. Every time she talked, she would always mock Klein for being a waste. This mockery lasted for nearly 20 years, until Klein really showed his strength. Now think about it. That mockery is really ridiculous. Not to mention Klein. Even if it was Joe. In several meetings, Mira also felt the other party's strong self-confidence, which also made Mira understand that she was not as good as Joe. She wanted to join the Jia Society, the organization where Lance existed, and the most famous organization in the Royal Academy. For this reason, she also rejected the invitations of the Brotherhood of Steel and the Assassin's Guild. But the Jia Society always rejected her, which made Mira begin to doubt herself. Just when Mira was practicing to a trance, a voice interrupted her practice. "Are you practicing, Mira? I have been looking for you for a long time, and brought you some specialties and souvenirs from Grandok." This voice? Klein? Mira turned her head suddenly, and saw Klein holding a variety of snacks and some small souvenirs unique to Grandok. Klein at this moment was very different from the last time they met. Although the scars on his face had faded a lot, they also made his edges and corners clearer. In addition, After all, his hair was burned by magic last time. Klein had been keeping a crew cut, so he looked very tough. Mira frowned deeply, looking at Klein with a smile on his face, and then looked at herself, who was sweating profusely. She didn't know why she was angry. Instead of answering Klein's question, she lowered her body and suddenly rushed towards Klein. This behavior made Klein's eyes light up. It seems that she has added a lot of pressure to herself this year, and she has not lost her sharpness in her heart. Not bad. Although Myra's action speed was very fast, she was facing Klein, who had been through many battles. The seemingly fierce punches and kicks were easily dodged by Klein. Seeing Klein dodge her attack, Mira was even more unconvinced, and her fighting spirit gathered, and a fierce elbow hit Klein's chest. However, this seemingly fierce attack was caught by Klein with one hand, which shocked Mira beyond measure. How is it possible? He is obviously a mage. The strength is okay, but it lacks some killing intent. Mira, Klein said lightly. Even the powerful Gwen and Fakis were defeated by Klein. Not to mention Mira, who is a second level. I need manpower for my own development. But although I lack people, I can't just find people randomly. There are only a few people who are trustworthy, and the brothers and sisters, who are also triplets, are naturally one of them. However, the education of the younger sister should be gentler than that of the younger brother. After all, she is a girl and should not be too extreme. Klein's approach to Joe's education is very simple. That is, to implement his will with force, which is simple and effective. Klein can say to Joe, "My stupid brother," then beat Joe up, and he will have completed his education. But it is difficult for him to do the same thing to Mira. Sisters always have to be favored, and education should be gentler. Klein put the things in his hand into the ring and looked at Mira seriously. Although he is much stronger than Mira, it still seems too disrespectful to the other party to carry things to deal with him. Do you want to fight, Mira? Mira put away her anger and her expression gradually became serious. Yes, Klein. Let me see the gap between us and have a good fight. Gap? The little girl is still too young. If you see the gap between us, you will despair of this world. Klein certainly can't beat his sister up. Education is something that needs to be guided and gradual. If you want to fight me, I hope you can be determined to kill me. Otherwise, you have no chance. Mira drew out a sword and a knife, attacking with a long sword and defending with a short sword. And her whole body was filled with fighting spirit. And she really entered the fighting state. I will. Klein. Klein nodded. Very good. Myra's figure approached quickly, and the blade pierced Klein's forehead. With this speed, the second level strength was already very fast. However, Klein never dodged. When the blade was about 2 nanofeet away from Klein, Mira stopped. We agreed to have a good fight. Why didn't you hide? Do you really want to die? Klein sighed, not knowing how to explain. After all, your drizzle-like attack made it difficult for me to hide. Right? Chapter 271 Three Brothers and Sisters. Klein knew that he still had to strike Mira. Otherwise the little girl still had some difficulty recognizing reality. I didn't dodge because I didn't need to dodge. Mira, you don't think that hesitant attack like that can kill me, right? You'd better go all out. I just said that if you don't hold the determination to kill me, there is no chance. Klein knew that if he didn't attack, there was no way to arouse Myra's fighting spirit. Klein held a bone blade and swept it lightly, and a black line floated towards Mira along the air. Klein's own magic strength was already the extreme of the third level. Klein did not strengthen this shadow power thread, but it still gave Mira an extremely strong sense of oppression. Ding! When blocking the shadow thread, part of the thread passed through Myra's hair, and the hair that was passed by the thread immediately withered. This situation made Myra's heart slightly tremble. The power of Klein's move was definitely a third-level attack method. The second-level fighting spirit was stimulated to the extreme, and Mira blocked Klein's shadow thread with some difficulty. But Klein's second and third threads followed. Mira knew that she could not resist anymore, and her fighting spirit did not allow her to withstand such a powerful attack from Klein. After dodging the shadow threads, Mira came to Klein again, who was still standing still, and stabbed out with her long sword again. This time, her target was Klein's throat. However, when she saw that Klein did not dodge, the tip of the sword still shifted downward a little, and stabbed towards Klein's shoulder. Klein shook his head helplessly. Mira was indeed a tough-mouthed, but soft-hearted guy. If it was Joe, he would not be like this. Joe would use all his strength every time he fought him. Although he was beaten by Klein every time, Joe was absolutely determined to kill the opponent when fighting. From this point of view, Mira and Joe had an infinite gap. Buzz! When Mira stabbed Klein, a layer of black mist spread from Klein's shoulder. His figure also came behind Mira with the black mist, and his hand was on Myra's shoulder. Myra's body stiffened for a moment. She knew that she had lost, and lost completely. Klein's hand could be placed on her shoulder, and he could also pierce her neck. The gap was too big, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he had no power to fight back. I lost. Klein smiled. If you can win, can I still survive? He patted Myra's shoulder and said lightly, let's find a place to sit down. Let's eat something and chat. Mira was still immersed in the failure just now. The defeat was too easy. She didn't feel the slightest chance at all. The two of them were no longer on the same level. She raised her head, her eyes full of desire to become stronger. Mira heard that Klein joined the GS Society. She felt that it was because of the GS Society that Klein grew so fast. You have become so strong. Klein. Is it because of the GS Society? Klein hesitated for a moment. He did become stronger quickly after joining the GS Society. Is it true? But the GS Society is not necessarily suitable for everyone. And you are not without changes. I can feel that you have also improved. After hearing what Klein said, LA's expression became a little gloomy. Klein also felt sorry for this sister, who was determined to surpass her mother Katie. After knowing too much of the truth, Klein realized that Mira was really an accident and an appendage of him and Joe. And Katie and Esmond didn't seem to want Mira to join these social vortexes. They just wanted her to live a plain life. However, their ideas were not necessarily Myra's own ideas. She didn't want to just muddle along like this. She had the ambition to become a strong person. And Klein knew this. Therefore, this further strengthened Klein's idea of cultivating Mira. Mira also had the blood of two superclass strong people flowing in her body. And she was definitely a talented person. My progress is really not worth mentioning compared to yours. Forget it. Let's not talk about these disappointing things. It's really rare that you can come to me. Seeing Mira take the initiative to adjust her mood, Klein knew that he couldn't force her too hard. I just came back from Grandok and brought you some gifts. Klein took out the snacks and souvenirs he bought and waved them in his hands. Have you been to Grandok? How was it there? Is it fun? It can't be said to be fun, after all. It is an enemy country, and the hostility towards the people of Terrell is still very serious. Mira asked while playing with the Warcraft figurines. What about Joe? Does he have a share of your souvenirs? Klein paused slightly. Joe went with me, so I didn't buy anything for him. Myra's smile froze again. So you guys are working together. Uh-huh. It seems that Joe is also very impressive recently. Klein nodded secretly in his heart. After all, he taught Joe by himself, and his level is indeed good. However, the path he and Joe took was not suitable for Mira. And Klein had already thought of a suitable development path for Mira. Mira, do you really want to become stronger? Mira put down the souvenir in her hand, looked at Klein, and said very seriously, yes. I dream about it. I want to become a strong person like Katie. Klein nodded. If you want to become a strong person like your mother, then go find your mother. As long as you ask, she will definitely help you. Find Katie? Mira was stunned, and then flatly refused. Find her? I don't want to. Klein shook his head. This girl still didn't want to become stronger. He and his father Esmond were in a state of fatherly love and filial piety. Isn't he still hanging out in Jiesha? And he is having a good time. Isn't it because Jiesha has abundant resources and a rich knowledge system? For the sake of promotion. Face is nothing. You can't even lose this face. And you still want to become stronger? It's impossible in this life. It seems that you still don't want to become stronger. If you really want to become stronger, you will never give up the path of your mother. Klein said this with absolute reason and basis. Although Jiesha has abundant resources, you need to figure it out by yourself. Mira is obviously lacking someone who can guide her now. She is a warrior plus assassin dual profession. Katie is very suitable to guide her. And a warrior like Mira can only enter the executive department after joining Jiesha. And the executive department is too dangerous. Esmond did not let Mira join for this reason. The most important point is that Katie herself is a 3-0 strongman. With no background, no resources, and no identity. She rose up step by step on her own. Myra's talent may not be as strong as Katie's, but it is definitely the most suitable for her to follow Katie's path. After listening to Klein's haul, Mira lowered her head hesitantly. But I once swore in front of her that I must surpass her. And the oath was very ugly. Hey. Klein thought it was a big festival. Oaths are completely childish. How could a super strong person like Katie be so fussy with a child like you, just like him? Klein? He has always only sworn to the lamp. Sworn to the sky. Etc. Which does not exist. What's this? If your child can surpass you, then as a parent, you should be very happy. Klein said this to Mira, and also to himself. If one day he can surpass Esmond, his kind father should be very happy. Is it really like this? Really? More real than gold. Well, I'll listen to you and go find Katie. Klein grabbed Mira, who was about to leave, and raised the things in his hand again. Hey, don't worry. I finally got a day off. Let's go find Joe and have a meal together. We haven't seen each other for a long time. And he misses you too. Okay. Mira nodded. Klein probably knew where Joe was. Because under his arrangement, if Joe and the others had nothing to do, they would usually go to the southern suburbs to practice. Because there were a large number of scattered wild bone-eating beasts there. And the population was sparse. It was very suitable for testing his own moves. So Klein judged that there was a high probability of finding Joe in the southern suburbs. Outside the southern suburbs, Mira was somewhat shocked to see the skeleton giant released by Joe in front of her. This scale, this volume, and the destructive power undoubtedly broke Mira's understanding of the third level. Is this also Joe's ability? Ha ha ha. Mira, am I very powerful? There are even more powerful ones. If you call me brother, I will show you. Klein was speechless at Joe's mentally retarded behavior. This could not be blamed on Joe. Although he was the fourth brother, Mira had never called him brother. And after being beaten by Klein, he had been calling Klein brother honestly. So he had an extraordinary obsession with the title of brother. However, seeing that Mira and Joe were having a lot of fun, Klein was too lazy to interrupt them. It was not until he showed off his skills as the king of decay in front of Mira that Joe stopped showing off. The three of them sat around the stone bench, eating the various snacks that Klein brought back from Grandok and chatting. Klein, Joe, you are all so powerful now. I feel like there is no way I can catch up with you. Joe pouted. I am just average. He is really powerful. You didn't know him when we were in Grandok. Joe. Klein stopped Joe from continuing. Mira also obediently did not continue to ask. But she asked Klein about Katie. Is Katie still in the east? Yes, but if you want to go, the journey will be more dangerous. And Joe and I both have missions. So if you want to go, you can only rely on yourself. I see. Thank you. Klein, have you all joined the GS Society now? I applied to join the GS Society twice, and was rejected both times. Joe glanced at Klein. The meaning was very clear. You are the boss. This question should be answered by you. Well, we all joined the GS Society. But the GS Society may not be suitable for you. Believe me. Well, we are brother and sister. Chapter 272 about bottles. The three siblings chatted and ate. And time soon came to night. Klein was going to take Mira to visit the night market in the imperial capital. Mira was going to the East Territory tomorrow, so she must have a good time tonight. They were all professionals, so it was no problem for them to not rest for a few days. And staying up all night was a common occurrence. Klein basically had no idea about the entertainment projects in the imperial capital, because he spent most of his time practicing and studying, and he hardly participated in these entertainments. And Mira was similar. When she first entered the Imperial Academy, she was called a genius. So she became a little arrogant, had a boyfriend, and went out to play all day. However, after the incident with Lance, Mira never went out to play again, and she practiced day and night. Klein was not sure whether Joe was familiar with the Imperial capital. So after the three of them entered the Imperial capital, apart from wandering around the night market, eating some snacks, and watching some simple street magic performances, there was basically nothing to do. It was really boring. And Klein finally couldn't help asking Joe. Joe, are you familiar with the Imperial City? If there are any places to play, take us to have a look. I seldom go out to play, and I don't know much about the night market. Mira also said, yes. Joe, tell me if there are any fun places at night. Joe looked at the curious eyes of the two and thought seriously. He didn't go out to play very often, because he practiced very hard. If he didn't practice hard, he would be beaten by Klein. But he did have several experiences of going out to play in the night market. And Eric took him there after he got to know Eric. There is a really fun place. The Flying Fish Entertainment Club. Flying Fish Entertainment Club? Mira asked again, not quite sure what this place was for. But Klein, who was standing by, froze when he heard the name. He had already guessed what this place was for. But Klein still had a fluke in his heart. Maybe the clubs in the two worlds were different. What does this Flying Fish Entertainment Club do? Foot washing, massage, and... Joe said halfway, and suddenly found that he couldn't say something, because he usually hung out with Eric, but forgot that he was taking Mira out to play today. Mira curiously asked, what else? Tell me. Joe didn't know how to answer for a moment. He couldn't tell Mira that there was a health care. Who took you there? Klein was a little upset. His brother actually went to that kind of place. It was too abominable. What's more abominable is that he had never been there in his 2 lives. Eric. Brother Eric. Joe naturally betrayed Eric. Klein's face was a little ugly. But thinking about it, Joe had neither a girlfriend nor any female servants. It was reasonable to go to such a place. In this world, saving fallen women is not against the law. Forget it. Be moderate. Got it. Finally, with Klein and Joe changing the subject, Mira stopped asking what the Flying Fish Entertainment Club did. The 3 followed the bars in the night market and found an underground arena in the imperial capital, watching the gladiatorial competition here. The competition here is limited to level 1. The destructive power of levels 2 and above is too great and not suitable for such occasions. You can place bets here, but the amount of bets is capped. It is just a form of entertainment, although everyone is having fun. The people in the fighting cage are not like this. Although they are only at the first level, they fight without restrictions. Even if they kill their opponents, they will not violate the rules. Generally, the referee will stop them in advance after they lose. But there are always times when they cannot stop them in time. What's so good about a first-level fight? Just treat it as a show. Why waste your words? For such a fight, Joe felt very boring. In fact, it was not just him. Klein also felt that it was boring, because they have experienced too many life-and-death fights. Such a fight is like playing house. However, this unlimited death fight gave Mira a different feeling. Although she has participated in several academy missions, she has never been in a dead end. The only particularly dangerous situation was when she was captured by Lance. It was because of that time that Mira was a little unable to get out. She took fighting and training very seriously. But every time she fought, she would hold back and hesitate. This is a huge shortcoming of Mira. And Klein also wants to help her change it. Looking at the 2 people in the fighting cage, Klein commented, although they are only first-level professionals, they are more fierce than you. Not only do they kill with every attack, what's more fierce is that when they know that they may be injured in a fight, if they judge that they can hurt the opponent, then most of the time, they will choose to fight with the opponent regardless of the injury. We will not discuss whether this fighting method is right or wrong. But judging from the effect and results, this fighting method is generally very significant. If it is a fight to the death, the more ruthless party will usually survive. This is almost the truth. Mira knew that Klein was instructing her, and she nodded thoughtfully as she looked at the 2 warriors fighting in the cage. As Klein said, the fighting style of these gladiators is indeed very cruel, which is also what Mira lacks. After you go to the East Territory and find Katie, if you want to improve, she will definitely let you go to the battlefield. And the battlefield is the best place for a fight to the death. I brought you here today just to let you feel the atmosphere of a fight to the death in advance. I know. I overcame my psychological barriers. Klein, you don't have to do it once. But the attitude towards the enemy must be clear. And you must kill the enemy to win. This underground arena is open all night, 24 hours a day. Klein did a lot of battle analysis for Mira. Although it was only the first level, it was still very useful for Mira. Then he also asked Joe to place some bets, basically buying a sure win. With their strength, they can basically see the strength of the professional at a glance. The only thing that can influence the final outcome is who is more ruthless in the cage. After playing all night, the next morning, Klein and Joe sent Mira to the train to the east. Standing in front of the train, Mira gave Klein and Joe a hug each. Klein, this time, I will definitely practice well. I will not retreat. And when I succeed in my practice, I will come back to help you. Klein looked at his sister and finally nodded with a smile. Okay. I'll wait for you. After the two watched the train to the east leave, Joe finally couldn't help asking Klein, brother, why can Mira call you Klein? But I will be beaten if I call you Klein? I feel this is not fair. Joe, because you are a boy. Boys should be more responsible and polite. It is a matter of courtesy for you to call me brother. Another point. When you are not as strong as others, it is very stupid to talk about fairness with others. Understand? If you can beat me one day, then you can talk about fairness with me on an equal footing. Strength is the basis for speaking. Understand? Klein still has the same principle that the one with the bigger fist is the boss. And Joe can't refute it at all. Okay. Brother. Do you want Mira to join our team? Well, there are not many people I trust. You are one of them. And Mira is one of them. However, her strength and mentality are not good enough. And she still needs to grow. I hope Mom can help me to sharpen her. After hesitating for a while, Klein decided to tell his mother Katie and Frando about the little man in the bottle, and reveal part of it to Joe. The first reason is that Joe's current strength is already good, and he is already capable of knowing the truth of some things. Although the so-called truth he knows may not be completely true, it is at least much better than the blind man touching the elephant. The second is about the bottle. Joe is a little man in the bottle like himself. So Joe's bottle should also be in the hands of his father Esmond. So I have to inform Joe in advance, so that he can take some precautions as much as possible. Although I don't know how strong the sole control of the bottle is, and whether the precautions are effective. It is at least much better to protect myself than to do nothing. Joe, have you made any new discoveries about ancient miracles during this period? Well, I have also checked a lot of information, but have not gained anything practical. Have you made any new discoveries recently? A little bit. You have to remember the following things carefully. I will only tell you once. Okay. Klein picked out some of the things about ancient miracles and the little man in the bottle, and told Joe about them. He did not tell Joe about the ancient relics, the new human plan, and the number of the little man in the bottle, because those were too far away and would only disturb the other party's mentality. Klein only reminded Joe about the bottle connecting to the soul, and asked Joe to do some soul protection plans as much as possible. Unexpectedly, Klein got feedback from Joe after saying this. The bottle can control the soul, according to what you said. I really have had similar experiences. Klein's eyes flickered, and he was also very curious about the effect of the bottle. Tell me what happened. Before I returned to Jiesha and joined the executive department, I stayed at the border for a while. At that time, my strength increased dramatically, and I became very crazy. Speaking of this, Joe secretly glanced at Klein. In fact, he was still very crazy when he came back. But he was beaten up by Klein in the library as soon as he came back. Once I was on a mission outside, and killed very crazily in the wild. The soldiers who were with me asked me to go back, but I ignored them. And then, they stopped following me. I thought they had given up on me. But I didn't expect that night. I felt an irresistible force holding my soul, making me weak. And when I was very weak, those soldiers appeared again. And then I was taken back to Jiesha. Chapter 273 smells really good. Klein's expression was slightly stern. And an irresistible force gripped his soul? Esmond should have been in Jia society at that time. So, does the effect of the bottle ignore the control of distance? If it also works on him, it would be a really bad situation. Describe to me in detail how you felt at that time. Joe's face was filled with some fear. It seems that it was really not a good memory. I was resting at the time. The power came without any warning. Very suddenly. And my soul felt like it was grabbed by an irresistible big hand. It was a very strong feeling of suffocation. I didn't know where the attack came from. So I didn't know how to resist. And I had no power to resist. After my soul was pinched by that power once, I seemed to lose all my strength. And then I was grabbed. I don't know if the situation at that time was the effect of the soul being controlled by the bottle you said. I originally thought that my father left some unknown curse on me. But after you told me about the soul bottle today, I think that the situation was generally very similar to the soul control you described. Klein nodded. Joe's information was very important. And it also made him more afraid of his father Esmond. Now the only person who can get close to Esmond is Gwen. Esmond is unlikely to let Gwen touch important things like the bottle. So if Klein wants to steal, it is almost impossible to achieve. Moreover, his current strength is not enough to compete with Esmond. Even if he finds a way to steal the bottle, he cannot fight against Esmond. The more sensible approach is to wait until his strength improves a little, and then do some tests with extraordinary behavior. This should be the safest method. Like Joe, do some extraordinary things to anger Esmond and let him use the bottle to warn himself. But don't make yourself too miserable all at once. The only thing to note is that if you really want to test, Gwen must be present, and only Gwen can be present. He must understand the intensity of the bottle's attack on his soul. If there is no one present, Klein cannot judge how much threat the bottle poses to him. Thinking of this, Klein also had a preliminary idea of how to deal with the bottle. He patted Joe on the shoulder and praised, "Very good. Joe, you have done well recently." "What have I done recently?" "I just practiced normally." "And played with Mira yesterday?" "I was praised for this? Didn't I swear to surpass my brother? Why do I feel happy when he praises me?" "It's fake. It's all fake." Suppressing his excitement, Joe said a little embarrassedly, "It's okay. I just follow the routine recently. Practice and so on. And I haven't done anything big." Klein nodded. He couldn't just praise him verbally. After all, he was his younger brother. So he handed a second-level mysterious potion to Joe. "I said you performed very well, which means you have been really good recently. Here, this is for you. Just as a reward for you during this period." Joe saw the mysterious potion, and his face changed immediately. What does his brother mean? Beating all day is not enough? You also need a set of dual control of the mind and the body? He said with a sad face. "Brother, I have been with you for a long time, and I have always been conscientious and loyal. You still want to use the magic spirit to control me. Isn't it chilling your brother's heart? Magic spirit?" Klein looked at the mysterious potion in his hand, and suddenly remembered that the original name of the magic spirit was the addiction potion, which is very similar to the mysterious potion. The appearance of the two potions is almost the same. So it's no wonder that Joe showed this expression. Klein knew that Joe had misunderstood, and could only explain. "You think too much. How could I give you something like the magic spirit? This is called the mysterious potion. It has the effect of directly increasing magic power, and has no side effects. It is a rare good thing. I see that you are my brother, and have performed well recently. So I gave it to you." But Joe still looked like "I don't believe it. I don't want it. And I don't want it. Directly increased magic power. No side effects? Are you kidding me?" Joe's non-cooperation made Klein a little amused. "MD. This is obviously a really good thing. Why doesn't this idiot know the value of it?" Klein was a little emotional. If only Joe had the identification function of the synthesizer. "Do you want to eat it?" "I don't want to eat it." "Do you want to eat it?" "Brother, you can't do this to me." "Fuck, eat it." Klein grabbed Joe with the arcane grip, picked up the mysterious potion, and stuffed it into his mouth. At first, Joe's expression was still horrified, scared, and angry. But in the end, everything changed. "It smells so good." After Klein released the control, Joe smacked his lips a few times and looked at Klein quietly. "It really improves magic power." "It's quite good. Any more?" "Bullshit. Get out." "Okay. Bye. I'm going to practice." Joe went back to the southern suburbs to practice, while Klein came to the Warcraft market in the Imperial capital alone. Klein wanted to try his luck and see if he could buy a flying Warcraft above level 3. Even if there is no level 3, a level 2 will do. But when Klein really arrived at this so-called Warcraft market, he realized that he had thought too much. This is a Hammer Warcraft market. It is clearly a flower and bird market, the kind that sells small pets. Most of the Warcraft are not mainstream, and are not dangerous at all. Many of them don't even have magic power. They are clearly wild beasts. The first level sawtooth rats, and the like are all treasures of the town. The first level Warcraft with strong killing intent like the bone-eating beast is impossible to find. Klein strolled for a while, and felt very bored. But he could understand it after thinking about it. After all, this is the Imperial capital. Although there are many professionals, there are more ordinary people. Many officials' families are ordinary people. Even if they are rich and powerful, they may not be protected all the time. A monster that escapes will cause a devastating blow to ordinary people, which is something that no fighter wants to see. It's hard to bear. The idea of buying a flying monster fell through again, and Klein felt a little sad. When passing by a pet shop, he suddenly paused. Just now, several figures passed by him. Klein frowned because he smelled a smell. A very unforgettable smell. The stench that belongs to the colorful oil. Klein turned his head, and saw that these young men were dressed in bright clothes, and were not ordinary people. Did you eat the demon spirit? Klein walked around and walked towards them again. This time, he pretended to bump into the one on the far right. Although Klein's figure was not obvious, after many enhancements, his physique was very strong. Even if he held back, he still knocked the man staggering. Klein nodded slightly and said embarrassedly, "Sorry. I was watching a squirrel just now and didn't notice you." "Forget it. I didn't look at the road either. I'll pay attention next time." The man who was hit patted his body. Although he was a little unhappy, he didn't do anything stupid, which made Klein a little regretful. But Klein was not going to let them go so easily. The demon spirit was the work of the Skull and Bone Society. Not to mention that he was still thinking about Agatha. If he could investigate the demon spirits and destroy what the Skull and Bone Society is currently doing, he would definitely not let it go. "Wait. How about this? You are here, which means you are also people who like pets. This squirrel is given to you as my apology. Please accept it." These people did not expect Klein to be so persistent. But Klein's act of apologizing with a pet also made them feel that this person is quite good. Polite. The way of apologizing also makes people feel very comfortable. They are all rich children. And ordinary small money is not worth it. Giving a pet is indeed a good thing. "Okay. Handsome guy. You are very polite. We accept the pet. If you are free, you can come and play with us." A girl in the middle handed Klein a note and took the squirrel back. This is the convenience of being handsome. Although a few men looked at Klein unkindly, they did not stop the woman from accepting the gift. Seeing that the other party accepted the squirrel, Klein smiled and nodded, then turned and left. In the squirrel's small house, he had hidden 4 mechanical worker bees, and the line had been laid. As for whether there would be any harvest, it depends on whether these young people can give it. Klein opened the note in his hand, which had a string of addresses on it. "Kazan Mansion, are you the family of Minister of State Salada Kazan? The demon spirit is really invincible when used to infiltrate the official high level." Klein did not continue to follow. With the guidance of the worker bees, these people would not be lost. The deadline for the mission is almost up, and his group of people have rested for so long, and it is time to go back. Jiesha. Klein stood in the executive department hall on the 2nd floor, quietly waiting for Gwen's arrival. The tasks of the executive department allow Klein to stay out frequently, which can effectively avoid contact with Esmond. The only thing to deal with now is the problem of Lilith's group, because he has Becky, the captain, to help him deal with affairs. He rarely comes to this place. Today, he came mainly because he needs to confirm whether the things he entrusted to Gwen have been done as soon as possible. Ingsan is dead, but Lilith's group has not been filled. It's not that Esmond didn't assign people, but Lilith was not very satisfied with the few people assigned, so she refused. Klein knew that Lilith was more opinionated, and she didn't want Esmond to plant spies around her again, so she refused. So Klein simply asked Becky to apply to Esmond to merge Lilith's team into their team. If possible, the 5 people's collective action can effectively enhance the strength of their team, and long-term and stable cooperation can increase their tacit understanding. Similarly, a team of 5 can also prevent accidents from happening to Lilith and Joe. After all, they are his women and brothers, so he cannot ignore them. But in the end, whether this can be accomplished depends on whether Esmond agrees. Chapter 274: A Plan to Overthrow Jiesha. On the rooftop, Esmond looked at the team merger report submitted by Gwen, thinking, Klein finally got together with Lilith. So Ingsan should have been killed by them. Winger nodded and said, "It should be, but I have no evidence. It doesn't matter whether there is evidence or not. After all, it was Klein. Ingsan was killed, and there is no way to hold him accountable." "Yes." Esmond took out Lilith's report, read it for a while, and suddenly laughed. "It's a bit early for them to be together now, and the novelty will slowly fade. I feel that if they finally get together, Lilith will be more valuable. What do you think, Gwen?" Gwen's eyes flickered slightly, and she had understood what Esmond meant. "Lilith is Cucasello's daughter. Aren't you planning to touch her?" Esmond lit his pipe, hesitated for a while, and sighed. "Yes. Cucasello's daughter is even more troublesome than the princess, and it's really hard to touch her. So I want Klein to shift his emotional target. I asked him to participate in the escort of the princess, and created such good conditions for him. But I didn't expect that he didn't touch Qianhua. Klein, this guy, really doesn't understand romance. And it's a pity that Eric, this pervert, took advantage of this opportunity. If a man is too dedicated, he will have weaknesses. Gwen didn't expect Esmond to say such a thing. She felt that she should say something for Klein and Lilith at this time. But her reason told her that she shouldn't speak nonsense. After thinking for a while, she asked, "My lord, do you hope that His Highness Jinhua and Lilith will have a dispute because of Klein?" "Not entirely. I don't want Klein to die on a tree. We have too many negative examples in Jia society. The result of having only one woman is not very good. And I also want to test the Empress to see if she is still as domineering as before." "The result of having only one woman is not very good? Are you talking about yourself?" Gwen thought to himself that Esmond also had many opportunities to cheat. And the best target was Gwen himself. But he never dared to take that step. When Gwen heard him say that, the first thing he thought of was Esmond's wife Katie. Katie seemed to have some handle on Esmond. And Esmond seemed to be afraid of Katie. So he didn't dare to cheat. As for the test of the Empress, it was relatively normal. The Empress had been silent for too long. So everyone began to test the Empress vaguely. Even Esmond was no exception. It's just that his method was more sophisticated. He wanted to use Klein's emotional relationship to test the Empress by the way. Because Kukasero was the Empress's guard. This was an emotional conflict between children. Esmond wanted to see if the Empress would intervene if she knew that her daughter was competing with Kukasero's daughter for a man. This plan was very clever and very inconspicuous. But she didn't expect that Esmond had created such good conditions for Klein. But this kid didn't know how to cherish it. "Princess, shouldn't this opportunity to rise to the top in one step be the dream of all men? You gave it away so easily. You are really stupid." Klein, who was sitting on the second floor, suddenly sneezed and felt a little strange. Did he catch a cold? It shouldn't be. Esmond was silent for a while, and seemed to be very sorry that Klein didn't sleep with Jinhua. He said with some regret, "Although it's a pity. Since Eric and Jinhua are together, there is no need for Klein to force it. Let's merge the teams. It's just right to transfer Joe over to cooperate with Klein more, and get to know each other. They still need to run in more. Also, in addition to Klein's team, other teams can also start to integrate. Now that we have Perona, direct combat missions can be completed by people with new magic mechas. Some R&D personnel who participated in the war can also be transferred back. Yes, I will arrange it after I go back." After Gwen returned to the second floor, she saw Klein sitting in the lobby of the executive department. Because Gwen was the object in the bottle, Klein also felt Gwen's arrival. "Done?" "Yes, done." "Well done." Klein nodded with satisfaction. Gwen was indeed very useful. She was Esmond's secretary, and she was responsible for many things. It can be said that since Gwen came, Klein's entire development in Jiesha has been several times smoother. After the two teams merged, Klein could concentrate on building a super strong team, giving them the best potions, resources, and equipment support, so that they could become their strongest combat force. After just a brief meeting with Gwen, Klein left the executive hall. Before carrying out the next mission, he had to meet Perona. Oh no! It should be said that he had to meet Candlewick. After Klein found Perona's office area according to the address, his face looked a little strange. The building here seemed a little different from his, because the rooms in the personal apartments in the pharmacy area are all next to each other, while Perona's is a large area with only Perona's family. And the doors are double open, which is very imposing. Maybe it's a public office area, it should be like this. Otherwise, there is no reason for such a large place to live alone. With this thought, Klein knocked on the door. Not long after, Perona, who was wearing a mechanical work suit, opened the door. "Senior Klein, long time no see. Come in and sit down." The enthusiastic Perona pulled Klein into the room. The further he walked inside, the more complicated Klein's mood became. In addition to Perona, there were only some very strange mechanical creatures in this room, such as Perona's mechanical bone-eating beast before. There were also mechanical dogs for organizing items, barbecue robots for cooking, and other things. Apart from that, there was no one else in the whole room, which belonged entirely to Perona. After walking into the rest area, Klein was even more sad. The medicine shelf was filled with various medicines. Klein thought that Perona didn't look like someone who would buy so many medicines for herself. In the freezer next door, there were a lot of fresh food, snacks, and drinks, including tequila. Perona's treatment in Jiesha was simply unimaginable to Klein. This gap was like a child who had played in the mud for more than 10 years, and was suddenly shocked by seeing a game console. Klein is rich now. He is the kind of person who will make his life more comfortable when he is rich. Why didn't Marion tell him that Jiesha has such a room? Look down on him? Perona saw tears in Klein's eyes. She didn't know what he was sad about. She asked hesitantly, Senior Klein? What's wrong with you? Perona's voice interrupted Klein, who was immersed in sadness. Klein raised his head quickly. He wanted to ask about the business. But when the words came to his lips, he changed his mind. Perona, your environment is good. How much is it per month? Klein couldn't help asking after all. He felt that even if such an environment was more expensive, he could accept it. Money? No money. I haven't spent any money since I came to Jiesha. This place is really good. I still have to thank Senior Klein for letting me know Jiesha. Perona's words were like a bolt from the blue. Klein was completely stunned. Because Marion had just blackmailed him for 20,000 a while ago. And it was still vivid in his mind. The place he lives in is not even 1/10 the size of Marion's place. Why is Jiesha so unfair? Doesn't Klein deserve to live in such a place? Damn Jiesha. Die for me, at this moment. Klein's determination to overthrow Jiesha became even stronger. Oh. Haha. It's free. That's good. Although he felt as sour as a lemon. Klein still smiled and praised. Senior Klein? Does your place cost money? How is the environment? Klein took a look at the surrounding environment and said with a forced smile, The environment is similar. Mine is also good. And the fee is not expensive. After all, Jiesha is a loving family. Perona sat closer. Is the honeycomb I gave you last time useful? If there are any problems, you can give me feedback, and I will help you modify it. It works well. No problem for now. Hee hee. As long as it works well. I came here today mainly to give you this. Is the candlewick here? Klein took out 10 first-level mysterious potions and handed them to Perona. Perona picked up the mysterious potion that looked like jelly. What is this? However, her will was quickly replaced by Candlewick, who turned to yell at Klein. You disappeared for a few months at a time. Do you still remember the agreement between us? Klein was prepared for Candlewick's anger, and pointed to the mysterious potion and said, I left for a few months because I needed to go out to Grandok to perform a mission. I brought you the things you wanted. What is this for? Tell me. It directly increases magic power, without side effects. Candlewick's face changed. Although the ancient magic science was very developed, he had seen many kinds of potions, but he had never seen such a potion that directly increased magic power without side effects. How much can one pill increase? Between 1.5 and 2 points of magic power. Candlewick was a little shocked. He probably knew Klein's strength and why he was so strong. I didn't expect that you really have some incredible secrets. Aren't you the same? Candlewick raised Perona's palm, and a black and white fire appeared in her palm. This is what I promised to give you. The mechanical fire. Mechanical life fire. Klein carefully took the fire and said to Candlewick, How do you use this thing? First inject your own blood and power to gain control of the fire, and then light it on any mechanical body or the corpse of a living being. That's it. Looking at the mechanical fire, Klein narrowed his eyes, stared at Candlewick, and revealed the real purpose of his visit this time. I asked you to set up backdoors for all the magic mechas made for Jiesha. How are you doing? Hearing Klein's question, Candlewick's face also became serious. All new magic mechas have my backdoors. Klein calmly picked up the tequila here in Perona. 45 tier. It would be a waste not to drink it. What about mine? You have it too. All? Chapter 275 GTX 1010 series. Klein nodded with satisfaction when he heard that Candlewick had installed backdoors on all the mechas. Very good. Very good. Candlewick. It seems that we are working well together. Candlewick actually didn't quite understand what Klein was doing. Esmond was Klein's father. Was this an attempt to usurp the throne? Isn't Esmond your father? Why do you still have to do these things, even if you want to become the leader of Jiesha? There is no need to be so anxious. After thinking about Candlewick's question, Klein decided to reveal some information to him, so that they could work together more deeply. Compared to the little man in the bottle of the ancient ruins, there are also 6 ancient dragons. Candlewick itself is an ancient relic, and a living relic. Although he is my father, it does not mean that he and I are on the same side. Ju Xian. Do you know that we call the abilities and technologies left over from the ancient times before the catastrophe as ancient relics? Ancient relics? Yes. You are also one of the ancient relics. But the relationship here is a long story. Klein picked out some information about the ancient relics, and some of his own information, and explained it to Zhu Xian roughly. He also explained his current relationship with his father Esmond to Zhu Xian, and then looked at Zhu Xian quietly, waiting for his answer. Zhu Xian looked at Klein and roughly understood that many of Klein's abilities were so powerful, and they should also be the remains of ancient relics. He nodded and said, I know. Then when will you take action? Klein took a box of fresh food that Jiesha had specially provided to Perona. And while eating, he answered, Why? I'm not in a hurry. Are you in a hurry? Zhu Xian shook his head. No. I'm not in a hurry at all. On the contrary. I need more time than you. Or rather, Perona needs more time. The current environment of Jiesha and the resources your father Esmond has provided to Perona are still more suitable for Perona's development. So I definitely hope to delay it for a little longer. The longer the time, the faster Perona will grow. And the stronger she is, the more magic mechas she can produce. I think your goal should not only be to become the leader of Jiesha. Right? Klein nodded. The free supply of various materials and the large working area. Such an environment. Even he envied it. And it was no wonder that Zhu Xian was reluctant to leave. As for his goals after becoming the leader of Jiesha, there are still many. He still needs to clearly comfort Zhu Xian's concerns. Don't worry. Even if something happens to Jiesha in the future, the benefits of Perona will not change. In addition, Jiesha will not have much change in the short term. Although my strength has increased a lot, it has not expanded to the point where I am looking for a superclass strongman to die. Like you said, we all need time. I am only 22 years old. Why should I rush? Zhu Xian nodded. That's good. Although we are allies, I don't want you to treat Perona as a machine for war in the future. This sentence has a warning meaning. Klein heard it and nodded. The new magic mecha is indeed too suitable for war. If it was the kind of ruthless, militaristic madman, Perona, who had the ability of life machinery, would definitely become a war machine in the hands of the other party. After the conversation, Klein and Jushin began to test how to operate the backdoor he set on these new magic mechas. This backdoor is very simple. It is in the core life machinery parts of the mecha. But this backdoor is also unsolvable, because the core parts of each mecha are made by Jushin. Esmond has no way to avoid this backdoor, because Perona is the only one with the ability of life machinery. If Jushin wants to make a backdoor, he must rely on Perona's body. After the delivery, Esmond can only get the third control authority of the new mecha, and the authorization authority to continue downward. The hidden first control authority of all mechas was set by Jushin to Perona, and the second control authority was given to Klein. This method not only completed Klein's previous cooperation requirements, but also showed Klein his ability. After Klein looked at the principle of this hidden authority, he suddenly imagined a scene where all the mechas turned against his father one day. The scene is so beautiful, I really want to see it. Zhu Xian didn't quite understand what Klein was talking about. He saw Klein's interest in the new magic mecha and asked, How is it? Do you want to try the effect? The control method is very simple. Use magic power to form an information flow to connect the mecha, and you can get its control. The operation method is similar to the communicator, but it is more sophisticated. Listening to Zhu Xian's teachings, Klein nodded. He stared at the motionless magic mecha in front of him and began to try to connect with the other party with magic power according to Zhu Xian's method. Magic connection for stable magic output. He failed several times at first because he was always unsure of the amount of magic output. But just a few failures attracted Candlewick's venom. You are so stupid. How dare you call yourself a genius? Klein was a little angry and embarrassed. He ignored Candlewick and chose to continue to control the mecha in front of him seriously. In terms of magic control, he is a real master. After trying several times again, Klein was finally able to grasp the specific value of each magic output and connect with the magic mecha. Success? Klein was a little excited. Candlewick was stunned. He deliberately did not tell Klein the specific amount of magic output when controlling magic, because Klein always pretended to be cool in front of him. He deliberately did not tell Klein this, hoping to suppress Klein's arrogance. I didn't expect that the other party could succeed after just a few attempts without knowing the output of magic power. Is he still a human? Comparing the IQ difference between Klein and Perona, Jushin once again doubted himself. Maybe this kid is just lucky. Yohu. You really got lucky. There is another one over there. Try it again. Klein was using magic power to connect and control the magic mecha in his hand. It felt like controlling a remote-controlled robot. It was quite fun. When he heard Jushin asking him to control another magic mecha, he suddenly had an idea and separated a strand of magic power again, accurately connecting it to another magic mecha. Klein used magic to control the two mechas. At first, he just used the two mechas to do the same action. After getting familiar with it for a while, the two mechas controlled by Klein began to make different actions. This technique of being able to perform two-way operations in a few minutes almost shocked Jushin. This kid, definitely not a human, at least not a purebred. After a while, Klein could even control the two mechas to fight. And he could really stop at the right time. At this time, Jushin didn't want to talk anymore, because he couldn't do any of these things. Maybe he could do it before, but Perona's body couldn't. Klein walked to a mecha and touched the number GTX 1010 on the mecha. The synthesizer actually gave a prompt. Magic Mecha GTX 1010. Grade, Magic Weapon. Effect 1 Magic Micro Terminal, able to accept Magic Command Consciousness, and can execute some general command frameworks. Effect 2 Magic Furnace, able to absorb various magic materials and restore energy. Effect 3 Self-Repair, consume magic power to repair yourself. Introduction. GTX Series Micro Magic Mecha produced by Jesha Perona. The 10th generation product. It's already the 10th generation? It seems that a lot of them have been eliminated before. Mechas are really a man's romance. Klein was somewhat amazed. This is the real ancient magic civilization. It has reached a peak in biology, genetics, and mechanics. The glory of this world in ancient times is simply unimaginable. The only difference from the previous life is that the main power of this world is magic. Klein moved another mecha over, and put his hands on the two mechas. And suddenly a bold idea came to his mind. The arcane light in his palm surged, and the two magic mechas were sucked into the synthesizer. When Candlewick saw this scene, he just thought that Klein had put the mechas into the space ring, and couldn't help interrupting, "Hey, these two are to be delivered to your father Esmond. Now you take them away. What am I going to hand over?" Klein did not respond to Candlewick. He looked at the prompt in the synthesizer, thinking, Magic Mecha GTX 1010, Magic Weapon, plus Magic Mecha GTX 1010, Magic Weapon. Probability of getting GTX Series Mechas. Probability of getting stronger GTX Series Mechas. Small probability of getting special Magic Mechas, special Magic Mechas, and it's a small probability. Not an extremely small probability. The synthesis of Magic Mechas is exactly the same as the space ring. When mechas are synthesized with mechas, only mechas will appear. Klein had no intention of synthesizing them. These two mechas were to be given to Esmond by Jushin. He could not touch them. Now was not the right time. Moreover, these two mechas were only level 3. Although Klein was still level 3 now, he was already a little disappointed with level 3 things. However, the small probability of obtaining a special magic mecha still aroused his strong interest. He could try things related to magic mechas slowly in the future. He released the two magic mechas, turned his head, and said to Jushin meaningfully, "Jushin, your talent is really unimaginable." The special synthesis of the mecha made Klein couldn't help but praise Jushin. Being able to independently manufacture this new type of magic mecha that can fight alone is enough to make Esmond temporarily give up the artificial human plan, change the development direction of Jesha, and invest in magic. Not to mention that this kind of thing can be synthesized stably and directionally. When the number of mechas reaches a certain base, he can also synthesize a batch of special mechas, which will be fun at that time. Candlewick, who was praised by Klein, did not feel happy at all. He was a top master before, and received too many praises. What really surprised him was Klein himself. The almost perfect magic control skills allowed him to control the mecha in a short time without practice. "Do you need to brag about business with me? You are also very good. You have such strength at a young age, and can also make things like mysterious potions. Oh, by the way, can this thing be eaten directly?" Candlewick took out a mysterious potion and put it in his hand. "Well, just eat it directly. There are no requirements. Anytime. Anywhere. I also have something to tell you. The mysterious potion is something that only I can make. And only the mysterious potion I give you is real. I will not spread this kind of thing. But I can't rule out accidents. And now there is a thing called the magic spirit, called the addiction potion, which looks very similar to this. Remember? Don't touch that thing." After hearing Klein's special instructions, Candlewick nodded. I know. I will tell Perona. And Perona is pretty good. Don't you consider it? Klein was stunned. You are also being naughty? Okay. Okay. I don't care about your young people's affairs. Ju Xian returned the main consciousness to Perona. And Perona began to chatter around Klein. It can be seen that the closed-door training during this period has made Perona anxious. But because Ju Xian told her that if she didn't seriously improve her strength and skills, she would soon be abandoned by Klein, the playful Perona kept practicing, fearing that she would be left behind. Senior Klein, am I much stronger now than before? Can I help you? Yes. And it's very important. Very important. Senior said it's very important. Did you hear? After getting Klein's affirmation, Perona suddenly felt a sense of joy. She had endured for so long and was finally affirmed. Although Esmond had affirmed her many times, she really couldn't get interested in the affirmation and praise of an old man. Especially because Esmond always used that weird way of speaking. She didn't like it even more. Thank you. I will keep working hard. Senior. The hidden Candlewick shook his head secretly, really not knowing what Klein had done to Perona. Why she was hanging on such a tree. But even from his perspective, Klein was considered a very outstanding talent. According to Klein, under his guidance, the knowledge Perona mastered was too dangerous and belonged to the ancient ruins technology. If there was no strong man standing behind her, then Perona, who mastered the mecha technology, would not necessarily have a good result. After all, Perona was not the kind of person who was good at fighting. After Klein chatted with Perona for a while, he got up and left. Before leaving, he took more than 20 bottles of tequila and some food from Perona. He really wasn't greedy for this little money. Would he care about something worth more than 1,000 telephones? The main reason for doing this was that he was still angry. Perona watched Klein leave and suddenly said to Candlewick, Lord Candlewick, I feel that I have sublimated. Candlewick was a little confused. He didn't know if Perona had planted some evil spell of Klein. What's different? Now I realize that Senior Klein is not that superficial guy. He has great ambitions and ideals. Yo you. A salted fish. Can also understand ambitions and ideals? There is progress. It's all thanks to Master Candlewick. Otherwise, a lazy person like me would never be able to get in touch with him. Master Candlewick, I want to make something myself to amaze Senior Klein and all of you. TSK. Something that will amaze everyone, you boastful female licker. Just tell me whether you will help or not. Yes. Yes. Help. 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 Although Candlewick said so, Perona was motivated, and he would definitely support her with all his strength. Chapter 276. Conversation in the Canteen. The next day, Klein and Lilith sat in the canteen of the Royal College and ate breakfast. They hadn't eaten here for a long time, and this warm feeling was quite nice. I didn't expect there would be such an operation as merging teams. It's quite thoughtful. Did you do it? Lilith scooped a spoonful of the egg drop in Klein's bowl and said to Klein, who was reading a newspaper. Well, now Jiesha already has a new type of magic mecha, and there is enough combat power to share direct combat work and tasks. In terms of direct military support, Jiesha doesn't need the executive team to do it, which is a very important point. In the future, our work will definitely be more inclined to investigation and search. The combat power has been supplemented, and we can naturally merge teams. It seems that this new type of magic mecha is very powerful. This Perona is also something. She has changed the overall development direction of Jiesha by herself. I can't see that this little girl from the Red and White Society we rescued in the southern suburbs has such great potential. What do you think? Lilith casually scooped a spoonful of egg drops from Klein's bowl. But what she said always made Klein feel cold on his back. Klein subconsciously changed the subject and said, if you like egg drops very much, why don't you order one for yourself? But keep eating mine? Hearing Klein's question, Lilith suddenly showed an evil smile. Haha, I am declaring your ownership to others. The school has just started, and there are many new girls in the college. When you were reading the newspaper, didn't you notice that many young female students around you were looking at you, my classmate Klein? I am eating your egg drop here, which can save you from being harassed. Klein was a little confused. Is this the way a woman declares the sovereignty of a man? Am I that charming? You overestimate me too much. Just sitting here and eating. Someone will come to chat with me. Impossible. Yes. Our classmate Klein is really charming. I was the only one who discovered it at first. But later, more and more people discovered it. The blonde maid Shagar who appeared in Granok is Agatha of the Platini family. Right? She is willing to help you assassinate Fakis. It seems that your relationship is really unusual. I checked her out. She is pretty. I learned that she came to chat with you when you were eating here. She told me that you don't like my green hair. Is that true? She told me that green is the color of cheating. I really didn't know there was such a thing. If you don't like green, I can dye it gold, red, or black like Her Royal Highness. Although Lilith was smiling, Klein always felt a murderous aura lingering between his legs. Agatha is an important partner in my next plan and a springboard for the Skull and Bones Society. Our relationship is purely a relationship of interest. Don't think too much about it. As for your green hair, I feel that it is a color of life, not a color of cheating. I feel good about it. No need to dye it other colors. Klein touched his nose. If you want to live a decent life, you always have to have some green on your head. Lilith's hair is green, which is really good. Klein's expression was very serious, and Lilith didn't see anything wrong. She looked at her hair again. Green represents the color of life. That makes sense. Klein's vision is still different. However, even if Agatha has no problem, it doesn't mean that Klein really has no problem. She interrupted Klein, who was about to eat, and asked, "Don't be in a hurry to eat. You still have a question that you didn't answer for me just now. Tell me, is this Perona very powerful?" Seeing that the once confident Lilith has become so insecure, Klein also understands that a large part of the reason is still his own problem. He feels that it is necessary to comfort Lilith and let Lilith understand the importance of Perona. Klein suddenly took Lilith into his arms and said seriously, "You are different from them to me, so don't think about it anymore. Okay? Perona is very important. Her value is not just as simple as my companion. For Jiesha, her value is not even lower than Flando. Her existence is a crucial link for both my plan and the future development of Jiesha. She is a strategic talent. Therefore, unless my life is in danger, Perona's safety must be guaranteed under any circumstances. You must understand this." Feeling Klein's serious and domineering tone and the meaning of his words, Lilith's attitude softened and she buried her head in Klein's arms. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't do this." Klein stroked Lilith's hair and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A woman is so troublesome. I don't know how those big men who have several women at the same time do it. Showing affection in the cafeteria early in the morning. Not even disgusting. Eric, Becky, and Joe came over, and Eric couldn't help but say, "But Lilith is not the kind of woman who gets shy because of someone else's words. Although she is obedient, she still has to declare Klein's sovereignty." Even though Eric said it clearly, Lilith still didn't let go of Klein and hugged him tighter. The successful merger means that Esmond also recognizes her relationship with Klein. Lilith is actually very happy, but she doesn't know how to express it. Becky glanced at Lilith and Klein. She now has half of her brain circuits missing, and she can't quite understand why the strong Lilith shows such a weak look. Becky took out the mission report and began to describe this mission as usual. This mission is still a commission from the Imperial Security Department and the Dark Crusaders, and it is an investigation mission related to the demons. Klein and Lilith looked at each other. Sure enough, with the magic mecha, the missions of the executive members will definitely shift to exploration, search, and investigation. About the demons? Klein thought of the young people he met in the Warcraft market. His 4 worker bees were still there, and he didn't know if they could be used. Betsy handed 4 mission reports to several people. Yes, the client is Nick Fury, the acting captain of the Black Cross Imperial branch. Recently, many noble families have suffered because of the rampage of demons. In the past 2 months, scandals involving the families and children of many officials have been exposed. Now the Imperial government has put a lot of pressure on the Imperial Black Cross. The Black Cross has been investigating for more than half a year, but has not found the source. So this time, he entrusted us to assist in the investigation. When Klein heard Nick Fury's name, he knew that he might really have to help him with this matter. I didn't expect that Jason died, and this kid only got an acting captain. What a stinky brother. If the demon case is not handled well this time, I'm afraid Nick, the acting captain, will not be able to continue. However, Klein found it strange that the Dark Crusaders in the Imperial capital always seek help from the GS Society, because there are excellent talents in the Black Cross. When entering the palace, the Dark Crusaders guards in the palace were all elite masters, and he didn't quite understand Why not use these people? Lilith. Why do these dark crusaders belonging to the security department always feel that their overall quality is not good? Why not use those people under your father? Not only Klein, but others actually have similar questions. Because they also went to the palace and met the powerful Cucacero and his elite. Lilith glanced at everyone and said slowly, the Dark Crusaders have 3 leaders. You should know? Yes. The source of the plague Cucacero, Daedrin Carroll, and the Beheader Khan. That's right. It is precisely because the Dark Crusaders have 3 leaders and 3 functional departments. So the actual Dark Crusaders are also divided into 3 factions. The first faction is the Black Cross Investigation Department that we usually see, which investigates various things and supplements the capabilities of the security department. The leader is Daedrin Carroll. The second faction is responsible for providing the exclusive intelligence needed by the Empress. This department is relatively mysterious, and most people don't know what they do. The leader is my father, Cucacero. The third faction is a department that specializes in assassinations and beheadings. No one knows where these are. Their leader is the Beheader Khan. The 3 factions have different functions. Intelligence and assassination can take the elite route, so they are strong. The investigation department cannot take the elite route because it needs too many people. So you feel they are weak. After listening to Lilith's explanation, several people understood why the Black Cross of the imperial capital seemed so weak. It turned out that they couldn't recruit powerful people. Klein, this mission may involve the Skull and Bone Society. Right? What do you mean? Of course, we need to investigate it carefully. For the demon spirit, let's not talk about what organization created it or what purpose it has. Just talking about the destructiveness it causes. We can't just sit back and watch. Although I have many ideas, I still hope to see a stable country. After all, only when the country is stable can we develop steadily. Social unrest will limit our own development. If there is a chance, extreme organizations like the Skull and Bone Society must be eradicated as much as possible. Are you leaving now? Have you had breakfast? No. Eric had just gotten up. And when he heard Klein say this, he thought Klein was going to treat them to a meal. So he sat down again. But obviously, he underestimated Klein's stinginess. Then let's go. I'll make bread and water for you on the way, which will save you some money. Chapter 277, Sacrifice of the Demon Spirit. In the basement of the Imperial Security Department, Nick Fury and several members of the Black Cross stared at the woman in the room with a somewhat ugly expression. This woman is almost unrecognizable. She is naked. Her hands and feet are broken, and she is twitching wildly. She licks the cold iron cage and the floor with her tongue, like a madman. If it was just a madman, Nick would definitely not look so ugly. The real reason for his ugly expression is because of the identity of this madman. She is the second young master of the Kuran family, the wife of Karl Kuran, Liana Kuran. This woman used to be a famous lady in the aristocratic circle, and she has traces in many social circles. Not to mention how big this woman's identity is. But at least she is a well-known figure. And she is the wife of the second son of someone else. And she is considered the face of the Palomia aristocratic circle. Now she has become a model that is even worse than a dog. Which is really shocking. What's more, they are not the only ones who saw this scene. After a while, Liana finally calmed down. But she seemed exhausted and lost all her strength. And immediately fainted. Nick pointed to the doctor next to him. Then pointed to Liana and said, let's check her body first. Most families have the attitude that family disgrace should not be made public. We have no way to get relatively accurate information. Nor can we know the specific number of participants. It's hard to find someone willing to cooperate with me. This time, please be more careful and list all the detailed data for me. Yes. Captain. Captain. The people from Jiesha are here. A member of the Black Cross walked up to Nick. Nick nodded. The arrival of Jiesha made him feel a little relieved. Although the people from Jiesha were annoying, they were still very professional. He was worried that Liana would not be able to do it before the people from Jiesha arrived. Now that the people from Jiesha arrived, he was much more relaxed. I know. Let's go meet those guys from Jiesha first. Not long after, Klein and the other 5 met Nick Fury in the basement of the security department. Nick saw Klein at first sight, but Klein seemed to have no intention of talking to him at all. And it seemed that he was not the captain of this Jiesha team. Hello. My name is Becky. Can you explain the specific situation to me now? With Becky, a dedicated tool, Lilith also resigned from the position of captain and followed Klein to become the team's iron scoundrel. It must be said that without handing over tasks, and no longer having to apply for team subsidies, funds and other matters, Lilith felt much more relaxed. At this time, Becky did not use a mask to cover her half-mechanical body. The metal face gave these Black Cross members a great visual impact. Playing their own bodies made them sigh that the rumors that the people in the GS Society were all crazy were probably true. Hello, Captain Becky. I am Nick Fury, the acting captain of the Dark Crusaders division of the current Imperial capital. We don't have much time. Come with me. Nick turned and walked towards the basement. Klein and others followed him, and listened to Nick talking about the details of the incident while walking. You already know the general situation in the mission report. But this time, the matter is much more serious. People from the Kurlan family, the Kazan family, and the Hanna family all participated in this collective party. They were very crazy this time, with group sex and all kinds of crazy behaviors. Some people even rushed to the street after losing consciousness, allowing many civilians to see the scene. The people of the Kurlan family were very angry about this. They handed over their second young lady, Liana Kurlan, to facilitate our investigation. But at the same time, the higher-ups also gave us a final ultimatum. Within 1 month, this demon case must be solved. After walking through some rooms, Nick took Klein and the others to a place similar to a small hospital. A woman was lying quietly on the bed, and next to her was a doctor who was treating her. Seeing Nick coming over, one of the doctors who recorded the data came out, glanced at Klein and the others, and hesitated. Seeing the doctor's hesitation, Nick immediately said, "They are the elite sent by Jiesha to assist us in investigating the demon case. Just tell them." The same goes for the others. From now on, all the first-hand intelligence and information about the demon case must be shared with these members of Jiesha. Klein nodded quietly to Nick. This guy's approach is quite smart. If he still hides it at this time, then no one can really help him. After receiving Nick's instructions, the doctor boldly said, "This is the basic physical examination report of Liana Kuran. Many of her hair was broken, which was torn off by humans. There are many injuries all over her body, with the most on her neck and chest. A total of more than 150. Several of her fingers were broken, and they were also broken artificially, in the process of being in an excited state. This degree of pain seemed to make her more excited. The lower body was torn, and we also took out a lot of debris from it. Everything. Basically some toys and other things. In addition, we collected about 500 milliliters of protein liquid, a large amount of alcohol, and some colorful oily substances from her vomit. This medical examination report is really shocking. This is no longer a scandal. No wonder many families will not directly hand over people even if similar things happen. Almost no nobles can tolerate such a situation of their family members. This time, the Kalan family is willing to hand over people. I am afraid they hate it to the extreme. And this Liana is just a sacrifice. Liana is just one of the people who participated in this demon party. No one knows the specific situation of the others. And those big families will not let others know." Eric clicked his tongue at the side. TSK. 500 milliliters of protein liquid. They are having a great time. When Eric was in Sodas, he also attended a similar party because of the invitation of the mayor's daughter. But there were only a few people at that time. Sure enough, a small city in the countryside can't be compared with the world's largest city like the Imperial capital. Eric brought the demon spirit to Klein at that time. And that was the first time Klein and his friends came into contact with the demon spirit. Klein glared at Eric, and Eric could only keep quiet. At this time, another doctor came out and said she woke up, but her mental state is very bad. If you want to ask questions, you'd better be careful. The doctor would not stop Black Cross from asking questions, because he was not a kind doctor. At this time, Klein glanced at Eric and said, "Eric, let's go." Okay. Klein must understand the situation of this demon spirit himself, and others may not be able to accurately ask the most important information. Bringing Eric with him is also because Eric has a strong healing ability. At least there is no problem in saving the woman's life. Chapter 278 Calm Liana Kulan. When Klein brought Eric into the ward, Nick did not follow him in. But he did not completely refuse to let anyone follow him. He exchanged glances with the doctor next to him, and asked the doctor to follow Klein in. Seeing a doctor follow him in, Klein looked back at Nick. Nick said that he would leave the matter to him. But he was still willing to let go. Klein did not like such a wavering character. Eric is also a doctor. And he is better than ordinary doctors. But Klein did not say much. After all, this is the territory of the Black Cross. Nick has already handed over the right to interrogate him. If this doctor is not in the way, he does not need to be too overbearing. Liana was lying on the bed. Her eyes were very confused. Klein saw some regret in her eyes. But it was not very obvious. It is indeed a bit sad that the young lady of a big family has become like this. And it is difficult to directly judge whether this person is right or wrong without knowing the specific situation. The devil spirit is very different from the poison in the previous life. It does not need to be inhaled or any auxiliary equipment. It looks cute and melts in the mouth. It will produce effects as long as it is eaten. Such things are almost irresistible and addictive. It is really hard to guard against. Even professionals can't resist it, let alone ordinary people. Moreover, unlike the previous life, where the harm of poison was promoted everywhere in Tyrla, there is no specific information about the devil spirit in the imperial capital, and many people don't know what it looks like. In this case, if the woman on the bed was forced or tricked into eating the first demon spirit, would you have the nerve to blame her? Klein came to Liana's bedside and looked at this woman. If you ignore the scars, it is not difficult to see that this is a very charming woman. She has a good figure, fair skin, and smooth chestnut hair. There is nothing wrong with calling her a lady. Seeing someone approaching, Liana looked up at Klein and asked, I am in this state now, and I have been abandoned by the Kuran family. Is my life over? It was a very direct question. When asking this question, Liana's emotions did not fluctuate. The whole person looked very calm. Klein could feel that the other party was in a state of grief. So he also responded very directly, well, you are finished. Liana was stunned. And the doctor beside her was also stunned. Shouldn't we try to calm the patient down at this time? How can you ask her questions if you provoke her like this? Klein was a little annoyed that his question was interrupted. Sure enough, these Dark Crusaders were all trash. And Nick was also trash. And needed to be shaped up again. The Black Cross doctor wanted to stop Klein, but was stopped by Eric on the side. You don't know the rules? Friend, we let you come in, which has given you and your boss a lot of face. Please don't interfere with my boss's work anymore. Understand? Eric's dominance made the Black Cross doctor a little overwhelmed. He looked back at Nick and saw that Nick's face was also a little embarrassed. So he had to give up and retreat. At this time, Liana, who was lying on the bed, came back to her senses from her daze and laughed. Sir, your answer is really direct. I want to know your name. Can you tell me? Of course. Klein. When I was lying just now, I imagined many possible situations. But I didn't expect that my interrogator would be such a young gentleman. But Mr. Klein, you don't seem to be very good at interrogation. Faced with Liana's questioning, Klein admitted generously. Yes, I am not very good at interrogation and questioning. But your information is very important. And only I can solve your problem. So I came. Liana blinked. Solve my problem? Don't you understand what my problem is? Liana's voice became louder. And it seemed that her emotions began to fluctuate. But Klein didn't care, because he really had a way to solve the other party's problem. He suddenly leaned down, lowered his voice and said, Since I have spoken, I will not talk nonsense. I can repair your physical injuries as much as possible and make your damaged body tense again. Then I can relieve your addiction to the demon spirit and let you get rid of the trouble of the demon spirit control forever. These two are your biggest problems. Right? As long as your body recovers and the addiction to the demon spirit is quit. Even if the Kuran family abandons you, you can live a normal life in another city with a different identity. What do you think of the retreat I have thought of for you, Miss Liana? Klein's tone was very gentle. When dealing with an ordinary person and a prisoner, Klein actually didn't like this kind of persuasive way of questioning. He preferred the simple and rough method. Klein felt that interrogation by torture, soul-stealing curse, and other methods would be much faster than using words. However, the other party was still a member of the Kuran family. Even if he had been abandoned, his identity was still there. Not to mention that there were so many Black Cross members around. Because of these reasons, Klein could not use violent means such as soul-stealing and verbal curses. When she heard that Klein could help her remove the addiction of the demon spirit and repair her body, Liana's dull eyes brightened a little. The reason was very simple. She didn't want to die. Looking at Klein, who was still bowing, she asked her doubts. I've never heard of a way to directly remove the addictiveness of the demon spirit. There is only forced human intervention to stop it. But that process is very painful. How can I trust you? We are not ordinary people. And you have no choice since you were abandoned by the Quran family. Miss Liana. Everyone has a difficult time that makes you doubt yourself. But when you experience more, you will find that it is just the norm of life. And the bad days are still to come. Believe me, after you tell me everything, it will definitely not be worse than your current situation. Don't you think? Liana subconsciously wanted to stroke her hair and adjust her mentality. But her arm was broken and she couldn't lift it up. So she had to give up. Ask. Mr. Klein? I will tell you as much as I know. Klein nodded. For people who cooperate with the investigation, he must give more preferential treatment. Don't worry, Miss Liana. Let my companion treat you first. Eric. Okay. I saw Eric put his palm on Liana's arm. And Liana subconsciously pulled her hand back. What happened last night left her with a great psychological shadow. In the excited state stimulated by the demon spirit, she was unable to control herself. But after waking up, she could clearly understand what she had experienced. But Klein immediately comforted her. Miss Liana, please cooperate well. Dr. Eric has superb medical skills. He can completely repair your physical scars. Aren't you what you need? As for physical contact, please overcome it. After hearing Klein's consolation, Liana felt a little more comfortable. She stretched her arm in front of Eric again, ready to receive treatment. Holy light began to emerge from Eric's palm, and the bright and shining light spots gradually injected into Liana's body. The power of the healing prayer began to heal Liana's injuries. And in the blind spot of her vision, under the back of the holy light, Eric's blood-colored energy also penetrated into Liana's body at the same time. Under the nourishment and guidance of the blood demon's power, Liana's injuries and damaged soft tissues were quickly repaired by Eric. This magical effect was eye-catching. Because she was not a professional and her physical strength was not high, Eric did not spend much effort to repair her. Feeling the changes in her body, Liana's eyes gradually brightened. This visible body recovery speed was incredible. Not only Liana was amazed, but the Black Cross members outside the room were also surprised. Can the ordinary spell of healing prayer really achieve this effect? In fact, the healing prayer was just a cover. What really healed Liana was Eric's blood magic. He stimulated some of Liana's life potential to repair the original injuries. Although overdrawing life potential is definitely harmful to a person, it is the best treatment for Liana, who is already like this. Liana looked at Eric with some gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Pastor. It is my duty to treat the wounded. You are welcome. Okay, Miss Liana. You should feel the change in your physical condition. So we should talk about the demon spirit. Liana looked at Klein and nodded heavily. You tell me everything you know. My first question is very simple. When was the first time you were infected with the demon spirit? What happened at that time? Tell me as many details as possible. Hearing Klein's question, Liana recalled carefully. She was just an ordinary person, without the super memory of a magician. So she was a little slow to recall. After a long while, she slowly said, it was about 3 months ago. I attended a tea party of the Kazan family. When Mrs. Kazan was chatting in the afternoon, her son Manuel came back and handed us something that was said to be dessert. I didn't know it was a magic spirit at the time, and I had never seen it before. Seeing that they all ate it, I ate it too. Not long after eating the magic spirit, I entered a very excited state. Or it would be more appropriate to say that I was in an ugly state. Speaking of this, perhaps because of regret, Liana showed some self-deprecating look. Chapter 279 Undercover in the Team. The effect of the demon spirit made me lustful and excited to an incredible degree. And then, I had sex with Manuel and a group of guards and their family one by one. Liana said very calmly. Perhaps because her body was repaired. Klein could even feel that Liana was in a good mood at this time. After that, how did you get the demon spirit? Liana shook her head. I didn't have a way to get the demon spirit. After that, I went to Kazan's house every few days, attending their various tea parties, social gatherings, and parties. Of course, every time inevitably, I had to have sex with all kinds of men. Sometimes I even felt that I was not as good as a prostitute. At least they made money. The Kazan family, Klein muttered silently. The girl he met in the Warcraft market was also a member of the Kazan family. Is the source of this matter in the Kazan family? It seems that this family has been seriously polluted. Then why are you so crazy this time, even if it was crazy before? You should have controlled the scale of the incident within a controllable range. Right? Yesterday's incident was so big. I don't know why. Yesterday afternoon, Mrs. Kalan asked me to attend the grand party held by their family. Of course, I know what kind of party it is. But I can't resist it at all. And I can't refuse the temptation of the demon spirit. So I went. However, this party is very different from the previous ones. At this party, everyone wears a mask. And there is no limit on the use of demon spirits. The whole party was crazy. But I felt that some of them were not like ordinary people. Their physiques were too strong. But under the stimulation of the magic spirit, the pain and scars only made us feel more excited. I can remember what happened yesterday. You should have seen it from my physical examination report. Isn't it crazy? Looking at Liana's calm expression, Klein was slightly amazed. This woman didn't have the qualifications of a transcendent. Otherwise she must be a powerful guy. After Liana told Klein some more details, Klein put his arm on the other's forehead. Okay. I've finished asking questions. Next, I'm going to help you get rid of the addiction of the magic spirit. The process may be painful. Please bear with it. Pain? You may not understand what pain is. Come on, Liana said calmly. Klein nodded. And the arcane energy began to enter Liana's body through his fingertips. Liana's situation was much worse than that of the princess. A large amount of demon spirit components had been integrated into her muscles, blood, and bones, and it was very difficult for Klein to remove them. And the invasion of disordered arcane energy caused great pain to Liana's body. Ah! Liana began to scream in pain. But she was neither Xiang nor Yu. So Klein had no intention of showing any mercy, and just finished it roughly. The disordered arcane energy assimilated the demon spirit very violently. Under Klein's control, the arcane energy began to decompose itself and stripped out the colorful oil. After a while, Liana began to vomit. And a large amount of colorful oil was vomited out by her, emitting waves of foul smell. At this time, a member of the Black Cross standing behind Nick looked at Klein in shock as he expelled the demon spirit for Liana. Although he was very surprised, his face did not show any extra expression. Just watching Klein treat Liana quietly. Only Lilith locked all the opportunities to this person calmly and slowly approached him. Lilith knew that there was definitely something wrong with this person, because when he saw Klein exorcising the demon spirit, his heartbeat and blood were involuntarily accelerating. After the treatment, the weak Liana supported her body and looked at Klein and said, "Thank you, Mr. Klein. Although it is really painful, I feel the feeling of the demon being peeled off from my body, which is unprecedentedly relaxed. Have a good rest, Miss Liana. You will usher in a new life." Klein didn't say anything more, feeling the message sent by Lilith to him. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Liana has already made a lot of gains here, and she didn't expect to catch a mouse. It's really good. He turned and walked out of the ward. The moment he looked at Lilith, Lilith had already understood and made a move. Before the Black Cross member behind Nick could react, Lilith had already pushed him to the ground and put her knee on his head to break his hands backwards. "What are you doing? What's wrong with Bart? Are you going to break his arms?" Nick said in surprise, seeing their own people being attacked. The members of the Black Cross also glared at Klein and the others. The whole room was filled with a tense atmosphere. Klein took out a towel from his ring, wiped the colorful oil on his hands, and said to Nick, "Nick, if you are still so stupid, you may not be able to be the captain of this imperial capital. You are a few years older than me, so be more mature." Klein's words were full of sarcasm. How could Nick not hear it? He stared at Klein with an ugly face, and then looked at the Black Cross member, who was pressed to the ground by Lilith. "Your people attack my subordinates at will. As the captain of the Palomia Dark Crusade, I need an explanation." Lilith didn't say anything, and directly pulled something out of the palm of the Black Cross member's hand. It was a small bone ball with many holes on it, which was thrown on the ground by Lilith. Klein didn't rush to answer, but took out a bottle of tequila and drank it. It was nothing to show the method of treating demons in front of this group of Black Crosses, because these people don't understand the meaning of the demon spirit at all. Only the members of the Skull and Bone Society can understand how harsh the conditions are to remove the demon spirit. The man lying on the ground saw that after Klein removed the demon spirit for Liana, his heartbeat quickened and his blood flow rate changed. This is obviously a sign of surprise, or even horror. Sometimes, A little suspicion is worth taking action. Klein took the tequila, pointed to the small ball on the ground, and said while drinking, "You also said that you are the acting captain. You are still the acting captain for such a long time. Do you think it is an honor, Mr. Nick? You want to ask me why I attacked your people? Then I will tell you that this thing is the information transmitter of the Skull and Bones Society. And it is the exclusive item of the undercover agents of the Skull and Bones Society. So, you have not discovered that your subordinate is an undercover agent until now. I helped you catch him. You should thank me. Then I really have to thank you. But how can you be so sure that this thing belongs to the Skull and Bones Society? Maybe it is just an ordinary item. You don't have any substantial evidence." Nick's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Although he felt that what Klein said was very likely to be true. He just didn't want to give up, and just wanted to argue. Don't ask. Asking is not convinced. Asking is a nitpicking. Klein's behavior was a bit excessive. And he could understand that Klein was putting pressure on him. But he didn't want to give in so easily. He and Klein had a lot of inside stories. But he was not the kind of person who was willing to be Klein's lackey. And Klein also understood this. Hard mouth. After drinking tequila, Klein took out another bottle of magic potion. Because using arcane energy consumes a lot of magic. He now has to keep himself in a state of full magic at all times. So he won't save this little money. You Black Cross need evidence to arrest people. Aren't you just arresting people based on your feelings? Then I'm telling you now that I have no evidence. I just arrested him based on my feelings. What are you going to do, Captain Nick? To be honest, Klein was a little dissatisfied with Nick's performance. He slowly walked to the side of this man named Bart, grabbed his head, and lifted him up. As soon as he came into contact with Bart, Klein was sure that this person was definitely. He is a member of the Skull and Bones Society. Because everything can be disguised. But he is too familiar with the unique deathly aura of the Skull and Bones Society members. After confirming the identity of this person as an undercover, Klein became even more dissatisfied with Nick's performance. After so long, she couldn't find any clues. Didn't she think that there might be something wrong with the people around her? Klein's actions also made Bart, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, exclaim. He didn't quite understand where he was exposed. He clearly didn't reveal any flaws just now. But he didn't want to surrender so easily. And he couldn't be interrogated. He didn't know what would happen if he was interrogated at this time. Chapter 280, The Right Way to Contact the Kazan Family. Klein's behavior also made the Black Cross members hesitate. Several people stared at Nick and said, "Captain, we are the Dark Crusaders. When have we ever been bullied like this?" Bart is usually very honest. Could they have made a mistake? Say something. Captain. Nick's face was also very ugly. Regardless of whether Bart was an undercover or not, Klein's behavior was too overbearing. He did not discuss with him or hint, but just acted directly. Watching his men being forcibly captured by Klein would make him lose all his prestige. But he could not offend Klein, which put him in a dilemma. "Mr. Klein, what are you going to do? Bart is our man. Even if he really has problems, it should be investigated by us. The Dark Crusaders." Klein laughed again. He found that talking to a group of noobs was really tiring. You, if you have achieved something in the past few months, we won't have to do anything. Although Klein's words were true, they were harsh and put him on the opposite side of these Black Cross members. He did it on purpose. But he certainly wouldn't just keep on stalemate with these Black Cross members. He was going to use soul stealing on Bart. But Bart wasn't a noble like Liana. So there weren't so many uncontrollable consequences. So he could just kill him. Joe, calm down these Black Cross members who aren't so clear-headed. I need 1 minute to deal with this guy. Got it. Joe stopped the Black Cross member who was coming forward. A large number of bones extended from his body, and half of the skeleton giant almost filled the entire basement corridor. Joe looked at the Black Cross members and said in a very pretentious way, "This is called the King of Decay." Klein ignored Joe, who was pretending to be cool. At this time, his eyes were already meeting with a man named Bart. "What's your name?" "Bart Terry." "What's your position?" "A member of the Palomia branch of the Dark Crusade." Klein suddenly said, "What else?" Bart seemed to be stimulated by something and immediately answered, "I am a member of the Palomia branch of the Skull and Bones Society." His answer made Nick and other Black Cross members stiffen. The person they were protecting was actually a member of the Skull and Bones Society. This was embarrassing. But after Bart answered Klein's question, His body immediately began to rot. Klein knew that this was the power of the word curse. The word curse is indeed a very troublesome thing, and Klein has no good way to stop it. But compared to before, Klein now has a way to slightly suppress the word curse, which is exclusive to the Arcane Master. Arcane decomposition. The energy that destroyed Bart's body began to be decomposed rapidly by Klein. He didn't expect to save Bart, as long as he didn't die so quickly. Who is your superior? Bart was in a daze, as if Klein's question made him more painful. Mr. Kildon, the director of the Skull and Bone Society. After answering Klein's question, the power of the curse on Bart became stronger. How do you contact Kildon? Put the information you need to deliver in the mailbox of the Kazan family. Mark it for Mr. Kildon, and someone will receive it. After answering this question, Bart's body quickly rotted and soon turned into a pile of ashes mixed with bones. After Klein finished his questioning, Nick's face was a little doubtful. Bart was actually a member of the Skull and Bone Society. At this time, the other members of the Dark Crusaders looked at each other, all at a loss. Klein flicked the ashes in his hand, turned to Nick and said, Captain Nick, I said, leave this matter to us. Your progress is too slow. You also want to sit firmly in this position, right? Although you are members of the Black Cross, you have fought with members of the Skull and Bone Society less times. You are not professional enough and have no experience. Next, just cooperate with us with all your strength. This time, Klein's tone was much more tactful, but the meaning was still the same. You Dark Crusaders are all trash. Just don't get in the way. Nick sighed. Every time he came into contact with Klein, he would feel very helpless. He hated the feeling of being led by the nose. But he had no choice but to cooperate with Klein now, because if he didn't solve the demon case, he would lose his position as captain. I can fully cooperate with you, Mr. Klein, but this Kazan family is not an ordinary family. Nick's tone was no longer as anxious as before, but much lower. This state showed some of the demeanor of a superior, which also made Klein much more satisfied. He wanted an official partner, and Nick was a good candidate. It didn't matter if he was average in ability, as long as he was obedient. If a person was average in ability and disobedient, he could only be replaced. This was Klein's bottom line. I know that the Minister of State, Soleda Kazan, has been in charge of many domestic affairs since Her Majesty the Empress stopped asking about state affairs. How could I not know such a famous person? The Kazan family is not like the Quran family. Even if there is a big fuss this time, they have no intention of cooperating with our investigation. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy for you to contact them. Hearing this, Klein nodded. He took out the note he got in the Warcraft market and began to think. Lilith walked to Klein's side and looked at the note in his hand with some strangeness. This is a handwritten note with an address, a contact person, and a heart symbol on it. It looks like a temporary exchange of love notes. Lilith couldn't help asking, Holly Kazan, do you know anyone from the Kazan family, Klein? You are quite wild. Klein was a little speechless. What was going on in the woman's mind? But he was really a little confused about this note. So he handed it to Lilith. This note was given to me by one of the girls when I bumped into a few young people at the World of Warcraft market yesterday. Nick also said that under normal circumstances, people from the Kazan family are generally difficult to contact. And I received this note when I went to the World of Warcraft market yesterday. And then I found out about the Kazan family today. Lilith, do you think it's such a coincidence? After hearing what Klein said, Lilith looked at the note in her hand and frowned. This was all a bit too smooth. One thing after another, with amazing coincidences, as if it was specially designed to attract Klein. You still need to make your own judgment on this matter. Klein nodded. Under normal circumstances, if the investigation leads to the Kazan family, and I have this note in my hand, can you imagine what we should do? Eric shrugged. Do I need to think about this, since they have invited you? You must have disguised yourself and made an appointment with Holly. Who knows? Something unspeakable might happen. Lilith glared at Eric, who immediately backed off and muttered. Klein told us to say this. I am just describing a possible situation. Eric is right. Under normal circumstances, I should also use a note to enter the Kazan family and contact Holly. But I am a timid person, and I am afraid of death. This kind of sneaky thing is not suitable for me. Now, we represent the Dark Crusade and the official empire. Someone has already taken the blame for us. so we can change our way of thinking and contact the Kazan family in a more direct way. Ah? Nick had a bad feeling. Although he didn't understand what the word taking the blame meant, he always felt that Klein was going to do something outrageous. In a room of the Kazan family, Holly and Manuel sat together, and sitting opposite them was Kilgane. Holly's expression was normal at this time, and she didn't show any sign of being addicted to eating demon spirits. Holly, did he accept your note? What do you think of this person, if there's anything special about him? Tell me about it. I saw him put the note away with my own eyes, so there should be no problem. As for this person, he looks handsome, but there is nothing special about him. But I found this in the squirrel cage he gave me. Holly took out 4 damaged mechanical worker bees, and handed them to Kilgane. Looking at the worker bees, Kilgane nodded. Lord Seth gave me a photo, which was also the same mechanical bee. It was him. Klein Alex? Manuel on the side asked with some confusion, why do you want to deal with this member of the GS Society? Is there anything special about him? Kilgane took out a few demon spirits, and placed them in front of the two. The demon spirit is the core of our skull and bones plan, and he can remove the effect of the demon spirit. The plan implemented by Ms. Fakis also failed because of him, so this Klein must be eliminated. Holly and Manuel were a little surprised. The effect of the demon spirit should not be removed by non-arcane masters, and there are only 3 superclass arcane masters. Why don't you let Agatha help with this matter? She is a Dragonborn and an important force for us. In this case, she should not be absent. If she helps, even if the plan fails, we can use force to kill Klein. Kilgane was actually very surprised by this question. Seth's plan to kill Klein required him to keep it secret from Agatha, and he didn't know why. However, Kilgane guessed that Agatha might know Klein, and that they had a special relationship. Don't let Agatha know about this. This is Lord Seth's order. According to the plan, Liana has been released. If nothing goes wrong, Klein should come to you tomorrow. Holly, you have to be prepared. Holly nodded heavily. Yes, I will prepare everything seriously.